What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from me. Let's get straight into this video. Alrighty, guys, let's get straight into this video, guys. As you guys can already tell by the title of this video, I will be talking about and discussing the tragedy that ended up happening with Tyre Nichols. But before I get into it, I will want to run my fair use and disclaimer. So let's get straight into it, y'all, because I know for a fact I will be playing some videos and stuff. Let's go, y'all.
I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger.
Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allows is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, always constructive. Comment down below. News reporting, I guess that's what we doing. Teaching, hopefully y'all learn something. Scholarship, we ain't got no money. Education and research so you can get a nasty piece of degree, okay? Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. What's going on, y'all? How is everyone doing today? Let me give something real quick. Let me do this. Let me see. Hey, Michelle, how you doing today? Hey, loves. Hey, how you doing? Hey, C. Woody. Alrighty, y'all. Let me just get myself together for 2.5 seconds. So let me explain this. Okay, so I had seen something. So I was getting myself together over here when it came down to this specific topic. And I wanted to make sure I hit certain points, but I ended up seeing something that came across my screen. So hold up real quick. Let me put this banner up real quick, baby. My bad. Y'all make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, y'all. Please make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. Let me put this up for 2.5 seconds. Baby, when I tell you, like, people have lost their mind. Okay, so let me get straight into it, y'all. So I'm here to talk about so I'm here to talk about Tyre Nichols. Now keep in mind, y'all, my source is from The Guardian. But yes, I'm here to talk about the tragedy that happened with Tyre Nichols. He was a 29-year-old motorist who was brutally beaten and ultimately executed by 5 police officers. Now, the word and the current update that I have is that currently, the Memphis unit S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N has been disbanded. Put this bad boy up and let me take this down. Bam, right here. So let me show this bad boy. It has officially been disbanded, and this is the actual document that has been put into the airways and frequency of the general public, letting us know that it has been disbanded. Hold up, y'all. I'm over trying to get my camera together. My camera going through it, girl. Let me see something real quick. Let me do something real quick. 2.5 seconds, y'all. Okay. Oh, my camera going through it, y'all. Okay, so alrighty, so yeah. Let me see what the heck just happened. How y'all feeling? Oh yeah, so y'all do me a favor. Y'all put in the comment section for me real quick. Where you guys from? Let me know where you guys are from, city and state, y'all. While I fix this up real quick. Where is it? Bam. Okay, it's in. But why is my camera not coming up? Okay. All right, so yeah, so the 29-year-old Tyre Nichols, he was brutally beaten, and the unit was S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N unit by the I believe it was Saving it was something about saving the neighborhoods and stuff. It was disbanded. Now the 5 black police officers will have been charged and fired in the span of, I'm gonna say, a couple days after the incident happened. Now, to my knowledge and for what I understand, oh come on, Jackson, Mississippi. You know, I was actually thinking about going to Jackson State. I was actually thinking about going out there. But to my knowledge, when it came down to the incident, this incident apparently happened on January 7th, but Tyre Nichols officially passed away on the 10th. So that's basically what I got. Now, the names of all 5 of these officers are Tadarrius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Desmond Mills Jr., Emmitt Martin III, and Justin Smith. Now, here's my thing. Let me just be honest with y'all. Here's my thing. My thing is this, sir. With a name like, where you at? Emmitt Martin, sir. Your name is Emmitt, like Emmett Till, and then not only that, your name is Martin, like Trayvon Martin. Like, sir, you would think with a name like that, you would be more conscious and no, I use the right word, more conscious in handling yourself when it comes down to melanated people, specifically with your job, but people in general. But however, with the context of this conversation, with your job and melanated people, you would think that you would be more careful and know how to maneuver in your said industry. You would think that because your name is Emmitt, like Emmett Till, and also Martin, like Trayvon Martin. Get it together, please. Now the video. Now within the video, basically they end up beating Nichols, Tyre Nichols. Also in the video, you also hear Mr. Nichols calling out for his mother, and then also in the video, apparently you also see the cops fist bump after they get done beating up on Mr. Nichols. Now, the officers, now even though they have been charged and stuff, but if they're convicted and actually if they're successfully convicted, they will receive 60 years in prison for second degree, termination. Now, in terms of, now let me put that up. I can put that up for you. Let me put that up right quick. Bye-bye. So now the police director actually did speak out and gave out a statement as well. But before I do that, I want to show you guys what the people had to say and what were they thinking. Let me put this bad boy up for you. Bam, put it full screen. Put it full screen. So this is what the people had to say. So LeBron James said that we are our own worst enemy. Funk Flex had a lot of things to say, and it says, when officers are not white, everyone moves on. Really take a good look at the way these black officers are beating this black young man to death. Really watch it. Beaten while handcuffed by 5 officers few yards away from his home as he yelled for his mom and he's a father. Swipe, you can see the faces. Look at their faces. Other video has them laughing and joking about how hard they hit him. And I do agree, because I watched all 4 videos, because just so you guys are aware, the body cam footage has 4 different angles. Of course, was different angles, but I believe 2 that I seen were 2 body cam footage. But however, there was a video from, like, I want to say like a pole or someone's building or whatever, and also it was another video that I actually did see. For me personally, I saw 4 different videos. But yes, they were like laughing and joking, say, bruh, I was hitting him with haymakers and all this different stuff. It was crazy. And how hard they hit him. Look at how hard they are beating up him to death for a traffic stop. We love to turn a blind eye when it's one of our own in the wrong. I wonder what else people turn a blind eye to when our own are guilty. Well, sir, why don't you the one taking it for Tor? Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. Hashtag at Black Lives Matter. Y'all busy spending that stolen money. Y'all available or nah? Y'all seen these or now? Where is the protest? So that's what he had to say. Now, Martin Luther King III. Come on, third. I am deeply disturbed by the video released by Memphis police today. We all witnessed a horrific yet perversely familiar act committed by officers of the law. Everyone involved must be arrested and charged with the murder. Ooh, girl, I'm over here trying to curve these words of Tyre Nichols. His family and our nation deserves justice. I 100% agree. Now, Coyle said justice for Tyre Nichols, and the list goes on from the president and the gorilla, etc. So let me see what some of the people are saying in the comment section. Now, one person says, I wish y'all stop with the, but if the cops were white comments, they weren't, and those black men did this to a black man. Let's have more outrage about that. Now, another person says, they are about to learn the difference between white cop privilege and black cops, and I'm here for when they throw the book at them. Another person says, Funk Flesh said it best. They don't make no damn noise about with black on black crime, but love crying out to plunder when the officer is white. Accountability. Y'all know that word irks my spirit. The accountability word irks my spirit, but I'm going to continue. Accountability need to be for your race as well, because there is far more black on black crime presently. Okay, here we go. Another person says, what the hell is Funk Flex talking about? The video was just released, so no one is moving on because the cops were black. Regardless what color the cops was, this was senseless. Now I got two more and I'm gonna move on. Now, one person says, all skin folk and kinfolk. You know, that's a very well-known saying. Now, the last person says, I just can't. As a mom of 3 black sons and 2 black grandsons, come on, lineage, my heart is shattered. Are we the most hated on the planet, even by us? Dang it, tired of this ish. Well, that's the side effect of white supremacy. And we all know this. Like, come on, we all are aware of this. Like, come on. I know that's right. Because they most definitely do abuse that word, accountability. Because, girl, every time I hear that word, it irks my spirit. Let me see what some of you guys are saying. Because he was swollen up in the face, I am assuming, I'm assuming that's what you guys talking about before I even start. Oh, that's why they start called, oh, Steve Hart. Okay, now I get why you say what you said. Okay. Now, why only outrage when police are involved? Where's outrage when gangsters getting up people in the community? You know, it's the selectivity, no shade. That is disgusting. And I want them to be everlasting work. They are in prison population. Okay, so here's the thing. Let me continue. Because we're going to get into something. I wish I was able to get my camera together. So I can cam up because I want to see you guys. Let me see. Let me continue to. Okay, I'm going to continue to try to get this together because, girl, I'm going to get this camera together real quick. Why is it not working? Oh, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to leave and come back. That's what I'm going to do. Give me 2.5 seconds, but in the meantime, I'm going to put this pretty picture up for you because I'm going to get this camera together because I want to cam up and see you guys. So I'm going to put this pretty picture up and I'm going to mute myself. Give me 2.5 seconds. Bam, there we go. Now I got it back together. Ha ha, fixed it, period. All right, so let me take this bad boy down. And voila, I fixed it. There we go. Bam. Okay, so now I can fully engage the way I need to. Let me just do a few more things and I get myself back together. Share screen. Bam, bam. Here we go. Bam, wham, period. So yeah, so that's basically what the people had to say. Now, in terms of, I'm put you down for 2.5 seconds. Bam, period. Everything back together. All right, so yes, where was I? Yes, now the police director, Saralyn Davis, actually did an interview and she spoke out about the incident. Now, I did watch the interview in its totality, but they do have a clip here. Now, I'm not gonna Well, it is on a public platform, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to share my screen. Bam, here. Let's do it. All right, now it says Memphis Police Chief Saralyn C.J. Davis says footage of Tyre Nichols' fatal beating is horrific and alarming. Let's get into it, y'all.
Back to the first time you saw that video. If you can describe in one word, what was it like?
Horrific, alarming, disappointing, sad. And
did you have a visceral reaction?
Absolutely.
I mean, when you were watching this, were you thinking, how did my officers do this?
Yeah, I was literally in this room. And
if I can ask you to go back to the first time you saw that video, if you can describe in one word, what was it like?
Horrific.
Girl.
Alarming.
Okay, so this is crazy. Let me see.
Okay,
so just so you guys are aware, let me read some of these comments before I continue. Now, one person says, it's even worse because it's our own kind. We're supposed to be one, but we are not on our own. Now, another person says this, same story every year, abusing power and people losing a loved one. The consequences need to hit harder behind these senseless acts. I do agree. This is scary. Make you not want to leave the house at all. I 100% agree. Now, another person says, if it was a white cop in this video as well, where is his charges? Now, I'm going to read one more. I hate that this is getting so much attention because the officers were black. I've never seen so many back-to-back posts about incidents like this. Heck no. It's wrong AF, but you see what y'all doing. Let me see what the replies had to say. Let me see what because I want to see were they dragging. They probably was dragging. Now I'm just gonna read from here on down. Now it says, now someone replied to this person says, it's police that are the problem. When George Floyd had passed, people flooded social media. This shouldn't be no different. Black, white, doesn't matter because it's a damn sure didn't mean anything to them when they beat Tyre Nichols. Shows we are safe, whether it's black or white. They probably mean aren't safe. Now, another person says this. It should be deemed worse because they are all black. No love at all in our own community. If we can't live and protect each other, how will we be valid against racism? And if we don't, okay, so here's the thing. Let me continue. Because, girl, we're going to get to some things. Okay. Let me get myself together. Okay, so I actually did watch the video, her interview in its totality. Now, let me see. Where was she? Now, basically what she said is that it's horrific. She did confirm that the unit was disbanded. Now, she did say with the S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N. Now, the S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N. is like, I forgot. I think it's an acronym. I think that's what you call them. Forgive me, y'all. But I think it's like saving criminals, some, and it's like people in our neighborhood, something like that. But it's a unit that apparently has a really good reputation. She did mention and say that the training that they do receive is for de-escalating situations. Like they don't recommend or yes, come on, Bree. Yes, they focus on street crime. So street crime, some people in our neighborhood. But she said that the training that they do receive, they do like a couple of weeks on, in the field or on the streets, and then they take them off the streets so they can get retrained to make sure that they are clear in the head and make sure they do have a break from the people. Now, what she also said as well is that with their training, they aren't supposed to do chokeholds or supposed to do certain things that has a history of taking people out. Now, in the video, we seen that they did all of those things. So she also confirmed that they most definitely did break protocol. Now, let me continue. Where was I? Yes. So yes, so CJ Davis. Now she did say, now this is what I actually read. Now I read here, it says now 2 deputies. Now, in addition to the 5 officers being charged and fired, I also read, now this is from The Guardian, Now it says 2 deputies were relieved without pay, but also in addition to that, they're in investigation because of their conduct. So in addition to the 5 officers that are obviously in trouble, there are 2 more deputies that are under investigation and put on relief without pay. Now, Rodney Wells, which is Nichols' family, of course, they said that they want to continue to seek justice. Now, I do know that Rodney Wells, the mom, and the father, they actually did an interview. I want to say with Don Lemon, because I did see it, but I was listening to it mostly, but I do not remember who the person was. I want to say it was Don Lemon. And when they were doing the interview, obviously my heart broke out for the mother and the father. But with the mother, it was the fact that when I was watching the video, he was calling out for his mom, and then she confirmed that he is a mama's boy. It was a lot. It was really a lot. No shade. It was a lot. So let me get into this, girl. Let me do this. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Let me drop this down. Let me drop this down. So now right here. Now this is the outrage from the protest.
Taking a ride, taking a money, 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 taking a ride, taking a ride, taking a money, taking.
Now it says protesting in Memphis now upper level of the highway. Baby. And I also remember seeing on I want to say Twitter, I believe. Now I also remember seeing on Twitter where you actually seen, now I don't know, because here's the thing with Twitter and I'm gonna say other social media sites. Sometimes they like to take clips from other things and then insert it into like the trending or the thing that's really a hot topic at the time. So I wasn't sure if this was actually part of the actual riot, but I actually seen some people kicking in car windows and stuff. So but I don't know if that's actually legitimate, but whatever. But I saw some craziness going on. Now, let me actually get into the actual footage, the actual videos, because I actually seen them for myself. But before I do that, I also want to say this. I also want to show you guys this. Let's get into this right here, because this actually plays a good part. It's going to set me up. Hey, thank you, Intersex. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mwah! Thank you for your contribution, baby. All right, so let me do this. Bam. Now, this brought to you guys by Hollywood Unlocked. The other ones were by The Shade Room. Now, here. Cop involved in Tyre Nichols' rder was former Omega Psi Phi president. Fraternity had previous scandals of disturbing hazing rituals. Now, this is the reason why they always tell us anytime someone is involved in some type of scandal, especially if it has something to do with violence or has something to do with violation of other people's rights, then they're going to look at a person's history because they want to see, is there a pattern to kind of back up their claims of why they believe that you did it or why you actually did it, or, actually seal the deal on the court case. No shade. Now, I'm going to read this bad boy to you guys. Now it says the fraternity has its share of scandals, with pledging members being hospitalized due to hazing rituals. According to the New York Post, Omega's chapter of Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia was suspended in 2019 due to several incidents involving pledges. Potential pledges were forced to drink hot sauce or pour it down their pants to and imitate a sexually transmitted disease in some rituals. Now it says another case involved a 45-year-old man who wanted to join the Brooklyn chapter in 2018 and had his buttocks and genitals paddled 150 to 200 times as part of a ritual. 2 members were charged with assault and hazing due to the incident. The news of Bean's former life. Oh, so that's Bean. Oh, girl. So that's okay. So that's Tadarrius. Oh, come on, Tadarrius Bean. Oh, because that's Bean. Oh, girl, I didn't realize who that was. The news of Bean's former life as a fraternity president has people questioning whether Tyre Nichols' death tarnishes Omega Psi Phi's reputation. Additionally, Omega Psi Phi did not release a statement condemning their members' actions and involvement in Nichols' brutal attack. Girl. Okay, so let's be clear. Let me see. So let me continue. Now it says here, talk about being on the wrong side of history. We are 5 days from the first day of Black History Month. Now, as you guys can see, it's 3 of them that are some bulldogs. Come on, Omega. Now, one person says on Twitter, I'm sorry, but why hasn't Omega Psi Phi released a statement yet? Not their responsibility, be damned. Now, another person says, you mean to tell me members of a Black fraternity founded on manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift beat another Black man to death on video? Girl, crazy. One of the officers is a member of Omega Psi Phi with his bracelet all in the body cam who beat Tyre Nichols. You supposed to be helping your community, not tearing it down. Omega Psi Phi needs to be releasing a statement ASAP. Now, the person says this, you gave Omega Psi Phi a bad name tonight, shaking my head. How the fuck you wearing your bracelet? What are you doing? Shit like this, shaking my head. Snatch those letters now. Girl. This is crazy. Okay, let me bring this down. Because now we're going to get into some things. So, I actually did watch the video. I watched all 4 videos. I'm going to tell you what I saw in my observations and what did I think. So, first thing I noticed in the videos, all 4, was the law enforcement officers were extremely aggressive. They were like, from what we know, is just a traffic stop. Now, keep in mind, y'all, their claims after the fact and what they told the police director, CJ, and what they said and the claims that are being made to the public from them, apparently, was that Mr. Nichols was driving recklessly, and that's the reason why they stopped him. And plus, when they were trying to stop him, he wasn't stopping. And on top of that, he almost hit one of their cars. That's what one of the officers said in the video. So they were extremely aggressive. And it's like, okay, if it's a traffic stop, all those things, you're like on a 45, 50, 65 level. But this incident probably needs like a 15 at the max. Like it doesn't require all of that. And the reason why I'm saying it as well, because they also made claims that allegedly, from their perspective, allegedly that Mr. Nichols was high. And here's the thing with that statement. The thing is that if you know someone's in a altered state of consciousness, allegedly, then why would you go to the extreme to try to take them down? Because you also know that you can most definitely hurt them, especially if they're in an altered state of consciousness. If, let's just say, if he was actually high, cool, let's go with the narrative. What are you going to accomplish by hitting this altered state person that's in an altered state that can't control and has a possibility of not really bracing themselves when they do fall, and that can lead to them being damaged and hurt? Why would you go to the extreme of trying to de-escalate the situation? That doesn't make any sense, at least to me. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. It doesn't make any sense to me. But let's continue. They were extremely aggressive. From the shit talking, the threats that they made, they pulling out the taser, and they did tased him. But I also noticed as well in all of the videos is that even when they actually had Mr. Nichols restrained and his arms actually looked cuffed, one of the officers was actually taking blows. Actually, I'm throwing blows to Mr. Nichols' face, while the other officers has him in handcuffs. Now, keep in mind, y'all, this is a person, because keep in mind, Mr. Nichols did run off. He ran like hell. He did run off. I will say that he did run. But keep in mind as well, when the other officers have him all handcuffed, and he's in handcuffs, y'all, the other officer, one of them is in front of him. The other four are behind him. One is in front of him, punching the living daylights out this man. And I know one of the reasons why. One of the reasons why is because, you know, we tried to stop you, but then you ran off. And now since now I'm frustrated because I actually have to chase after you. Now I'm going to take I'm going to say part of my frustration out on you. Now, keep in mind, there's other reasons why things happened the way that it did, but I'm going to get into that in 2.5 seconds. But in terms of, I felt like when I was watching the video, I felt like they was taking all their frustrations out on him, a percentage of their frustrations out on him, because they actually had to chase him. They actually had to work to find said suspect. They had to actually do a lot of some physical activities to actually get him to quote unquote obey or whatever. So yes, he looked like he was cuffed. He was punched. He was kicked as if he was like a soccer ball or something, like as if they was playing soccer. He was threatened, saying that I would have thought that, like, I really would have thought the way that it was talking to this man, I really would have thought that he was in a fight or something. And then after that, after they done beat the crap out this man, they laid him against the squad car. He also was hit with a baton. You know, the baton, the little metal thing they put out. He was hit with that a couple of times. Pepper sprayed. And I even noticed in the video that eventually Nichols' speech eventually start to slur. So, like, in the beginning of the video, it seemed, at least from my perspective, it seemed like Mr. Nichols' words were more clear. It was more concise. It had more clarity to it. Until after the fact, now it sounds like he's more slurred. Of course, for one, he's over here damn near unconscious. He got hit upside the head. 2, he probably tired from running like hell. 3, he probably, girl, I'm not even gonna say that, but like it's a combination of things. But I started to notice that his speech was slurred, and I felt like they should have got help right then and there. And then on top of that, if you have all these cops, and that was another thing too. The police director, C.J. Davis, she also said that every single cop is registered, trained in first aid and being able to attend to their to, like, you know, like anybody on site that has medical issues for immediate medical issues or whatever. Now here's the thing. Y'all didn't notice something was going on? Because, like, sir, like, y'all didn't notice, y'all did not notice how slurred his language was? Like, that would have scared him. I'm like, okay, you all right? What's good? You good? Like, I understand y'all just beat the crap out of this man. So I think that it would make logical sense and perfect sense for you guys to make sure that, okay, you good? You good? How you feeling? You know, I understand everything just happened, but how you feeling right now? Don't fall asleep. Like, you do stuff like that. You're supposed to do stuff like that. Now, what else did I notice? Now, here's another thing. It was like, I think that I also noticed that he called out for his mother. It was a couple times. I would say 2 or 3 times. Don't quote me how many times, but I know for a fact he called for his mother a couple times. And you know what I thought? I thought of that as a way of how people, whenever they feel like they're in danger, the first thing that may come out of some people's mouth, like, oh, Jesus, or some people may say, oh, God, or some people like mama, or so I want my daddy, because it's a sense of safety and security because you are in said danger. So he felt like he was in danger. And plus, since we already have a historical context of how police officers, no matter what the complexion seems to be, has a very violent and a very violent and demonic reaction to melanated bodies. Now it says here, now it says here, cops claim Tyre was high. Now here is the thing. Now I want you guys to remember this part because I'm going to bring this back up a little bit later. The cops claim that Tyre was high. Keep that in mind, y'all. Just keep that in mind because I will bring that back up. Now it says here, the cops also claim that Tyre, in the midst of their interactions, reached for, I want to say, Mark's weapon. Gonna prove it if he was high or not. But keep in mind, context. I'm gonna bring that up 2.5 seconds. I'm gonna bring this up. But here's the thing. But throughout the interaction, they wanted to say that he apparently reached for one of their weapons. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear any of those things. I didn't hear, hey, he's reaching for my weapon. He's reaching for my firearm. I'm trying to keep from saying the G word. Like, I didn't hear none of that. I didn't hear, hey, make sure he don't reach for this. Like, I didn't hear any of that, so I didn't get any of that. I feel like that was just some way to like give excuses after the fact, but it's all right. We're gonna get into all of this a little bit later. Now it says, and like I said previously, the reason why they quote unquote stopped him is for a traffic stop. Now here's the thing: the director, the police director, C.J. Davis, she also said that she had her staff pull recordings from not only from the body cam, but also from different locations to kind of piece up, what actually happened. Okay, we can take I can take my staff's word for it, as in my officers. But however, it's something called trust but verify. So I can trust that you are telling me the truth, but I also want to verify something, not only because I don't trust you per se, but however, if you are telling the truth, it's going to back you up in the long run as well too. So it's trust but verify. Here's the thing: where is the documentation? Where's the videos of them attempting to stop him without him actually trying to obey? I feel like if that was the case, that video would have been released to prove that they tried to stop him. But let's just say, if that's even the case, I don't care if that's the case. How does that equate to you guys beating a man so bad to the point that he lost his life? And the mother, and also keep in mind too, in the mother's interview, she also said this. She also said and talked about how she felt like in the beginning when she was talking to, when she was talking to the police officers or whatever, when she first heard about the news, she felt like initially they were trying to cover up what actually happened. And that is sad. But then again, are we shocked? I'm being honest with you. I'm triggered, but I'm not shocked. Just to be completely honest with you. But yes, let me see. Okay, so let's get into this. So I think this also plays a part. Because if these officers had been charged, fired, thrown into the slammer, I think it's interesting that this happened fairly quick. These officers were literally locked the hell up and thrown in jail fairly quick, which I agree with. It's a good thing. But however, let me also say this as well. So that right there is a receipt. This incident right here is also a receipt to let all of us know that they did get fired. They did. They actually did get fired. and charged. But this right here is actually a receipt that they always have the power and the luxury of being able to find out, for one, find out what happened. Two, have access to things like body cam footage to prove that some crime on their behalf has happened. And also as well, too, to throw their ass and lock their ass the fuck up. When it comes to these black officers, you lock them up quick as hell. Okay, cool, I can deal with that. But when it comes to these white officers, all of a sudden they got to take some months, damn near a year, and then all of a sudden, and if we're lucky to get a verdict that's in our favor, then they'll go to jail or they'll decline or etc. And girl, I don't know if I'm gonna say this, but I should say this anyway. I understand both sides of it in terms of this. One side is because here's the thing that I feel is like it's a triggering topic, so I'm gonna just try to word this the best way. When it came down to him running like hell, no shade. When I seen it, I cringed. When I seen him running like hell, I cringed. But I also understood as well. I cringed because I felt like when he ran, because keep in mind, from what I seen, they had no reason to do what they did at all. No reason. But then when he ran, I was like, oh, I felt like if things were to turn or go the way that they actually play out, I felt like they was going to try to use that as an excuse. Oh, he ran, so we did, yada, 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 which is something that we see right here, right now. And like James said, fight or flight. So, and that's the reason why I understand both sides, because I understand the whole thing of feeling so terrified, because it's like I have to leave, I have to get out of the situation, especially if your mama house right down the street or is right around the corner or it's really close. You want to get up out of there because at least you're able to be in a safe spot, safe space to where you feel like I'm walking away with my life. But also as well too, it's like a damn if you do, damn if you don't. And it's like it's really hard to really judge that situation, because it's like if I run and if I get away, I'm at least in a better position where I can have my life in this instance, because I don't know what the cops are going to do. Because also, too, I have my own experience with the cops as well. So I'm going to give my personal experience. I ain't go to jail or nothing, but, they was trying to profile me. So I was with my friend, and when I was with my friend, and we went to LA Fitness, we went to the gym and stuff, and then after we got done, we was driving, on our way back. We took his car. And so on the way back, something was going on with his engine, his car, or whatever, and it broke down. Now, I was close to my house, but I realized that he wasn't really close to his. So what I did was I stayed with him the whole time. It was like I want to say 3 or 4 hours, but I stayed with him the whole time because I'm like, yeah, I can go home, but I don't want to leave you out here. So I stayed with him until he ended up getting some help, and they came and got the car, fixed the car, and then he left. And so after that happened, because the people that helped him was his people. I didn't know his people, so they weren't really comfortable, me being in their car and stuff. I understood. I said, okay, cool. I just walk right there. Cool. So on my way walking back, I was in the mind of my business, and as I'm walking, I see a cop car a squad car on one block, and I saw another squad car go past me with the lights. Woo, 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 cool. And I kept walking. I was okay, cool, because cops really don't really make my heart pound. And that's exactly what I said, Conscious. His name is Emmitt Martin III. How was one, bitch? You Emmitt Martin, bitch. Emmitt like Emmett Till and Martin like Trayvon Martin. But sir, you should have knew better. And this is the reason why Black history and also being knowledgeable about Black, I'm gonna say melanated. Having a melanated context is very important, because then you know how the hell to act in goddamn situations and be pure in your heart to your own people. But here's the thing. So I was walking, and so when I saw the cops, you know, I saw the squad car in one block, and I saw this other squad car, you know, driving, and like the lights were going crazy. I was like, okay, cool. Like I didn't get scared. I was like, okay, cool. I just kept my headphones and I kept it pushing. Then I went to the next block. I saw another squad car with the lights on. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And then by the third block, I saw another squad car. I was like, dang, they must really be looking for somebody. But I kept walking. And as I'm walking, I'm like passing this like gas station. And keep in mind, the road was darkish. It was barely any street lights, dark as hell. And I'm still walking, minding my business. And I just remember on the side of my eye, I see the person walking up to me. And so I'm like, okay, who is this? I took my headphone out. And when I realized it was actually a police officer, he was saying that, oh, you know, right now we're looking for a man right now that fits your description. Girl, shut the girl. But I played it cool. I was like, and so I would say a little bit of the nigga came out of me. I was like, y'all up here lying. Y'all do not have, but I made it in a joking way. I was like, y'all know y'all do not have no. I said, not my description. I'm like, I'm just coming back from the gym. I said, not my description. But at the same time, I was very mindful of certain things that I did. Now keep in mind what I'm about to say. And everything I'm saying has nothing to do with Tyre. I'm going to make that clear because I'll make it separate, completely separate. But when I was like, you know, when I said that, I was like, girl, but when I did all of those things, I was very mindful of me moving my hands. I was very mindful of like verbiage that I use as in cuss words and stuff, because I kept in context of a George Floyd, Sandra Bland. I kept in context of all of those things. So I was mindful of those things. And so they asked for my ID. I just, you know, obeyed. I gave my ID. They said, okay, you're not the person that we're looking for. And also, you know, another thing I kept in context as well is that I was literally one of the only people besides the cops on that street. And so and this is for me personally, this has nothing to do with Mr. Nichols. If I would have, oh no, you're not going to do it, and went crazy or did something that I wasn't, if I felt like if I wasn't being more intentional and I would have did something crazy, I would have gave them more of a reason to beat the living hell out of me, throw me up in the cop car, and take me to jail and do etc. And only God knows what. But even though I said that, I also want to keep in mind and also realize that we also have a context, a historical context of melanated people in America complying as well, and still ending up with the same result. So I also realized as well is that I was one of the lucky ones that got away. Now, here is the dilemma and why I kind of brought it up, but it's not really about Mr. Nichols. It's more of the situation like in its totality. It's like this. And because me and Connie was talking about this yesterday. And it's like, you can't, because I already know what the people are going to say. He never should have ran. He never should have did for like, you know, white America. He never should have ran it. But here's the thing. Yes, you can say he never should have ran, but you cannot, and this is what Concha said, you cannot have a historical and a very much well-present documented history of police officers, does not matter what complexion they are. You cannot have a well-documented history of police officers, law enforcement, beating down or beating up on melanated people and think that said community is going to act quote unquote rationally and just quote unquote obey. Because the thing about it is like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. If I obey, I can still possibly get my behind whooped. I live somewhere in Georgia. Literally, not too long ago, there was a video of a man literally in a jail cell. He was handcuffed, and it was like, I'm gonna say like 9 or 10 officers beating the living out of this man. And you want to know the crazy thing about it? That exact same, I want to say that exact same jail because let's do a little time traveling. You guys remember, not this last retrograde, the retrograde before that. The retrograde before that. Remember, y'all, the first day of retrograde, I got locked up. Well, keep in mind, y'all, for the newcomers, I ended up spending like 4 hours in a holding cell because something happened with, it was something with my car. But I was on my way to go get it fixed. They just stopped me beforehand. They just took me in. I was okay, cool. I'll accept it. Cool. Now, the reason why I brought that up, because the exact same jail that I forgot the other man's name, the man got beat up in, that's the exact same jail I was in when I was held in for them 4 hours. It said not 4 hours. Girl, it was most definitely 4 hours. And you know what it was? And you know, I was on live with y'all that whole night too. So be completely honest, I already knew I was in jail. I don't want to laugh during this comment because I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm doing. But I do remember when I was in jail for them 4 hours, I fell asleep the whole 4 hours because I was in a holding cell. Man. But that exact same jail that I was in for 4 hours, that's the exact same jail where that man got beat up by 10 officers while he was handcuffed in his prison cell. So once again, I'm very much clear that I was one of the lucky ones. But at the same time, like Conscious said, you cannot have a demonic history of dealing with melanated people, as in law enforcement dealing with melanated people, and think that the said community is going to be so, okay, I'm just going to comply. I'm going to do all this. I'm going to do all that. Like, no, there's going to be some friction. Whether it's going to be fear, whether it's going to be anger, whether it's going to be resistance, there's going to be some friction because self-preservation comes first. So if that means that if I feel like the best way for me to get out of said situation is for me to run like hell, to hell it is. To hell it is. If it's best for me to comply, like for me personally, I knew, because I knew that I was outnumbered like a motherfucker. And two, there were no street lights or nothing at the time except for that gas station. I knew for me personally, the best thing for me to do is comply. If I get locked up or something happen, I can get out. And just hope for the best. For me personally. So when it comes down to Tyre in that situation, for him, he probably felt like the best way to get out of the situation is for me to run like hell. That's exactly what the hell he did. I'm not even mad at it. I'm not. But another thing too, when it comes to these officers, they also just figured out that yes, you may be a Blue Lives Matter, you may be all good cops, you may feel like, you know, all these things, but keep in mind, you're also this. And that does play a part because the way that you guys are being handled accordingly, it's right, but there is a distinction between the way that these cops are being handled versus most of the other white cops are being handled. And so this goes back. And so this steps me straight into this part right here. So let me present my screen. Let me see my screen. Bam. Now, this right here is conformity. What is conformity? Let's get into it, y'all. Conformity is the act of changing your behaviors in order to fit in or go along with the people around you. Now, keep in mind, we're going to use this in the context of the law enforcement industry or section. Now, it says here, in some cases, this social, now keep in mind, this is by verywellmind.com. Now, it says here, in some cases, this social influence might involve agreeing with or acting like the majority of people in a specific group, or it might involve behaving in a particular way in order to be perceived as normal by the group. Essentially, conformity involves giving in or to group pressure. Here we go. Why do we conform? Girl, let me get some water up in here. Now it says, researchers have found that people conform for a number of different reasons. Now it says, in many cases, looking to the rest of the group for clues for how we should behave can be helpful. Other people might have greater knowledge or experience than we do, so following their lead can actually be instructive. In some instances, we conform to the expectations of the group in order to avoid looking foolish. Now, here's that peer pressure. Now, it says here, and this also goes to why I always talk about leaders. When it's time for people to lead, all of a sudden, that leadership quality, role, character trait is nowhere to be found, which means to do what? Take lead. And if that means go against the grain, well, so be it. You're going against the grain. It's either lead or conform. Now it says this tendency can become particularly strong in situations where we are not quite sure how to act or where the expectations are ambiguous. Now here's the thing about it as well too. The way that the officers were acting, as in after the fact, when they were like dapping each other up, they were happy as hell. They was like, yeah, that's my buddy. You know, hey, and by the way, I'm quoting them, y'all. You know, hey, you know, he was high as hell. You know, I was hitting him with them haymakers. You know, he was strong. He wasn't going down. You know, so that right there to me screamed that they're comfortable with this. This wasn't something that they were just new to. This was something that they finally got caught up on. No shade. Now, informational influence now says here. And now, y'all, I'm about to probably butcher these words. So, y'all, I'm about to just say these syllables. In 1955, D and G identified two key reasons why people conform: informational and normative influence. Informational influence happens when people change their behavior in order to be correct. In situations where we are unsure of the correct response, we often look to others who are better informed or more knowledgeable and use their lead as a guide for our own behaviors. In a classroom setting, for example, this might involve agreeing with the judgments of other classmates who you perceive to be highly intelligent. Now, normative influence stems from a desire to avoid punishments, such as going along with the rules in class, even though you don't agree with them, and gain rewards, such as behaving in a certain way in order to get people to like you. So this seems to be more of the normative influence that was going on within that group. As we know, on paper, aka the law, it says, and it lets you know that you must serve, protect the people of said America. But however, we also know there's a distinction between what's on law, and we also know there's a distinction between what happens in real life. So on law and socially, there's supposed to be one, but however, we know in real life, they're not. So in law, you're supposed to serve and protect. And even then, some question, even in law, if there's even a difference, because to be completely honest, and this goes to a different conversation, I wasn't even thinking I was going to have it, but I'm going to have it. This is the reason why people have a problem or take issue with being considered black. Because from what I hear, I haven't looked too deep into that, but from what I hear though, is that when you identify as black, you don't identify as a person. So legally, they can mistreat you. That's what I heard. I haven't looked too deep into it. So, where is it? Here. Let me see. Now it says the history. Now, girl, we're going to skip the history part, girl. Now, let's get into the types of conformity. Normative and informational influence are two important types of conformity. But there is also, I want to make sure my screen back up. Hold up, put my screen back up. Good thing I checked. But there's also a number of other reasons why we conform. Normative conformity. This type of conformity involves changing one's behavior in order to fit in with the group. For example, a teenager might dress a certain style because they want to look like their peers who are members of a particular group. Now, here's the thing. Now, we can use this exact same context in order. Actually, we can use both of them. But we can use both of these in order to tell what's going on when it comes down to conforming for these officers. In this case, conformity is looking to the group for information. Now, this informational conformity, y'all. In this case, conformity is looking to the group for information and direction. This happens when a person lacks knowledge. Think of attending your first class of the new yoga studio. You would probably watch what others were doing to see where you should hang your coat, stow your shoes, unroll your mat, and so on. So now this is the reason I wanted to talk about conformity, because this is what, in my personal opinion, well, I'm gonna say this is what these cops were doing, because now you're entering a field where you're not the majority, you are the minority. And now you're entering a field where, of course, when it's time for you to get your training, when it's time for you to be paired up with a more experienced law enforcement, cop or whatever. Now you're looking for this training in a now you're looking at this person for information. You're looking at this person to see the way how do they operate. You're also not only looking at this person and probably adopting their positive, characteristics and traits, but as well you're probably adopting the negative as well. Let's take that for example. We all have jobs, we all have careers, and we all have things that we've done in the past to where we all had to go through some type of training, a career or a job, for example. Now, I've been in places perfect example. I've been in the restaurant. I've been in the restaurant industry where it's my first day, they give us a script, they give us something this information we got to learn, and you learn it. You like, okay, I got to learn this. So this right here is parsley. Okay, so this is ranch, this is blue cheese. How can you tell the difference? Okay, I can tell the difference through here, and Cool. So you got all the information in your head. But then now when it's time for you to be more hands-on, and now when it's time for you to apply said information, now you're paired up with somebody that has more information or been in the field longer than you, that has superiority over you, time-wise, which is also as well, y'all, a intimidating tactic in these situations as well. So now when you actually get on the floor, and now you work inside the restaurant, you with your trainer or the person that's supposed to train you, but you notice that they're not really doing things by the book. They're not doing things step by step, but they still get the job done. But at the same time as well, it shortens the time, or they find shortcuts, or they find little things that's the norm, even though it doesn't say this on paper, but this is the norm outside of your training in boot camp. So now you have dudes that are not the majority, they're the minority, coming into a field that they are the minority in, and now they're conforming. And now they're conformed not only to the positive stuff that they've learned, but also the negative stuff, the negative things as well, aka anti-blackness. No shade. Let me see, can I bring this up? Ooh, here we go. Now it says here, compliance. Compliance is changing one's behavior while still eternally disagreeing with the group. For example, you might read a book for your book club and really enjoy it, but at your meeting, you learn that the other members all dislike the book. Rather than go against the group opinion, you might simply agree that the book was terrible. And the thing about it is that us as humans, I've seen that this happens a lot. And there has been a scientific study or experiment where, because keep in mind, y'all, we're social beings, social creatures. We like to be social. But I've actually seen where there was an experiment. I can't name the experiment on the top of my dome, but there was an experiment where there was 4 or 5 different figures or shapes, or I'm gonna call them tiers, cylinders. It was different cylinders, in front of all, a plethora of people. But the people had to choose which cylinder was obviously, or the cylinder was a different size from the rest. So when you're actually watching the experiment, obviously you can tell which one is the different size. Like you can tell which one is obviously different. But what they actually found out is that when you have because some of the people did it on purpose because they're part of the experiment. So what some of the people would do, they would go down the line. As they're going down the line, I'm gonna say like the first 5 people. That's me taking an estimate guess. The first 5 people would purposely say that this wrong pillar right here or cylinder right here is obviously the right answer. To us outside of the experiment, we obviously know that's not the right answer. But as they're going down the line, everybody's saying the answer is B. The answer is B. The answer is B. Now, as the 5 people got done and purposely implanting that B is the right answer, and that is what the norm, the norm within this group is going to be, then they're already set that foundation. So now we done left the first 5 people. Now we're starting to get into the actual real participants that they're looking at to actually see if this experiment holds any truth. So now they got done with the decoys. Now they're into the actual experiment, like the actual participants. And the actual participants started to follow through and kept saying B was the answer, even though they looked confused, even though in their face they look like, what? They kept saying B, B, B. Bitch, the answer was C, but everybody kept saying B. So with all of that, and the reason why I bring it up is because that's that sheep mentality. Is because we are taught to conform. No shade. Let me go back, girl. Okay, let me go down here. It was something I seen down here. Okay, let me read this. Now, let me see. Now it says influential factors. Human behavior and psychology is complex. People, oh girl, I'm gonna mess stuff up. Now it says here, people may conform in some situations and not in others, depending on factors, including 1, the difficulty of tasks. Difficult tasks can lead to both increased and decreased conformity. Not knowing how to perform a difficult task makes people more likely to conform, but increased difficulties can also make people more accepting of different responses, leading to less conformity. Now, another one says here, individual differences. Personal characteristics such as motivation to achieve and strong leadership abilities are linked with a decreased tendency to conform. And keep in mind, y'all, this is what I said, strong leadership abilities. Come on, leader. Now, I feel like this is a big one as well, too. Well, I think these 3, but we're going to see. Group size. People are more likely to conform in situations that involve between 3 and 5 other people. Group size. People are more likely to conform in situations that involve between 3 and 5 other people. Situation. People are more likely to conform in ambiguous situations where they are unclear about how they should respond. Girl, I'm not going to use that one. I think that group size plays a big giant part to sit. Girl. Now, here's the thing. I think in terms of the situation, for some, it could have been something of, but I think for some, it could have been something along the lines of, I know this is not right. I know that he's really hitting this man. I know he's probably hurting this man, but I don't want to deal with the repercussions of me dealing, for 1, being a snitch, 2, me having to deal with the social consequences of me actually, quote unquote, following the law, which is not actually putting your hands and actually abusing said people. Now, this other one, the last one says cultural differences. People from collectivist cultures are more likely to conform. I wonder, should I press that? I'm gonna press that. What is that? Let me see. Collectivist culture. What is a collectivist culture? Let me see. Now, I'm just gonna read the top. Now it says collectivist culture emphasize the needs and goals of the group as a whole over the needs and desires of each individual. In such cultures, relationships with other members of the group and interconnectedness between people play a central role. Oh, girl. Okay. A central role in each person's identity. Collectivism contrasts with individualism. in which personal needs take precedence. Okay, so yeah, that most definitely plays a part. Girl. Let me see where you at. Okay, so let me fish this bad boy out and then go get to some other things. Now, so the potential. Wait, let me see. Okay, so the potential pitfalls of conforming. Now, I was skimming this and stuff. Now, I want to read the second one right here. Actually, I'm gonna read the last two. Now, it says succumbing to peer pressure could lead to risky or illegal behavior. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to read all of it. While it is often beneficial to fit in with the group, sometimes conformity can have undesirable consequences, and it fits this situation so well. Now, I'm going to, for example, feeling like you have to change your appearance or personality to be a member of a group might lower your self-esteem. And I'm going to alter this example for the context of the conversation. For example, feeling like you have to change your appearance or personality, and that's a big one, or personality to be a member of a group might get your ass 60 years in prison. Now it says here, succumbing to peer pressure could lead to a risky or illegal behavior, such as underage drinking, or conformity might lead to a bystander effect. And I do know that there were reports, now I don't know how true these reports were, y'all, but I do know there were reports where people were, besides the 5 officers, there were a lot of bystanders. As in, now I don't know how true it is. From what I hear, there were what's the people? First responders that did not react or do their job appropriately. That's basically what's being said. I don't know how true it is. Okay, so let me stop sharing this. So reason why, so all in all, to say, I said that to say this. It's that here's the thing. When you have 5 melanated cops coming out of boot camp, and now they're going into, keep in mind, boot camp was probably already hard for them, but now they're getting into the actual field, and now you're actually trying to get your training. Now you're trying to get more informed on the actual force on a social hands-on level compared to what you actually know or what you actually been taught. Now you're starting to get more information and more intel about how things operate. It's more in your face compared to the book work and the technicalities of everything. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because you have a group of melanated cops, officers, getting into this field, conforming to the positive and negative aspects of this field. But now you have let me do this. Yeah, there we go. So now you have people coming into this field, conforming to the group, and I guess them conforming, they're under this false pretense, or they're under this false illusion that since I am a cop and I do have this blue, I do have this blue uniform and I do have this badge, everything that happened with the pale cops, the same results going to happen to me. And what I mean by that is this: even though I may be a black cop and I have conformed and I have been accepted inside of this group, now when I've seen that pale cops have gotten in trouble very similar to me, they had the ability to get off, or they really tried to help those pale cops. What they're finding out is that this plays a role. So now when you are in said situation, and rightfully so, you're now being thrown to the wolves. And this is the reason why being a pick-me is dangerous. This is the reason why being a mammy is dangerous. This is the reason why being a self-hating queer person is dangerous. This is the reason why, for conversation purposes and context, being a coon is dangerous. You're out there doing pale man's job, but then when you get that foot on your neck of consequences for the things that you've done, yeah, they do away with you. They throw you away. Yeah, they throw you away. Now, girl, now let's get into this. Girl, let me just. So now we go from one idiot to the next. Now we have Jason Whitlock. Girl. Let me look this up real quick. So, girl, Jason Whitlock decided to get on Beyonce's internet and say some dumb ass shit. So let's just see. So Jason Whitlock is an American sports journalist and podcaster. So that's who he is. Girl, I had to look up who the hell he was. But I know, okay, so let me do this. So he had the nerve to get on. I got all these different tabs open, girl. Let me get rid of this. So yeah, he had the nerve to get on Beyonce's internet and basically blame single mother for the reason why everything happened. I'll be telling y'all. Girl. So this is brought to you guys by, actually, do I want to play this? Actually, I'm going to bring this. Actually, no, I'm going to play it. I want you guys to see this. Jason Whitlock shares his thoughts on the tragedy of Tyre Nichols. It looked like what young black men do when supervised by a single black woman.
Story about young black men and their inability to treat each other in a humane way. Everybody involved in this on the street level was either 24 to 32 years old. Everybody. It was a group of young black men, 5-on-1. Looked like gang violence to me. It looked like what young black men do when they're supervised by a single black woman. And that's what they got going on in the Memphis Police Department. They've elected some or put some black woman in charge of the police force. This is a story about young black men police force, and we're getting the same kind of chaos and disunity and violence that we see in a lot of these cities that are run by single mothers. If we want to discuss the breakdown of family that leads to disrespect for authority, that causes you to resist the police and run from the police and not comply with the police because you resist authority at all time, because there was no male authority in your home, let's have that discussion. But that's not where they want to take us. They want to take us down the path of saying, you know what, this is Tucker Carlson's fault. This is some random white, this is Donald Trump's fault. It's not police force.
Here we go. So y'all see how melanated patriarchy is over here talking to pale patriarchy, and you see they over there shaking their heads, laughing because they agree. First off, melanated patriarchy don't even understand that pale patriarchy is basically his master, in a sense of he's using you like a puppet, sir. He's using you, and we were just talking about this on Conscious Panel yesterday. He's using you to condemn and talk about your own people. And I do understand there's a context and a space and time for those conversations. But in specific conversations like this, you also have to keep in mind, sir, the reason why all this stuff is happening is because of pale supremacy. But we can get into it. Let's see what some of the people are saying. Now it says here, this is more like what goes on when there are absent fathers. A black man on a pale man's platform discussing this and then blaming black women is the lowest and most embarrassing thing ever. Like they just wake up and think of the worst thing they can do Yeah, they can for their community. I swear. And here's the thing that gets me, and this is the reason why I be cussing up a storm, and I be no shade, and this is the reason I be cussing y'all out, no shade. And the other night, this is the reason why they keep showing you guys this. They show you guys this. They show you guys that they do not like single mothers. They show you guys this on a daily. I'm gonna continue. Storm Monroe, come on, Storm, said, wait, insert Nene meme. Now, how I get in this? That was funny. I liked it. Now, another person says this: in the wake of yet another black or melanated man losing his life to the hands of the law, you disrespect or melanated mothers. Oh, you disrespect melanated mothers. I know an uncle named Tom when I see one. Come on, Uncle Tom. Now, Real BB Judy, she says, out of all things you could have said while on the platform, you chose to further disgrace us. And I 100% agree. Another person said, Negro, please. I know that's right. And I'm going to read this last one. This, my friend, is a clown. Don't let his circus act distract you from the truth. Single parent homes has nothing to do with the perpetuation of evil. Jeffrey Dahmer had both parents in his life. Let this clown and the many others that will pop off at random act a fool all by themselves. They stop when no one responds. And then this also is a deflective tactic. This right here is a deflective tactic. It's a deflective tactic because once again, here we go. When it comes down to you getting your ignorant ass in pale men spaces and talking about the dynamic of how pale supremacy alters one state of mind and indoctrinates someone with said philosophy of racism in the form, and then wait, you want to stay calm. Jason Whitlock, you had one job and one job only in that discussion. You were supposed to get your ass in pale men spaces and talk about how racism is indoctrinated into the minds of Caucasoids and also melanated people, and let them understand and know that we're not just talking about just strictly the system, but we're also talking about how these systems also are a philosophy. And in terms of when it comes down to melanated bodies, it's not looked at as exact as racism. It's looked at as a form. It's looked at as anti-blackness. And so, but however, you have anti-blackness as well. So I'm not even shocked. And the thing about it is like this. You, instead of you actually being the leader and actually having the hard conversations and actually combating pale supremacy, you decide to try to blame your very own people when, like Conscious said, yeah, it's so perfect because it was said yesterday. The easiest thing to do is to blame what you see in front of you, or what we see in front of us, which would typically, melanated people typically are more than likely around melanated people. So yes, it's easy for us to blame each other because this is what I see in front of me. But I'm also aware, hold up. But people are also aware that even though I see this melanated person acting a certain way, this is the reason why history and knowing certain things, knowing your history is very important. You also have to be aware that he may be acting like this or she may be acting like this, but I know why. Not excusing it, but I know why. And so that's one of the reasons why, well, I'm not going to say one, that's the reason why pale supremacy or pale patriarchy in that said conversation was laughing. Because, bitch, you thought you were smart as hell trying to blame melanated women, but then not realizing, bitch, you think you're a king or a queen. Like, you think you're a king, but bitch, you're really a pawn. Make it make sense. So, being really honest, I checked so I decided to go to his Instagram and check to see, because I have this thing where I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to take the media's word for it. I'm going to check it out for myself. And this is what this fool, so this is his actual Instagram. And he said this, yep, I connected baby mama culture, girl, to the Tyre Nichols tragedy. And there we go with the deflection. And once again, that is no quality of a leader. Come on, what are you doing? You guys, make sure you guys thumbs up. Thumbing up really does help out with YouTube's algorithm. Once again, y'all, if we do our job in here, YouTube can finally do their job out there. And when they do their job out there, more people are going to come here. Okay, thank you. So yes, like, it's a form of deflection. Once again, it gets me when we get into this conversation talking about single mothers. And I do understand that, once again, these conversations are a time and a place type and having context type of conversations. But I just don't like it how we're talking about four different five different officers, melanated officers in a field. And just because they have a woman as their supervisor, director, all of a sudden it's her fault. Because the thing I think is very interesting, I would have loved to hear his comments, his concerns, his thought process if said director was a melanated man. I would have loved to hear his commentary. It's a deflection, because the thing about it is that I really dislike when we have this conversation, because it's like this. So you mean to tell me you're going to blame the parent that stayed rather than the parent that left? And I always use this example. And let me just take this down for 2.5 seconds. I always use this example. I use the example of, you're in a race. We're in a race. And we're in a track race, and we have to go against this other team. So it's 2 against 2. And so you're supposed to run 2 laps. I'm supposed to run 2 laps. So you go and you run your 2 laps. It's close, but it's a race. You didn't give up. You ran your 2 laps. You put your all into it, right? Now that first lap is done. Now your second lap is almost done, and now it's time for you to pass the baton to me, who I'm supposed to be your partner. I'm supposed to be the other half in said situation. So now when you're about to pass me the baton, I decide, say, nope, I don't want to do it. It's not really my thing. I don't want to run this race anymore. I'm not into it. And so you decide to run the other 2 laps. So in total, instead of you running 2 laps, you ran 4. But since you got tired, you got burnt out, we lost. And then after we lost, or after we lose, I look at you and say, this is all your fault. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Girl. But anyway, so yeah, he most definitely said all of those things. He most definitely had that context. Let me see what some of these people are saying under here. Now it says, okay, here we go. Ooh, girl, he wrote a lot. Let me see. A bunch of out-of-shape cops got mad because they accidentally pepper sprayed themselves. Got what? Retaliation for making their fat asses run. And I said that. They made him pay for it. Funny how Fox News always interviews the same black puns. Ooh, come on. Puns. Somehow this is about baby mama culture. Shaking my head. Somehow this is about anything else but police culture. The idea that all he had to do was not resist is a joke. They had him down for a while. Trained cops would have cuffed a 150-pound man, or didn't want to. All these comments from pale people giving Jason that boy, shaking my head, very sad. Distractions, another person says, from the war in Ukraine, breakdown of the family. Someone's paying attention. Thank you. Oh, look, it's Massa. Look, it's Massa. Right there. Look, it's Massa. Look, it's Massa. Look at him. Coonin. Look at him. Come on, Coon. You got your team, your Avengers right behind you. Coonin. Look, I want to make sure you gotta get a good look. Look, just Coonin. Come on, Mark. Now so let me see. So let me see what she giving, because now I gotta check. So let's see what this unmelanated woman say. Now she just might get it right. She just might get it wrong. So let's take a look. Hello. It's not about race in this situation. It's about how inhumane and awful cops treat people. This situation could have been handled so much better after they had him pinned down. They could have put him in handcuffs and put him in one of those police cars. They waited 30 minutes to call the paramedics and stood around staring at him for the time being. This is about the extreme actions law enforcement officers are taking to restrain one human being. I'm gonna have to stop you, pale lady. Just so you are aware, race does play a part in this. I understand what we see are melanated cops, but however, what we know, the consciousness of those melanated cops is a consciousness adopted by the systemic racist law enforcement of which was created by pale supremacy in pale men and women. Now, it also says this. So yes, there is an important issues in the world right now, but this is one of them. This is a representation of what happens in America almost every day. Now it says here, this happened January 7th. He passed away January 10th. I didn't hear but a blimp of this on January 25th. 2 weeks later, the media didn't care, but Jason's point about distracting from Ukraine is on target. This is media ostracized. Girl. Well, yes, we can talk about Ukraine and all the other things, but we're going to talk about this as well, too. We're going to talk about this as well, too. And the thing about it is this. How do you expect one to, but my thing is, but how are you going to expect one to obviously care about different issues going on outside of America when there are so many direct issues affecting us in our face? Once again, this goes to what I said 2.5 seconds ago. Well, not really, but really. More like 20 minutes ago. When you have something that's directly in your face, you want to deal with that first. First thing, when you have an issue, you don't deal with the issue that's the least concerning to you. You deal with the issue that needs the most attention ASAP. You're going to deal with that first. And I do remember a saying, but I don't want to get it wrong. So let me actually look it up. And it has something to do with a boat and crocodiles or alligators. Closest alligators. I'm put alligators metaphor. I gotta remember what the hell this shit is. Where that bad boy at? Okay, so do you guys know that that analogy? Or maybe it was apples. Let me see. What's it? Apples. It was something like that. It was something like, you want to deal. Oh, come on, 555. Yes. Like you want to deal with your closest apples or closest alligators, something like that first, which means that what's you want to deal with your issues that's concerning you the most first. That's just human nature, because I'm in direct danger. I can't really deal with something, not saying that it's not important, but I cannot deal with something that's, yes, it does have danger in it, but however, that if I had to compare the two, if I don't deal with this, I would not be able to concentrate on that. So many words. So, girl, I just couldn't believe that he said that. Oh, that's what I want to do. Bring this back up. So he actually posted a few more things. Put this bad boy back up. Let me see. Oh, he posted this. 5 police officers in Memphis appear to have committed a violent homicide. They've been fired and charged with second-degree murder. What is the protest about? What hasn't happened? Now let's see what some of the people have to say. Come on, colonizers. Now, one person said this. Let me see. Who is this? Oh, yep, colonizer. Now, someone said this. Same as it always progresses, attack on law enforcement and destroying communities. Another person says this. Don't worry. It will be all about white supremacy, pale supremacy in some way. For one, it is. Another person says, where's BLM? Another person says, and the decision to announce it on a Friday night, we know what the powers at B want to happen. Another person says, this media is the problem. Keep pushing their agenda. No, I think, yeah, once again, that's a time and place for media being a problem. But however, what we're saying still hold context. Now, another person says, I don't think it's the protest that's the problem. I think it's trying to bring awareness of a culture and asking for change when it comes from the blue wall of silence, protesting for more good cops to be hired to stop stuff like this from happening. As long as the awareness march is peaceful, it should be respected. But here's the thing. How do you guys expect a peaceful protest? How do you guys expect anything to be peaceful when a lot of times when these people are peaceful and these people are quiet and they're very docile, you guys ignore them. So now you actually have a community that's mad as hell, irritated, triggered up, agitated, and now they're ready to go to war. Now, I just need melanated people to get a little bit more wiser and kind of be more strategic about their war tactics. No shade. Stop tearing up your very own. No shade. I will say that. If you're going to do it, I'm not encouraging it, but if you're going to do it, stop tearing up your own stuff. Because in the end, we end up doing what? Asking the exact same people to help rebuild it back up. No shade. Now, he also said this. Now, it says here, too many young black men have been programmed to hate and fear law enforcement. The hate and fear spark resistance, which elevates frustration. Melanated and white officers feel the exact same frustration and lose control of themselves at the same rate. So that's the thing. If you're a trained professional in said field, why are you losing control of yourselves? Why are you losing control of yourself? If you're the trained professional, so let me get this right. I'm going to make sure I get this right. If you're the trained professional in said industry, and I'm the person who's not trained or have the same expertise like you, how is it that the expertise can lose control, but the person who's not trained, can't lose control? So let me arrange the example like this. So because keep in mind too, let's also keep context. You're an officer, which means that you're going to come across bad people who are doing crimes. You're also going to come across people who are going to people who are also going to resist. You're going to come across people who are going to get physical. You're going to come across people who are going to run. You already know those things. That's the reason why they have you guys exercise like they do. So I got that context out. So let me arrange it like this. So you mean to tell me if you were a therapist and you were trained and you had an expertise in said industry, and I'm your client, I'm not an expert, the same expert just like you. So you mean to tell me if I come to you, and we also had psychologists or people that are in school for psychology in where Bree's at, she up in here, or she may come across it. But we also know from therapists that one of the main reactions that they're going to receive is frustration and anger, despite me as the client asking for their help. So that's why they have been trained to handle situations, because they know that a lot of these situations are inevitable. So you mean to tell me you as a psychologist are trained in said industry and knowing how to operate in said situations, and when I give you a response that you're supposed to be trained for, that gives you the excuse to act amok? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You're making excuses, and you're a coon. That's what it is. But let's continue. Now, one person says, program. Do you know your history? Ask your grandparents. It was designed. Police were never meant to protect us in the system. What have we been trying to fix over the last 50 years, hamburger boy? You love attention. Shaking my head. Let me see. Now, this person might get... So this person's just... this person non-melanated, but Tracy might get this. In this specific situation, the cops escalated the fear immediately. Okay, she might be on call. This poor man was in fight or flight before he could even comprehend why he was even being yanked out of his car. So incredibly sad and disgusting and avoidable. My heart breaks for his family and friends. Okay, she gets it. Okay, come on. He's right about the fear of the police, because the police are our enemy narrative. We're fed that from the time we learn to understand words. I don't know why people are making this particular statement into something else, because he's making excuses. He's making excuses for said cops. That's the reason why. And to be completely honest, forget them even being melanated. For pale consciousness. That's the reason why he's making excuses for pale consciousness and pale supremacy. Now, girl, I'm going to read this long ass one after I get done. Let me see. Okay, let's see. To me, this one person says this. They had multiple chances to grab wrist of Mr. Nichols. Okay, I can agree with that. They kept commanding him to stop resisting, yet kept striking him. No one stops resisting if they are being attacked. That was a street crimes unit, and is considered an elite LE unit. I don't know what LE mean, but I'm pretty sure the way he talking, he probably know what he's talking about. They displayed no or very limited tactical knowledge and were all caught up in the moment with no one, of course, giving directions to the others, which would have kept everyone focused. In essence, tunnel vision kicked in, and they were all overly focused on ordering Nichols to comply. But they were too overwhelmed to focus on ending the engagement. And there we go again. Remember, they were too focused on they were too focused on their frustrations and being in the moment. And this is the reason why after Nichols was finally handcuffed, homeboy was still punching him in his head and in his face. Elite units like street crime must continuously go through training to keep the perishable skills of confrontation, reduction, tactical handcuffing, etc. sharp and usable. They also didn't, from what I could see, have a supervisor present who should have been observing to keep the interaction under control. Not defending the cops, there is no defense to what they did, and they have been charged. Girl. So that's what he put there. Let's see what else he put. Because he went on the whole thing. The solutions we are looking for are spiritual, not political. I think it's very interesting that he would say something like that because, sir, the dehumanizing nature in the way that you're trying to make excuses for pale's consciousness and pale supremacy and not really deal with these issues at their root, but you want to deal with these issues from their branches or their leaves is very disgusting and does not speak or does not yell out spirituality. No shade. It does not yell that out. Let me calm down, girl, because my computer over here about to die. Hold up, y'all. I'm about to calm down because, girl. Actually, I'm about to wrap this up because my computer about to start acting crazy. All right, so he says, my overall narrative is the destruction of the nuclear family. Girl, and there we go. That talking point. He's bringing his misogyny. I'm telling you, this patriarchy is over here scared, y'all. How the hell you scared? How the hell you scared of this sad situation when it's only melanated men involved, but yet you're trying to use the supervisory of a melanated woman as a way to deflect and bring women into the situation because you're not a real leader. Here we go. Now it says nuclear family is the number one obstacle damaging melanated people. That's not true. The solutions we say we're looking for are spiritual. Well, if that's the case, sir, Jason, you're not going to find it because you're not spiritual, not political. And it seems like you just want attention, so I wouldn't even be surprised that you're even political, like into, I'm not going to say politics, but into the media. Well, it looks like you're into the media. Now it did say you're a podcaster, so yeah, you're looking for attention. So yes, you are right. The answers that we're looking for are spiritual, aka empathy. But the answer we're looking for are spiritual, not attention grabbing, which is what your ass is doing. Now it says, I take items in the news cycle and hammer those points. Meanwhile, racial idolaters argue that racism is the number one obstacle damaging melanated people. And that is completely true. Because once again, we're talking about pale consciousness that has been downloaded into the bodies of melanated bodies. And they showcase these things through anti-blackness. Now it says they believe the solutions we're looking for are political, not spiritual. They take items in news cycles and hammer those points. They're wrong. I'm right. That's my TED Talk. And this is the reason why some of y'all should not be leaders. No shade. Yeah, and you're right. He's most definitely giving Mammy. No, he giving Coon. He giving Coon down boots. That Mammy word is so funny to me. Now I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna get off of here and I'm gonna just say my last thing because my computer about to die. That says, look, I wish preachers will call out the insanity. Oh Lord, girl, he is on the roll. And cohesiveness of the baby mama culture we've normalized. Once again, he want to blame baby mama culture strictly on women, as if men do not play a role, a large role. I would say that. Now we also know that yes, some women, they do use the babies and weaponize children against men. We know this. That's a fact. But however, the one reason why I'm saying that is that he's trying to mainly put this off on women is because of his statements before talking about since this woman was in charge and she wasn't the leader, that's the reason why this happened. And also with his comment status right here, it says matriarchal worship is hurting us. Now, as he continues here, if preachers did their jobs, I wouldn't say a word. I know how screwed up I am, but this matriarchal worship is hurting us. Yep. Here we go. Girl, let me just do this. Girl, just... So yeah, that's what Uncle Tom had to say. He basically blamed all of the single mamas, and this is what I mean. Now let's have this true. Let's have this true conversation. Actually, let me start putting my Okay, let me put my thing in. I'm gonna undo my mic. I'm gonna undo my mic and plug my computer up. That's what I'm gonna do. Can you guys still hear me? Let me know. If you guys can hear me, put a 8 in the chat. Can you guys hear me? Do I sound clear? Want to make sure I sound clear before I proceed. Sound clear? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, 1 2, testing 1 2. Put an 8 in the chat if you guys can hear me. 8. Okay, period. Okay, so here's the thing. And this is what I remember, y'all. Go back to my notes. Remember, I said earlier in this commentary, I said this. I said, where is it? I want to make sure I quote it correctly. Where is it? Oh, right here. Right here. It says this. And I remember I distinctly said, it says, one of the cops or some of the cops in the Tyre Nichols situation claimed that Tyre was high. Now, reason why I'm bringing that up, because really him being high or not is not really important to me. So what I'm about to say has nothing to do with Tyre directly. So we're going to remove him out the situation. What I'm about to say has to do with people talking about the situation, commenting on the situation, giving their opinions on the situation. That's what this is for. Pay attention. So cops claim that Tyre was high, but you guys notice that even though he could have been high, or he probably wasn't even high, we still are showing up for Tyre Nichols, even though there possibly is a narrative that he probably was high, or people are trying to say that he was high. But guess what? Us as a melanated community, we do not care. We do not care. Now, reason why I'm bringing that up, because I also want you guys to note and take note of this. Now, you guys see in this situation, we are not applying respectability politics on whether or not Tyre Nichols deserved justice. Remember that. We us as a community, we are not applying respectability politics to justify what happened to Tyre. We're not applying respectability politics to dismiss what happened to him. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because in different situations, we always, us as women and queer people, always have to have something happen to us to make this happen. I.e., Megan Thee Stallion, i.e., trans women. She was loud, she was aggressive. Talk about Megan, she was loud, she was aggressive. And so, with all of that being happened, she deserved for it to happen. Megan, trans, when it comes down to, here comes Poetic Flacco, here we go. I'm gonna drop the link. But when it comes down to, let me drop this link real quick. But you guys see, we're not applying. Girl, I gotta hope this stuff coming up. I ain't say nothing about no gifts, girl. But yeah, you guys see, we're not applying those respectability politics of why this was wrong and why this person needs justice. But when it comes down to trans people, they want to apply those respectability politics. When it comes down to black women, cis and trans, they want to apply those respectability politics. When it comes down to queer men, women, etc., they want to apply those respectability politics. So with all of that being said, y'all keep that in mind. So we have C. Woody. What's going on? And we got IG. What's going on? We have Woody.
Hey, y'all.
What's
I'm sorry. I'm
happening?
cleaning up. So I
Hey.
had to turn the TV off so y'all wouldn't hear echo.
Okay. So
What's
how
up,
y'all
my
feel?
IG?
What's happening? What's up,
What's up,
Reckless?
Woody?
What's up, Water? What's happening, baby?
What's up?
Sha, like you said a lot of what I feel, Reckless, from what I come back, how I've heard so far, because
Okay.
I was out, yeah, but
Hold up. Poetic Flacco, hit the link.
one thing I had talked about this on another person's panel, like I think a couple of days ago, and one thing is interesting to me is that I hope that if these officers do have black partners or black families that they're connected to, I kind of don't want to see retaliation towards them, because it's gonna piss me off. Because if any black person shows retaliation towards these police officers and they have black spouses and families, use a bitch ass nigga. Because George Zimmerman though, his family though, who shot Fidel Castro, all these other people. So that's one thing I wanted to point it out. I bet not see any extra vitriol from the black community harming these officers, because you're going to have to go back for me and for all of the other people that you say you fighting for, and harm these and go do something to their people. I'm not saying they don't deserve to, whatever happens to them happens, but I just want to kind of put that out there. I want to see if these black officers are going to be able to go out and roam free like the other officers among the black community. But that's all I got to say for right now. You heard me?
I'm gonna calm down because I want to make sure my mic is in. Alrighty, C. Woody, how you feel about it?
Hey, C. Woody. Hey, IG.
What's happening?
Hey, y'all. Yeah, I mean, look, I think we all feel the same way. I think one thing we need to talk about is, like I was talking about in the comment section, is the officers. Like, I think there just needs to be a whole overhaul of that whole systems, because officers are typically underpaid, overworked, they're not properly vetted, they're not properly trained. It's a lot that's going on within that system that needs to change, so that we get the type of officers that are going to properly protect the public. Because we love to talk like this is a majority of officers, and that's just not true. This is a minority of officers. It's sad and it's heartbreaking when it gets to this level. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done been pulled over plenty of times. I done been arrested. I done worked side by side with the police officers. Most of them are just normal, everyday ass people that, you know what I'm saying, they took a job as a police officer. Then you have these assholes like these 5 cops that abuse their power, abuse the system, because they know they're going to get away with it. Like, the police community is a lot like the military community. People get protected, point blank, period. Like, we do the same thing. And we, in the black community, we protect our bad people. You know what I'm saying? They got people out there beating on women. Nobody in the neighborhood says anything. People out there molesting children. Nobody in the community says anything about it. It's just sad that that's, it's a type of logic that exists in our society, that bad people are going to be protected. But I just don't think that these type of police officers are the norm. I think they are, you know what I'm saying, they're a part of the few. I just wish that the police officer had a system to get rid of the few. Because even in the military, man, they got people who rape people in the military, kill people, harass people, all type of stuff. And they still in the military, they don't get arrested. No punishment comes to them because they might be good at PT. Or, you know what I'm saying, they might be on the Audie Murphy board. Or they might be a good soldier in this area, so they don't want to mess them up in this area. Like, it's a lot that goes into it. I just think that whole culture, that whole police culture needs to be fixed. And I'm not a part of that community to fix it. I wish the powers that be would just fucking fix it. But I think if we point that finger at them, we got to point that finger in every aspect of society. We love to protect bad people because we identify with them for some reason. Oh, he black. Protect the black man. Protect the black woman. I don't give a damn if you black. If you're a horrible person, I'm gonna need you away from my child. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Facts.
that mentality.
Facts.
Yo, question for y'all, right? Before like we even like touch on like the main, you feel me, like the main thing and the elephant in the room, right? Like, are we still blaming racism for like police brutality, or after this particular incident, now like we can see that racism has nothing to do with police brutality?
Oh, racism definitely has something to do with. What you mean? There's racist police officers.
Like two things. Here's the thing, because I mean, from based off of your your political view, from what I can hear, I can tell how you want to marry these two things. It's both things. It is still police brutality and it's institutionalized racism. It's still police brutality because, of course, it's law enforcement. However, these are also black men who are also playing into a system, and it is racism because here's the way how it's racism and prejudice. Well, the fact that these officers are being arrested so fast because there are black men. So it does show the other side of prejudice and even institutionalized racism of how it works within code. So yes, it's definitely a telltale sign that this definitely is racism. The only difference is that most of these white identified black men get their nigga wake up call, meaning that they're not going to let a black man in any functions or class be seen as the overall dominating force, no matter what your political view is.
A question for you, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Right? And don't you no, this is for my brother IG, right? Now, like, don't you think it's sickening, right, that we witnessed 5 Negroes, right, damn near lynch another brother, and the first thing these race baiting coons, right, and idiots come online and say, yo, what about that white officer? Hey, yo, they got arrested too quickly because they were black. Come on, bro. Why are we obsessed, right? Like, why are we as black folks obsessed with being victims and obsessed with race baiting? Listen, in this incident, bro, we can say it. Listen, this right here is a direct byproduct, right, of the toxic family structure that most black folks come from, right? And again, here's the elephant in the room.
Okay,
right? No,
Flacco, I need you to make this make sense to us.
Yeah, because
what does this have to do with a quote unquote
right
toxic family structure?
Yes, I will tell you right now, right? So here's the elephant that's in the room, and me and the good brother IG, just had a very positive discourse in terms of like the racist aspect, right? Where I don't think that racism has anything to do with police brutality in the grand scheme of things, right? But let's address now the elephant in the room.
Wait. You said that police brutality has nothing to do with race?
No, look, right? So look, in certain instances, we can probably point to race, but in the grand scheme of things, police brutality, like the direct byproduct of that is, like there's people, one, is lack of training. 2 is a God complexes, but it comes from these like officers who don't see civilians as equal, right? I believe that lack of training, God syndrome, those play more of a factor in police brutality than like actual race, right? But past that though, here's the elephant that's in the room, right?
Wait, actually, but wait, before you even proceed, I have a question. Okay, so if they have the lack of training, okay, cool, I can get with that. If they have the God complex, okay, cool, I can deal with that. So why does it seem like they have more of a God complex and lack of training when it comes down to black bodies, comparatively speaking? Because we've also seen where non-melanated people have gotten arrested and spit, beat up on, swung on cops, and not only that, got arrested, but then they stopped by McDonald's to get him food.
Yeah, of course, right? So here's my response to that, though, right? Is one, we can say like, like those were, let's say, different officers, different police systems, like cool. But people will say this, if even though white people are more victims, again, like there are more white victims of police brutality than blacks. However, there's a disproportionate rate. And then I countered that by saying, don't niggas commit crimes at a disproportionate rate?
No.
Stop it. Yes, they do.
No. So wait.
49% of violent crimes come from niggas, even though we make up 40%.
Okay, so wait. I want to make sure. I get this right. So we only make up 13% of the U.S. population, and the majority of people are going to be non-melanated people. So if that's the case, how do we make up majority of the prisons when it comes down to being convicted? We are convicted and receive harsher punishment. Like Flacco, you were literally don't do that, because you were literally on Conscious TV panel complaining about Tory Lanez and hit what he's going to receive. So I'm coming trying to have a different beat now.
I'm talking about the police brutality.
I think it's both. I agree with Flacco in a certain instance. I feel like racism, I think it's all a tool of power. Like we're all in this power struggle, even the gender war. Everything is about power. Everybody wants to be the most powerful for some reason, which is really crazy, because with power comes responsibility. People like power, but people don't like responsibility, right? But we're all in this power struggle. So I think racism is just a tool of power. Like I'm going to enact my power over you because you are another race, and therefore I deem you, I deem myself superior and you're weaker because your skin is darker. Like I think it's just all a power dynamic. Like in a whole, like he is right. Like we make up a smaller percentage of the population, but we are the majority when it comes to crime, because one, yes, it's the system. We get harsher sentences and stuff like that. But being a criminal is socially acceptable in our community. But like we love the thugs and the pimps and all this. Because let's be clear, it's not that other races aren't selling drugs. Other races aren't standing on the street selling drugs.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what the issue is.
No,
wait, no. I'm gonna tell you what the issue lies. The issue, like, are y'all not looking? Also, like, white people sell drugs too. Y'all know that they do illegal things as well. They just don't get persecuted for it, and they don't get targeted as much. Like, let's not forget what's homegirl name? Hey Derek, what's homegirl name? The lady that literally just got put off the Real Housewives of I don't know if it's New Jersey or whatever. I forgot which one it is, because she was doing scamming and she was stealing millions from like white non-melanated people.
That's the point I was trying to make. I'm not saying that they don't do nothing and we didn't know. Of course, that doesn't even make sense. Human beings are human beings. I'm saying the crimes that they do, they don't put that shit on Front Street like we put it on Front Street. Motherfuckers gonna stand outside on the street corner and sell drugs when Italian people sell drugs too. Like, actually, the whole drug trade started with Italian people, but they do that shit discreetly in clubs. Like, they have a whole system to it, so it's harder for the police to catch them. We do that shit outside in the public by slapping hands and think people don't see that you just did a whole drug transaction. So we make it easier for them to catch us.
No, but what Flacco is saying is, well, this has nothing to do with racism. So my question to the panel is that what crime do we know for a fact that
But
Mr.
I already
Nichols
answered,
committed?
but what Flacco's not telling you though is that I said, well, no, it is racism. The fact that even that the officers were arrested so soon and being trialed is a sign for the very same crime that a white officer can do for killing a black officer. The fact that these black officers did the same thing that countless white officers and weren't as quickly arrested is a telltale sign of the racism and prejudice and the color of law
Yeah.
politics.
Yeah.
Being in it, that is actually a telltale sign. And he was asking a question, well, are we going to say that is it racism linked to Bruce brutality? I said it's both, just because there's and people, I don't know why people seem to do this thing, especially with people with political context, pretending as if you cannot be politically and racially identified. And unfortunately, what gives a lot of black conservatives a bad name is that most of them that they present to you have white male patriarchal conservative identity politics in their mind, but it only works for them when it comes to being in certain spaces. But then again, as soon as, just like these black police officers that did their dirt, as soon as it becomes time for the party to become true to nature when it comes to color of law, you will get your nigga wake up call. And so yes, in this case, I'm going to say that, but even when the sense of what you and C. Woody and Flacco is describing is different conditions of how it functions. These are not the causes. These are not the ways, of course. And that's about that data. Let me help you with that data right quick. It's 49% of crime within your own community versus if you do the crime data and quantify of how many, just by sheer numbers of mass, white people commit more crimes within their community and other people communities. So yes, among the black community, of course, the people that you have in a certain systemic way is going to have higher crimes, but those things are more conditional. This is very different from someone who just have an issue of class because of income versus someone who has a difference of class and race classification based politics.
Yes. Well, I'm clear. I was just asking some clarifying questions because I was like, what am I hearing? I want to make sure I was hearing this right. Okay, so Flacco, so what's the big elephant in the room?
Right. Yes, right. But I do want to clarify though, right? Feel me? And he's not wrong in terms of the grand total of crime. However, if we just isolate violent crimes in totality, right? Black people are responsible for 60% of all violent crimes. You feel me? Even though we make up 14% of the population.
You can't say all. That's what I'm saying. That's incorrect because the data.
It's not incorrect though.
Otherwise, it makes up the most percent of violent crimes being committed in sense of frequency, not 60% in quantity. Maybe in the sense of, not because of, you're saying 60% of all. There's no way that we live in a white dominant society that white men are going to allow black people to commit 60% of the overall crime, regardless of race. No, within the black community, yes. So you're gaslighting there. I'm just going to correct you. If you want to say 49 or 60% of violent crime among the black community, which I'm going to say that's kind of not maybe too far. That's a little kind of high for my taste, but proceed. No, you can't say all. So I'm going to correct you. Specifically, the black community. Thank you.
Go ahead. Can I say you this .gov like statue real quick? And 1 second. All right, perfect. And what's your email?
What, me?
If I know, let me drop
you
it in
the screen.
Not here because I'm looking up and on my phone right now.
Oh, okay.
Here. Let me look up and on like my computer.
Okay.
And then drop it in chat real quick.
Send it to my Instagram. It's
And while you waiting, I
And I'm gonna be going in and out, y'all,
No.
because me and my lover about to go grab something to eat.
Woo!
So if I
Okay.
Off. If I hop off, that's what I'm doing. But okay.
Okay.
But I did
I
want to
appreciate
say
that black love,
thanks
by the way.
to IG for clarifying those stats and stuff.
Here. Reckless Logic. I bet. Okay. I found your IG, by the way, you feel me?
Period.
All right, let me go.
That's my new one. That's the one that got hacked. Girl.
All right, perfect. So I just sent this to you.
Okay, I'm about to share it. IG, you might want to be might want to be present for this. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
All right, perfect. So you see, it says in all ages and in all count, right? So like scroll down. Just scroll down. Cool, right? So stop right here, right? So murder and non-negligent manslaughter in 2020, right? Again, there were 12,000 of those, right? White people committed 5,000 of them. Black folks committed 6,000. That's over 50%, right? Scroll down to where it says robbery, please. All right, there were 67,000 robberies among all races. Whites committed 32,000 of those. Blacks committed 33,000 of those, right? That's damn near half, right? Again, we can go down the list, right? You feel me? Again, aggravated assault, 381 instances of those in 2020. Whites committed right? And 236 though, right? You feel me? So again, when it comes to aggravated assaults, they took it, right? What we're starting to see, right? But even look, at the 127,000, there are 14% of us. That's still a disproportionate rate, right? So again, man, like we are committing crime at a higher disproportionate rate, which you could probably understand then why, like we're being, handled more aggressively at a disproportionate rate. Right? So
no.
Right, but
no.
That's
Again,
all right. You can stop sharing the screen now. That's fine.
That is again how you're translating the data is different among our within the own Black community. Yes, we're not committing crimes though. We do not have, most of these niggas aren't gangster enough. That's one thing I know about niggas that I can say from the hood. Yes, we will get very grimy with other niggas, but we are not about to fuck with the Hispanic community hood. We not gonna fuck with the Asian. We definitely not gonna fuck with the white. So that's what I'm saying. To the way that you're interpreting when you say all that is all doing 60% of the crimes among all races in the sense of being involved with crime, just making that clear that within the Black community, yes, within our own community, we have the highest percentage of crime. We do. Within our own community, we do. But not totality of everybody's crime data. We don't outweigh every single other person's data as if
But that only makes sense. Like they're not about to let us come in their community and commit crime. Like
no.
Hey, but the way you were saying that as if that's what I'm saying, it means the measurement of the frequency. If you look at the data based off of race, within your race, that doesn't mean that translates to other people that, oh my God, I need to be aggressive because Black people, the crime data shows where they're have the highest propensity to be violent towards each other, towards me. That is a false equivalency. That does not translate that.
And also, too, I will say
but you're right, by the way, right?
Wait, but I am gonna say this as well. Our crimes and stuff, I can't speak for non-melanated people. They also hold context. Not saying that these things are right or saying there aren't like other reasons why, but they do hold context. People aren't robbing just to rob. 9 times out of 10, they're robbing out of resources. They're doing stuff because of this said system. Like even when it comes down to taking one's life. Now they're not doing it because they're not doing it only because they may be robbing somebody. They may also be doing it because they also engage in this toxic patriarchal system that does not teach them anything about emotional intelligence. So now when they are dealing or having conflict with one another, all of a sudden, instead of you actually being like, you know what, it's not even worth it, I got a family to get to, or even y'all fighting and just leaving it there, y'all decide to take it to the next level and take one out.
Yeah.
So those things have context.
Yeah, right. So listen, so IG is very correct, right? In terms of like people commit crimes by like proximity, right? Meaning like whites, you know, commit crimes against whites and black commit crimes against black, right? But and here's where like those stats, I guess, have some form of like relevancy, right? Is when you dump these cops into these inner cities and these urban communities, then they will have a higher level of aggression in the hood when dealing with black folks, because they're like, damn, bro, like, and these niggas done killed like 20 cops last week, right? But I do want to address this though, and here's the elephant in the room, and I feel like a lot of people are purposely skipping over, right, to like try not to, you know, right?
Come on,
yeah, right now, when I say like this is a byproduct of the black family structure, and I'm just talking about Tyre's murder, right? Because that was murder. 3 of those officers came from a single mother household, right? Now, and the police chief was also a black woman.
Yeah.
So when I look at that, well, like, and that tells me is black men who are coming out of single mother households, or black men who are, you know, falling under but the leadership of black women, they tend to have a hyper aggression and no discipline. And I strongly feel like if that was a, let's say, a black police chief with other black men, would they have acted the same if 5 of those black men who, you know, was cooning and buffooning by hurting another black man, if all those black men came from a 2-family household with structure and discipline, would they have still been as hyper aggressive, masculine, out of their minds, right?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Well, we see it with T.I., son. So having two parents in the household, that first off, what you said is a whole bunch of it's a whole bunch. But having 2 parents in the household doesn't mean anything. And wait, and also too, you also forget, and you also you also skipped over this part as well. Let's not forget 3 of those people were also in a fraternity where they had male role models, mentors, and also was also mentoring.
That also monitor, just to give a little side note, and those Greco-Roman fraternities are all white male inspired, how we practice in America. So that's what I'm saying. We can't systematic. And first they were even made to where you couldn't even they had to create separate fraternities. And let's not pretend like it still doesn't even exist within the world between the different colors. You know what I'm saying? So it's there's no way for you to, I mean, I'm not telling you, I'm just saying you want to compartmentalize race without it. And I think that's because you think, Flacco, that being conservative requires you to have, because I talk to white conservatives that do not share the sentiments you do, but that's the part of it, you know, that's the part of it, taking on that ideal and thinking that there's nothing wrong with being conservative, but it has to make some data statistical sense, not just coming from how racist point of views want you to interpret that data. You know what I'm saying? So with these particular instances, I wonder how many of these black officers, though, had single parents, or were they 2-parent households? That's a good question we need to ask, too, because that will probably shoot this whole thing out the window if indeed either way, that if they had their mother and father or not. What about these black officers' psychology?
Oh, brother,
and the thing about it,
I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. And the thing about it that's like interesting is because yes, we can talk about single mothers, et cetera, but y'all do know that if there is no father around, you do have uncles, male cousins, you do have male figures. So this notion that if a father isn't around, that just obviously equates to no discipline. That's not always the freaking case at all.
But
And black
honestly,
women
reckless, I
do.
don't even think that that's the. And I'm sorry, Rich, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna let you go.
Mhm.
I don't even think that that's the case. I feel like that's
It's
what made
deflective.
that's what made Kevin Samuels so polarizing. You know what? When they started calling Kevin Samuels their godfather, it really let me see the lack of black male leadership in our community. That they literally are starving. Black men seem to be starving from black male attention. That someone like him could just come along online, and now they're all flocking to him. Because in everything I'm about to say is from anecdotal experience, but just being raised in New Orleans, a lot of the kids who didn't have their father in their homes, like they also didn't have great relationships with like their uncles or their, you know what I'm saying? If they didn't play sports and they didn't have a coach, they really didn't have many black men who nurtured them and really took care of them, like uncles or cousins or stepfathers or whatever. I feel like we allow black men not uh uh to escape responsibility, so they're gonna do that at all costs, and because they know it's no consequence to it. They're still gonna be looked at as men, like they're not gonna be shamed out of the community. So I just feel like shit, if you don't have your father, shit, what black man are you really gonna have if you don't have a coach? And then at that point, they're only using you for what they can get out of you, and that's
It's
just what
My
I
sister,
see.
you don't think though that you know, this is for Woody, right? And don't you think though that that our single mothers are are somewhat culpable, and if children who are coming out of single mother households are 20% more likely to end up in prison?
No, brother Flacco, no, because what you're doing now, and I agree with brother IG and sister Woody, you are echoing white supremacist talking points, and if not for the black woman. The black woman is to be praised because when black men walk away, black women are the ones who encourage the black men. Black women are the ones who, if not for the black woman, black men wouldn't have made it this far. So, but when I saw that black man on Tucker Carlson's show, blaming black women for what these black men did, I mean that is the highest example of cooning. No, it's not the black woman's fault as to why the black man is in the state that he is in, because black women have done almost everything to ensure black men's place in this world, in a world that's against them already. So no, black women are not the fault for the issues of black men. It's for black men. And I can't even say yes, I can understand. It's many ways not to have a father in the household. The father, not all the time that the father walk away, because we like to throw that point out there too,
Right.
that the father walked away. The father could have transitioned over to the other side. We always like to spin the narrative, oh, it's an absentee father, or all
Yeah.
these black men, they getting all these black women pregnant and they just walking out. There's many ways that a black woman end up raising children by herself. So I mean, that's the brother Flacco. I'm gonna stay a little bit because I want to hear what else you have to say. But you are echoing a whole lot of white supremacist talking points.
Oh, no,
But
sister.
but
No.
but but, but look,
Yeah.
Flacco, let's be realistic, because I feel like a lot of times in the black community we do not have realistic ass conversations. We have these fucking delusional ass conversations, and we just repeat it generation after generation after generation. A lie told over and over becomes the truth. Like, so
Mm-hmm.
let's take inventory of all the black men in our lives, the ones with fathers and the ones without fathers, and let's see, oh, you know what, and let's see if it's really true that the ones with fathers are doing very well and the ones without fathers are not. That shit is so not true. I can only think about the black men that I've encountered in my life, and it's a lot because I've lived all over America, all over the world. Like, even the black men with fathers in a home still has the ability to go a certain way. I feel like it's more of that conforming culture more than
Mm-hmm.
anything, because your parents only have so much influence on you. Social uh social influence is always gonna outweigh parental influence. Like, you're
That's
only with
right.
your parents a small amount of time, and then you go out into the world. Like, your parents could teach you, keep you in the Bible, teach you right from wrong, teach you to respect women, teach you not to do drugs, not to cuss. And the second you go out into the real world and you start getting called the simp and the lame every 2 seconds because you want to be a good person, black men switch like that and they conform to what society is teaching them, to what our culture is teaching them, because it's not just our culture. Our culture perpetuates it, but then you have, let me tell you this is what I always think. Black men no one expects anything from them. So why do I have to live up to anything? Nobody expects them to be the good person, to be the good father. So even when they fail to be those things, it's not like they get shamed or anything. It's just like, well, we didn't expect shit from you anyway. So, you're doing what you're expected. You know what I'm saying? What society expects of you. So let's not pretend like, oh, it's because they didn't have like we never talk about the men raised by single mothers that are doing extremely well in life because they chose not to
Get into
conform.
it.
Exactly.
And
One
also,
thing
I
I
will
just want to
say
say,
this as well.
I'm about to get in this restaurant, and that's one thing I just wanted to say to that point right quick. You heard me? Is that when you have men that are also, first of all, I just want to just address the thought. You're right in the sense of fatherhood, but you're focusing on single mothers when you should also too be focusing on the men not being there regardless of whatever's going on between the child's mother.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the thing is about this whole I romanticize. Let me tell you, that's something that white supremacists use psychologically on black conservatives. They get you to over romanticize having a father because you're trying to mimic as if vicariously that you see the white male patriarch, how he has his family. You think that just because that father is there without realizing that it has more to do with race and class as to the difference of how much that's just going to give you financial or material equity or success or status. So that's one thing just to be very careful because I want to continue to have conversations with you, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just pointing that out to you is that see white men don't sit around and talk about how important fathers are in their life. That's not something that a white conservative is going to do because they're going to be too busy running whatever lineage, wealth, or business that they have inherited because of their father. That's something that only you as a black conservative is going to push that narrative and overall. And it's easy to sell that to you because what? One thing we do know is that the black male fathers aren't there. That's why you're able to push that narrative. So that's also one side of white supremacy coming from an intellectual part that you don't realize that people like you and like yourself plays in a role into what type of drinking buddies that you might be with these type of cops who might share those same white identified male sentiments.
And also, Brother Flocko. Oh, I'm sorry, Elder. Go ahead. I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
Brother Flocko. Also, I'm gonna throw this point out there because I used to work with women who suffer from domestic abuse. A lot of times, women choose to leave the father because they don't want to teach their sons that this is how you handle women. So also add when you were speaking about why women are raising children, why women may be raising sons by themselves. That's another nuance to why that happens. You have women before I will stay with this man and teach him that it's okay to put your hands on a woman. I'll go ahead and leave his father and risk raising this child by myself before I stay here in this abusive relationship and show him and make him think that this is how you treat women. So that's what I was saying earlier when I said there's many nuances as to how single motherhood happens.
And let's talk about the black fathers that are physically there but not emotionally there. They're not mentally there. So yes, they're in the home, but they don't even talk to their kids. They don't know shit about their kids.
That part.
Yeah, and it goes to the quality man that's actually in the home. But I also want to say this. A lot of time when men start to really spit out like that talking point, they don't like they're so misogynistic and patriarchal to the point to where they're literally willing to shit on the contributions of women, but they don't even realize that they're actually shitting on their contributions as men as well, because you believing that a woman does not have the ability to raise a boy, a man up, that's absolutely not true. There are single mothers who have raised children, men in particular, specifically, and they've grown and become the next Michael Jordan. They've grown, become the next star athlete. They've grown and become and made something of themselves. They've grown and done all those things. And also, there are single fathers who have raised their daughters, and their daughters have become wonderful, excellent women. So, like, it's a slap in the face to men and women. But I know a lot of times men use those talking points to slap, kind of shit on women's contribution. But y'all also are talking about yourselves as well. But however, it's blurred because of patriarchy, misogyny, etc. So that's why you guys don't clock it. But I want to ask you this, Flacco. So, do you believe that a woman can actually lead?
Here, right? Let me just say this though, right? You feel me? Like, I'm anti-cooning, right?
Anti what?
Listen, right? Look, right? So look, like, I'm anti-cooning, meaning, like, even though, you know, I may lead a conservative way, it don't get more militant and conscious than me. Feel me? Right? right? Now, look, I come from a black woman, right? I did not come from a strong black woman. I came from a black woman who was, and who was nurturing, who was feminine and submissive, right? So
what? Okay, right? So we're gonna have to go down the line when it comes down.
No, right.
No. We're gonna have to go down the line when it comes down to that. Okay, so you said nurturing. Okay, so feminine. Okay, right? Explain that feminine thing that you guys have this, and explain the feminine thing to me. Explain the submissive thing to me. Explain that to me.
Sure, right? Sure. And she served her household. She
explain.
Yeah, right. She cooked, cleaned, and was happy about doing it too. She was nurturing. She also
a slave,
right?
So a slave.
No, right? And she also served my father's will, meaning she was very okay with taking the back seat and supporting him and letting him make those decisions.
Also slave.
And lead. Just being a good woman.
Okay, so question. So what's your definition of submissive? Like, if you had to sum it up in one word.
Yeah, sure. Wait. In one word?
Or definition.
Oh, yeah, right. So when I think about submissive in terms of a wife and a mother, is a woman who's willing to serve her husband, meaning she has designated this man is a man that I believe can lead me down the right paths in life and make my life much more better. So she's willing to take the back seat and serve his will, because she believes that his will, his dreams, and his aspirations is the best way out for her, right?
So his and his.
Huh?
Wait, so his and his. That's basically what I heard. Okay, so what's the a
strong black woman?
So no, I have a question. Why wouldn't okay, do you believe that men should be submissive to women?
I think that people should do what works out for them, but I personally believe that in majority of cases that whenever you have a man that's willing to take the back seat and be led, he's not really an alpha male. He's somebody who's weak. And in majority of cases, a weak man being present in the household is never good. So do what works for you. But the majority of men who are willing to take a back seat are weak men.
But Flacco, do you come from a 2-parent household?
Yes.
Okay, what quality man did you have in the household?
Oh man, a strong leader, very educated, a spiritual leader, led with an iron fist. But was very rational, right? So, bro, I had the ultimate quote unquote alpha male.
Wait, hold up, because I really have to get y'all do know this alpha beta shit is like animalistic, right?
Yeah, of course.
Why do y'all like that? Like, do y'all not know, like, y'all, like, when you label yourself like an animal, you just might get treated as such?
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, to my knowledge, now I'm gonna look deeper into it, but to my knowledge is that this comes from wolves that were in captivity. So why would you want to label yourself something after a wolf that's in captivity? Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, right. So look, man, like that's the pompousness, right? Of like humans, right? Like, but we think we are above it, bro. Like we are all just animals, right? Right? Like we are just like higher up in the animal kingdom, but we're all just animals, right? Feel me? It's the laws, again, it's the laws of the universe, right? Where's there's alpha and strong energy,
Brother
there's gonna be a weak energy.
Flocka, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm listening to you describe your mom, and your mom seemed to be a very sweet mama. And the way the reason I said it, as I'm listening you talk about your mom, it reminds me a lot of my mom. Now, Brother Flocka used the word submit. I watched my mom take care of my dad when he was sick. She didn't do it because she was submissive. She did it because she honestly loved my father. Growing up, my mom used to always cook for me too. She did a lot, and it wasn't out of just a good woman. She's leading from love. And then after my mom passed away, I ended up taking care of my mom, and I did the same thing for her. What I saw her do for my dad, not out of the term submit like an animal, like some training animal, like Elder Reckless said, but from a place of love, which is the higher brain. You keep using the word animal. How about use the word, let's lead from the highest brain? Everything I watched my mom do for my dad was done out of love. When I took care of my mom, it was a joy for me to do that. I did that out of love. How I treat other people, I do that not out of fear. I do it from love. Even on this panel, I love to call Reckless Logic Elder Reckless. I do that out of love. I love to say Sister Woody. I love to say Brother Flocka. I do that not because I'm afraid of any of you. I do that from a place of love, not because I see somebody as being an alpha or a beta or whatever. I'm doing that from a place of love. So I think men need to, like Elder Reckless said, I think men need to get out of that alpha, baby. You make yourself sound silly. Why can't you do things from a higher place?
Now, like what you said, right? Like lead by love, and here's why I have an issue with that. Right now, again, in terms of in terms of what works for your family, cool, right? But in our family and in most, I guess, African households, if your father falls sick, right, and he's no longer able to, I guess, assert dominance, lead, or guide a household, and then the parent, right? And then the parents would move in with the eldest son, and he's now the head of the household, and then the mother will submit and conform to his leadership.
But that's what we're saying. Like that's the patriarchy within itself. Like, no, just because you have a penis or you identify as man or male and you must be cisgendered, you automatically are above anything else. Now, the reason why, okay, so with this idea of patriarchy or all the other shit, what's because like it was something that that Michelle said that caught my attention when she said something like talking about the alpha and beta stuff. You gotta let it go. And this also goes to when men, like they symbolize themselves as lions. And we actually get into the study or actually start looking into lions. Those prides are ran by matriarchs. Those prides are ran by the females, the female lions, not the male lions, but the female lions. And the reason why I take issue with this whole alpha beta and this animalistic character traits and etc. is because when you start to actually get into the nature side of those things, for one, what IG always brings to everybody's attention is that anything female in nature is not docile. Mama bears are very aggressive. Lionesses are very aggressive because there are male animals or whatever animal that is that come around and kill their cubs. So why is it that you guys have this idea that women, female humans, etc., must be this weak, docile, like submissive thing? Like why do you guys think that? Like nothing in nature, female is docile. They're actually very, very, very fierce. And to be completely honest, if you have a pit bull, I love pit bulls, but the female pit bulls are more aggressive. So just to think that anything female or woman must be docile, why is that? And I think after we get there, I'm gonna get Purple Lover and Derek in here. As I'm gonna get Derek the Purple Lover because he came up first.
No, right. So the lion thing, right, and like has been a feminist propaganda, right? So right. So again, if you know, like anything, right? No, right. So
nature is propaganda now. I love it.
No, right. So right, if you know like anything about lions, right? You feel me? The reason why, right, like the majority of the pride in its females is because like I think at about what, like 5 years old or under, right? Mm-hmm. But the male lions will leave their pride and go out and conquer different prides, right? So again, even though like the female is still again like the primary hunter.
Wait, but you do know what they used, like the lions used to do to conquer other prides. You do know what they do, right?
Kill.
They go, yeah, they go somewhere else, but they go and they murder all of the cubs to conquer, and also the other males to conquer that pride. So my question to you guys is this: if you guys see all of these different examples, even in nature, of how patriarchy can be so ruthless, why the flying fuck are you guys reinforcing it? And also as well too, because you said something about feminism. What is wrong with feminism now? Because to my knowledge, feminism means for women to have equal rights to men, not power, but equal rights. Why wouldn't you want women to have equal rights?
Wait, let me go, and then I'll kill it. So, Flacco, I want to ask you a question. So because I'm hearing you saying submission. I don't think you realize what submission is. I think when you perceive submission as is control, when submission is trust. It's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. So if you're expecting your woman to trust you, it has to be a two-way street. She trusts you because she sees something in you and the qualities in you in order for you to take that leadership role. She's not looking. I don't know about all women, but I'm just saying in particularly, if she likes you, she sees something in you. She sees that you're able to show up in a way where you're able to lead. And I feel like in this society, where we're made men to believe is that since you're a man, you're automatically a leader. I don't believe that, and I don't, because everyone wants leadership until when the responsibility comes into their plate, they don't want it no more.
Right.
They don't, and that's true. Like if we think about it, when it comes to like when we go for like job applications or we're doing a task that nobody wants to do, only a few people show up for it. Everyone wants to do it because it sounds good. But when they actually see the responsibilities on that plate of that job description, everyone falls back like, oh shit, I don't want that shit. Mm-hmm. So it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. And most of the men in society, they operate in ego. And this is why women are not like now. From what I'm seeing, women are not like putting up with the shit because it's like you're not able to compromise at you're not able to compromise how she's able to compromise with you. Like you're seeing it from a power dynamic. She's seeing it in a way where it's a we work together. Yeah, like we work together. It's like, and when you see it from that aspect of power dynamic, that's when the relationship is gonna fall. So you have to understand submission is not power. It's trust. It's a trust process. She trusts you enough where she can put you in that position. And let me ask you this question: if she was in that leadership, would you be bothered by it?
Who, me?
He would.
Yes.
Me, yes. Again, just for me personally, right? Just for me. Wait.
Why though? Why would you? Okay, let me ask you why.
Okay.
Why do you feel threatened by the fact that she's able to lead? Like, if let's say if you don't feel, let's say you don't have the qualifications to lead in that position. Let's say she's better at finance and money and this, when it comes to like managing money, and she's good in that. Let's say she's like the alpha in that field. How would you feel if you let control and give that control to her to do? Like, would that make you feel slighted, or would you feel comfortable doing that?
Definitely not. Right. So again, right. So like when you take a look at the family household, right? For example, and it's like a Fortune 500 company, right? And there's the CEO, and then there's various like office managers, you feel me, general managers, right? So female, but your wife or quote unquote girlfriend can definitely, and offer suggestions, can definitely bring.
Oh my God.
Right? No. Wait though, right?
Okay.
Question for you, right? Again, like she can definitely, like bring suggestions, bring a plan, and say, baby, look, and I think that this is the better option. And then as a man who's a leader, is your job to then figure out, okay, maybe, right, she has a higher level of like understanding in this particular field. Let me allow her to you feel me? Right? So right?
No, but Flocka, what you're not understanding is, let's say you and her, y'all both let's say y'all both show y'all datas of how y'all manage money. Let's say she has a history and y'all compare and contrast. You compare your history of how you manage money and she does. And y'all both, and let's remove gender out the way, because that don't mean shit. People can still be a male and they can be fucked up people. You can still be a woman, you can still be fucked up. We're just talking about like the individual, how they what they're good at. All right. So if y'all both bring y'all papers and she has and y'all both bring y'all and y'all see each other's data, and she has a history of saving more money when she's in control of finance than you. Wouldn't it be smart enough for you to be like, you know what, she's better at this. I think I should give this control to her, in a sense. I think, and if you trust her, right, if you 100% trust her, you would be like, you know what, I think I should give it to her because she has more nuance and understanding with money and how to finance it better, where it can save us a lot of money. Why wouldn't you give that leadership to her?
He's patriarchal.
But then it also goes to ego then, because like you're not even willing to put your own ego down to see like she's like what she's good at. Like actually, this is why like this is why
we agreed though, right? Now we agreed though, right? Again, like
you didn't kind of agree. You just said I will allow her.
Yeah.
This is how you say it. You said I will allow her.
I'm sorry. I'm a straight shooter. I'm gonna have to say what it is.
You just said allow. You didn't say I would give to. I would have to let her.
He is not going to put his ego down, and we're also with that as well. Like, and I'm gonna be honest. This is the reason why a lot of men get in trouble. A lot of women. Keep in mind, especially I don't know too much about now, but at least back then. A lot of women didn't care if men were the leaders, but the thing is now they don't trust y'all.
Yeah, because you're not even
they wouldn't even care. Like, they wouldn't be like, okay, cool, do what you do. We can be traditional, it don't matter. If they don't trust y'all, that's the thing. And the reason they don't trust y'all is because
why don't they trust
us? As a leader, you said what? Why?
You're not a good leader.
Single mother households, no, right?
You're not a good leader, brother.
Single mother households are producing weaker men, right? again, though,
Flacco,
let's be
no,
real, right?
Flacco.
It's a
I'm tired of
cycle.
this stupid ass narrative. Like this, look. This narrative of women being look. This it makes
Purple
look. You
Love
cannot
remix.
say you're a leader and then you're blaming women. Like you cannot blame women for shit. You can't do that. That don't make no sense. If you're saying, if you're saying the house is failed and then and there's no father and then you're blaming the women's fault. How are you gonna blame women? Like women don't want it. Some I don't know for all women. Some women like leadership, but not all. Like some prefer all women prefer two people in the household because it makes it easier. But if there's no two people and she has to pick up the plate and pick up the workload, and she's doing the best she can, and then you're blaming her because it's not successful, then why aren't you there then to make it good? Like
that's right, brother Derek. That's right. A leader means whatever happens in that household, it falls on you. If you are the leader, if that household crumbles, that as a leader, it's up to you to be able to hold that household together.
Exactly. Like that's what she like. That's
and
why
she's the only one though that wait though.
What?
If she's the only one that's there, then wouldn't it all fall on her?
No, if you're going to be the leader,
No. Flacco, you're not understanding. Okay, let's say if the parent if they're having issues with the father, right? And even if the father has issues with her, he would try his best to make sure there's some type of balance in the relationship for that kid or for his offspring. Like you would try to do better. Like and this is what just because you have a problem with her don't mean you can't at least try to work things out. Like there's solutions, right? Like you can like y'all both can come in the middle ground and figure something out. Like, and I think the problem is that y'all want men today in society want leadership, but they don't want to come up with solutions to make where it's peaceful. And I think it's the emotional disconnect for me because it's like you understand the whole nuance of leadership, but you just don't want to do it because you're lazy and ego.
That's
That's
not
all.
how single mothers are created, though, right? Again, the majority of single mothers were never married, right? They were,
And why is that?
Or wait, though, right? You can't say and blame the man for leaving the household when you.
Yes, I am going to blame him.
Actually,
I am going to blame him.
Yes,
let me get Purple Love in here. So Flacco, you go, and Purple Love, you respond to make that easy transition. And after that,
right.
Okay, I appreciate that so much. First of all, let's rewind back for just a moment. When we were speaking about the alpha and the beta situation, the man who actually came out with that research said that was the biggest regret he had ever had in his career, because he found out later that wolves did nothing like what he thought. So even the man who everybody loves to talk, well, I'm an alpha male, and he don't even buy into that shit no more. And he was the one who actually was the reason that the whole alpha and beta dialogue came into place in the first place. Number two, if I choose to go out here and wreck my car, the state of Virginia will hold me accountable for doing that. Why? Because I was the one who wrecked the car. So if you choose to leave the home where you know you have kids at, then yes, you are accountable for leaving. Just like as a chief, if I don't perform my role, I'm accountable to my tribe for not leading it properly. When you are asking people to trust you to be in a leadership role, you are asking them to be able to trust the fact that when things hit the fan, that you'll be able to stand in it, and if necessary, take accountability for it. What a lot of women are having an issue with nowadays is there are these men who are saying, submit to me, allow me to lead, and they have already seen from the way you move that you're going to lead them off a cliff. Plus, you're asking them to live by standards that you're not even willing to hold up yourself. If you're asking somebody to be in a submissive household wife situation, then you have to be able to take on the financial responsibility. What is happening is, what I find in my spiritual consulting business, often is people are asking people to do things that they're not even willing to do themselves. You're asking her to hold up an end of a role that you're not even willing to fully participate in yourself. So yes, she's going to have issues with that. And also, when you're dealing with a woman, when it's time for her to rest in her femininity, the environment has to be appropriate for her to do so. Just like when we went back to the nature thing with the lions or whatever the heck natural female you want to use in nature, they're not going to rest in a situation where they know a predator is around. A lot of you have really predatory traits, and you're asking a woman to rest when she knows she's in the presence of a predator. It does not make any sense for a woman to be in her rest mode when she knows she has work to do. Just like it would be illogical for you as a man to know that you're in a predatory situation and just like, oh man, I ain't going to pay that no attention. And then when you get dealt with, shocked that the predatory situation that you knew you were in came to be. You're asking women to play a role that is dangerous for her to play. For her to rest in her divine feminine when she knows she's around a pack of predators is illogical. And she's going to move accordingly. Because here's the thing, fellas. We also have self-preservation that we listen to as well. So you can't ask us to play a role that you're not qualified to handle, that you're not willing to handle, that you have had a history of behavior or not handling. One of the things that Dr. Phil said that I agree with is if you want to predict future behavior, all you have to do is look at past behavior. Your past behavior has not been on point to say to a woman, hey, I can now rest in my divine feminine. I literally had to do that as soon as I met him. I automatically knew subconsciously I was safe with him. I automatically rested in my divine feminine. Why? Because of how he moved. You're asking people to trust you when you're not trustworthy, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. Delia. Actually, before we do that, Flocko, you got any short responses? I'm going to get Delia in here, then after that, I'm going to make it an open forum.
No. And the only like short like response I had, I think it was to Derek, or I think is the beautiful sister Michelle was, we can't blame the men for not being in a quote unquote household, or sorry, we can't blame those men for leaving the household when one, they were never in the households, right? Because the majority of single mothers come from poor decisions and fucking
Flocko,
right?
Flocko, you talking at your neck, bro. Like, stop.
Poor decisions that was made with another person. She was not isolated. She wasn't on an island. She was dealing with another human being who chose not to play his
Flocko, I'm starting to believe. Okay, Flocko.
No workaround for accountability.
I'm gonna just say this real quick and then let the next person go. Flocko, what I'm starting to believe, you're not, and I feel like you're afraid. And because this is when you're saying these stuff, like it makes me confront what I'm feeling about you. I feel like you're afraid that if men is not showing up in the way that society wants them to show up. So let's say if she makes more money than you. Let's say she makes 100K. Let's say you make 100K. She makes 200K. And let's say she brings more money in the house. Not to say you can't let go of your job, and you have to play the more feminine role in the household. I feel like you be kicking and screaming and shit. Because I feel like you will have a lot of pushback against that. Like, will you feel slighted if you have to play the feminine role in the more feminine role in the sense of like being nurturing, being more the caregiver to the child if your wife was making more money than you? Would you, yes or no?
Look, I would never put myself in that horrendous
No. Answer the question.
Where my wife is making more than
no. It's
Yeah.
a
No, he
theoretical
did,
question.
Derek. No, Derek, you have to.
I would never marry a
They
female
tell
who
you
makes
the
more than me.
answers without saying it explicitly. He did. He just said,
Yeah,
"I
he
would
did
never put
answer to you
myself in that
definitively.
situation." So with that, that's a hell no. Delia,
Elder Rex,
let's get you up in
Elder
there.
Yeah.
Rex, Elder Reckless, I would
Uh,
like to thank you for allowing me to be on the platform.
No,
I'm
why you
getting
leaving
ready to
so
drop
early,
down
sister?
because I see the beautiful shaman is down at the bottom. So I want to get off the platform
Oh,
so I can listen to what he has to say. I love all of you, and all of you are beautiful spirits. Have a
I
blessed
love
night,
you,
and I'll be
boy.
listening
Me
to
too,
you in the
Michelle.
chat. Bye.
alrighty,
Bye
bye,
bye.
Delia.
The beautiful sister Delia.
She
Thank
she went
you.
right in the bowl.
Purple is a tough act to follow. Everything she said was on point. But I do want to add, traditionally, those of the Asante, the Ashanti, the Akan people of West Africa did not subscribe to the conventional ideas of a patriarchy, sometimes not even a matriarchy. Of course, we know about the Ashanti women that led their own communities. The woman king is based off of another community of women that led their people. And so the thing about the conception of Black African Americans was that we came into this space not understanding what a patriarchy is. And so my issue with the whole alpha male, beta male thing is it's fabricated to coddle men that are not currently in positions of authority that would like to be. One thing about Black women during the period of the end of slavery, even the beginning of slavery, women just stepped up. There was no conversation about what type of woman you are, the name. We weren't giving each other names of who's strong and who's an alpha. You just step up and you do the work that's needed for your family and for your community. And at this time, because men were being castrated or going through whatever they were going through, they weren't able to lead. Women just filled those roles. And so we basically became a matriarchy without any of the privileges of what a matriarchy would contribute to us. We didn't have any authority, we weren't respected, but we were doing all of the work for the community. So coming out of that, there hasn't been a smooth transition into Black men now taking over those roles. We are still doing a majority of the work with none of the credit, none of the recognition, but we want to operate as a patriarchy when our men are not leading. So for me, if you are going to be a leader, you're going to be an alpha, you don't have to tell me that. You're just going to step up and do the work. But these men are not doing any work. They're just saying what they would like to do, what they would like us not to do. And I feel like if you are a leader, I'm not going to give you control. You're going to take it. You're going to run the community. You're going to help children. You're going to help me. And there's not going to be a discussion. I'm not going to give you a name or a label. You're just going to be that leader. And until men do that, then there's no conversation to be had.
I told you I was gonna wrap you in a bow. I told you.
But okay, Flacco, let me go back to you, Flacco. So Flacco, let me ask you this question. No, because if Flacco, what I find interesting is like I feel like you don't want to, and I feel like you're limiting yourself as a man because it's like there's more you can do besides, not to say that you can't, but there's more that you can do to make yourself more like a versatile partner. And what you're doing is you're limiting yourself because you're afraid. And I feel like, and I think from just hearing from like Reckless and Conscious now, like I'm starting to like really see why like men don't want to do it because they're afraid of femininity. Like it's not respected, and I and it's kind of fucked up. But it's like when it's expressed on a man, especially in a Black household, I feel like it's not respected, and I don't know why. Like I don't know, I know why, but like I don't know what's the reason for you not to like see it as a good thing though, because it's like if your offspring is gonna be good, your wife is gonna be good. Why won't you do it? Like why won't you try to at least like
Oh no, listen, brother. I've always stated, man, that like do what works best for you. But somebody like myself, right? Who, bro, like I've built, I've pride myself on being ambitious, on being a leader, on being somebody and who's a builder, right? Because again, I've built, a very great business for myself and my family, right? at this early age. I just don't see myself, right, taking a back seat and allowing my woman to earn more. It get meaning, right? Like, I personally believe that.
Wait, Flocko. Let's say Okay, go.
Just finish, right? So again, like, and I personally believe that my job as a man is to protect and to provide for my woman, right? To where, like, my woman is my queen, right? She should be able to sit back, watch the kids, or if there's no kids, right? Just sit back and all day, chill, do your nails, pamper your feet, come home and have a good life, right? That's my job, to lead, provide, protect. Once you take out my role as providing and protecting her, then I guess I don't see the purpose of me no more. And again, and men who choose not to do that, and even though she wants them to, I believe those are waste men as well, right? So that's just me though. But if she don't want you to provide or protect her, and she wants you to be nurturing, feminine, and allow her to grab the pistol and calm down when burglars into the crib, or allow her to go out, work 16-hour days and earn a living for you guys, sit back and allow her to do so.
But Flocko, okay, let me ask you this. And after I get done saying I'm about to say, you answer, I'm gonna let Conscious go. So y'all do know that women also protect men as well. Like, that's a mutual thing. That's not like this is a man and I'm supposed to do this thing. Men and women in a heterosexual relationship protect each other. That's the reason why when there's a woman beating your ass, your woman's typically the first person to jump up. Oh, hell no, let me get her ass up out of here. But my question to you is this. Because a lot of times when you guys talk about protecting and stuff, keep in mind everybody can do those things. You're still a person. Your identity is more than just protecting and providing. I actually got two questions. First question, where the hell are we going? You guys said leading. Where are we going? That's first one. Second one is this. Can you give me some examples of how you can protect your spouse, woman, emotionally and mentally? Those are my two questions.
Sure, right. Sure, right. So, but
and then CTV can jump in.
Yeah, right. So, in terms of where we're going, right, I feel like that depends. Like, for example, right, like in my girlfriend, and she,
you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, right. And she like has been in school right now. Well, she's done right now, right?
Do she watch your content?
Yeah, right. She did 7 years, right? Yeah, right. No. Look, right. So like she did 7 years and she graduated, and she's currently doing, I think, rotations. Because like she's a pharmaceutical student, right? Right. So she has a doctorate, right? So, but again, though, she knows and she trusts me enough to know that that when we get married, that career that she spent 7, 8, in school for, that she's gonna take a back burner on that and make sure that she's running the house right. But wait, right? But trust me enough to know that. No. Right?
She willing to sacrifice.
I think this is the perfect transition. We're gonna do this. Hold up.
Yeah.
This is the perfect transition. We're gonna do this. Conscious, this your time to step in.
No, what you mean? Nah, I love her. Nah, listen, man. I don't want to be red or catch to that, right? I'm saying though, right, bro? Like that she understands though, right? And she trusts me enough to know that the quality of her life is going to be much better under my leadership if she just takes a back seat. If you don't have trust in whoever you're with to drastically improve the quality of your life, don't be with them. Is Conscious to him?
Oh, Reckless, could you come up again real quick?
I'm right here.
Okay. Oh, what did he say again? Because my brain honestly turned off when Flocko was talking.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's great. So Poetic Flocko is up there trying to gaslight this whole panel. Basically, he said, racism has nothing to do. Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning. Racism has nothing to do with the Tyre case. He also said that feminism played a big part. Single mothers are to blame, and it creates weak men.
Oh, I
and
know that part.
yeah, single mothers.
What did he say? Before you had dropped people down. That's a part I had. My brain was off on.
Okay, he has said talk about his girlfriend. He was talking about his girlfriend. I was like, oh, you got a girlfriend? And so he said that she did 7 years. At first I thought he said she did 7 years in prison, some shit. She did 7 years in college, and now she has a doctorate. And he said that the thing that she needs to know is that when we get married, her career that she worked for is going to have to be on the back burner, and she's going to take care of this house and these kids. And I was like, oh, and I feel like that's a perfect transition for you to come right on in.
Because she comes from that like household as well. You feel me, right? Because her mom is also a pharmacist, right? And she took a back burner, and wants the father.
My question to you, Flocko, is if that's what your expectation is out of her, why are you allowing her to even continue to invest in the future and the education that she's not going to be able to benefit from fully when she's just going to have to reduce herself as a wife in order to be domesticated and bear churn and lick your wounds when you get dragged on no jumper?
Oh, you definitely right. So look, if we were married 7 years ago, I would have said like fuck college, right? Feel me? I got us. But if she's still just a girlfriend, she now has to do whatever she has to do to make sure that if, let's say, like we break up today, that she's still set and good, right? Opposed to if we were married,
she would just collect alimony, which a good husband would afford her.
Yeah, of course.
And live off your money as your ex.
Well, again, like and live off for good.
Are you also gonna?
I don't know,
but I'm sure that you're also not going to make such a lovely woman also sign a prenup either, right?
Oh no. Now
that's definitely perfectly fine then for her to give up her independence and getting the education then, right? Because she's going to have alimony and a prenup to live off of.
Again, she's definitely signing that prenup, but right.
She's signing a prenup.
Yeah.
And because you're so fickle, she needs to absolutely retain an education because you're inclined to probably dump her at some down point in the marriage. So she definitely needs to have insurance as well.
That's not
their relationship by making sure she got a fallback.
Again, that's not my choice, right? Again, like she chose to get that education because right now, bro, she's still a girlfriend, right? Now, if we were married right now, even though she is signing a prenup, right? I'm gonna make sure, yo, that if I married this woman and took her away from her career, and 15 years later it don't work out, she's gonna be more than comfortable in her restart. Meaning, I'm gonna make
sure she did that. Then why is she signing a prenup? Because not signing a prenup is a matter of a fact way to guarantee that she's going to be taken care of just fine. Right. If you were going to do that anyway, why is she signing a prenup?
Sure. Like, because being more than comfortable is a lot different than taking half of my shit or all my shit.
But she is your other half. So what happened?
wait, pause. Again, other half under God, yeah. But like other half don't take half of the
according to the state as well. Y'all are one.
As well.
That's right.
And that's but that's the reason why she takes your last name. She's your other half. Under the patriarchy.
Yeah, because even you said she was your property, right?
She's
incubating. Nah, hell no.
She's also
No, you
incubating
didn't
all.
say it, but
She's
it's
also
implied
incubating.
by what you're saying.
She's also incubating all of your children.
Oh yeah. Right. And bro, again, if a female has my kids, bro, trust me, yo.
Not
like,
female. Oh god.
Woman.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh god.
Trust me, bro. Like, bro, like, I'm making sure that if it doesn't work out, she's gonna have enough to be able to restart at a very comfortable point to where she can now.
So you setting her up
have
for failure.
How though?
Because you just said
you're trying to limit her ability just so you can feel like a man. And that's the insecurity that we speak of. Like,
okay,
but it's also the narcissism and the selfishness of you to also like dictate what her worth after you're done with her. This goes to show your lack of value for her, because you want to make sure that the state doesn't properly reward her, which is why you're making her sign a prenup. You're making sure that they don't effectively reward her for time served. You want to be able to lowball her, which is why you want her to sign the prenup and you make the executive decision on what she gets and what you contribute to her well-being after using her for your patriarchal bidding.
Flocko, this is why I'm gonna drag you here. You just said, look, you just said, look, and see, this is how you know I know you lack emotional intelligence, because if she's the job that she's passionate in and she has so much emotional attachment to, and you see she's willing to sacrifice that for you, the least you could do is make her and your children good. You just said she's gonna sign a prenup. You just said if these things don't work out, I'm gonna give her a little some money and she can go back to do what she was doing. You literally setting her up for failure, and you're not even
comfortable good though.
No, but
she don't have half and she don't have all.
Yeah,
half
like you
crazy,
just
though. Half is crazy.
You see exactly what I'm talking about.
Half is not crazy when you're asking her to invest all that time and effort and to abandon a career for you. See, this is the stuff that I'm talking about.
you
Where
lack
men
emotional
are
intelligence. I'm
claiming
gonna lie.
that I want to lead but are not fit to lead. Because a leader also knows how to delegate responsibilities. My father was the leader of his household, but he also bragged about the fact that when it came to fixing things in this house, guess who he relied on? My mother. When it came time to pay bills, guess who he relied on? My mother. Because men who are actually fit to lead aren't complaining about women submitting. They don't have to. When you are in the presence of a leader, you'll know you're in the presence of one because of how they move, how they speak, how they interact with other people. It's obvious when you're in the presence of a leader versus somebody who is a follower. What we are having going on is there are a lot of followers that wants all the glory of a leader, but none of the accountability and the responsibility of one. And it's obvious in the things that you say, like the fact that you're asking a woman to give up her career. Keep in mind that on average, women live longer than men. So you're setting her up for the fact that if you're not doing your part, which is often common, because being a former bill collector, let me tell you the reality of what it is. Either you're really well off or you're really poor when you get up in age. There is no in between. And the difference between the ones who are really well off and the ones who are poor is the financial planning that they did before they got to that point. So there's a lot of people, and it doesn't even matter race. This is across the board. Either you're really well off or you're really poor. My father left my mother in a situation where she's really well off. She doesn't have to think about it. But she also had her own income, so she's not only getting her retirement check, she's also getting his. Not to mention the houses that he left behind for her, the life insurance that he left for her, because it's more than just saying, I'm man, hear me roar. It's about actually doing the work of a leader. If you're asking somebody to be able to lead, then you need to be able to fully play the part. There is no Fortune 500 company that has a CEO talking about, well, they just won't let me lead around here. They will be asked to get the hell out because nobody's accepting that. But you expect to be able to do that with a woman, and then when she says, hey, you're unfit to lead, my father automatically knew he was a few hours away from his PhD in special education. My father was a teacher. My mother was a registered nurse. So there were certain things my father just knew off rip that he wasn't good at. But guess who was? My mother was. So guess what he did? Everything that he wasn't good at, she was doing. They were in a partnership. It wasn't, hey, I got all of this. And also, guess what my father also told her? Your money, sweetie, is your money. My money is here to provide for the household, to do the heavy lifting. When it comes to the bills, my money is to be used for the bills, not yours. Yours is for play. Yours is to do whatever you want with it. Because he was actually a protector and a provider. And yeah, he did have a issue when she made more money than him at one point. And you know what he did? He didn't bitch and moan to her. He went out and got another job, so he made more money than she did. Because when people are actual leaders, they're not looking at just problems. They are solution-based. They are looking to solve the issue. So there isn't an issue.
It's something I want to add.
I'm sorry, CTV.
Go ahead, Bart. Go ahead.
Before my mother even had an issue with a car or anything else, my father had already taken care of that. Because leaders don't wait for a problem to arise. They already have the solution prepared. So when the problem comes up, the solution is already there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what women are getting.
I just wanted to add to what you were saying. You get what you were saying. It was reminding me of my grandfather. So I want to add to what Prep was saying, and say what I came up here also to initially say. I think one of the foundational definitions of leadership should always be the status and well-being of the community around a leader. That's the necessity of leadership. If you cannot, nobody is properly leading if the community and tribe around that leader is in a piss poor condition, which is why we know that the American government is failing the Black community and it's failing so many marginalized communities. That's always the way you can kind of size up and scale a proper leadership. Leaders are put in place to take up the priority of the overall and of the collective. Every king, every queen should be measured by the wellness of his or her community. So that's that. In terms of like what y'all were talking about earlier about like single parent household bullshit, I just want to reiterate that you have single mothers who have raised successful Black men like Barack Obama, single mother. Jay-Z, single mother. Keanu Reeves, single mother. Even Kanye West, whose mom was so integral to his mental health that when she passed away, that's when all of his problems in his life began, including his relationship dramas. Lil Wayne, single mother. Leonardo DiCaprio, single mother. But not just single moms, single dads have also done it alone and raised successful women. Successful women like Molly Shannon, Maya Rudolph, Patricia Hitton, Pixie Geldof, Rosie O'Donnell, Jane Fonda. There's also been plenty of examples of fathers who were in the home and co-parenting, but to Sister Michelle were not present, such as Joe Jackson, who traumatized nearly all of his children. but yet was in the home and present during upbringing? Or how about Will Smith's father, who raised him alongside his mother, but who was so violent that he forced a 9-year-old Will Smith to contemplate unaliving him when he was observed by Will Smith punching his mother unconscious until the point that she was spitting blood. That's the experience and the trauma that Will Smith's father passed on to him. Those are the traumas that Joe Jackson passed on to his male and female children. How about Tyler Perry, who had a emotionally and physically abusive stepfather growing up, who would beat him with a vacuum cleaner cord until his skin split open and whelps were all over his body? I said it 1,001 times that it's honestly not even about single parent households. Raising successful children is actually about the wholeness of the parent or parents involved. And that's why single parents can raise successful children without the other sex of a partner, and why two-parent households can be more detrimental and traumatizing than any single parent experience could ever be. Because it's not about whether parents are single, it's not about whether it's the mom in place or the father in place or whether they're together. It really has to do with the status of the parent or parents involved. So what we actually need to do to cure up bringing forth dysfunctional human beings into the world is clear up the dysfunction in the people that bear those children. Those people need to be well. What we also need to do is take responsibility as a society and make sure that the stimulations that we offer as a community through music, through movies, through cinema, through media are not overtly perverted in nature, but that we are also introducing positive self-actualizing content to arouse maturity and enlightenment in each individual, rather than living in a country that cloaks itself as Christian, but yet the same country where sex sells, where a huge part of the economy is based upon the prison industrial complex, where there's a school to prison pipeline dynamic, where white capitalistic patriarchal constructs and consciousness and institutions still create reality for everyone else at the base of the pyramid. So there's a lot of work to be done here. But we need to really dispel this notion that Black women cannot raise successful Black men, because they did, and they're still doing. We need to erase this notion that simply two parents somehow make a upbringing magical, because it's not true. And we need to focus on the overall mental health of all Americans, so that whether they are single in their parenting or they're co-parenting or polyamory parenting or polygamously parenting, that people are parenting as well human beings. Because well human beings transfer wellness. Well human beings spread wellness. So I'll land my plane there.
All righty. Now I got
Yeah,
everybody here. This is an open forum.
This IG, I'm finally back from being fat with my lover. Beautifully said, Conscious. And yeah, because one thing I just want to focus on, even too, like that whole, when you said that it's not always two parents. For myself, we're having the other side of the coin is that I was just telling my lover that today. I said, if I had to deal with the toxicity and the religiosity of my mother, y'all wouldn't have this IG that you're talking to right now. this IG would have not existed because I would have been too busy I would have been in the closet. I would have I definitely would have developed resentfulness towards women because my mother would have been the one who would have oppressed me because of my sexuality. So it's not always about the sex or the gender of the parent. CTV is absolutely right. How well is the parent? How well is the individual? Because I'm so sick of all of these men that's on here talking about, and not just you, Flocka, but that whole talking point like single mothers this. My little quick little story. My mother died when I was 6. My folks, when I was made, when my parents were fucking at 60 and 47, because that's what it was, baby. They was not trying to have no child at that age. My mother died when I was 6. So I have siblings that were in their 30s when I was 6 years old when my mother died. At that time, my father had the way out, not to raise me. My siblings wanted to take me. So again, so if we're going to do this patriarchal thing according to white males, okay, then I'm going to need you to have the same paternalism as some of the other white males who over institute patriarchy. I'm going to need black men to want to be involved with the children, regardless of the relationships of the mother. And that's one thing that gets me is just like, no, you have to, since I have the exception to the rule, that's what I can call bullshit. I didn't see a bunch of men during the situation and my other friends' parents with their mothers and fathers. Oh, you getting into it with the mother, so you don't fuck with the children. See, that's one thing for you to divorce your wife, but you never divorce your children. And unfortunately, regardless if you're married or in a relationship or not, common law relationship or not, the fact that it is most men are not held accountable for not being paternal. They lack paternalism, and that's why I say it is very unfortunate that they pick and choose when they want to observe nature. They pick and choose when they want to observe how things are supposed to naturally go. It is unnatural for you as a male to need a female to be less weakened. Matter of fact, one thing I like about the animal motherfucking kingdom, it's survival of the fittest. This patriarchy has made it to where even the most unqualified, degenerate, weak dick ass nigga could demand that he's treated as some type of king or god versus in nature, regardless of your gender, I'm observing you, sweetheart, to see if you are a threat or you are compatible to build with.
Period. Period.
Okay,
All right,
so
see Woody.
oh, let me learn.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
okay.
I'm
You have
just
anything you want
listening
to
to
say, and then I want
I'm
to get Flocka back in here.
yeah, I'm trying to clean up. But yeah, this whole single mother conversation, I just don't understand it's a very superficial conversation when we have it because it implies that women can't raise men, which is ridiculous because a man is just an adult boy. Like if your son lives to be a certain age, he's eventually going to turn into a man. Now, what type of man he is at a certain point, it's up to him. Like I said, you can 2-parent household, 1-parent household, 10-parent household. You know what I'm saying? If your child decides to go a certain way, they're going to go a certain way. Another part of the conversation I just don't understand is when people say a single mother can't raise a successful black man or a successful man. This same notion, like him becoming a success or not, one, he has to determine what is success to him, and then he has to, you know what I'm saying, go chase that and accomplish that and achieve that. That has nothing to do with your parents. Like but in society, period, but especially in our culture, we love to shift accountability, shift responsibility, shift blame. Like, oh, I'm not successful because of my parents. And yes, your parents may have had some effect on your life, the way you present in the world. But if you want success, you have to go obtain and achieve success. Like that has nothing to do with the mother or the father. I mean, ideally, of course, everybody wants 2 parents in a household, but I just don't understand. I mean, I don't even see the logic behind
Two
blaming
well
the
parents, child. Two well parents, because Lord have
two
mercy.
two
I
two
ain't
well.
gonna sit
I
there
mean,
and lie.
and you know what? We focus on oh, a woman can't raise a man, blah blah blah, or whatever, instead of because I guess that comes from when a boy starts to become a man, he has his father to kind of guide them. But like we've talked about in this conversation, what if your father is a horrible person? My son's dad grew up with his father. His father is a horrible fucking person, and he taught those same traits to his son. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a superficial conversation to me because we don't focus on just teaching our children to be good people. Like, they have to be taught to be a certain type of man. If you teach them to be a good person, they're going to grow into a man eventually. Therefore, 1 + 1 = 2. And this is just my opinion. They're going to eventually be a good man. But like I also
I
said
agree.
before, there's societal things that go along with that too. You know what I'm saying? Once your child leaves your house, you know how they show up in the world, who they socialize with is going to determine what type of person. And unfortunately for us in our community, it's okay for black men and women just to not to be good people. Like we you know what I'm saying, we covet them, we take up for them, we excuse their bad behavior away, we blame it on the pale people, the system, the this, the that. Like at some point we need to, and I believe in placing shame on being just a horrible ass person, not having proper morals and ethics, and just being a good person. But I did have a question for Flacco. He was talking about his girl. One, I think it's absolutely foolish to believe that this girl is investing all this time and she's just gonna give it all up for you. Like, this is her backup plan. But what if she becomes a huge success in her field and starts making way more money than you, and you two, don't work out, and you were offered alimony? Would you take it? I don't know if he's still there, but I want to know if he would take alimony, since he's like prenup. She doesn't get anything. What if the roles were reversed? Would he take the money?
Oh wait, talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Would you take alimony?
Oh, here. So like me personally, if I was a beta male and who put my career or whatnot and on the back burner, you feel me, and was like sitting at home breastfeeding with the fucking bottle under my shirt type shit, you feel me? If I was like doing that, then I guess if I spent 20 years, I would take like what's needed for me to get back on my feet. I wouldn't be no fucking shark and try to take half of the business that she created and I had no role in.
So is it yes or no? You could just say yes or no.
No. Here, right? Because no man has an issue with a female being married and taking alimony, right? And taking alimony. So again, like taking alimony, of course, right? If you're married and you weren't working, take the alimony. I would take it too. But nobody should be trying to take half of shit that they ain't have no hand in.
So I want you guys to pay attention to this, because this is how I know what the hell Clark will be saying. His sentences are set up like the first half of that sentence is like fluff, BS, but then he says but. After that but, that's his real answer. So he said, everybody can do but no one should be taking half of what they feel. Yeah, so basically no.
Oh, so Flacco, there's one thing I wanted to add on to the other panels had said. If you want to be a leader, that's cool and that's fine, but you're gonna have to understand, you're gonna have to show up both ways, which is feminine and masculine. And you cannot go in a selfish, egoic way. So if you're gonna be leader, right, you're gonna have to understand, you're gonna need to have emotional intelligence. You're gonna have to understand when somebody's making a sacrifice or being committed to you 100%, and you have to go reciprocate that energy right back. You can't go halfway. You can't go 10%. You can't go 50%, because if she's gonna sacrifice her career, the least you could do is give her some of that money you have. If you love her enough.
Yeah, listen, bro, I agree with you. Some is definitely fair. Give her some of that money. Give her some. I agree. You feel me? Like we all agree. Some is cool.
No, but if you have children
half is diabolical. Half is evil. Half is just crazy.
Why is it evil?
Anybody thinking that they're entitled to taking half of something that somebody built from blood, sweat, and tears, right? I feel like you are either
but you wouldn't be able to build half of it. But hold up. But you wouldn't be able to continue that same building foundation legacy if that other person wasn't at the house. Like, let's just say she did work. Let's just say she was never home. Who would take care of your children?
Okay, perfect, right? Let's quantify her value then, right? Cool. So,
oh Lord,
let's quantify her value. Got you.
So look, no, look, right? So look, all right. So let's say like the average man.
Let's just be real. Just call it for what it is. I'm not going to do the roots or the branches. No. You misogynistic. Just say that.
No. Again, like I don't even understand what like that means, right? Because that word.
You hate women. You hate women. That's what I'm saying. You hate women.
No. I love women, right? But wait, right? But,
no, you hate women. You can fuck women, but you hate women.
I love women, right? Now, listen.
Let's
quantify and her value, right? Meaning, okay, so like the average man who's successful probably works about like 10 to 12 hours a day. Cool. So then that's another like 12 hours, right? So the average daycare is like what? $1,000 a week, right? So look. I give, let's say, like a stay-at-home nanny $1,500 a week to watch my kids for 12 hours. No, fuck that. No, sorry, $1,000 a week, right? To watch my kids for 12 hours a week. All right, cool. I hire a personal chef to like cook my meals for about what? Let's say what? $500 a week. All right, cool, right?
Yeah.
I pay a fucking prostitute to fuck me 3 times a week. What's that about?
Okay.
What? About
okay,
what?
so what's
You
okay?
mean-
So
week,
wait,
right?
wait. So
So
you say
at the
all
most
that to say
value-
what, Flacco?
Yeah, right. So look,
He already saying it.
So look, at the most, meaning right again, right? Meaning, look, if I built like a multi-million-dollar company from scratch, her cooking, cleaning, and fucking me at the very most can be quantified. If we're getting the top of the top, can be quantified to about like what $7,000 to $10,000 a month. So cool, get that $7,000 to $10,000. You feel me? Like per month. For what? Like the duration of what we were married for? Cool. You feel me?
Flacco, I just have a question for you. Well, not a question. It's more so a statement for one. A man could never quantify a woman's value for one reason and one reason only. Do you know that it doesn't matter how many commas are put behind the checks that you niggas earn from white men, nor how great of a luxury lifestyle you can give a woman? A woman has one thing that would trump every fucking contribution that you niggas could ever make to her life in any way. And do you know what that is, Flacco?
Let me guess, childbearing.
Not only childbearing, but she makes a choice every time she bears a child to actually sacrifice her actual fucking life to bring a child forth in the world. She actually puts her life on the actual line every time she brings forth a child into the world. And there is nothing that you niggas contribute that could ever trump putting your actual life essence on the line. Nothing.
Well, yes, there is, but like,
well, maybe aside from going to being a police officer or a firefighter or being in the military or something outside of that.
Or the average husband and who vows and promise her, yo, if there's ever a fucking intruder, don't lift a fucking finger.
Oh my God.
We're talking about the hypothetical.
Oh
we're
God,
talking about the reality that every woman who has ever conceived a child has literally put her life on the line. It's not a hypothetical. It's not an if, ands, or buts. It's not a one-off. It's not a if and a but, a possibility. It ain't none of that. A woman every time has done it again and again and again.
I mean, yeah.
You niggas could never.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say this. So Flacco, I'm convinced you're in a sunken place, but I'm gonna go back to single mothers. I have a lot of respect for them because they're able to understand that as a parent that you need to show up if the other parent is not there, you need to show up both masculine and feminine and do the best you can to provide for that child for them to have a better life. And I'm starting to believe that and anyone who says this shit is stupid as fuck. I'm completely like at this point convinced because any man that says like women are at the fault of because of them being single and them not trying to show up to the plate and at least try to understand, at least try to be there for your kid emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually. If you're not trying, you're trash. And I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit at all. And this is the reason why a lot of women ain't putting up with shit no more. I'm not to say I'm siding with women all the time, but I'm just saying for women, like being a single mother is not something they all choose. They don't choose that. Like I'm gonna keep it real. Like most women don't choose that.
Of course not.
Okay,
right?
so if we can agree that most women don't choose that, then why are we going with the notion that it's their fault?
No, right. Yes, right. And here's why it's their fault, right? Meaning this, like
no, it's not their fault.
No, look, right. So meaning this, right? Meaning this. Look, if I go to college, right, and I earn, like a psychology degree, right? Cool. It's not my choice to be in poverty, but if I choose a profession where I'm coming out of college making 35 to 40K per year, then you are to blame, right? So again, with the females, us as good men, we tell them, like these type of men right here, they're bad for you. You feel me? Like they lack ambition, right? They're ghetto, they're trash, and they're hyper masculine. But somehow, and females continue to pick these toxic men. So hence it's their fault. Sorry.
But do you know why? Because the CIA cannot vet, the FBI cannot vet, the psychology community cannot vet. So you're expecting a Black woman or any woman in general to be able to do something that even people who dedicated their whole lives to be able to deal with the understanding of somebody's mind is not able to do. But you want her to be out here able to vet. And when you're picking out the garbage dump, all you can pick is garbage. If you are not showing up as a responsible man, and this has been the culture that you don't have to be responsible, then there's nothing for her to choose from. Because everybody loves the Pookie and the Ray Rays narrative, but they also forget the college-educated men who are also doing the same thing.
Right.
And who are also spreading themselves around to other people communities where the men actually are looking at you and holding you accountable for not stepping up to your part as a man, by the way, going into their communities and making their women single mothers.
Flacco, what you're not understanding is it comes. Sorry, Purple Love. Flacco, what you're not.
No problem.
I thought you were gonna continue talking the finishing point, but Flacco, what you're not understanding is like it just comes down to envy and jealous. Like regardless of gender, like whatever the gender is, even if the woman is in control of the household and she's working and she's taking care of the kids and she's making sure everything's run, like that shit is hard. Like I don't wish that on nobody, but anyone who's capable of doing that, like that's a skill to have, like, because to show up all at like aspects of your child life and then you're also your life is really hard. And when I see men do that shit, it comes down to jealousy and envy. Like it's just jealousy because there's nothing that she's doing that you cannot do either. You can do it too, but you just feel like you can't do it because you feel like men should show up one way. And this should, and and this is why we should look at it from different perspectives, especially when it comes to like how like when it comes to raising kids. If you see a woman able to come both ways as a man, you should be like, damn, I think I'm able to do the same thing too. And you come from your mother and father, so that's biology right there. And I feel like some people, I think some men need to go back to biology because You come from your mother and father because
They never finished.
There's nothing confusing about that. So you have both energies. You're one of the other energies you're just not tapping into. You're just ignoring it because you feel like it's fucking evil unless it's not a good quality to have. But women are showing up in that aspect because they embrace that, and also probably because at a young age I can say that it's more nurturing to them than for men. But we should look at it as like an empowering thing, empowering thing as men to like see, like, you know, if she can able to be successful and also have run her house and make sure her kids as well and be physically, spiritually there for them and make sure that their needs is taken care of. Like that should be something that should uplift men to do better too. But I don't know. But
I'm gonna say this because this what tricks me up. A lot of times when a lot of men go to the talking point of, you know, we try to tell the women these are bad guys and yada yada. Like, I think a lot of y'all have like a false illusion of yourselves. If I'm gonna be honest, a lot of men benefit from women like having the benefit of the doubt or just quote unquote choosing the wrong men. Cause Flacco, no shade, you are also part of that group as well. What's your girlfriend's Instagram? Send me her Instagram. I'm gonna give her a lovely DM.
I'm not sending over my girl's IG to Reckless.
No, send it. Me and her gonna have a lovely talk.
No.
See, I feel like you all are being super charitable to him. I don't think there's a woman. I don't think she's real. Oh, you don't know her? She goes to a different school. I don't think this girl is real. Nobody is about to be a 7-year girlfriend pursuing a doctorate just so she could be a housewife. That sounds
Makes no
like
sense, right?
fiction. Sounds like a fairy tale.
Well, it depends upon. It depends. She might be a pick me or not. That's the thing. I don't know.
She might be, but I don't know if she's paying out of pocket, but to rack up student debt to go work in somebody's house. I don't know what you do, Flacco, but I know you don't have a doctorate, so it's looking like she'd be downgraded because you haven't even like explained what you're offering her besides a house to clean. So I don't understand what's in it for her to be with you if she exists, of course.
Because men are entitled and they're narcissistic. Even when he was explaining, everything said I. Hey, that's all he said throughout the whole time. He was supposed to be talking about what he gives to her, as in her. It was I.
And it makes no sense when he said, like,
she's in her divine feminine right now. I'm sorry, honey. Sure. She just gave him a whole read with a smile on her face.
Mm-hmm. She always do.
In her divine feminine energy.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it. I'm here for it.
Do you know someone that's actually anybody on stage other than Flacco and his imaginary girlfriend? Do you know anyone that's actively pursuing a doctorate like that? Like, it is hard. These people are devoting 19 hours a day to that degree. Like, they are sacrificing a huge chunk of their life. Like, that's why I say I just find it hard to believe that she's gonna go through all that. Like the young lady was saying, she's gonna go through all that time, blood, sweat, and tears to give it up to be a housewife. That doesn't even make sense.
Also, let's not forget, when you go for your PhD, if you're in a relationship, they want to speak to both of you because of how much of a commitment going for a doctorate is. Mm-hmm. That used to be a whole thing, especially if you were married. They wanted both of y'all to come in because of the toll going after a PhD takes on a relationship.
Yeah,
I don't think that's true. Like, I don't like either ask them to speak to everybody's like boyfriends or girlfriends. You feel me? Like, I don't think like that's a thing, right? But
notice the selective parent, because what did I say?
Yeah.
I said in committed relationships where you were married, they wanted to speak to both people because of the toll that it can potentially take. That used to be a thing.
And see what I think was
I don't have a PhD or a doctorate, so I can't, so again, I don't know.
But Flacco, and see, it sounds like to me too that you're chasing after you're trying to put yourself in positionality to cis hetero white men in a sense of like, okay, see, like the archetype that you're trying to stretch the reason why that works for white men, because they put themselves in a position to be in the top, and not just white men, Asian men, different forms of Hispanic. They put themselves in a position to where nationally and culturally, and not that I agree with patriarchy even from that aspect, but still they're already in a position within their community and nationally for this archetype to kind of play a role naturally. You're going to have a hard time being that if you are a black man, and being that black men did not put themselves, especially American black men, we did not have put ourselves in the position as the other men to compete with other men. And I think, and it really shows that we're the only men that group of men that have conversations about competition with our women, because most of our cis hetero men can't compete with other men. The only thing that's closest to them, and this is definitely no insult to say that women are not meant to be compete with when it comes to business and stuff like that, but according to their own patriarchy, it really shows you a big system of who's really paying dress up patriarchy and who's really Big Daddy. Because Big Daddy isn't around here talking about how his women are in competition with him and that prevents him from doing something. So I kind of think there just has to be just a pinch of a reality check here that needs to be said. You're not in a position as a black man to demand that, because generally you're not globally, like regardless of the nationality too, it ain't just black American men, you're not in that exact same position to where that archetype can fall into place for you. Because hell, if it wasn't even in place made by you, so why would it then work for you? You see what I'm saying? And I get that it works for you in a state of mind, but it's just like, nah, bro, you're not, regardless of how much money or high value as a black man consider yourself. If you'd also look at FBI data and stuff like that versus income and wealth, you will see that black and Americans were in the hundred millions, billions, while the other groups of people are in the trillions. Okay, so that's an indication that black men aren't in the same position globally, nationally to compete.
But you know what, the the analogy that he gave when he was speaking of single mothers kind of gave me insight on his thought process. And I'm not saying in any way that this is 100% accurate, Flacco, but you made an analogy that if you get a psychology degree, it's not your fault if you're living in poverty. Like I think that speaks to your mentality and your perspective on what can be accomplished in life. Because I feel like this, and not to say that it's not true, but if you have the wherewithal to obtain a psychology degree, I don't see why you would be living in poverty. You know what I'm saying? Because you already have, you have what it takes to achieve. That's also not an easy, degree to obtain. I can see if you would have said something like liberal arts or something, but psychology is another one of those degrees where you actually have to devote yourself to it. So I don't see many people go get those type of degrees and live in poverty unless they choose, they purposely choose to go into fields like public service where, it's everybody knows that you're just going to get paid less. And I don't agree with that, but you just get paid less in, public service type roles.
Yeah, right. I probably should have said like liberal arts, right, but again, right, like why? Okay, so and here's why, and I believe that like my girl is comfortable with, I guess, like you know allowing me to
Being a
do that,
slave.
right? No, right? Because bro, because one, I'm a God fearing man, right? You feel me, right? Whereas no, right? I'm extremely God fearing. Right. So that's one. Two, I'm a rational person. I'm reasonable. You feel me? Three, yo, bro, like I'm as understanding compassionate and empathetic as it gets, right? Meaning, bro, like we've never had a huge argument, right? Feel me? Right? Like it don't happen. Two, I'm loyal as loyal can be. Feel me? Like I've never cheated, right? And then lastly, yo, listen, man, like for my age, in terms of building a really successful business, pair that up with getting 6 figures, but the podcast like twice a week, right? Like I've gotten to a point where she feels comfortable, where it's like, yo, this, like this kid or this guy, has built something substantial for himself at 24 years old, right? That again, she's comfortable in saying, you know what? I'm gonna roll this dice and see if he's already
a damn fool.
No, right. If this guy, right, and who's already a top 10% earner, who is loyal, faithful to me, who is caring, empathetic, compassionate, God-fearing, if he's already this at 24 years old, let me roll the dice and see at 35, 10 years from now, you feel me?
You're gonna be divorced, stressed out, edges missing, stretch marks, and everything. That's that.
And to be honest, most women are not going to roll the dice with their life like that.
Wait, Flacco.
No.
Just
So I
aren't
agree
going to
with
do it.
Flacco. This is why I agree with Flacco. I think even in these spaces, because you know what, we like to throw a lot of things on men, but women go do the same thing that men do, especially in our culture. Black women, or just women in general, but I'm gonna speak for our community. We have a thing of we're kind of delusional in a sense too, right? Or and I don't know your relationship, but I can say this, that I feel like she may feel like she can change you and you can change her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and as a woman, we've all been there, especially with men. Like, he's nice, he's sweet, he treats me right. You know what I'm saying? Like, over time, maybe he could change, or I can change, or we can work this thing out. And I don't know how, because I don't know y'all. I don't know how realistic y'all conversations are with one another. Like, if she's realistically saying, dude, I am putting in 18 hours a day for 7 years, or even, and I wonder if she's even being realistic with herself. Like, maybe she is telling you that, yeah, once we get married, I can give this all up. But really, would she really be okay with that once, like that shit is in front of her face?
Hell no.
She has to do it. Like, are y'all having real ass conversations with one another? Be like, hey, can you sure you can do this? Because you're putting in a lot of time in this profession for you to just walk away with it. You know what I'm saying? Walk away from it. I feel like men and women, we both, I don't know. It's like we'll ignore red flags and not have, strict, honest ass conversations with our partners and with ourselves.
Okay, Poetic Flacco. You just proved my point of you have this false illusion of yourself. You really do.
What? I'm not God-fearing. I'm not compassionate.
Wait, Flacco, let me Flacco, I think what you're not understanding is like the people, us on the panel, when you're saying things, like we can hear from your voice that you're being disingenuous. Like I don't even have to see you. I just can, like, from your tone of your voice, I can tell you're not being genuine. And it's okay. Look, it's okay if the things you say you're not capable of doing. It's fine. Like, we all can work on things, like, but don't sit here and just gaslight us and act like we're like you kind of talk in circles a lot.
You trying to piss on me and tell me it's raining, basically.
But
like you trying to.
I've been God-fearing, but like you guys, right?
About that God. Okay, you didn't.
Y'all know this trigger up. Got the IG.
I'm not gonna know. I'm not going to go Phoenix. I'm not about to go Phoenix. Okay. Let me just go down the list. I promise you. This is whom I will not speak of. So when you say God-fearing, which God are you talking about?
The
Bible. Sure. No, look, right. So I believe there's like if there's only one God. So I guess I don't know.
So which ideal of which God of one God, if there's only one God, surely you're able to tell me about what's the God's name? Where did you hear? You know, like
Sure.
which, yeah, you know, we've been here.
Jehovah is his name, right?
Yeah, God, the Bible.
Okay, so you subscribe to an Abrahamic belief.
Again.
Right? Oh, okay. I just want, at least, no, I just don't know. I just want to make sure that, so when you say God fearing according to, so doesn't it say in your 1611 King James Bible, Septuagint and Tanakh, that where Jehovah or Yahweh gave dominion over the beasts in field, and that also did include Eve, his wife, correct?
The Bible said that, yes.
Okay, so when you say God fearing, you have a fear of that God, and then according to that spiritual system, that she is supposed to also reference the fear of God within her husband and her leader. Is that also correct?
According to like the Bible, yes.
Okay, that's all. I just want to thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to be quiet now.
But you know,
so
I see where Flacco coming from, because I can't say that I don't have family members or homeboys that I personally love them to death because of the way they treat me, that don't think the fucking way that he thinks. You know what I'm saying? And I have these conversations with them and we argue back and forth or whatever, but that doesn't that doesn't mean that they're not a good person to me. They may not be a good person to other people, but it's just kind of like shit. And honestly, like I didn't start having these type of conversations until I got older. Like one of my favorite people in the world, like we went through basic training together. We've been to duty stations together. We went to war together. Amazing guy. And I knew him for years before we started having these type of conversations. And I was like, dude, you're a real Mac asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still love him to death. He gonna show up for me before my own family gonna show up for me. But he thinks like Flacco thinks in a lot of situations. And we had these conversations back and forth.
And that's dangerous. I'm gonna tell you the reason why that's dangerous, because when they are in the home, they pass the same thinking to their children. Let's not forget Marquez, some other people was on the panel, and Marquez let it be known that a lot of his thinking, King Patriarchy, he gets it from his father in the minute of his life.
Oh yeah, and I
that's
agree
dangerous.
with that. I think the only thing, that's gonna save Domino's kids is that his wife. And I really try to stay out of matters of the heart. His wife is a feminist, and they've been together since, like I said, since we was kids, since basic training. She's like a feminist, and he's the way he is. So maybe that'll save his sons. But yeah, his sons ultimately are gonna, and he's a really good dad, so they're gonna look up to him. And I see the way they look up to him. They praise him. So he's going to pass down his teachings to his sons. I already know it.
Yeah. I have a question, Flacco. So what's
up?
Nose jump? I'm gonna ask no jumper. What's you guys' issues with feminism?
No. Again, right? And by the very definition, right, which I believe is disingenuous, right? When females like say they're feminists, by that very definition,
you this female word,
right? No, by that very definition, cool, right? You feel me? Like we can all claim feminism at some point. However, right? I don't believe that they are the true feminists. I believe that men like myself who strive for equality across the board, that we could be described as the real feminists, right? Because think about this shit, right?
So now you're trying to take the contributions of women, even the women issues. Okay, got you.
No, right? So at some point, females started behind the 8 ball. They were at a very disadvantageous position, and they had to fight for rights, right? But at a certain point, the pendulum of equality was dead smack in the middle, and the quote-unquote feminists today, who I believe are masquerading, they're now right. And they right now are not fighting for equality no more because the pendulum was already dead center and in the middle, and they're now pushing.
Are you sure?
Wait, right? So now they're now pushing for privilege,
No,
which I believe is.
But Flacco. Okay, so we got two things to address. We got more than that to address, but I'm only going to address
We're equal right now, right?
Okay, so first things first. Flacco. Now you did mention and say that the real feminists are men like yourself, males like yourself, and all those other things. That's like saying the black movement was really Caucasian people. Like,
no, I'm saying 2022.
No, but how are you going to take the contributions of female, aka in your language, or women, cisgender women, and think that you could just be like, no, they're not the true feminists. Us as men, us as males, we're the true feminists.
Is that society is going to
how can you do that?
Look, right. So look. I'm sure that like there were female feminists or real feminists that existed in probably 1848, like during Seneca Falls, maybe, right? Cool. But like I just believe, bro, again, there are females who are still dedicated to equality, but y'all call them mammies, right? So So there was a time where we weren't equal, and there was fighting needed to make sure that females got the rights that they deserve, their birthrights. However, we began equal at some point. That pendulum was dead smack, and then females began to push. And then once you begin to push for privilege, you're now an oppressor, and an oppressor can never be a feminist.
Wait, so then if that's the case, men should never be feminists then, if that's the case, because y'all are still oppressors.
Some men, yeah.
No, you are too, because you also adopt the same ideology that oppresses women, aka Christianity, aka your conservative views, aka your whole existence is the manifestation of oppression. So what are you talking? Like, okay, whatever. Flacco. Now you did say later on,
Democrats were the ones who were anti-black women voting, right?
You said what?
But weren't Democrats the one who were anti-black women voting?
You said anti-black women voting?
Yeah, because again, when people say right that being a conservative,
no,
you feel me, right? Or sorry,
no. Well, no, but let's be clear. Wait, hold on, Flacco. Let's be clear. You're also the same person that literally was up here 2.5 seconds ago, and y'all know I don't forget anything. That was pushing white pale supremacist talking points, conservative talking points, and so that's the whole stance you're trying to take. You might as well leave it alone, because I will run the tapes back. You might not want to go down that road. Now,
I'm a conscious brother, though.
Huh?
I'm a conscious brother, though, right?
No, you're not.
Everyone, well, here's the thing. When I hear people say that, everybody's fucking conscious. Are you subconscious conscious? Yes, people are conscious. Like that's some type of deep thing. Everybody's conscious. When you get behind that motherfucking wheel, you're conscious. The way that you edit when you speak, when you're at work or doing business is different because you're conscious. Are you subconscious conscious? You know, that whole woke fake ass movement, you know, pseudo shit. Like just because you say you conscious, bruh. No, you don't. You're not subconscious conscious. And by you telling me you're conscious, that lets me know you are definitely pro-black man, because the men of that Kemet penis worshiping culture over there is so male identified. So yes, when you say conscious, I'm just gonna point out that
Hotep,
my nigga, that doesn't really take that much depth in thought. You're not subconscious to your consciousness. So it's not kudos for just being conscious.
Can I say what he's conscious about? He's conscious about holding back this woman. If I am to accept that she exists, he's absolutely holding her back. If he's a podcaster, we know that this has recently become popular. The height of COVID made podcasters, YouTubers very, very popular. We don't know how long this wave is going to exist, but we do know that pharmaceutical engineers, especially with the doctorate, come into the industry at like $125,000. So she has guaranteed money with benefits. You have a job that could be gone tomorrow. You could be demonetized. You could lose everything right now with no word. The big pharma company, the pharmaceutical industry is huge. It's privatized. It's making way money than it's supposed to, getting over on people. But there's a guaranteed job every single year. There's only, more openings coming. I don't understand why on God's green earth she would ever decide to forego a sure thing with benefits, something she's worked very hard for, to sit in your studio and watch you talk about what you're talking about. That's why it's hard for me to actually accept this as truth, because it's not, the math isn't mathing for me. But if this is all real and this is not part of the matrix, then you are consciously holding this woman back. She could be doing a lot better. She could be doing more with her time. And that's inconsiderate of you. So that's something you need to be conscious about.
But you said, right, 125K per year, cool, right? Now, if I can provide her a lifestyle, right?
Oh my God, Jesus.
That far exceeds her making 125K a year after taxes, like what?
Flacco.
70,000?
Flacco. I need for you to understand this.
Sure.
Maybe we need to switch the roles. So, do you have any children by any chance?
No.
Okay. So let's just say you have a son, right?
Yeah.
And you're teaching your son, you're, being there for your son, being a father to your son. And then it's around high school and they're about to graduate. Would you tell your son to A, follow their dreams, dream big, don't let anybody hold you back? Or would you tell your son, you can go to school, but once you find a wife, make sure all of your dreams are put on the back burner? Or you should go to school just to find a wife. Like, which one would you tell your son?
I would tell my son because so one.
Nah, because
look,
you're going to hold tangent. Right? The first response or the second response?
What? It's to find a wife or don't find a wife and chase your dreams? Are those the two?
The first response, God damn it, bitch. The first response is go to school, go find what your passion is, live big, go after your dreams.
Sure.
The second response is you can go to school, but once you find a wife, all of your dreams are going to be on the back burner. It's going to be second place.
Yeah.
Which one would you tell your son?
Well, I don't think that's true though, right? Because I would tell my son.
First one or the second one?
Wait, right? Go chase your dream, establish yourself first, because that's where your value comes in, right? Is how much you can provide and protect for.
Okay. So once he goes after his dreams, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna tell your son to put all of his dreams and his hard work on the back burner? Yes or no?
I would definitely say, listen, like, build up your dream, and then once you are once you are established, your duty to mankind and like fucking humanity is to get married, have kids, and raise and produce people who can go out, and be productive, right? Feel me? And carry forward in your legacy.
I did not ask any of that, sir.
And his duty is to be married.
Like, I asked you a direct question. You're deflecting. I asked you, would you tell your son after he gets his dreams, would he put his dreams on the back burner? Yes or no? Like once he gets a wife, would he put his dreams on the back burner?
Do he
yes or no?
Reckless, I think you should ask him how he would feel about his daughter.
No. I'm asking for a reason.
The question is right. If he puts his dreams on the back burner, do he just stop earning money now? Like,
Flacco, is option 1 or option 2? There's nothing else to it.
I'm trying to understand though.
There's nothing to understand. It's just 1 or 2. And you know what? Do you know what your option would be? Your option would probably be 1.
No,
it would be option 1.
They do. Oh, you know what? No. You're right. the passion and the dream does make him money, a lot of money.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Then definitely don't stop being valuable.
Okay, so if that's the case,
valuable and have a wife.
Okay, no, okay, yeah, okay, perfect. If that's the case, then why the flying fuck are you expecting your wife, another human being, to literally go to school, go after their dream, have a degree, and also have the possibility of making a lot of money than for them to put their dreams on the back burner?
But Reckless, this is why I said you should ask him how he would feel about his daughter, because
no. I'm aware of his thinking and his process, but I need for him to catch up.
Look, Russell, look. Her value, listen, and her value does not come from how educated she is, nor how much money she makes, right?
Meaning but here's the thing. I'm gonna
I would marry her
because you kind of took me there. I was hoping I wasn't gonna have to do this, but let's do this.
Okay.
The 10 major causes of failure in leadership. This is from Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. So let's just get straight into it, y'all. Okay, let me find this girl. Because this is gonna irk my spirit. The fear of competition of followers. Let's read. The leader who fears the one of his followers may take his position and practically sure to realize that fear sooner or later. The able leader trains understudies to whom he may delegate at will any of the details of his position. Only in this way may a leader multiply himself and prepare himself to be at many places and give attention to many things at one time. It is an eternal truth that men receive more pay for their ability to get others to perform than they could possibly earn by their own efforts. An efficient leader may, through his knowledge of his job and the magnetism of his personality, greatly increase the efficiency of others and induce them to render more service and better service than they could render without his aid. Now, I say all of that to say this. This goes into the conversation where men have an issue with women making more money, being quote unquote competition, getting degrees, all of these things. So my question to you as a leader, what if you are the leader of a said tribe, if you look through the lens of a patriarchy, if you are the leader of a said tribe or said family, etc., which would be the women and children, why would you not want your tribe to be the best that they can be? Why would you, as the leader, want your tribe to be not at their fullest potential? Why would you, as the leader, not want your woman to have credentials that amplifies her own value, which increases the value of your said tribe? Why would you not want that?
Sure. So I think where the issue comes in is you believe that credentials or a career equals capabilities, right? Meaning no, listen, right? She can be look, she can be real resourceful and still helpful, right, to this quote unquote tribe by helping being a nurturer, the best mother she can be.
Wait, I have to stop you. Y'all really do act like women don't have jobs and still are mothers. Where are you guys getting that damn notion from? Oh, never mind. I understand that notion because a lot of times you guys like to pick either we're gonna provide or we're gonna be fathers. Because a lot of times you guys provide.
I don't feel
because a lot of times you guys provide, but emotionally you're timed out.
I don't feel like most women want to be a full-time mother and still have to go to a freaking 9-to-5 job and answer to a boss.
Sorry, do you want to be a full-time father? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
Reckless, this is why I keep trying to pull you back from this conversation. The value you see in women is not the value he sees in women. He thinks that, him, you was talking about, he keeps saying degrees and stuff that's not where a woman's value is to them. Like that's that whole Kevin Samuels philosophy is like your value is at home with the kids cooking. So he feels that if she's doing that, he is allowing her to be her best and reach her fullest potential.
And that's the language within itself that's pissing me off. The allow. And that's what like it's the allow. Like first and foremost, this is a grown ass motherfucking adult. You don't allow anybody to do a goddamn thing. Like what? That's narcissistic and entitled as AF.
Well, because also too, though, remember that, like some questions. According to the God of Jehovah, women was designed to be what? What's the term, Flacco? I know the term. I just want to see what type
of rib, right?
Not the rib, but
helpmates. Wasn't it helpmates?
Yep, you're right. I wanted him to answer it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me shut up.
Yeah, I wanted him to answer. But yeah, so like just that has a lot to do with his ideology because there is no separation of church and state anywhere. There's freedom of religion. It's not freedom from religion. People seem to confuse that very often. There is no, especially when you deal with Helios Biblos text, there is no separation of your government, social, and gender constructs from the Bible. That's why I tell people, it's not just your belief. It's not you praying and going to church. No, it's the way that you institute legislation. It's the way that you do commerce based off of this and of those principles. So he, by his own spiritual system and psychology, it's going to come out that's why he thinks a woman is a helpmeet. He thinks that the creator, which is a he, him, and his, that's the only reason why he fuck with Jehovah. He can vicariously feel like he's living through the will of God, and he sees his woman as being part of his will, as being the helpmate, the side item, the secondary. So there, regardless of how a person presents that, and then I also want to talk to the whole financial, see, because in one breath he's saying that, degrees and certificates don't matter, but at the same time, materialism, well, what type of lifestyle I can give her? Well, you have to be able to move commerce and fiat and money and resources to do that. So it's not fair to try to act as if men don't have certificates and degrees to do the various skills and jobs that they do in order to gain and have access to the skill and wealth that they do. So it's impossible. So and also that's the part too that gets me. I'm not triggered, y'all. I'm just just talking on this point, is that he's not able to even do the commerce or biblical or move in how a man patriarchy is supposed to in the Bible. Because if that was the case, then it's so ironic that these men have a patriarchal father type of religion and lack the most fatherhood and presence within their own. But that's part of the reason why the white man gave them Sky Daddy, because they knew that your daddy would not be there.
Period. And also too, Flacco, it also says in your good book as well that all of our melanated ass need to be slaves. So should we go back to slavery? And then remember, we must respect the hierarchy.
Here, right. So two things. So one, and those were very different times, and I do believe that. Like,
okay. I'm glad you said that. It's much more different times now when it comes to women being in the damn kitchen, cooking and cleaning solely.
Yeah, right. And then two, bro, like a bunch of us, like quote unquote, like God-fearing niggas, and who are really like God-fearing, like we are God-fearing like through Christ, right? Like through God.
That don't mean anything.
Wait, right? Yo, like we have personal relationships with God, and that dictates how we move, right? So certain texts being translated into this and this and this.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is it your God a man or woman? Answer the question, yes or no.
You gonna say man.
If my God is a man or woman?
Yeah.
He's neither. Or sorry, they're neither.
He trolling. Okay. Anyway, CTV.
Yep.
Anything you want to say to that? Because I'm
I really love the Christian text because Jesus being male and invoking God just goes to show who needed God more than any goddamn body else, which was male. So it's funny how the Christian text had to do with ultimately teaching men how to submit, how to be compassionate, how to be empathetic, how to be sacrificial, how to be disciplined, because niggas needed it more than women did. Men needed those lessons from up above. That's why Christ came and personified itself through male, and he ultimately had men follow us because it was men who needed to follow. So I think that need to be the biggest takeaway. So Flacco,
wait.
Also conscious they need to be, and they know that men, they also needed Jesus because they know they're going to be the ones to do the most degenerate stuff to everybody, and they need somebody to forgive them. Surely they're going to need someone.
Aren't y'all Christian too?
No.
TTV Christian, right? Yeah, of course.
No.
Like,
I am.
Yeah, come on.
Also, let's not forget
but that's not the point.
Passage also said that men were supposed to submit to their wives as well. It wasn't a one-way street.
Yeah, two-way street.
But everybody loves to forget that part where the men were encouraged to submit to their wives and were even told that your body is not even your own, that your body belongs to your partner.
I have a question for Flacco. So at some point, because I can agree with you that women don't want to just always work and have to work and take care of the house and this, that, and the third. But I think all women, because all humans at some point want to feel a sense of accomplishment. Like motherhood isn't all we have to offer. You know what I'm saying? Taking care of our man isn't all we have to offer. So what if your girl, after the kids are raised, like you got your career going, she's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? I did my part in the house. I have this doctorate. I'm going, be a doctor, or, I want to start my career now. Would you stop her?
Or my kid's already like grown, right?
Yeah, she did everything you wanted her to do. She raised the kids, stayed at home, helped you with your career, and now she's just at home by herself. Now she's like, okay, I sacrificed for y'all. It's my turn. Would you support her?
Yeah. Listen, right? So look, once she has raised my kids to be productive citizens,
oh Lord Jesus,
and to leave and contribute, if she now like wants to like add more burdens and on her life and get a hobby and work at a hospital, cool, you feel me? Like do that as a hobby.
Burdens, oh my God, and it's a hobby.
As long as that don't like take away from your homely duties.
She raised, hold on, let me, my pronouns and adjectives and verbs. She raised y'all kids. See, like I have, that makes my head hurt coming from a single father. Like, yeah, like that hurts that hurts a bitch trachea. Like, I mean, I don't like when you say that, like she raised our kids. See, that's what I'm saying, at least, but and this is why I said, and this is why I said when I said on that last rant about Jesus being like dusty in the same black man, because only a nigga would leave and not be with his kids and not be there for his children for 2,000 years and expect them to be in slavery, and then all of a sudden when you come back it's supposed to be okay. Like, see, that's a problem for me. That's why, I mean, I know my friends on here are Christians, but that's why that belief bothers me the most, because it allows you to keep being willing that you need forgiveness from other people. You can do terrible things, and regardless of you're forgiven or you redemption or you pay reparations or not, you can pray at night and have solace that your sky daddy is going to forgive you. This is what's wrong with these men. They need Jesus. I tell you, men need Jesus more than women because they know they gonna do the most fuck shit, and they needed to create it a male identified deity to convince themselves that they're not as fucked up as they are.
Flacco, Flacco, let me tell you something. The thing that you're not realizing, and I think like from like this conversation, is that when we're talking about how like like relationship as a whole and how like men should show up, I think we're not seeing as a society as a whole, like it really has also failed men in a way, because it's not requiring us to take accountability for our own actions, and we're also blaming everyone outside of us. And this is why for me, I don't subscribe to religion as a whole, because for me, when I'm seeing, not just for me, but like when I'm seeing other, I'm not saying why I don't subscribe. Well, I'm gonna say this as a whole, where I see people who use God fearing or they add God into the conversation, they always use him as an excuse for what they did, or they always blame the devil for what they do, or then they're always blaming somebody, but they're never taking accountability. And if you want to be in a relationship, you're gonna have to take accountability. You're gonna have to have self-awareness to your own thing, the things that you do. And that's in any situation, you're gonna have to take accountability. So you can't call yourself a leader if you're not going to take accountability. You cannot be a leader if you have no type of self-awareness. You cannot be a leader if you have no emotional intelligence. And all of that is feminine trait. So if you're denying your femininity, you cannot be a leader. That's just plain and simple. It's just plain and simple.
I don't think that accountability is exclusive to femininity.
No, what I'm saying is as a whole, because you know why I say this as a more on the feminine side, because you actually understand that you're more so like when it comes to a situation and you do wrong, you're able to understand and check yourself and say, you know what, and humble yourself enough to say, you know what, I did something wrong. The least I could do is correct my mistakes, or fix the problem in that situation. The problem with our society today, and this is why I don't fuck with society, and it's going to continue to go downhill, it doesn't promote people to do self-actualizing work, like the inner work, and realize that most of your problems, most of the situations that you're in is because of how you think. And it's how you handle things, is how, if you take accountability, is who you surround yourself with, is also what type of belief that you subscribe to. Does that belief?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Repeat that last one you said. Surrounded who?
Who are you surrounded by?
Flacco. Ding, 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 ding.
Who are you surrounded by? Because like this is also one thing. As a leader, if you say you're a leader, you cannot surround yourself with people who's always blaming others. You cannot do that. As a leader, you're gonna have to understand there's certain people you cannot align yourself with. That's the truth. That's why most leaders, when it comes to like power and position, most times they're not surrounding with people who don't really take accountability, and also who's always blaming everyone else for their problems. They're not doing that. Like, if you see a lot of successful people, they're always going to tell you they're always taking accountability for any failure that happens in any situation. They're not blaming their followers. They're not blaming the people who are under their wings. They're not blaming them. They're blaming themselves because they understand all that failure was because of them not structuring or organizing who's under them for things to function right. Like, and what you need to do is realize that your talking points is sending red flags to anyone who's watching. Your future wife, your present wife, or your present is sending red flags. Like, you're not realizing the things that you're saying is sending red flags. And these people, and these so-called influencers that we have, these male influencers that we have on these platforms, one thing I know they have all in common, like Conscious said, they're all in a sunken place.
But Derek, right?
I just don't think that why you haven't married her yet. Like, you all been together for 7 years. You see her busting her tail to get the doctorate. Why haven't you said, you know what?
7 years, I said, right.
Oh, how long have y'all been together?
Since our sophomore year of school. So this is, I think, like going on 4 now.
Have you fornicated?
Oh, here, right. So so again, so like prior to her, I was weak at some point. You feel me? And I deviated from my faith. But like once I got back to my faith, I personally right now don't believe that being promiscuous and having sex before marriage is the way to go. So I'm not having sex until marriage. She's a Jehovah Witness, so she can't have sex before marriage either.
Oh, that's Mammy Land. She up in Mammy Land. Girl.
Wait, right. Responding back to Derek, right? So it's probably a red flag to certain people, right? But if you poll 1,000 women, especially females like Dalia, right? Who again,
she's gonna let me say this. The things that you're saying right now, you're gonna make her run. She's not gonna walk, she's not going to jog, she's just going to run. Like she's gonna run away because she could just hear. She could just sit with you for 5 minutes and she already know like where you at, like mentally. Like she doesn't need to even ask you how much you make. Just you mentally talk. Like, and that's the problem with us men. We are very disconnected to what we be thinking and what we be saying. We're not really like we're not really like digesting what we're saying and how other people are digesting that. Not to say that you can't say what you want to say, but there's things that when you say certain things, it alludes to one thing. Like it's like, oh, okay, so this is how he views this and this and that. Okay, let me take my shit and go. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is like the things that you say is coming off very misogynistic. It's like you don't, and the problem is, I feel like you don't see women like you don't see women humanely. Like you don't see women as humans because when you're talking about women, you see them more as an object. You see them more as like a maid, somebody who's just there to take care of your kids. There's no emotional like connection with that person that you're in a relationship with. And I think this is why I don't like our society is because they don't really show women and men. And when it comes to like, even when it comes to friendship wise, like even if y'all friends, they always say like, you can't be women with friends. You can't have women friends. You can't have men friends. The problem is because we're not socialized to be friends in general. Like, because we're always telling women, oh, you only can play with this type of toys and this, and you only can do this. And we're only telling men we can do this and we can do that. So when it comes to, that's why I'm like, how do you expect men and women to become in a relationship when y'all don't socialize them to be even friends in general? So
I say that all the time.
That's real, bro. That's real.
All the time. Like when the adults see a boy and a girl playing, they break that shit up.
Yeah, like, oh, this is too sexual. You need to go play with the girls. Like it's like there's
something sexual. Yep.
And that's what I be saying, and I'm so glad, and that I've said this over and over again. That just be proving my point that heteronormative people, y'all are the ones who impose sex on children before there was ever any LGBTQ agenda, before there was any that right there. Because I've heard that. You see a boy and a girl playing together, and you start saying, oh, that's his girlfriend. Oh, he's cute. That's going to be a lady killer. You don't see nobody saying when you see two boys, oh, they cute. They're going to be boyfriends. They're going to be lovers. So you see what I'm saying? It's just, I just wanted to point that out. That's too sexual. They have not went through puberty yet. They're not thinking about sex. So I just want to point that out. This just once again proves that it's y'all heteronormative people who have been imposing sex and sexuality on children.
Oh yeah, I can agree. And another thing that happens when adults, and not all adults, but when adults see a young boy and young girl playing together, is they don't want them to rub off on each other and break those societal standards. Like, oh, I don't want the boy to hang around girls too much because I don't want him to start acting like a girl, whatever that means. I don't want her to start acting like a boy, whatever that means. So yeah, I mean, it's all conditioning, and it's not just America. it's a societal conditioning. Like just being all over the world, like America, we have our own culture, but I just living and actually, like being a part of other cultures, I got to see that, oh shit, it's not just America, this the world. Like I lived in Korea, I lived in Europe, and it was just like you see some of the same things. Now I will say Europe is a little bit more liberal when it comes to a lot of things, but you still see those, societal standards forming, and when people see like, oh, it's leaning a little bit too much to the left or right, people try to break it.
Yeah, here, man. Like, I just personally feel like if you ask 1,000 women, would you rather be at home and do your hobbies, cook, clean, and submit to your husband for a life and live a comfortable life? I feel like those women, especially mothers, will probably choose being stay at home opposed to going out and in the workforce and working, right? So I think that a lot of women will probably see that as a green flag.
Yeah, and
No, I
Flacco,
think
I agree with you. I totally
I
agree. But here's
don't.
the part that you're missing. That yes, women would prefer
To
to,
a certain
you know
degree,
what I'm
some of them
saying?
will. Some of them
What's
do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
what's that?
No, I was agreeing with you, see, Woody. Yeah, because
Yeah,
some
they
the
will
thing.
prefer
Yeah.
to, invest their time and emotions into their child and stuff. But the thing is, that's the only way y'all see us. Like we're not human beings. Like IG was saying, like we're only your helpmate. We still have aspirations and goals, and we still have emotions that fluctuate. Like sometimes I love being a mom. Sometimes the shit get on my damn nerves. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, I guess I might have to be good, get into my Cynthia G bag in a sense, but not really. But really, I think y'all as well. No, I don't believe that. I do not believe women will actually rather prefer be moms and sit at home and da 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 da. I think that's the thing. We keep perpetuating this narrative. That's why these niggas keep thinking this shit. No, if because if that's the case, bitch, then you need to stay your ass home and also be your dad as well too. Don't just assume that since it's her God right duty to be a mother, that just makes that you're not going to be present, and that's just not. Oh shit.
Yeah, and that that's the point I was trying to get to him to understand. It's like, yes, we are people, we have emotions. Like emotions aren't constant, they fluctuate. So some days, like I love my job, like I love being in tech, and some days I'm like, man, I'm about to quit this job and just stay home for a little bit, and then I'll go in 2 days later and be like, man, I love this shit, I could never stay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's complexities in human beings, period. And a lot of men don't see women as human beings. Y'all just naturally think that, oh, we want
Property.
to be mothers. Like all women don't want to be mothers. Like we want to be somebody's wife. Everybody doesn't want to be somebody's wife. There's lesbian people in the world. Like there's different type of people in the world. Like women aren't all the same, just like men aren't all the
Yeah,
same.
So
a lot of the
Flacco.
problem seems
Oh,
to
my
be
fault.
that no problem. A lot of the
Man,
problem seems to be that people think are treating women like we're monolithic. We are not.
Right.
There are women who loves to death being mothers. Like myself, I enjoyed being a mother, but I also had the ability to be a mother without having to deal with some rando dude being a pain in my hind parts. My situation was not the norm. My daughter, my daughter is like, yo, there are times where I just want to be outside the household working so I can just breathe for a minute. Work
Yep.
really is dependent on the perspective of the woman. Some women absolutely love working and they'll do it till they drop dead. Like my sister. My sister is a person who will work until she falls out. There's other women that's like, nah, I need like to be imbalanced. And then there are some you can go from one extreme to another, like Conscious TV often says. If the pendulum swings one way real hard, it's going to equally swing back the other way just as hard.
Just as hard. Yep. Yeah, because I'm so serious. Like I really love being a mother, but I love my career. So I'm luckily for me, I have a career where I can be both when I want to be. You know what I'm saying? Like I can stay home for a couple of months, or I can take off when I want to and just go spend time with my son. I take my son to school sometime. Like, I leave early. I attend every event he has. Like, so I have that balance where, like, I can work real hard, but then when I just kind of want to devote more of my time to my child, like, that's what I do too. Because I'm doing okay in life. So I tried having a moment where I didn't work. I just stayed at home. That shit drove me crazy. I was like, I got to get up and do something. So I figured out I'm not the stay-at-home mom, but I'm also not, I'm a workaholic, but not to the point where I'm going to sacrifice my time with my child. And I think men like Flacco don't understand that women are complex people, just like men are complex people, because we're human beings, just like men are human beings. Like, we're not a monolith. You can't just say, you know, just because that may apply to your girlfriend, Flacco, I still don't believe that shit. That don't mean that's how all women view it. And that's why I just kind of think we have to find a partner that, you know, I don't really like that term equally yoked. Well, I guess I don't mind it. Like, find someone that's equally yoked that could understand, like, you know, man, I'm really not the stay-at-home type. I really like to work. I like both. Like, you just have to find a person that can allow
But I
you
get
to
hobbies,
be a human being.
Right? Like here. So look, like, it don't have to be like slavery, right? You know, like, for example, right? But like my job as the guy, right, is to say, yo, like, I should, okay, so like, is like, my family should be in a position to where, yo, like, if my wife like needs a week off, like, due to mental health, all right, cool, right? We can afford a nanny to come in and, you feel me, and take over, right? Yo, listen, like, she should have hobbies, a quote unquote friend group, right? Like, she should also have a life. But what I'm saying is, like,
bitch,
weird, right? Like, this like Western world has kind of like brainwashed our women into being overly ambitious.
Overly ambitious, like why?
Flacco, you're literally missing the whole point the panel has been telling you. Like, you literally with that shit went over your head. Like, what you're not understanding,
taking care of you and providing care.
You are a grown ass adult. She is a grown ass adult. Who the hell? Like, Flacco.
It's a little bit of running defense.
Right?
But
my question is, right?
Well, I lived in Abu Dhabi for a little bit, and I noticed the women there typically are first, second, third wives. But the difference between their society and ours is that there's an understanding long before that, like, these are arranged marriages. So these people grow up knowing they're going to be betrothed to somebody at some point, and they know what their roles are. The fathers, the men, are also in a position where they know for a fact they can provide for every household that they create. That's why all their wives live in a compound together. There's generational wealth in their families to sustain multiple people. So those women are comfortable. Those that choose, that follow their faith, that choose to become wives in that manner, do not see themselves as slaves. So maybe you need to join Passport Bros and like go overseas. I don't know. But specifically in America, we don't have the luxury, us American women don't have the luxury of being able to depend on men indefinitely, because there's no historical framework that shows that our men are dependable and that can provide for us without a second income. So we can't relate to that. I understand what you're saying, and it works in other societies and cultures, but not over here.
Thank you.
It's kind of weird to me, Flacco, that you would choose to be with someone that's going after a doctorate. It's plenty women out there that exude that stay-at-home mom sense of self, but this is somebody that's working towards a major goal in her life. So if you're looking for a stay-at-home mom type, it seemed like you went in the opposite extreme.
But I'm still, I'm confused. I'm gonna tell you the reason. I'm confused. Why are you going after somebody that has to fully depend on you? That's my question.
No, right? So again, like, as men, like, we don't care. All we want, man, is somebody who
has a vagina. Yes, we know.
No, right? Is gorgeous, and who can, and again, and who can satisfy us sexually, and
okay. So essentially, you want cum dumps. Is that what you want?
No, right? So she can satisfy, right?
Because you guys don't put
value in dolls.
No, right, but she's also able to raise my kids into being
Bitch, those are your kids too, sir. Those are your kids too, sir.
Help raise my kids into being productive citizens, right?
Bitch,
But right, we don't like care about degrees, none of that, right? So again, I didn't choose her because of her degree. Like,
but he told the truth the first time when he said to raise his kids, and then they wonder why these same children.
And this is the reason why I'm gonna continue to stay on this. So a woman who actually has a job as well, in addition to yours, cannot be a mother.
She can probably be one in some capacity, right? But like
capacity. So okay, so how can you as a father?
Here's why, right?
Wait, but how can you as a father have a job or career and still be able to be a father? How is that possible?
Yeah, right, sure. So again, like my job is to provide discipline, is to make sure that I am raising structured kids, and then also provide and protect them, right? If my wife is also working, then that means at some point my kids will have to go to either, let's say, like daycare, right? To where they're being raised, they're being given somebody else's principles are being instilled into them, right? So
how do you equate?
Sure.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Essentially, wait, right?
Some of Black Jesus
wait, right? Essentially, somebody else is instilling their own principles and morals into my kids for 6 hours a day, while me and my wife.
They're gonna be they're gonna be doing that anyway. They have to go to school, sir, and on top they have friends.
No,
like you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As a parent, you will not be able to control what your child likes or dislikes. No shade. So that's something you're gonna have to give up. Now, I don't want to get too deep in that conversation because I wasn't even trying to talk about that. Sure. But how can you be a father and also have a job or a career, but yet you think it's impossible for the mother to also have a career, job, etc., and still be a parent?
It's not impossible. It's just very difficult, right? Right. Especially if she also has a husband who is also out the house, that right, and she's also working for 8 hours a day, and that just means that like that's leaving room for a substantial amount of time in a day. Somebody else is going to be instilling their own morals and principles into your kids and raising them to be the human beings that they want them to be, and not you, right? So that's where the main issue comes in. Now, again, me personally, I don't believe in sending off your kids to preschool, kindergarten, elementary school, nor middle school, right? Feel me?
Were you homeschooled?
Me?
Yes.
Partially. High school.
It's so I think is that the reason why you don't find value in education?
No. I definitely value education for men.
What? So you want women to stay dumb? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just talking about my own personal. Again, this is my own personal philosophies and what I think. Right? I'm not.
You exposing yourself, bro. Like, what the hell?
No. Right? Again, right?
Because it's hard to prey on somebody that's able to move around, Reckless. If you're able to actually financially take care of yourself, the minute that they come with their ish and you no longer want to be bothered with their ish, you can now exit stage left. A lot of these men don't want their women to have the ability to leave because they fully intend to struggle as much ish towards them as possible. So they don't want them to have an exit strategy plan.
I agree. So so personally, Flacco, you so you believe education is wonderful for men, great for men, for them to have a higher level of education. But when it comes down to women, you want them to stay in the sunken place and dumb, essentially.
I think that women
Girl.
Right? And who want the lifestyle of being a stay-at-home mother, a full-time wife, and not having to go out and work. I think that she has better use of her time in learning how to be, a better cook. You feel me? A better mom, a more nurturing spirit. She can use her time for that than go to school for 4, 8, 12, 16 years. You feel me? I just feel like that's better use of her time. But again, a female being educated don't disqualify her. You feel me? Right? Like, and I just don't care like she's, about her being educated.
Can I just jump in as an educator? I work in early education. I saw someone in the chat say, or in the comment section say that they homeschool as well, which is great. But I do advocate for putting your children in early education because it's not just early exposure to certain concepts, but it's also the socialization aspect, which was missing in COVID. So a lot of the students that came in had been at home for a very long time. They didn't know how to interact with each other in a positive way. And so that's one of the benefits of education. I'd also like to say that even though we see somewhat of an equal distribution of college educated men and women, primarily the educators in public schools are women. So men are not stepping up and educating the next generation. It's majority women. So if women are not getting educated, the next generation is not getting educated, our society will possibly crumble. So thankfully we don't, live by your ideals because we'd all be gone. But I don't understand how you could qualify saying, don't go to early, elementary, middle, just get to high school. What about all the concepts you learn before high school? How are you actually learning anything? It just seems like these are not well thought out ideas. Maybe you're just having lucid dreams right now, but none of it is connecting or making any sense.
How though, right? Wait.
No, Flacco. She kind of professionally dragged you, like, with a smile.
But that don't make no sense, no, right? No, right? Because kids who are in homeschooled and have the same like skill sets as like anybody else.
So I'm talking about socialization. I don't know what skill sets you're referring to as well, but socialization includes interacting with people that are different from you. You're more likely to meet people of different races outside of your home. You're more likely to encounter people with special needs and disabilities outside of your home. So the socialization happens in public places, primarily schools.
And there's sports, and there are programs, and there's neighbors, right? Like kids have other avenues but to make friends,
but
other than K towards 8th grade.
But Flacco, I thought you said, I'm sorry, but Flacco, I thought you said you don't want people putting their own morals and stuff inside of your children.
Friends, come on, bro. Like, I'm not freaking Hitler now, dog. You feel me? Right. Like, again, like my kids can go to different friend groups, can have friends, right? There are different ways to make friends other than going to school.
So sports, you're not going there to technically make friends. You have teammates, and if you happen to make a friend, that's great. Specifically in school, there are structures that require you to interact, require teamwork, require leadership. So school is structured to help you instill those skills in your child the way going to the playground or playing football will not. And this is part of the curriculum.
Again, right?
Yeah, because the homeschool community is now recognizing the very issue she's talking about, because a lot of the whole schooling programs now have meetups and stuff for them to come together and to interact, because they were seeing that as a real issue, that because they were so isolated for so long, the normal social cues that other people would have developed from being around other kids, they didn't have. So now they're making sure by having them do like meetups, like in my area, you can do homeschooling, but it's done through like my city. So they have things to involve them, to have them come around and be around each other so they can get that social interaction and learn how to deal with those social cues. So everything she's saying is being supported even by the homeschooling community itself.
But it's still though, and up to the parents, but to make sure, and they're getting their kids out the house, and again, encouraging by their kids, but to make new friends, right? Like school isn't the only way. Again, like school, it may have a whole program on exactly how to do so, but again, like there are different avenues to where kids could get those exact same skill sets without going to school.
The skill set, sure. But you're talking about not going to school until high school. So my question was, you're getting those social skills and you're getting the education at home to a wife that may not have gone to school because she's supposed to be your wife. And so now she's a teacher and she has to manage your kids and raise your kids because you're not raising your kids. And she's a teacher, she's a homemaker. She's carrying a lot of titles, a lot of hats. And just working in education, it's very, very difficult. I don't have any kids, so all my students are at school. But having, you're homeschooling, so they're always around you. There's always a lesson to be taught. And she has to cook for you, clean for you. It is starting to sound a little bit like modern day slavery.
Nah. Hell no. Right.
Well, it's because, here's the thing. I kind of wonder, like, Flacco, would you have a problem if your children went to if you lived in an area or in a town that your children were socialized with children who share the same values as you? Would you then be more comfortable sending your child to like a school like that?
I guess like my issue is sending them to a unsupervised place for an extensive amount of time.
So
especially at those ages where they're very impressionable, right? For example, at like 5 years old, they are very impressionable, right? So saying, yo, here, and go to this elementary school for 6, 7, 8 hours a day and have them instill their own values and principles into you.
Where are you getting all these values and principles? They're supposed to learn the curriculum.
Bro, there's teachers bringing LGBTQ flags.
Oh my gosh!
In the classroom and saying,
"Oh my god,
yo, this right here's the way to go."
Values, that's curriculum. What do I do with values? That's curriculum.
That's why I was asking those questions. You know what I'm saying? Because I could kind of detect that.
Yeah.
It's not that, because when he said he meant curriculum as what it sounds like to me, because that's why he had to pause for a minute. He thought about the question. It was like, I probably would send my child to an institution that was built off of the same foundations of what I think this is. He would not, especially his daughters, he would not want his daughter to be sent to a school where it showed more progressive ways for females. If it was a situation where it was, mostly what they call spiritual system based, and had a certain identity, he would be okay with sending his son or daughter to an institution as such. I don't really think that he doesn't want the ideal or the other possibilities of thought to have influence on his way of thinking. And that's what he means, because he can't say everything on this panel of what he think is moral and not moral.
Flacco, there's one thing I want to ask. If your child asks you they prefer to go to public school than homeschool, would you allow them to do that?
High school, yeah.
No, I'm saying, if your child came up to you and said they prefer public school over homeschool because of the social interaction they have with different kind of people, and they're finding like a niche where they can probably like have conversation with people that they probably wouldn't talk to you guys about, would you allow them to do that? Or yes or no?
Hell no.
Not at 5 years old. No.
I told you.
Why not though? Why not?
Because he already said it. They're teaching the queer, and they're teaching all the LGBT
Flacco, what you not understand?
Now stop that. That's the queer stuff. Sorry. No, I'm just saying at 5 years old, they're way too impressionable to have unsupervised brainwashing.
But that's what you said,
Wait, Flacco.
Flacco.
But Flacco, that's where you come in as a parent to educate them.
He doesn't. It's gonna be the woman that
Hard
does
to
it.
undo the brainwashing, and they just receive for 7
What
hours.
brainwashing? What brainwashing, Flacco?
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, it's not like the teacher sitting
Let's
around
be-
telling them their life
I
story,
knew
or
it.
you know, what I'm saying playing therapist or nothing like that. So, like, are you not gonna allow your child to like watch
And Flacco,
movies or YouTube?
my thing
or
is,
anything?
Let's be real here, right? Like,
they're not.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Flacco, let me tell you something. Do you realize we live on a diverse planet? Like, everyone is not monolithic. You know that, right? So, let's say if school is brainwashing your children, let's say you disagree on certain things. Why don't you educate your children on those? Like, these type of people exist. They have their own community. This is what it is. Are you scared of the fact that your children might become like them, and then you be afraid of that?
The problem with that is that queerness is not contagious. Queerness is not Carisha 19. It's not monkeypox. So
yeah, it's like what? Like,
I don't know what the hell it means. Second of all of us here went to high school. I never learned a single value from school. I was given homework and given tasks.
Yep.
And my cognitive ability was measured. My ability to comprehend information and to recite it was measured. There wasn't a single value that was provided through all of my years of schoolings. Thirdly, reality is modern men only want wives because they are equivalent to indentured servants. And I'm done.
And meanwhile, all the women today still want to get married. Girl, y'all better just all that marriage shit.
Just know, right? No.
If you already married, then stay in your marriage. But all the ones that's not married, you better not get. Girl, don't even try, because at this point, you're nothing but a labeled cum dump to these niggas.
I do want to clarify though, right? Like when I say, like that flag, like that was just like one example. I'm just talking about the totality of it. I have no issues with the queer people, LGBTQIA. You feel me? Right?
You can't say
I have a bunch of friends who are that. You feel me?
That means nothing.
With
that doesn't mean anything.
I have no issues whatsoever with that community. I love my queer.
That's a lie.
Brothers and sisters.
Lies.
The way that you love women, it's not given, sir.
He said the way that you love women, but you know, Go ahead.
But actually, what's actually happening now is that men are the loneliest that they have ever been. Women are choosing themselves over these relationships. They're actually leaving marriages now because they were sick and tired of being a single mother married. So the tide has started to shift where women are choosing to either be by themselves, to travel, to do anything but be in a relationship with somebody who lacks emotional intelligence. And they're citing that as the core reason why they're not wanting to be bothered anymore to enter into these relationships.
I'm gonna say this, y'all. I'm about to just drop off. Just one thing is that the reason why most of these, it's so peculiar with black cis hetero black men that wants to go back to the good old days. It's unfortunate when I have to say that cis hetero white men are more progressive than black cis hetero men, because at least with white men and their domination of everything else, they're going forth with the progressiveness of their women. Because once you have everything to a certain established within resources, the next move is to have the women next to you to be able to also move over everyone else. So if we were to go back to these good old days where all women, regardless of race, didn't have autonomy to their bodies and was economically dependent on them, that's the thing. He's chasing something that was the reality for a long time. But the irony is the same law that put women during the time period in systemic subservient rules, your black ass too, black man, would also be in the same subservient time rules. So I mean, I just really need, this is sometimes like this, it makes me feel like I'm going to become a racial failist because I see like you black men want to go back to times or hold on to standards and ways of thinking when they weren't even seen. Well, you were being called boy during the time where women didn't have this autonomy to ourselves. So it's just really disheartening. Y'all, I'm about to go to sleep. Enjoyed the panel. Everybody, appreciate you, Conscious or Reckless. Thank you again. Beauty,
Good night,
Derek
IG.
Vana,
Bye,
Purple
IG.
Love, C Woody. Y'all have a good night. I gotta fuck around at the plantation for 16 hours.
Do y'all,
Good
yo,
night, boo.
do y'all know who Claudia Conway is?
No.
Who?
Right. So
Isn't she a white feminist?
kind of right. So Claudia, and Conway is the poster child of why like you should probably homeschool your kids if you want them to like have your particular values and principles, right? So
I'm
like, she's
just
the
homeschooling mine.
right, and she's the daughter of like Kellyanne Conway, right? You feel me, right? So she's on TikTok. I'm talking about full bright liberals wilding, news getting leaked on Twitter, right? She's out there wilding while her parents are established, respected, principled adults, right? So, right, so like if you're right, so if you don't want your kids to turn out like Claudia Conway,
It's fear
you should
tactics.
probably feel me,
Fear
right? You
tactics.
feel
Fear
me? Hey,
tactics.
Yeah, let me
Fear
hop
tactics.
in.
Those sometimes are the
You
worst.
gotta love me.
Sometimes those are the worst kids. Everybody knows that the pastor's kid is probably going to be wild, and everybody knows that the closeted. See, if you're conflating, hold on, are you saying that she went to public school?
I don't know, right?
So he's using an example that doesn't even.
What?
What's the example?
But in terms of her turning
what's the
out,
basis of the example? Like what?
yeah, right.
What?
If basically he's saying if you don't want your child to end up like her thotty ass in a sense.
But what was her? But what was?
Homeschool.
But what is he saying?
No,
Kid
right?
hiding is her going to public school? I don't understand.
No, right? Like,
Yes.
if she's been right, so and they are one certain way, and obviously they didn't have an integral hands-on approach with her because they're probably too busy because both parents were madly successful. And she obviously got her, got her ways and morals and principles and how she's currently behaving from somebody else. Rather, it was public school. Rather, it was individual.
No, it could be
And whose fault was that?
It could be a natural rebellion.
It was their fault.
No. A natural rebellion will manifest if a person feels closeted. If a consciousness feels restricted in self-expression, if a consciousness feels controlled, if a consciousness feels isolated and feels and can actually perceive like profound indoctrination, because all of us are meant to actually self-actualize. We're not like canvases that you just draw pictures onto and then we go live out the pictures. Like we're like every consciousness is an actual individual pigment and pixel of the collective divine. So there has to be a nuance in parenting that provides space irregardless of religious faith, irregardless of political beliefs, that also understands that there is a uniqueness to the personality of each young person. And there has to be space provided for that consciousness to be supported in their own identity. They still have to be afforded affirmation and love and even encourage irregardless of whatever the desire is of the parent, at least like in principle. The principles have to be correct. You may want your child to be a doctor over your child being a pop star. You may want your child to be a lawyer over them going to be a ghostwriter for rappers. You may want these things, but you like in mature parenting, you can't narcissistically, you have to like not be narcissistic in your parenting and leave room for personal development and individuality. And as long as the principles that you're instilling are proper, like you have to also be willing to let go. Because if you don't let go and you spend too much trying to make your child your personal chia pet, it's going to go kaboom, like in the case like what you're talking about. And we see that all the time with the pastor's kids. We see that all the time with conservative kids who then they grow up so tightly concealed, and then they want to be thug and they want to be ghetto, and they want to, like, we see this with so many young people of all races who have all of their ways and variations of rebelling against like total indoctrination. So there also needs to be like a real huge conversation just around parenting in and of itself, because it is an art form and it's very nuanced and there's a lot to consider. And this is why I also keep my foot on parents' necks, because it's not like a 1, 2, 3, and you're not giving a child to make a carbon copy of yourself out of. And but because that is the case, a lot of times you still get a disruptive parenting experience. But that's like a whole conversation all by itself.
Flacco, the thing that you're missing from that, to add on to what Conscious is saying, is that when I see kids that usually spaz out or like branch away from their parents, it's because the parents never made or created space for the child to express how they feel. That's usually what it comes down to. And most parents don't really, see, this is one thing I'm gonna drag parents a lot on, because parents want the title of being a parent, but they don't want to actually also be on the receiving end to really understand what the child wants. Because parents, I know parents want the best for their children, but also there may be things that your child like that you may not agree to doing, like, and it's gonna happen, and that's gonna be the case. And for you need to understand children are going to do things that they enjoy doing, and you may not agree to or subscribe to, and they, like Conscious said, they have their own way of expressing themselves as an individual. So as from hearing what you're saying, I hope you create a space for your children to come to you so they can talk to you on an emotional level. I hope you have that emotional connection with your child to hear them out and understand how they feel. Because if not, your children will be down that same rabbit hole that you're talking about on this panel. And I promise you, we're going to use this clip.
Nah, bro. Trust him, man.
Can I just explain real quick? Because I feel like there's fear mongering going on.
Sure.
Yes.
Like I said, I work with 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. We do teach values, but it's not sexuality. It's not feminism. The basic values we teach are waiting your turn, respect. We recently talked about Martin Luther King Jr. So we talked about fairness, equality. Those are values that are taught. We don't have the time because my students are still learning to put their jackets on by themselves. These are young children. Like you said, they're impressionable, but they're not very knowledgeable. A lot of my time is spent going over the same thing every day, pushing your chair in, washing your hands, putting your backpack up. So the idea that kids are going to school and being taught to be feminists or somehow being indoctrinated into some idea of sexuality, homosexuality, doesn't make any logical sense. And it irks me when people don't deal in reality, because that's where I am, obviously. So no, your kids are not going to school and being taught my values. I'm still teaching them how to raise their hand before just yelling out. So the fear mongering, it just has to stop. It doesn't make any sense.
Let me ask you a question, right? Mm-hmm. Did you teach those kids that MLK was a good man?
Yeah, I taught them that. I use the word nice because it's easier for them to conceptualize the word nice.
Exactly my point, though. Right now, that kid, and just based off of being thought that MLK was a good man, nice man to like look up to, might leave that interaction and think, okay, this guy right here is the Della Crim, you feel me? You know, and he should be exalted and right. No. Opposed to me, let's say like somebody thinks that MLK was a bad guy, right? and that Malcolm X, right? And they should reserve the right to be able to instill those principles into their kids without going to school and being taught by
conscious.
teachers.
I'm not conscious.
K was the guy.
That's what
I'm confused because you literally I'm just confused on how you disagree with someone.
I love MLK, by the way. I love MLK. Sorry.
Okay, so what seems to be the issue?
If somebody don't like MLK,
okay, but we don't care about
even being indoctrinated with Martin Luther King, and this is why I said there's no values. It's information. Like, this is a historical figure. This is what he stood for. This is what he did for the community. They're not forcing Martin Luther King down your throat. They're not forcing you to walk in the shoes of anybody. Like, it's just a reference for the conversation around civil rights and Black history and the different philosophies that folk took in order to transcend bondage. So they teach you everything from the extreme of, they present Martin Luther King, they present Malcolm X, they give you a plethora of people who
it's a great area though, right?
Well, I don't. Not at my level. Early education, we don't go that deep. So we really are just teaching values of fairness, being nice, being a good friend. Like, that's the surface level that we teach at. They don't get to that level past me.
Your kids need that.
So what do you disagree with, Flacco?
Yeah, right.
You don't think that
it's that queer shit. That's what it is.
You don't think that kindness and politeness and waiting your turn to talk and not being a selfish prick are notable values to instill in young people?
That's great, right? But wait, right? No, right? So here's like my argument, right? Conscious, it is that there's a gray area, right? Meaning, like, right?
As a parent to deal with the gray area, the teachers can't be responsible for that.
Right? No, right? It is that teachers are humans with their natural biases, right? So, but let's say 5th, 6th grade, right?
That's
wait, right? So let's say 5th, 6th grade, right? And they're teaching history, right? Some teachers might put Lyndon B. Johnson in a positive light and exalt him, and some might say, nah, like, he's a piece of shit, right? There will always be biases that creep in and affects an impressionable child. I'm just saying, I don't even want
Flacco.
Right?
That's why you as a parent have to make sure that child you have to be. That's why you have to, well, that's why you as a leader, right? You as the leader have to stand up and tell the child, people are gonna have different opinions, different points of view on different topics, and you have to agree to disagree and move on. That's it. There's nothing to stress about that. And I think you're
dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? There's certain things that you're talking about right now.
Biased people instilling their principles into your kids for 7 hours. Again, even
Flacco, right now, Flacco, right now, there's things that you're saying on this panel, and we all don't agree on it. But you don't see us coming with hating you, disrespecting you, all types of stuff. We're just like, okay, that's Flacco.
Imagine you teaching your kid though for 7 hours, and I'm telling you, listen, I'm just teaching dumb history.
Flacco, piss me off. You literally have a teacher on the damn panel telling your ignorant ass that's not the case, sir. And you keep running with this damn narrative. Sir.
But you also
take a better school then.
You also don't have to, Flacco. Like at this point, I don't even know what the fuck the argument is about. Like, because I'm also going to homeschool my own children. So I don't know if the argument is homeschooling versus public schooling. It's a preference. If you want to homeschool your damn kids and have a personal tutor teach them all the ways and all of that, that's perfectly fucking fine. That's exactly what the fuck I'm doing, so that that is exactly what I'm doing, so that this goddamn system is gonna have that type of time on my child's brain. But what is the actual argument? I don't understand. Is it homeschooling?
He's talking about homeschooling, but he's not being honest about how he truly feels. He has no. The thing is, it's not about homeschooling. No, it's the thing about the homeschooling. And the first example was he gave was LGBT. So that was on the front of his goddamn logo when he was speaking. needs to be
It's
honest.
okay.
Tell the
No,
truth.
that was just one example.
I'm glad that he's going to. I'm glad you're going to homeschool your children to keep them from being gay, so that when they turn out gay, anyway, that you now know that gay starts from the inside out, not from the outside.
Listen, man.
So go ahead and
But see,
homeschool.
he being reckless, but he loves y'all though. Remember, he said he loves y'all.
Listen, man. I love homosexual queer people, right? Feel me? Again,
Good.
I'm not.
And I can't wait till you homeschool your kids and they become gay from the inside out. They don't have to be indoctrinated and they don't have to be exposed.
Don't worry, bitch. Now you know these. Now you know they're gonna blame somebody. They're gonna blame the TV. They're gonna blame the media. They're gonna blame music videos. They're gonna blame Lil Nas X because by this time he'd have been in the game probably 20 years, etc. They bitch, they gonna blame everybody, bitch.
To be clear though, I'm not trying to homeschool my kids to avoid gay people. That's not You feel me? Like that's.
But that was the first thing that came to your head.
No, I'm just saying, right?
And then after that, feminism came up as if women shouldn't have rights. You better not have no daughter, girl.
No. I definitely want a son first.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
Wait, Flacco, like this one thing I realized from you, like you're not having you're not having a child in this world to actually be a good person. You're more having a child just for them to pass on like your ways of like, not to say your ways are bad. No, your ways are kind of bad, but like, like it's bad. I'm not gonna lie, but it's like you're not having a child to like celebrate your creation. You're more so having a child to be like a dictator in a sense, like
no. You have a child not to celebrate it. Like you have a child, right, to instill principles into them that you feel like will be the most productive for society, right? Because you're. But I'm telling you, look. I'm
gonna tell you. Look, I'm gonna tell you this. I was once a child, and I'm gonna tell you this. Most children would rather their parents teach them moral and character, and let them decide on their own what suits them. Right. Because if you're always gonna constantly have some like, and this I see this with my cousins. I seen this with people I'm close with, especially children that are like, when I was younger with, that are like who went from like middle school to high school and things they done. Most children who parents who are control every aspect of their life do the most crazy shit because their parents don't give them the freedom or don't give them the space to be a judgmental free space to express how they feel towards them or how they express about themselves. And I'm telling you right now, if you're going to become a parent, do not do that. You are going to set yourself up for failure. Just create your children.
Poetic Flacco is not listening to y'all. I'm letting y'all know that Flacco will literally be on this panel. Do all the humming. I get that. The same shit.
I don't think you'll understand, bro. Right?
We do understand you. We don't. You understand us.
I have genuine love for all you niggas. You feel me? Right. Like I have genuine love for all you niggas. Right. Again, right. For example, right. Is
you gonna kill it?
I think that you confuse love for tolerance. Like you have tolerance for women, and you have people who tolerate us, fuck with us too. Like
not tolerate. That's
tolerate. It's just fine.
The correct term,
It's not love. Like what is your definition of love?
That's how you gonna do all that, right? But tomorrow
you don't even have a definition of love, but you use it.
No, right. So, like for example, right, is caring about somebody, and having their best interest, right?
Well, that's how you. So you definitely don't love us because because you were just on my panel invalidating queer people's lived experiences and trying to justify like the other plight. Like,
oh no,
you are the same person who will probably vote against women's rights to their reproductive system. You're probably the same person who will vote that same-sex marriage should not be sanctioned in this country. Like, you can't have all those type of warp politics and then be like, I love people. And you can't love people when people have to fit into your framework in order to be given respect and in order to be like treated with dignity. Like that's don't got nothing to do with love. Like once again, that's like
right. Yeah.
You only tolerating the fact that people want you to beat their own drum because you don't have the power to control the beat. So you have no choice but to
I'm an ally though.
You're not. I just explained how you're not an ally. I just explained how you're the opposite of an ally.
No, right? Because I personally would not vote against same-sex marriage, right? Because I understand, that church and state should be separate, and if somebody who's homosexual wants to enter into this life-binding contract and give up half of their shit to somebody else, do that. You feel me, right? Like I'm right. So again, I am not homophobic. I would not vote against same-sex marriage. Now the abortion shit, that's a little bit different.
How is it? How is it a difference when marriage is largely state? It's largely business. It's largely the business of the state.
Yeah.
Marriage is a legally binding contract, not a spiritual one.
I agree, though, right? Now, when it comes to abortion, right here, so when it comes to same-sex marriage, I personally believe that, like, I should have no say in two people who love each other and who wants to, you feel me, like, spend the rest of their life together and enter into a binding contract to share their assets. Do that, you feel me? I'm not gonna say like y'all don't have the right to do that. Now, with abortion, my personal take on that is I believe that should be left up to the states and the people who govern, like here, right? For example, no. Wait, right? And if the majority of people, let's say in Arkansas, if they believe that their particular state, right, should not allow abortion, then I don't believe that the woke liberals who are in my state, California, should then be able to dictate what people in Arkansas should think and feel about what should go on in their particular state. You feel me? So, that's just me though, right? As long as somebody personal life, liberty, and right is not being affected, I believe that it should be left.
It is being affected. It is being affected.
I don't think so.
It's not your womb.
Flacco, you are very delusional. I'm sorry.
A question, right?
Not delusional.
No, right. But whenever I have like these debates, right, is everybody at least 99% tells me, yo, nobody should be able to abort a kid if it's not
a kid. It's not a kid. It's not a child.
Wait, right? And everybody tells me this. I'm talking about 99%, including the poor abortion people, right? Tell me, listen, nobody should be able to abort a kid at
It's not a kid.
Oh, wait, right? Okay.
Flacco, it's not a kid. It's not a kid. It's cells.
Wait, right? So look, nobody should be able to have an abortion at 8.5 months, right? People tell me that. And I say, okay, so then why do you have an issue with them having an abortion at like 8.5 months and not 2 months? And then the conversation goes down this rabbit hole of what they believe is a quote unquote human being.
I'm flabbergasted.
But you niggas' penises don't have to be regulated. You should be able to have raw sex. You should be able to not disclose. You should be able to come into a woman's womb without any promise of co-parenting that child. There should be no regulation of men's dicks and genitals at all, but the government should be able to control the reproductive system of women.
But
no. See, that's the whole thing that makes men clean their shit up. That's actually what should make you vet your partners properly. That should actually what makes you have responsible sex with women, is because you understand that woman is in control of the aftermath. So it's not about controlling a woman so that you have the freedom to just go apocalyptic on her womb and her life and her emotions and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and pussy pop at your own discretion. No, it's about allowing women to control every fundamental aspect of their anatomy, to have full autonomy over their bodies. And if you are and are not interested in having a child that's aborted, that's exactly why you wear a condom. That's exactly why you go get a vasectomy. That's exactly why you choose to have responsible sex or to engage in a meaningful relationship to a woman who you want to be the mother of your children. That's it. See, there's all type of other ways to regulate the issue without having to force women to either self-abort or to fulfill unwanted pregnancies. There's a lot of other alternatives and ways for men to move around the issue of abortion, rather than having the same government that they already said done kicked them out of the home, already done destroyed the nuclear family. Now all of a sudden they have the full right to control Black woman's womb. Make it make sense.
In other words, he's telling you take your own advice, choose better.
That part.
Here, right? So right? So I'm saying, right, is I'm the only, or like we are the only side that's being consistent, right? Is if you are pro-choice, then like you should be pro them getting an abortion under any.
Your mic is not a pro-miking right now.
Sorry.
Even his mic don't agree with him, CTV.
How about now? Is it good now? Or not? Is it good now or not?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And by the way, Flacco, you're using hypotheticals.
No.
Just so you know.
No. Right. So again, if you are pro-choice, right? Like, if you believe in pro-choice, then why are you pro-choice at, let's say, 2 months and not 8 months? Because your whole stance is that women should be able to do with their bodies what they please. Why are you so against abortion at 8 months?
Who is?
And not at 2 months?
I'm not against abortion.
Who is?
Who is again?
Who?
A bunch of people, right? Again, and who take the pro-choice stance says if the baby is not going to kill you, if it's not a high-risk pregnancy like that, you know, they should not be able to abort a baby 2 weeks before their due date. You feel me? That's like, you know, like that right there is murder. And I'm saying
you use a lot of fear tactics.
Just
Flacco. The
keep it
problem
consistent across the board.
You
Flacco,
use
like,
a lot of fear tactics.
Flacco, like
And
it.
to be
Okay,
honest,
regardless.
it's disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless if the man is pro or anti, it all depends on that woman's decision, because she's gonna be the one birthing it, pushing it out, and she's gonna be and if you're not going to be responsible, like you said, the leader, like if you're not going to step up and be the leader and making sure that child is taken care of financially, physically, emotionally, then you can't get mad at the woman making the decision on her own. So, like, regardless how you feel, you're not the one pushing.
No woman should be able to abort a baby 2 weeks before the due date. I believe anybody who thinks that's okay.
Why not?
Why not? If she feels like
one, bro, that's a developed human being right there. I mean, right?
No. Let me ask you this question. Okay, Flacco. Let me ask you. If she feels like her life is in, if she feels like her life is in danger, and she's gonna do the best for her decision, and her decision is aborting that baby, I'm sorry to tell you, it's oh well.
And that wasn't a question though. I'm saying if she doesn't have to choose between death or having a baby, and it's just simply because, I don't want to have this baby right now because I don't want for my life to change, right?
Okay, so that's her decision.
And you're saying that she should be able to abort a baby 2 weeks before their due date while they have brain functions, and I'm saying we would never ever agree on that, because I personally believe that right there is just outright abject murder.
But I find it interesting that the woman doesn't have the right to terminate the pregnancy.
2 weeks before.
Hold on. I find it funny that women shouldn't have the right to terminate the pregnancy because that living thing is still inside of her body. But you should have the right to terminate responsibility for that seed for their entire lifespan. That you have the full right to completely abandon the seed, to avoid child support, and to not have any meaningful interaction with that child. 2 weeks, 20 years after that seed has been in the world, 30 years after that seed has been in the world, and you still nowhere to be found. Okay.
That's not right, though. Every man should be punished, though.
So perfectly fine. If we're going to criminalize women for terminating pregnancies that far out, we need to criminalize these men as well for being absentee fathers.
Child support is
it needs to be equally because child support can be avoided. See, you're forcing the woman to fulfill her end. Men, there are plenty of men who owe child support, back child support.
Yeah.
So having an order of child support is not a promise that a child or a mother will receive that said income. So that's still something that can be avoided. A man can make under the table money that's not accounted for by the government. There are so many ways around him having to placate to that, but you want an absolute penalty for the woman. So absolute penalty for men as well.
Get into it.
Terminate responsibility for that seed. Let's criminalize and penalize all terminations. Termination of responsibility, termination of pregnancies, termination across the board.
I agree.
I believe that what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Bro, I agree, right? If a deadbeat motherfucker ain't paying for his kids, that motherfucker should, again, which I believe is already like that, right? If you have child support and you don't pay, you go to jail. You feel me? Right? So I believe that's already a thing. But yes, bro, I do believe, man, that deadbeats should receive some form
but
of
deadbeats also mean of criminalizing the actual physical absence as well, because money is not the only thing required to properly raise a human being. There's also love, there's also affirmation, there's also identity, there's all the emotional and spiritual nuance that comes with parents. So even making men bend to having financial responsibility is not enough. They need to be just as present as that mother is, who is not only putting forth her income, but she's putting forth her brain, she's putting forth her spiritual capacity, she's putting forth her emotional capacity, and a man has to show up equally to that. He has to partake in raising them children. He has to see them children equally to that mom. She needs to have them children 2 weeks out of the month. He needs to have them the other 2 weeks out of the goddamn month. They need to be forced into co-parenting together. A lot of
moms are anti that though, Conscious.
So
a lot of moms don't listen. A lot of moms don't want the man to have 50-50 custody, right? You feel me? Right. So look, we should also penalize.
Well, you hate women just say that.
No,
That's
there's
what
no argument that you can give that he can't reason his way out of. This is why I call my.
There are men right now who are fighting 50-50
willful ignorance at this point.
And you know why? There are men, because you know what? I can't blame a woman who doesn't feel like her kids are safe with the same man that's fighting the system who was also fighting her ass.
Yo, listen, man, bro, here, right? But like, you can't have it both ways, right? And if a father is stepping up fighting for 50-50 custody, and you're saying, "Oh man, I can't blame her if she don't want to have."
I still agree that parenting. I still agree that irregardless of how women feel about some women feeling like they don't want half and half, that it should be half and half, because a man cannot effectively participate in raising his child like every other goddamn weekend or 2 weekends out of the goddamn month. It's ridiculous. So I stand by the fact that parenting. I mean, and parenting needs to be split down the middle. Both parents need effective time to contribute to the plight of
and men push for that though.
You don't.
Flacco.
You don't.
Flacco.
Actually, the data shows that they don't push for
I
it.
have kids though.
Flacco.
No shit. I'm about to call a spade a spade. Beauty, you most definitely was right. But Flacco, you don't. You can't say 50-50. You
How
just
though?
said the woman's going to be in charge of taking care of your child. and
Yeah,
raising
you
your child.
just said you're not
You
going to give
don't.
her half, so she's going to
So-
have to find a way to
I'm
support the
providing
kids, and she's raising the kids. So you're the deadbeat that you're talking about because you don't fight for custody. That's already her job, right?
Oh, and guess what, Beauty? It also shows in the data that guess who gets the custody? Not because the dad fought for it, but because they willfully gave it away to the mother. So this whole idea about, well, if we fight for our children, we don't get them. Actually, the opposite was shown to be true. If they actually chose to fight for the kids, they actually got them the majority of the time. What they are finding out from lawyers who are dealing with these people and the court system is they don't fight. They hand them over to the mother. That's the real reality. So this false narrative about, well, the justice system ain't fair. No, you hand your kids over to the mother. You don't even bother to try and fight. And in the
Nope.
cases where they are actually fighting, they are actually walking away with the kids. But guess what's not happening? They're not doing it.
Right, because any man that's on child support can go to the court and make her give them the child for a portion of the month, the year, whatever. How many men actually go through that process? They complain about, oh, she keeping me from my child. Oh, I'm paying child support. So why not take that extra step? People are like, look, I'm paying for my child. I want to see my child. Make her give me my child. How many men actually go through that? And let's talk about this. If
A lot
someone
of men
takes
do, though.
the child from you, that's kidnapping. Like if someone pulled up alongside of you and snatched your child off the street, would you just be like, well, they got my child. I guess I'll see him when I see him. No, you'll be out there fighting every day to find your child, right? So I don't understand why these men
It's a
get on
biased
these
court system.
platforms like, oh, she
The
keeping
court
me
data
from
is
my child.
disagreeing with you.
Man, I
They're
will
not
be at the
fighting for
police
it.
station every day. I'll be at the fire department every day. I'll be putting up flyers. I'll be
But
on social media every
but
day.
I have a
Like, this
question.
woman kidnapped my child.
But why are you complaining, Flacco,
What?
about this system? You're reinforcing it. So why are you complaining about it?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm confused about.
Reinforcing
Because
what
he
though?
actually said that he wanted the
No,
woman to raise the
Flacco,
child.
if you
So
Yeah,
Flacco,
but my thing is like you wanted the woman to raise the child. That's her job. She shouldn't have a job. But then when the
Especially
court
for marriage.
system,
Yeah.
well, yeah, but when the court system aligns for women to be have primary custody of the children after the fact, I'm confused on what's the issue. When that's
Again,
something
right?
you guys
Yeah.
push.
Sure. So what I said, right, was again a marriage united household where we both have roles that are equally as important in raising our kid. I'm providing, protecting,
Oh, so
and
it's equally
providing
as important.
discipline. She handles the nurturing aspects of those things. Both
Uh-huh.
roles are
okay,
equally
Flacco,
as
why don't you
important.
Flacco? Why are you? Because you constantly say provide, which is fine. Provide, protect, and ensure. Why aren't you providing emotional support too? Like it's a two-way street, right?
I'm sure I will provide emotional support if my daughter comes to me crying. I'm sure I'm gonna,
Why did she have to come to you crying?
Console and nurture my daughter. You feel me? Like those, like that's just natural. You feel me? Like that's just, yeah.
No.
Okay, so if it's so when you're talking, so if you have a boy child, right? How would you if he comes to you? Yeah,
a son. You know what he
meant. A son.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's very again, man. Like, if my boy's son is just outright distraught, I'm talking about he's feeling suicidal. He's right then, I guess, right? You feel me, right?
Yes.
Wait, though, right?
But no, but you guess. What do you mean you guess? You can't say you can't guess. No.
Flacco. Oh my God. Right now, we're gonna have a talk. I gotta freedom from Mammy Land.
No.
Flacco,
so again, I'm not done yet. Wait, right? And if my son is just outright distraught, feeling suicidal, I'm talking about it on the brinks of, yes, that's my job as a father to put my son back in stabilization. However, I believe, right?
Wait. Hold on.
Only if he's outright suicidal. Notice that statement.
No, slow down. Wait, so if your child, Wait, Flacco. So if your child is like, because you literally skipped over that. So if your child is in emotional distress, right? What is your way of providing that emotional support towards him? Because because when you're talking, when I'm hearing you on this panel and you're like talking about like your role as a parent, it feels like you're only giving 50% and then your wife is gonna only give 100%.
How though?
Like that's what it's giving, and it's like, and even no, Flacco, what you're not understanding. Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, because I was a child too. When you're a child, children don't care about fucking money. They what most children care about is spending time and quality with their parents. They're not like, even if you like, when I was younger too, like especially when it comes to like presents and stuff. Most times the children is not going to even worry about the present. They're going to be playing with the box and wrappers. Like children don't care about money. Like I'm telling you, and not to say you can't provide money for them. I'm not saying money does not play a role. I'm not saying money is not important in the relationship, but I'm saying children care more about emotional bond than money over money. I'm telling you that right now. So when you're talking like as if like you don't need to provide emotional support to your family, I'm hearing you. I'm telling you right now, it looks like you're giving 50 while your wife is giving 150.
Well, more like 25.
No, I'm telling you that's a problem.
It's more like phoning it in.
I will be there for my son, but I do have to make sure though, right? No, wait, right? But I do have to make sure though, man, that like there's a very thin line in terms of addressing some very serious mental instability and raising a freaking cupcake who is super emotional and crying all the time, right?
Wait, Flacco. You know, it's human for people to be emotional, right? Like just how you're emotional up here and on how you express how you feel, and how you're very not emotional but passionate about how you feel, your own point of view, right? That takes emotion. That takes emotion,
more like
right?
Passionless, emotionless.
No, listen.
Right? But Flacco, which it does not make him soft just because he's crying all the time. It may be that he's just being expressive of how he's feel. And I think this is a problem with you. Like you and this is why I just like
sorry. Cupcake
you niggas. Yeah, oh girl.
It's not cup. It's not.
Keep that same energy when it's your time to retire and your son tells you, I can only take care of you if you are on your deathbed. So keep that same energy then.
No, like when I say, right, like I'm not gonna raise a soft cupcake. I'm just talking about, listen, if we can address some mental instability, some trauma, we can address that. But in terms of like my 5-year-old son crying because he fell off a bike, nigga, pick your ass up and like
that's a problem.
He playing some racing.
Okay, Flacco, you cannot get
Hold up. Flacco, that's a problem. That is a fucking problem. That is a child. Your son is 5 years old, not 25. If he wants to cry because he fell off a damn bike, allow him to express those emotions. It's okay. Now you can reassure your son that it's okay, but don't shun him from being able to show emotion. So, what is y'all like? What is y'all idea of emotions? What's your what do you guys think? What do you guys see when you guys see emotions or think of emotions?
No, right. Again, right, like certain emotions, right? Feeling like being, like an upset, worrisome, stress, right? Cool, you feel me? Like that, right? But like it's very important, right? When raising sons, you are raising those sons to take over for you.
Take over
when you're old, right? Meaning like when I'm sick or died, right? That son needs to now be able to take over my role and lead my wife and the rest of the females under his control and in our
What is
family.
this lead? Okay, lead where? Where are you guys going? Are you going to give your son a map? Where are you guys going? Where's the GPS? Lead them where? Where are you guys going? Lead where?
Ooh,
sure, right? Yeah, right. Sure, right. Sure, right. So look. If let's say, right, and I die, right? Cool. And there's conflict now and inside the family, right? So maybe like my wife is, let's say, is like is mad, or let's say she's like upset at her daughter for something, right? Is
What?
now my son's job, right? Wait, right? Is now my son's job to resolve the conflict in a way that I taught him to do so, right? Meaning, bring your mom and sister to that table and say, yo, like this shit stops today, right? And he needs to be able to be a strong leader and take over for me and lead the family. He cannot do that if he's being coddled every single day of his life over every single setback he suffers.
But
right?
Flacco, I'm
you can't. You're
bullshit. It's because a lot of y'all are coddled regardless. Like, so what are we talking about?
Flacco,
who's coddled?
You this close from getting cussed out.
Flacco, like you're missing Flacco. The point that you're missing is that you can't make, like, the problem with you're not understanding. And I told you this from the beginning of the not the beginning, but like the mid, like when we were having a conversation about leadership. I told you nobody cannot be a leader if you're not emotionally available. So you're telling your son to push his emotion away and prioritize his family, which is nothing wrong with that. But when it's time for him, and this is how domestic violence begin, because you're always, especially with son becoming men, boys becoming men, because you're telling them to ball up their emotions and keep it inside of them and not know how to handle that. And you're not, and you from what you're talking, you're not even explaining to your son how to really handle his emotions. You're really telling him to push that shit aside and suck that shit up and keep it moving. And the person he's going to harm is the one he has close proximity towards, is his family. So not what you're really doing is you putting your whole family in danger, because you're teaching your son how to push his emotion to the side and only focus on his family, and that's it. Not have emotional awareness or understanding of like what he's feeling. Because if he's not able to express that or really understand how to communicate that with his family member, there's no way in damn hell he's going to express that to somebody else outside his family.
No shade.
Also, let's not forget, he's also teaching him that he does
after Purple Lover, I'm gonna get you in there.
He's not to care at all about their well-being. If they're not able-bodied, forget them then, because there was no nurturing. Remember, in order to actually care about somebody's well-being, there has to be some nurturing that was involved at some point.
Exactly.
And that means that when you're old and no longer able to take care of yourself, he'll just feed you right on into the
He gonna tell you to suck that shit. He gonna tell you to
at all.
He gonna tell you the same shit that you told him when he was younger. Suck that shit up and man while you old.
It don't work like that though, right?
No, it does work like that. It does work like that because you told him that, right?
If my son is on, wait, right? Again, if I'm old, obviously, if I'm super emotional and a fucking mess, I expect my son to say, "Daddy, what the fuck you doing, nigga?" You feel me? But if it's just taking care of, let's say, a fucking family member who's on their deathbed, nigga, what, bro? And I would do the exact same thing for my son, my father, and whoever, right? If they're on their deathbed, that has nothing to do with it, right? I'm just talking about being an emotional wreck as a man. You cannot be a leader.
None of y'all are leaders. Let's call a spade a spade. None of y'all ass are leaders, so y'all need to drop that shit. Like,
because you lack emotional intelligence. In order for me to actually lead, I have to give a damn about what happens to you. Because guess what? If I'm leading you off a cliff and I give zero fucks, guess what? You're fucked. See, there's more to being a leader than just than just the
Flacco.
role of saying, "Hey, I'm a leader." No, there's
Flacco.
things that goes into that.
Flacco, I think Flacco, what you're not understanding is that in order for you to have that title, you need to have some form of a high, I'm gonna say really high understanding of what emotion is. Not only just sadness and anger and stress. You need to understand happiness. You need to understand what is
Ooh.
Give me a second. I was
I
talking.
guess we lost Derek.
Oh no. I was talking to
Oh,
somebody
okay.
real quick. Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
like, so what, like, Flocka, what you're not understanding is that like emotion does not only come in just only sadness and just like anger. There's also happiness. There's also confusion. There's also not understanding things. And when you're not understanding things, it is not for you to have a fucking mental breakdown about it. Is there's also there's also other nuance into emotions. Like emotion doesn't come in only two stages. Like there's a bunch of states of emotions. But like if you're not teaching your child that there's more nuance besides anger and sadness, then they're not going to have that same compassionate or understanding or shape or show that same understanding to the person they love toward, like they have love towards too, or like family member or friends or cousins or like that. So I'm telling you, you're setting your family up for failure. I'm telling you right now, what you're saying, you're setting your children up for failure, and you need to understand that. You need to understand that, like you're setting your children. It does not make him weak if he understands that. It makes him a well-balanced person.
Wait,
Derek, how old are you?
20.
20, and are you do you have both of your parents?
No, I was raised by my grandma.
See, look, you are more mature and have a better understanding of life than Flacco, who is an older gentleman raised by, two parents. I love it.
So intersex. Let me get you.
Yes, I do. I understand, Flacco. This whole entire time, huh?
Right, like my family has given us a particular guideline and structure that has worked, right? And
no, it has not, Flacco.
It has worked for us though.
No, it has not, Flacco. We're telling you it's not working because we're sitting up here trying to have a conversation with you on how to have empathy for other people, and you're not expressing or showing those things. You've done it.
I have great. Come on now.
And Flacco,
Only
how
if
did
they're
it work?
suicidal, though.
And you chose. How did it work? And you chose a career where your job is to be humiliated on a daily level. I mean, on a daily basis.
No, sure.
Right.
You get humiliated daily? What?
When people ask, what does your son Flacco do? Well, he has a job where they expose him every day, and they drag his life, and they drag his body, and they drag his organs, and they drag his speech impediment, and they just drag him and drag him and drag him. That's what he does for a living.
Flacco, that's what you do on the podcast? I didn't know. I don't watch no jumpers.
Wait,
he's a bullseye board. He's a bullseye board for a living.
To be fair, the right. But my main income comes from my in own business. You feel me? Right? I do I think I do what now. I do so it's 2 podcasts a week now. I do it on Mondays and Fridays, right? So
come on, promotion.
Right? Nah. Right? When it comes to media shit, you feel me? Like it's always gonna be like the trolls, the hating shit, right? It's always gonna be that, right? Feel me? It's media, right? But I have built something that's very profitable. You feel me? I've gained some form of notoriety, right? You feel me? Right? Like I've built for myself a very stable and lucrative business, right? You feel me? So that's how it has worked. And then 2, I treat other people with respect, right? Like there's nobody that y'all know, right?
Flacco, you was just being dragged by your own co-workers for trying to outside the female from the podcast.
What?
I said you was just dragged by your own co-workers by trying to out the female podcaster.
No.
Get off in your ass about you trying to throw her under the bus and exclude her from further business.
But now,
Flacco, let me say something.
Wait, no, right? It wasn't her, right? Feel me? Is I told them like I just didn't want to work with them no more and was trying to do my own thing, right?
No, but that's the thing about it.
Yeah,
you didn't tell them that was their point. You told other people that while selling them a different narrative, and then they found out the way you was really moving, and that's what created the contention.
No, right? Because the actual guy, right, Josh, clarified that I think this week. I think that was like Thursday, right? Feel me? Where like he stated no. Flacco told me, yo, like, and he's not going to end his show unless he's very sure that y'all will have your own thing, right? So, there was a bunch of like misunderstandings, but I personally feel like Josh kind of clarified a bunch of that like this week, right? Where like it was really sure that and he said that he's not gonna end this podcast unless he's very sure that y'all will have your other things, right? So I've never backstabbed nobody, right? I've always led with integrity, which meaning, bro, like the only reason why that podcast lasted an additional like 2, 3, 4 months is because you feel me, like I was trying to make sure that they will have other avenues and other things going on if this should end. Kind of like, for example, Joe Budden, right? You feel me?
That's not the way the conversation went, Flacco.
No, right?
And fix your mic, Flacco.
So I think I have to like turn off.
God damn it, Flacco.
Here, I think I have to turn off like the auto adjust shit and on StreamYard because it keeps bringing it back down, right? Feel me, right?
Okay.
Nah, right? It's like Joe Budden, right?
Oh, StreamYard acting up today.
Damn, right? It's like Joe Budden, right? You feel me? Like where, like like I feel Brewery and Mall, like claimed that he backstabbed them and stole money from them, right? But nah, you feel me, bro? Like,
I might just don't agree with you.
Nah.
Does he own No Jumper? You own No Jumper?
Nah. You feel me? I do like 2 podcasts weekly. I do not.
Flacco, your parents have to watch you get spit on at work. They have to watch niggas attempt to beat your ass.
I never.
They have to look online and see a bunch of their son constantly under fire all the time.
He said I never got spit on.
Yeah. You feel me? On like spit at it, I spat back, right? But again, though, right? Feel me? Like
now, was that a very Christian thing to do, Flacco? Was to spit back instead of turning the other cheek? You should have gave him the left cheek to spit on. If he spit on the
right? Not right. No, right. But for like that situation, right? I definitely like learned from that, right? Because even like no, right? Because the last situation, right? You feel me? Like, yo, I acted very godly. You feel me? Right? Like, no, right? You feel me?
Like which God? The Old Testament God or the New Testament? No. There's a bunch of different gods.
Look. I was very godly. You feel me? Right. Like, I peered compassion, empathy. You feel me? And like, you feel me? And like, I was real mature, right? So even like, for example, right?
Empathy. Or was you pointing all the fingers at Krishan Rock while letting Blueface appear to be the Black Messiah?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't. I don't think you showed much empathy in your commentary about Krishan Rock when she was sitting there next to her equal.
No. I did though, right? You feel me? Right? I said that she has trauma that like needs to be addressed. She's very passionate, you know, and sometimes her
And you didn't acknowledge
passion,
any of the abuse perpetrated against her by her equal male counterpart.
I
wasn't
guess
very
I'm not like
empathetic.
a weirdo like of the abuse, right? Maybe again, like I'm not as well researched and on their particular relationship. Like,
Use a
Flacco.
lie. Stop
You knew
lying.
you knew everything about Krishan Rock, and you knew that Blueface had more followers and that he's a better artist and that he's the more famous person in the situation. No, you knew everything there was to know, Flacco.
Yeah.
And you've been seeing the same.
It's not like Blueface is exactly hiding his abusive history.
Yeah, it's all over the blogs, and that's your business. It's the blogging. You done seen the same clips and the same excerpts from the shows, and you done seen the same trailers. You done seen the same sensationalized bad behavior between them both, like the rest of us have.
Nah, I've seen Blueface like defend himself. And
you know how many men that she done slept with, according to Blueface. You all up in the business. You just
exactly.
You did not acknowledge any of the perpetual abuse directed at Krishan, all of the gaslighting and all of the mental gymnastics that Blueface does on Krishan Rock.
And some of it was in your face in that interview.
I don't think I've seen Blueface like attack Krishan Rock.
Of course you haven't. Of course you have, because it's not abuse to you. Right? It's not abuse to you. That's exactly why.
No, like I've seen her hit him. And he like and hit her.
But you probably did, because you probably think that she deserves to get punched in her mouth for calling him a bitch.
No. Now, and he said that like, and he squeezed her hand, and she hit him and punched him afterwards, and he like grabbed her up, and that's right. And then she took a glass and bust his head open. So,
and notice he admitted the part where Reckless said that the whole reason why she might have been offended by that was because she also had an injury on the hand that he chose to grab and squeeze.
Yeah, no, listen, you know, like that's wrong. You feel me?
Oh no, it's wrong now. Wrong now. But you just told me that you didn't know anything about this situation, but you knew that her hand is squeezed. You know she bust him in the back of the head and bust his head wide open. You have a very selective memory, Flacco.
I don't think a hand squeeze, right?
Selective.
I don't think a glass to the head is the appropriate response for.
But you know about the hand being squeezed. You know about it, but I thought you didn't know anything about their relationship.
No.
But it's okay for him to gaslight her.
I never seen and was aware of any of the
abuse, though. Right? I've never seen him just outright like attack her or beat her ass on camera.
It's all over the blogs of them on the sidewalk and him throwing her down and punching her and swinging her by her hair.
I've seen her hit him first and on camera, and then he was defending himself.
But Wako, there's also a thing called verbal abuse and mental abuse, and he has engaged in both of them. And matter of fact, he did it right in front of you guys' face. And what made it even worse, he actually got other people in the room to participate in him gaslighting her.
And that's what triangulation
which is a form of abuse.
Narcissistic abuse. Flacco, you know very well what's going on. So.
Now listen. I'll be real.
But you are a black male worshiper because you're a black male. So of course you black male worship.
Nah.
Yeah.
I love my queens though.
Those lies.
Even the interviewer was daring him to put her in her place. You just gonna allow her to talk like that?
You ain't gonna get her in check. Couldn't be my girl. Couldn't be my girl.
Well, he has a form of
that alcohol makes you toxic, but then two minutes later, y'all can y'all fill up her cup
for it though.
Give her the demon juice.
And don't forget, no, go ahead and let her do what she do, because we brought her here for her to act like this. This is her intervention, remember?
Now, I think that was like tongue in cheek, right?
But like my grandma said, there's a lot of truth in every joke. Because what a lot of people like to do is if I don't feel safe verbally battling you, I'll just put in a little joke. A lot of people do. That way I still get my message across. And I totally disrespected you, but it was under the guise of a joke. All you got to do is look at your buddy Blueface. He did it very well in that interview.
He was calm though.
That's what.
You don't think abuse can be calm?
Have you ever heard of something called a nice nasty, Flacco?
Nice what?
Nasty.
A nice master?
Nice nasty. Like a nice nasty attitude is when a person says something very offensive and slick, but does it in a nice way, in a condescending, calm way. You ever heard of being condescending, which also happens in a very low tone voice? Every act of offense is not screaming and yelling and using profanity. Gaslighting happens by me and you talking just like this right now. I can be
Point in case, Beauty read you very lovely with a smile. She read you for filth and smiled the whole time doing it. See, everything doesn't have to. I can be malicious towards you and smile in your face. And matter of fact, your brain would kind of like disconnect. If I'm saying something really effed up and I'm smiling towards you, the likelihood of you not hearing it is a lot greater because I put it in a shiny package for you. And that's exactly what he did. He put it in a shiny, calm package, and then it went completely over you guys' head. But see, I have family members that they'll make cute little jokes and stuff. Our family is known for doing the subliminal jokes. And if you're not paying attention, they could have read you for filth and you would never know it. And that's exactly what he was doing. He never missed an opportunity to take a dig at her. And then when she started to respond to not only him doing it, but your interviewer did it as well. He was constantly taking digs at her. He would poke the bear, and then when the bear responded, then all of a sudden, well, why you acting like that for? All I did was just say some really fucked up shit, and now you acting like giving me an appropriate response. How dare you? Really? And that's supposed to be a shocker, right? So if I go out here and I choose to walk up to CTV and punch him in his face and he decides to give me what I came for. Now I'm saying, oh, well, why you acting like that, CTV? All I did was come up and punch you in the face. Really? I mean, some things we have to allow logic to enter the room at some point. I know it seems to be MIA, but logic needs to enter the fucking frame at some point. If I'm doing things, if I'm saying something effed up to you really nicely, it doesn't make it any less fucked up that I said it to you.
It actually makes it worse because it'd be like, bitch, now you really playing. Huh.
Because now I put it in a gray area, which is what one of my favorite mentors calls jigsawing. It's where I give you two completely extremes, and you're kind of like stuck in the middle trying to figure out what the heck is happening to you.
No, sure.
And that's exactly what he did to her. That's not only what Blueface did to her, that's what the chick on the side did, and that's what the interviewer did. They were all doing that to her. And then everybody acted shocked when she responded the way that she did. Let me gaslight you for 2 hours straight and see how you feel at the end of it.
I wouldn't. Oh shit. Hold up, y'all. Give me 2.5 seconds. Someone else jump in.
Flacco, have any response to PERP?
Huh?
I said, you have any response to PERP?
Here, right? So, like, you know, just in terms of like that particular interview, again, man, you know, like, I've never dealt with abuse. I've never been abusive, so I wouldn't know the signs in terms.
Flacco, oh my God, Flacco, are you serious, Flacco?
No, right?
Flacco, you in the rabbit hole again, huh?
I got a question for you, Flacco.
Sure.
Because I never got a chance to ask you this, because you said you've never been abusive. Can you explain you and Shakim's Ross beef?
I was about to ask that.
He has claimed the opposite.
Yeah,
What happened? Did God tell you to get on a plane?
No, right. So pretty much like what happened, man, was I think Shakim and Binary and had issues, and I pretty much just kept neutral and said, listen, I like Binary, I like Shakim. I'm not gonna like get involved. And I think Shakim said that I was disloyal for not picking a side and for not rocking with him. And I was like, and I was essentially saying, bro, like, I know both you niggas from the internet. You feel me? Like y'all both are not like my quote unquote like close personal friends and family, right? Like, so like whatever weird internet like side and like enemies and like, you feel me? Like, I'm not going to engage in that. And Shakim just took issue with that, right? So then there was a back and forth that followed and afterwards, but we squashed it like 2 weeks ago, you feel me? And said that we both would just not speak on each other, you feel me? And keep pushing.
No, I want to know what led to him filing a restraining order. Led to you hopping on a plane and going to his dad's house. What led to all of that Christian behavior?
Sure. Right. So as far as I know, and he never filed a restraining order. You feel me? So I was already gonna be in Detroit, right? And for some other stuff, you feel me? Extracurricular activities. Right? Right? You feel me? And and dudes was, you feel me? And dudes was saying things, and online, right? So, I was trying to, have a conversation and shit, you feel me? But yeah, man, we both have moved past that shit,
So basically, you went online, girl.
I personally was already in town.
So you wanted to have a conversation?
Yeah. And to be fair though, right? Like diss tracks, dissing deaf family members and shit was created. Feel me? Right? Like so like, so once, like things went that far, you feel me? I just felt like a face-to-face, a conversation was needed.
But what happened to turning the other cheek? See, the Lord tells us to disengage from our enemies. He doesn't say go back and forth. He doesn't say go back and forth and sling mud until somebody wants to hop on the plane and whip another person's ass.
But wait, though. I never slung mud as far as I know, right? But again, Shakim like may have a different story, you feel me? Right? And he may have a list of things that like I did to him. You feel me? That was,
doxed and you reverse IP address searches and you did all type of insidious things.
Yeah, I don't think I doxed like Shakim because like by the time like me and him, I guess an argument was happening, Lennon Honor, you feel me, and the rest of the enemies, like had already doxed him, right? But
did you get his address?
I bet had it due to him being doxed earlier by like Lennon Honor. No.
So let me ask you this, Flacco. So wouldn't we call that acting like a female? You allowed a man to press on your emotions to the point that he got you to a whole nother state and made you want to have a conversation with him, and I was
already there though,
and had you going back and forth online? Like, wasn't that a lot of estrogen like energy?
No. Right? We actually like seen.
Oh, so it's not okay for Krishan to whip ass, to whip other women's ass, and to have outbursts and to talk shit and to reciprocate energy, but it's okay for the niggas to be pressed and to be emotional and to want to have conversation and hostile exchanges.
It was go back and forth, though, right? Because if you like seen it unfold, I said I made like probably one response, I think, and on the IG, and on like YouTube Live, and then I said I'm never going to address S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N until the day that I'm in his city, right? So,
but why did it take all of that? Like, why let a man make you that emotional? Like, why let him talking about you and talking about the people in your life make you that emotional? Like,
no, right. So again, like, there was no back and forth. I didn't do no videos, nothing, right? I just kept it there. Now, I was already in that man's city.
You had to be already pressed. You had to be mighty pressed to still have him on the mind once you were in his city.
Nah, bro. Right, bro. Listen, right.
Because an op can never get me that pressed to want to see them in their city, my city, or any city.
Nah,
because
man.
an op don't live inside me. But
yeah,
he had you so emotionally spent that he was living in your spirit. And when you got to his city, you needed to see him about that stuff that was in your spirit.
Nah.
You needed to talk to him about that stuff that was in your
right.
You needed to talk to him about that stuff that was in your soul, because he was in your soul at this point. He had you spent.
Nah, hell nah.
Hell yeah.
Like, feminine would have been like going back and forth and yelling in a mic and looking at the screen and like
it
was the pull-up game that you had.
City, ready to see them about all that shit they've been talking on the internet.
Yeah.
That's what
feminine though.
Right.
Yeah, the whole idea of you getting so emotional that you're actually pulling up on somebody, that's being in a feminine energy, sir. That's not a logical response.
No, but I thought that was masculine, because remember, when women get upset and women get mad, it's like, oh, she being masculine.
Oh, that's right, because they confuse, being logical and emotional as the same thing. So I understand. But
emotional,
they don't live in the same house.
You feel me?
I can be very logical, for example, is me looking at my bottom line and not giving any cares about the fact that, hey, if I lay him off, I'm affecting him and his entire family. The logical side of me said, hey, that's not our problem. Lay his ass off.
No, right. So again, man, like, I feel like the
nurturing side would say, hey, let's consider the fact that what I'm doing may be good for the bottom line, but the impact can be detrimental. You're choosing to do some really feminine type things of being extremely emotional and being so emotional, in fact, that you're allowing it to carry you into a situation that can be very dangerous for you. Because when you're walking up on him, you don't know what he has at his home to respond with.
Yeah. I think we're choosing like not either but to like not listen or to ignore like certain details, right? I was already in that man's city.
We know that part, and he was just
while
you were there.
I was not emotional enough to do any type of live stream.
But you were, sir, because there's no way I would actually allow somebody to get me to the point in my emotions where I'm pulling up on them to do anything.
Emotions
said he wouldn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, emotions are not just emotions are not emotions. There's internal expression of emotions and there's external. So you think because you didn't hoop and holler on a live stream that you weren't being emotional. You were being you were being emotional. It was it was living inside of you, and rather than you hoop and holler and express your emotions through a streaming match on the internet, what you chose to do is be emotional enough to prioritize him once you were in his city, and then hopefully invite him into a space where you can then express those emotions that you've been carrying around externally.
I'm trying to talk, right? But again, if you watch the live stream, right, yo, I was calm. You feel me? Right. Like I wasn't mad, right? You feel me? You know,
You do realize calm is an emotion, right?
Wait, right?
You do understand that,
right? But again, I just felt like a conversation in person was needed opposed to the online bullshit.
Why?
To get and understand
you know,
it.
But what about it being in person was going to facilitate an understanding under versus being online getting an understanding? Like what?
Sure. Yeah, right. So again, right. So like doing the online panel stuff or content or even like talking and on the phone, like I just wasn't with it. And
oh, stop it, Flacco.
Right.
Who are you kidding, Flacco?
No,
you wanted to have an in-person talk because you knew that S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N is a little nigga. You wanted him to see that you a big, strong man. And you wanted to let him know that all it would take is one goddamn punch from the Incredible Hulk, and he'll be with his African god in eternity. That's why you wanted it in person, because you wanted him to see you wanted him to see the metrics and to see how disproportionate the altercation would be based upon his stats and your stats.
I was trying
to let him know that he's a small thing to a giant.
Bro,
to let him know that he is David to Goliath without the slingshot.
Like, bro, right here, right. So look, so like my father, you know, has always like preached, right? Yo, bro, like, you know, you always just confront things in person. You feel me, right? You know, and I just personally felt
you wanted to invite somebody who was your open enemy to pull up on you and potentially shoot your ass dead and to kill you. That's like way too emotionally pressed. Why would you want to invite somebody who you know don't like you, who is...
Did you watch the live stream, right? Right?
He's refusing to see how illogical that his actions really are.
No, because trust me,
right? Because he's a man, so his behavior always makes sense to him.
No, right? Because I had every, you know, I's dotted and T's crossed. You feel me? Like, right? Like we were well protected. You feel me? Like beyond protected, right? And it was just gonna be a conversation. You feel me? Right. So like, in terms of
you talking about like the same conversation that you recently had with your other co-host, and you invited him outside to a street fight?
Now, listen, right? Now, no, right?
Oh, the goalpost is always moving. Okay, got you. Understood.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about?
And how many stories, Reckless and CTV, have you covered where people always say, I was only going there to have a conversation.
You have more relationship history with your current co-host than you do with S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N, and you absolutely wanted to whip your co-host ass, but you wanted to have a civil exchange with a nigga who is dragging your relatives and dragging you online, and y'all were just supposed to have a conversation. Oh, okay,
no, right. So like, reason why I asked my co-host to come outside, is so some things got leaked to me to where like they were, you know, insinuating. You feel me?
Just like S.C.O.R.P.I.O.N was leaking, according to you, right? He was dragging deceased relatives and putting all of this and all of that out, right?
No, right? Oh. But to outright like lie about, you feel me, like somebody having quote unquote like sex charges, right? Because the trolls, right, found a random nigga named Jala, right? Feel me, right? A random nigga. And screenshotted it, right? And told him, look, there's this person named Jala in Ohio, these sex crimes, right? And didn't show that one, it was a different first name, different birthday, right? Right? And he sort of took the trolls like word for it and began to pass that information out there. So when I get wind of somebody trying to put, sex charges on me, feel me? I feel like as a man, you have to address that, in a prompt manner. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, led to, and us having.
So what would an altercation have resolved around an allegation? Because it still wouldn't spoke to the allegation itself.
Yeah.
And then if he would have beat your ass in that fight, then what would it have really accomplished?
Right? No. Right? So look, I came on, I addressed the accusation and showed, bro, like this is a whole different first name, a whole different birthday. Like this shit is cap, right? So when men resort to, let's say, like like hand-on-hand combat, though, right? Feel me? Like, wait, sorry, I'm calming down. Right? It's right.
Wait, hold on. Delia said had to hop off to get ready for work to and indoctrinate these kids tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
Man, feel me?
Good night, Delia.
Nah, right? Nah, man, right? It's just certain things and consequences as a man that you have to suffer, right? If like certain,
but he
right,
didn't
like,
suffer it. So what was the resolve? Because you didn't get to whip his ass. So what?
He came back and said, "What though? Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. It didn't happen." Right? Feel me? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So right. But it's just certain times when you have to be willing to take it there, right? And then also too, bro, like I'm an ever growing Christian, right? Meaning, bro, like, feel me, bro, like I'm ever growing. You feel me, right? So at times I may fall short of God's will, but I'm still learning and growing, right?
That's a crutch. That's a crutch. That's a crutch.
Right now, right? But
sometimes
you
you just fall short of his glory.
No, right.
Mm-hmm.
But though, I'm sure if somebody like try to put, like those serious sex charges on anybody,
I didn't know that was about charges. I thought I thought you wanted to fight him because he kept it from you that some niggas were trying to claim that you was from one part of the United States.
Nah. Right. Nah. It was for those sex charges and alluding that I had a warrant out for those sex charges, right?
Oh, I thought that they were claiming that you were the one who tried to claim somebody else had sex charges.
Nah. Right? Right? So like I'm almost sure that any one of y'all would have, reacted the exact same way if somebody tried to put those charges on you.
Not necessarily. I would have sued, but I would have sued because that was open. Because that was open slander. And I would have got paid for my pain.
Yo. Well, one, you feel me, right? Like, I'm not gonna sue. You feel me? Like,
why? So you would rather go to jail, and you would rather potentially get your ass whooped and go to jail at that,
and then get your ass whooped
and be further embarrassed. So you would rather have a mug. So you would rather have a mug shot and a black eye and a busted lip on that mug shot.
Opposed to
and potentially losing his life, because that's always a gamble that you take when you run up on somebody else's property and try to bluster with them.
Because he could have slammed your head into a wall and killed you by accident. He could have stumped you in the wrong way and bust your temper. It could have been deadly consequences to an altercation. Flacco, was that the
leaders?
What would fighting I'm trying to understand what was the logic in the fighting, because that's very emotional. To want to
no.
Physically harm somebody is who in a non-violent scenario is very emotional.
There's a lot of emotion, baby.
No, right, but bro, like in hand-on-hand combat, war has been used right since the very beginning of time.
So I'm
Yeah,
confused
but
on why.
a bunch of conflicts. But wait, give me like 10 minutes. I'm running downstairs
Okay.
to pick up like my meal prep shit. So give me like 10 minutes.
Come
I'll be
on,
back.
meal prep.
Okay.
Okay, so what you guys are bearing witness to is Flacco
Hypocrisy.
deflect from being emotional and deflect from thinking his behavior is somehow disconnected from the emotional body. He wants to put fighting in some other non-emotional category. He wants to put pulling up on somebody in some non-emotional category. He wants to put prioritizing his haters while he in a city in some non-emotional category. I don't know how it's possible to be pressed without being emotional.
Honestly, one thing I noticed from Flacco is that he doesn't. I don't think he believes in emotional intelligence, and that's why he doesn't display it a lot, or he doesn't showcase it a lot to us. And he does a lot of gaslighting, and he doesn't take accountability for what he does. So, yeah, no.
But that's the typical male or patriarchal ideology, right? Because they love to say women are emotional and men are logical. The fact that they feel that any human being is not emotional is illogical. So
Yeah.
therefore, nothing they say on the subject will be logical. You know?
Yeah, and okay, let me talk about, since Flacco was gone for like 10 minutes. I want to say, like, from my experience, because I wasn't raised up in a 2-parent household, and the things I experienced is probably different from everybody else. But there's things that I had to kind of learn on my own that I don't kind of regret, that I have an advantage over. Is that I think at a young age I was forced to grow up, so I had to have an understanding of what my feeling is, or what my feelings are. So I kind of have a better understanding of like what I like and what I don't like. And I think, like, I have, like, male friends, be like talking stuff, and there's things that I pick up on, and there's things that most guys, like most men, are like afraid of doing because of society norm. And I can see from them probably raised up in the 2-parent household, because my cousin, when I usually go over to his house to like kind of sleep and stuff like that and chill, there was things that his father would do to him, and I kind of understood it from both ways. Like, I can see why his like son would act a certain way, and then I see why his father act a certain way, because I would ask both of them questions. Like, I would ask his dad, like, why do you, like, believe this is this and this and that, and he's like, because his father taught him that. And so I was like, and he was doing the same action to his son, but like not really. I mean, he was conscious about it, but like he wasn't seeing like the result of it, like of like him kind of like, he was kind of lashing out, he was kind of being disrespectful, he would go against what they would say. There was a lot of shit that he did. There's moments in school I caught him like doing some shit that he was not supposed to do, but I didn't want to tell his parents, because I knew his parents what they were gonna do. So his son was basically a byproduct of him, because of what he was taught. And especially in their dynamic too, there was not a close, like, emotional relationship. There was a physical, but it was not an emotional relationship. Like, if you were to put them, like, if I were to put them together to have a conversation with each other, they probably wouldn't even know how to start the conversation. So for me, I think from me growing up with my grandma, I think I had an advantage of understanding my emotions and how to like navigate it better than most men would do. So yeah.
You know what you described is what I can't really understand about the paradox or the internal emotional conflict of human beings, right? It's like
Yeah.
we know something is wrong because it makes us feel bad, but we'll
Yeah.
still perpetuate it because it's a social norm. And I
Yeah.
don't understand that. Like, it hurts you, but you do it to
Yeah.
other people because it's a social norm.
And for me, I think for me, what like, why I don't like really subscribe to, why I don't really listen to these motherfuckers, because it's like they don't realize they're also shooting themselves they also digging their own self in the grave. Like what they're not understanding, what they're saying is also putting themselves in the fucking grave. While they're putting somebody else in their grave, they putting themselves in the grave. And I think that's why, like, when I see like Flock or them have conversations about like raising kids, it's on a first grade level. Like, it's like they're not like we're having a conversation, but we understand. We're like at a college level understanding, and they're at like a elementary, middle school understanding. And not to say they're not capable of having that college level understanding. It's just that they don't want to because they feel like it's weak or like it's a woman's thing. And it's like, no, you need to have these skills in order to like talk to people, socialize with people, have a better understanding of people, what they like, what they dislike, read body language, read art, like facial contact, things that people like. They don't have that nuance, and that's why I just be laughing. I'm like, okay, you know, like it is what it is. I agree to disagree, and then I just kind of move on. So
when I think about men, and I think about like the masculine, and I think about the feminine dynamics in the West, it reminds me of like a mammal being in a relationship to a reptile. It's just two different worlds. Cold-blooded versus warm-blooded dynamics.
And it goes back to the state of awareness. If you got a pea-sized awareness, then you can only perceive things from that pea-sized awareness.
And one thing. Oh, sorry. You can go, Purple.
No problem. I appreciate it. What you're discussing, Derek, reminds me of a video I recently saw on TikTok. The boy was around like 12 years old, and he was talking, I think, to one of his uncles, and he was telling him, I used to want to be just like you, but I don't want to be like you anymore because you don't even know how to treat your woman.
Oh.
He was like, everybody else in this family knows how to treat their women. You're the only one that do the things that you do to your woman. He was like, so I don't want to be like you anymore. And he went through different scenarios of what other men in the family was doing with their partners versus what this particular person was doing. And he read him for filth. And he was like 10 to 12 years old doing it.
And you know, and it's funny is that like especially that's one thing I really admire from kids, even my like younger self, is that like kids are very self-aware and they pick up on things, but parents play it off as if like kids are dumb. But like there's a lot of things I can remember from like age 2, 3, and I remember them vividly. Like I'd be telling, like when I told my like grandma, I'm like, I remember like things that you would do, like, and I'll tell her like straight up, like from literally like from every second I'd be telling her like, I remember you doing this and this and that, like. And she's like, how do you remember that? I was like, well, kids are like capable of like having memories too. Do you know that? Like they see things, they just don't, they're not able to like actualize it, like they're not able to form it into a sentence where like they can explain to you until they get older. But like there's things that I would say like I'm kind of low-key, I'm kind of glad I'm not like I'm not to say it's like I don't like say like I'm kind of glad I wasn't raised up in a 2-parent household, because I don't know what the fuck I would experience. But like I feel like I have more freedom in the sense of like how to express myself in a more emotional and then like a physical aspect. Like I'm able to like have conversation with people and understand and pick up on cues and things on people than like than most people would do. And I think I learned that trait from my like grandma, because she's very like a kind, like really kind person, like really kind. So I think I got my kindness from her in a sense. And that's why I have a lot of respect for women, because they're able to balance both aspects of themselves and like do it really like not to like the to the extent where like it's like perfect, but like they able to, you know, like give it their 100%, you know, they try, you know. But I don't have no fucking excuse for this other type of like blaming women type of rhetoric. I don't have that respect at all. Like that shit really irks me. I'm like, bro, like you literally go out your way to blame everybody except you. You don't see that you're the problem too, like that. And then it's just like it's a disconnect for me. So I'll just
and that's exactly what this little boy was pointing out, because he even asked him an empathetic question. He told his I think it was his uncle, you did this and this and this, but yet how would you feel if she had done the same thing to you?
Mm-hmm.
And he went on to tell him that, you know, this is why I don't respect you anymore. He was like, you actually have a good person, but you're not treating her the way that she deserves to be treated. I was like, woo, this is a tough conversation. And he was literally in shock because he was so disconnected that he wasn't even aware of what he was doing. You could see it in his body language. Because he was
Yeah.
like, I used to really admire you. He was like, but I don't want to be like you anymore. I used to want to be just like you, and I don't now.
Yeah, like parents need to. I think parents like who have kids, they need to like they need to raise kids as like they're young adults, not some dumb innocent child. Like not to say kids are innocent, and ignorant. They are to a certain extent, but like I'm like you need to like treat them like if
Be
like
more intentional.
yeah, like because like y'all really setting up kids for failure. Like that's why I'm like, because this society doesn't give us a manual to be successful people. It doesn't. We all have to literally fail from trial and error, and then like pick up like, okay, let's do this way is better than this way. Like I'm gonna go this way, and so like and then yeah, like this society does not train kids to be morally be good people. Like it does not, and that's why we have a lot of people who just be talking out of their necks, saying that it's all women's fault, it's this and that and this, and
Because
like yeah, this is a result of it. Like I'm like I really feel it for women. Like I'm like damn, like they really have to go through all this bullshit. Not to say that men go through bullshit too. I'm just saying like in this sense, I'm like yo, this is
some
a
fuck
fucking
shit.
yeah, this
Because
is.
like to actually think about it, it's like the title of this video is literally talking about five melanated cops terminating
Yeah.
another black man, and we somehow got into women,
Yeah, like there was
feminism,
no women in
single
that fight.
parent
Like what was
households.
that
It's
in
like
there? Like what?
it's a deflective measure. And I know C
Yeah,
Woody wanted to get in here.
Not
like
at
that
all.
shit.
Good.
See
I was
Go,
Woody.
you
just
can go
about
see
to
Woody.
respond to what Derek was saying, like about how we should raise children. I think as parents, and I know it's as parents we got so much going on. Sometimes it may be hard to do, but I think, like you say, you have to be more intentional about stepping outside of yourself, being realistic. Stop teaching them or raising them in this with this cliche mentality. You know what? It makes me think of my son was talking about he has a backpack, and he was like, I don't want to wear this backpack anymore. I'm like, why? He's like, because the kids say that the backpack is too small. And you know what I'm saying? I started to give him the whole speech about how you shouldn't care about what other people think. And I just had to be real with him. He's only 8. I was like, but you
Yeah,
know what? I understand because I'm 40 years old and I still care about what other people think. Like sometimes you're gonna care about what other people think. That's okay. If you like it though, like you know what I'm saying? I just had to have like a real conversation with him. But I'm also having a conversation with myself while I'm having this conversation with him. Like, but I agree with you, like not talking to them like they're dummies because they do absorb everything and they feel, and he's trying to form a sense of himself and society. And I think that has to start at an early age. I didn't grow up where I got to experience that at an early age. So now I'm 40 years old, still trying to figure shit out. Like I'm trying
yeah,
to allow him this space now to, be himself and figure out who he is and figure out his emotions like right now to, what I'm saying, try to get his own sense of self and find his way in a world where none of us will ever have it all figured out. I don't care how old you are, how much you go through. Like the only thing of life that I'm sure about is that I'm unsure about. I'm unsure about it all because you just never know. You gotta, what I'm saying, just find your way in the world. And God willing, I hope I'm showing him that he has to find his way in the world. As long as he's a good person, he has morals and ethics, everything else is just be yourself. Find your lane.
Wesley? Yeah.
Oh yeah, hey, I was gonna just say, I heard a little. I've been like in and out, and I heard like a little bit earlier about like lack of education and not wanting, women to have education and things like that, but then also wanting the woman who doesn't have education to be responsible for the education of his children. Like, I didn't get
Flocko?
that part. Also, I don't.
I never said that, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I heard that, but I don't want to like go back and forth with you or anything like that. I just wanted to just point that out. Um, but also with this whole thing, this whole conversation, it just seems uh, like he and men like him just want just want the power to validate and invalidate women. They really don't care what you do because on a previous thing, he said that women's value comes from them being married or not, and men have the power to give their value to a woman or to take it away. So all of this talk about being submissive and staying at home is really about being able to pull the rug from under you whenever you're not quote unquote obeying them. That's the whole gist of what I'm getting is I want the ability to be able to pull the rug out from underneath you after I made you feel safe and made you feel comfortable. I want the ability to pull the rug out from underneath you and have you scramble and have you suffer, which is why they don't want you to have your own thing you know, while you're a part of a family that you started together.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell just by their talking points that the whole, the way they view relationships is not about love or caring or any of that type of stuff. It's about power. It's a power struggle. It's a power dynamic. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is true that in current society that women's values, women are valued based on whether or not they're chosen by a man. Even other women treat women that way. I love that there's a current shift in the dynamic where women are like taking our power back. We were like, fuck marriage. Like, you don't make me, like, I make my value. Like, I think there's slowly a shift in that direction. But for so long, a woman's value is whether she's married or not, even with other women.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly true. That's why it's a bragging point. Like I'm I still watch reality shows, but not as much as I used to. But I remember when I was heavily watching them, seeing that video of like Yandy with the ring and like pointing it in the camera in the car, like life of a wife. I was just like, what is this? So I just wanted to just give an example of something that everybody may have seen. I don't know, but I've seen it in real life a lot too.
So, Poetic Flacco, did you really say all those things?
So I said that one, that I believe that like my wife should be a stay at home wife, and then I do believe in homeschool, and then I think like Darlene, I've got her name, man. Like the teacher, Darlene Beauty, and she,
Delia.
yeah, yeah, right. So, and she then and made the connection of if you're working, the stay at home parent would then be like responsible for the education, right? So one, if my wife who graduated high school cannot teach, you feel me, like some K through eighth grade education, then yeah, like we can, bring in like a home tutor. But the only thing is this: like we want for those kids to be educated under our supervision, right? Right. Like so, like if a home tutor comes, like, and she's right there, you feel me? Making sure that is no bullshit, is no agenda, is no propaganda being pushed on our kids.
I wanted to point out the fact that you gendered the home tutor as a woman. Um, so do you believe in women having education being important or not? Because earlier you said that it wasn't important.
I said right, like again, like folks can do what works for them, but in terms of me personally, which I always said was me personally and my family and men that I know and associate with, they don't think that education is important in terms of picking a wife. Meaning, like, I'm not looking for the most educated, most successful woman. Like those right there are not qualities that
Why
I deem
not?
is needed. Cause I'm not looking for her to provide for me, right? You feel me? Um,
But you want,
the
but you do want her to like be able to be a critical thinker. Would you want her to be a critical thinker?
I think that high IQ and critical thinking skills can exist without college education.
But then you also said that you believed in prenups, and people who believe in prenups believe that there is a possibility they may not want to get divorced, but they believe that there's a possibility of divorce. So you said that you would want, that you wouldn't want to take care of your ex-wife for the rest of her life, but if you pick a wife who doesn't believe in having an education or taking care of herself, what do you expect her to do if you believe in a possibility of divorce, whether you want it or not?
Yeah, right. Sure thing, right? So, um, what I said, right, was, and that prenup does not mean like she gets nothing, right? She should get enough to restart her life.
How is she
and
going to
put her
restart
back.
her life if she
Sure.
doesn't, if she's a woman that you picked who doesn't believe in
Yeah.
having an education or taking care of herself?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
How does
Sure
that
thing,
work?
right? Yeah, right, right, sure thing. So once we divorce now, right? She's now a fully grown adult. So again, wait, right? So look, right? So look, if let's say I have a multi-million-dollar company, right? Cool, right? If it takes 500K, a million bucks for her to get a house, get a right, a car, you feel me, right? And have enough to invest or go down whatever avenues that like she feels like could like bring back in passive income. That's for her
You
to restart with. You
you
feel me?
you expect her to know how to invest money without an education? That takes a lot of education. And also,
No,
houses
it
come
doesn't.
with taxes. Yes, it does. It
No.
comes with taxes, it comes with insurance, it comes with everything else. Like, a woman has to be educated. I don't see why you believe that women shouldn't be educated, but yet you want your kids to be like it just it's not mathing.
It does. No. Because you're like equating a college education to being capable, right? Like she can definitely find
Didn't you
ways.
meet your didn't you meet your girlfriend in college?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if she's valuable to you, why I don't it's not going together.
I've said on this channel though, again, like over like probably
Give me his damn mic.
like here, wait, sorry. I've said, right, but probably
There we
like
go.
10 times now, right? That I don't value her because she's educated or she can have a career. I value her for other things. You feel me?
Like her throat.
She's very nurturing. She's a kind spirit. You feel me? She's beautiful. She's feminine as fuck, right? So right. So like right.
That's all BS.
Right. So
Okay. Okay,
right.
look, hold
Like,
on, wait, one moment
so
before
I
you
guess I
keep
don't
going.
understand, right?
No, I just
Well, I
need
don't
to point.
understand, right? How you
No,
keep on like,
you're not.
yeah.
No, I just want to point out something before you continue your
Sure.
point because I just want to remind you of something else you said.
Sure.
You said that that what you value in a woman does not include education, does not include being self sufficient, but yet you also talked a lot of crap about single mothers being on welfare.
Yeah.
So how do you have those two thoughts? How do those two thoughts coincide? If you believe that divorce is a possibility, right? And you believe that a woman's value is based on her nurturing and her being kind, if she's single, and all of her value is in being nurturing and being kind, she needs some kind of financial stability so that she can continue to be nurturing and be kind and be able to homeschool those kids who no longer have a two-parent home. So where do you expect her to get the money from if her leader and her provider is no longer with her? You see what I'm saying? How do those two thoughts coincide?
Yeah, I guess I don't see where like, and you are finding, but the inconsistency, right? If that man marries her, have kids with her, and they get divorced, and he's still responsible for again providing, and security and protection for his kids under her roof. You feel me? Right. So like, I guess like if you
But what happens if that man doesn't do that? Then where do you expect them to go? Why do you talk so much crap about these single mothers? Where do you expect them to go if that's your belief?
I expect for every adult to be responsible for picking the right partner, right? So again, if you are out here picking men
So
who
again, you're
would
putting it on a woman for a man
no, right?
abandoning his
So that's the
responsibilities.
question, though, right? Again, if you are out here picking men, and who would desert their kids or like fuck you over, yo, that's on you. You feel me? I'm right,
How would
and
you know that if you believe in a possibility of divorce? That means that when you chose this woman, you wanted to be with her forever, but you still knew that there's a possibility of divorce. So that means that you know that people change. So that man could have been everything great in the beginning and then changed. Why are you still blaming that on the woman?
And you know what?
right.
I
So
also don't understand, Flacco, why men have that
people
mentality
don't
of
change though.
we.
Yeah.
I don't understand why men have the mentality of we need to choose better when y'all whole culture towards courting women is a manipulative one. Like I don't see older men teaching whether by example or by discussion. I don't see older black men teaching young black boys, treat a woman right, be honest, take care of her. It's like, tell her what she want to hear so you could get the draws. You know what I'm saying? If she ain't acting right, her friend might act right. Like y'all not taught to be open and honest and direct with women. So y'all manipulate us into liking you all because y'all know y'all can tell what type of men we like. So you play that role, be that type of man, and then when you choose you want to change or you're done, you change and you're done. So how can we choose better when you aren't 100% yourself when we first meet you? You come with a manipulative nature and then you want us to be psychic and and granted, I'm not saying that women don't ignore red flags like men ignore red flags, but don't talk like men are 100% honest and 100% themselves when they meet a woman.
Okay,
I
and you
just fully
also wait, Flacco, I'm sorry. You also just said, no, when I said that there's a possibility that people can change, and that's why some women are stuck in a situation. You just said no, people don't change. So if you feel that people don't change, what's the reason of having a conversation with you? Because that means you're saying yourself that you're not going to change. What's the reason? You just said people don't change.
And that's like why, right? Feel me, right? Like it's kind of like tough to even like talk to you, right? Because you're like taking things out of context and coming with like real bad faith arguments, right? So when I
How am I
said
taking
wait,
things out of context? You literally just said
when I
people
said
don't
that though,
change.
right? Yeah, right. When I said
Yeah.
that though, right? I'm saying that is very improbable, right? For me to see you picking a guy who yo, he was a provider, a protector at heart, right? And he was a good guy at heart, and then he turned to a bad guy. And
But
you
the
probably
reality
pick
is,
somebody, wait, right? And you probably pick somebody and who was a manipulator at heart, you feel me, and fooled you. That good guy and who's a provider at heart, who's just an outright good guy and who loves and value, and he's not turned into a bad guy overnight.
So again,
Your
you're putting
statements,
all
hold
of
on,
the
But
wait. His statements are
responsibility on
manipulative.
the.
Let me
Um,
tell you why your statements
I,
are manipulative, because you're stressing at heart for a reason. Like you're saying he's a good guy at heart, meaning he can do a bunch of physically do a bunch of effed up things to me, but he's a good guy at heart. Like your statements, like you're manipulating us by even saying it that way.
and also, what you're saying is that no matter which way you slice it, no matter from which viewpoint, it's always the woman's fault. Like, why aren't you talking about, oh, these men are terrible for switching up? You're not saying that. You're saying that you, as a woman, not only should you not value education, but you should be able to see through all of this bullshit, even though I don't want you to have an education. I don't want you to learn. I don't want you to be smart. I want you to be dumb. But when you act like I want you to act and not go out and get an education and recognize these signs, I'm still going to blame you. That's every single thing that we have said. You have not said men are responsible for one thing. You Eurostep, you do the matrix backslide. Everything comes around to blaming a woman. It's weird and it's sick.
But personally,
That
this
guy's
this
exist
is
though, right?
why, and this is just my opinion.
It's
I
up to
feel
y'all.
like men don't hold other men accountable because they don't want to be held accountable. Like if we allow them, or if they allow us to hold other men accountable, then they're essentially allowing us to hold them accountable. It's the same reason why they blame their mothers and not the fathers of single parents households, because if they if a man opens his mouth and say, I'm making this man accountable for why this child is in a house by himself, then he as a man has to let society hold him accountable for the wrong things that he does.
Exactly. And let's just to say, because he said that men could change their mind and be with a different person. If this girlfriend that he has, he says that he wants to marry her and be there for her and all of this other stuff, and yet he's already planning their divorce. It's like he just wants to be, like I said, he just wants the power to be able to pull the rug. That's it. Like, even when someone asked earlier, like, hey, what if they're done, like, raising their kids to this point? Would you be okay with her going back to her career? And he said, well, if she want to burden herself, that's not what it's about. It's about, it's about not giving you the power to just pull the rug from under someone and watching them suffer because they didn't do what you wanted them to do, because they didn't allow you to basically pimp them.
No, right? Again, what I said was a college education has, like no value, like to me when it comes to picking a wife. You feel me? Right? Like, so, like, so, and her having and that degree, again,
Education doesn't just mean college. They can get educated in different ways. There's many forms of education.
yeah, right. But again, though, to me, and what I value in a wife, that serves no purpose, right? You feel me? For what I'm looking for, meaning like she's an adult, right? So if after me, if she wants to get a freaking college degree because she thinks the next guy that she may meet may value that, or she wants to take care of herself, do you? I'm just saying, when I'm looking at my perfect wife and who I'm going after and like trying to court, that doesn't include a college degree because she will have no use for that degree if she's with me.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You want the power to be able to control her comfortability.
No.
So let me ask you this: would you ever be a stepfather? And do you think most other men would ever want to be stepfathers?
Yeah, right. So I would not want to be, right? But like,
Okay.
if I
So,
meet the perfect girl who, and who has a son,
Has a
then
son, not a son.
right, then I may consider it, right? You feel me? And if the father is not, in the life, right?
Okay, so you
If he's
feel
dead.
so basically, again, you want all of the power to be able to pull the rug from under this woman, because basically what you're saying is if that son has a father that's taking care of him and that's in his life, you wouldn't want to be there because that means that you don't have complete control and power over this woman, that you want to stay at home and not be educated. You want the power to pull the rug.
It's not that though, right? Like
That's literally what you just said, bro.
no, right? No, look. So I personally just want the option to raise the kids who are under me how I want them to be as adults, right? Meaning, like, I'm trying to instill my own values and principles and morals into them, right? So if that son has a father, that father will also be pouring his own morals and principles into him. And now there's like a combat thing going on, right? As to like who could put more of them into this kid, right? Opposed to if the son isn't there,
So basically, men like you don't want the women that you have children with to be able to find another romantic relationship again, because if the men who think like you means that once you leave that woman, that there's not going to be another man who can come in and build a relationship with her because you're going to still be involved in your kid's life.
Right. Say yes.
wait. How did you How did you jump to like
What do you
me?
mean jump? That was very clear and simple. Why are you trying to make
That wasn't a leap at all.
Because
right?
she's using logic.
If me,
Flacco, she's using logic. She listened to what you had to say, and then she drew a logical conclusion for what was being said.
but I never said that though, right? Again,
You
though,
don't have
if
to. Certain things are implied, Flacco. And if
she
you were
was false
using
though,
logic, you would know that.
But you said
but
exactly
she was
that.
wrong though. No,
You didn't say the exact
I
words
said
that she said, but you said the concept that
when
you
I'm dealing with a woman.
illustrated is the same concept as she just said.
No, here,
Yep.
right?
It's
No,
the
no, no, no,
essence
right?
of it.
No, right? And here's where she got it wrong though. So I said when I'm dealing with a single mother, I would rather deal with a man who is dead, right? Where now, there's no exterior, you feel me? Right. Where I'm being responsible for who's under my roof, right? Now
So
she
basically,
stated,
you're
wait,
saying
wait,
that
though,
you
right?
need to be dead in
No,
order for your child's mother
wait,
to move on.
no. Wait, though. No, again, right? I never said that. What I said was that's how I'm gonna choose if I was to date a single mother. Now, if my child's mother leaves me and wants to date, that's up to that particular man she's dating to know that my son has a father and I'm not gonna get out the way. So if he wants to deal with another man controlling and raising the kids that are under his roof who and he's pouring resources into, that's up to him. I'm just saying that I would not deal with a single mother who the kid's
That's
father is
literally
doing their life.
that's literally what I said. I said men who think like you believe that the women shouldn't move on unless they die.
Personally, he doesn't understand what you're saying. Like he doesn't see it because it
But
isn't
my kids'
serving him.
mothers can date whoever they want to date
No,
after
but
me.
that doesn't make sense to what you just said about single
Sure.
mothers. You said you don't want to date a single mother
Yes,
whose
I wouldn't.
child father is in their life because you want to be the person bestowing morals and values onto that child, right? So why
Sure.
should we believe if the mother of your kids dates a man, you would want him to impose his values and morals onto that kid's life? You're going to have an issue with that because you have an issue with another man imposing values on a child that you're taking care of. So if you feel that way about a child that's not yours, not your blood, Why would you expect us to believe that you wouldn't feel 10 times that about your child, your blood, and her dating some man that's imposing his values and morals onto your child? You're going to have an issue with that.
It, right? Like, I'm the biological father, right? Meaning, like, if that man who's just a stepfather, if he wants to
That's
quote,
why that's why I said men who think like you, because obviously if you think this way, you believe your way of thinking is right. So you believe that in this world of men who think like you. So if you believe in a world of men who think like you, what that means is that any man who gets with your ex after you guys break up and you have a child is going to want you to be dead, which means that you breaking up with the person who has your child means that you don't want her to move on unless you die. How are you not getting that?
because again, though, right? Like, those two things are 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 like entirely different, right?
Are they?
Again, yes. If if me and my wife break up, I'm not restricting her from moving on. She's open and free to move on however she wants to move on. I'm just making clear and precise that I'm going to still have an active role in making sure that my son grows up to be whoever I want him to
Son,
be, right?
if you,
Right?
but that's
I'm
what I'm
just saying,
saying. If you
if I
believe
had to sign up
that
for the
men,
opposite end of the spectrum, I wouldn't do it.
okay, but
And
that
that's what I'm saying.
exactly, and if you believe your way of thinking is right, that means that you believe all men should think like you, which
And that
means
makes no
that
sense though.
you're how?
No, right? It's
If you
simple,
believe
right?
your way of thinking is right, that means that you believe all men should think like you,
No, 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 no,
right?
no, right? No, 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 right? I believe, right, but that all men should do what works for them. Meaning, if somebody wants to be a quote unquote stepfather and like wants to deal with the biological father still being in that kid's life, do you. I'm just saying that I would not do that from my perspective. However, if some other stepfather wants to date my baby mama and
You
put
want to
up
have complete control over the household.
over
Look, let's
no
just call it what it is. It's about the woman
over my
having
son.
control about the woman, because your current your current woman is yours. So you have ownership over her. So you don't want another man that she's been with to be around. But your baby mama isn't yours anymore. She disposable. So if another man wants her, that's on her. It has nothing to do with a child. Because that
Yeah.
makes absolutely no sense that you don't want a child's father to be around because you don't want him to impose his values. That's like saying you don't want no man around a child. He can't have coaches. He can't have a male teacher. Like nobody else can impose values onto this child because you're in his life. That makes no sense. You just feel some type of way because that's your girl and you don't want some guy that used to slide his peen in her to be around. But your baby mama, shit, she free now. Like she for the streets now, so she can go be with any man she want to. You just gonna make sure that that guy knows, hey, this my kids.
But
We
but
hear
also
you, even though you don't hear yourself.
but also why would you want your child to live in a home that where he has different rules than everybody else? Because if there's another man in the house and you believe that men are the head of the household, why would you want your kid to be ousted? And also in the chat, Leah made a great point. If you feel that way, why in none of your scenarios are you fighting for custody so that there's no chance that a new man uh could have influence over your child? Why in none of your scenarios is that included?
Wait, say it again. Like scenarios
He's
I,
that
saying, why
include like
aren't you fighting for custody of the kid if you want them to have all of
all of your beliefs and
your stuff?
values. Why,
sure,
why
sure,
in none
right?
of your why in none of your examples do you talk about you taking custody so that this other man can never have influence over my child ever.
Yeah, definitely right. So, and again, in like a perfect scenario, I just assume that like we have a healthy co-parenting relationship, and I personally wouldn't like strive to like take away the kid from her 100% of the time. You feel me? Right. So like, right?
Okay, so but you
Yeah.
understand that, but I hope you understand that you said that you want your kids to be homeschooled because any kind of outside influence
Yeah.
is teaching them different than you would. So if you want your kid to live with your ex and your ex's new person, that means that they are being shown examples in the home, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you expect your kid not to learn anything from this new guy when he lives with them? And I'm saying he because you only just say
Sure.
son like you can never produce a girl. But how do you expect him to not pick up anything from someone that he's living with?
Yeah. Right. Right.
How does
But
that
that's like
work?
no. Well, one right, like, and he's definitely gonna pick up something, right? And that's like my worries, right? Is I what are acceptable and like for example, right? If let's say and I'm a conservative and
You
my
can't
son's mother
control someone else's
wait,
household, is what I'm trying to say to you. You can't.
no, right? What I'm saying, right? Like, right? For example, there are mutual shared, you know, behaviors, right? That we all say, this is here, this is good, right? But for example, if I'm a conservative and my baby mama's new man is a liberal, there are certain aspects that he might teach him that are cool, but then my job is to make sure that, that like all the other bullshit that like they try to pass down to him, that I'm having enough time with my son to where I can unbrainwash him and re-input the real shit, right? So I feel like that's just it, right? Feel me? Like obviously, like and kids have sports, teachers, friends, et cetera, right? So there's gonna be some things that they adopt that I didn't teach them. But my job is to make sure that enough of me and as much of my morals and principles are instilled into that kid.
And the audacity of you to think that you get to choose who your child will become. That's
Not
crazy. Like
only,
you can't say who your child will become. Like you could teach them whatever. You know, I feel like ideology like this is why parents cut their children off when they try to go their own way, when they come out as gay, or people cut their child off because they have different political beliefs. Like I feel like you will be one of those, and I can't say that for sure because I don't know you. But just what you're saying, it's just like I want to raise him so I could teach him the right way. This is what he's gonna become, and only this is what he's gonna become. It's like, so what if your child decides to be totally on the other end of the spectrum of everything you taught them? How would you handle
mhm,
that?
And
because
also, he's forgetting that there's another parent. The same parent who he said wants to homeschool his children, they may have beliefs too. So what if your ex, the mother of the person who, you know, uh, birthed your child, has different beliefs than you? Then what?
but it's completely ignoring the fact that this child has his own separate awareness and can
No, I
completely
understand.
decide to go a completely different way. He can
Right,
decide, hey, I like the new daddy better, so I'm just going to go with
right,
what he says.
right.
Because guess what? This child has his own awareness and free will. There's a lot of
Yeah,
crap that my father told me to do that I wasn't down for. I was like, no, I ain't doing that.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you that they have their own free will. I was just pointing out the fact that he believes that he's the only parent that should instill values in them, but yet wants the other parent to do all the teaching, all of the work, while he comes in and just lays down the rules, and thinks that the other parent, the mother, has no influence. Because in this scenario, again, he's not even mentioning what the mother would think. He's not mentioning what values the mother is instilling. He's not mentioning her at all. So
Oh,
I
Preston,
was
me
just
and you
pointing
are
that
The
all
out.
mom's under my
completely
roof
on
though,
the
right?
same page.
She
Because he
Right.
confirms,
wants
And
right?
to
and
use logic,
how could
and
he
he's
ever
refusing to use it.
fathom what the mother thinks or feels when he can't even fathom himself having a daughter? Like he can't even say that shit out of his mouth that he
No, 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 no,
has
no,
the
no. Like,
possibility of
yeah,
having a daughter.
I'm not against having a daughter.
You damn sure ain't for it.
And you know why
I
he
mean,
ain't
like,
for it?
I
Because
would
he's worried
prefer a
about
son.
how somebody like him may treat that daughter.
Right. That's it. And that's what I always guys like him. I'm like, it's like I said, that's that
I'm a
internal
good guy though.
conflict, that paradox that you all don't see, that you're creating the world and you're perpetuating a society that your daughters are gonna have to grow up in. And she's going to run into men like you because you're preaching it as if it's gospel.
The fact that you just said I'm a good guy though, is just like it already told me what I already knew is that you're trolling, trying to get a reaction. But I'm just still responding to you. I'm still
I'm trolling by
entertaining
calling
it.
myself a good
Just
guy. Yeah, yeah,
y-
like that makes sense.
no, it's out of nowhere. While we're responding, you're just like, but I'm a good guy though. Like, come
And
on, like
she
I'm
said,
not stupid. I'm not stupid, bro.
But they genuinely believe that, Presley. He's not saying it to troll you. He really feels like that. And that's what a lot of women have been saying. What these guys consider quote unquote good guys are the very same ones that have been predators to them.
But that's because no one is either a good or a bad person. We are both. Like the in the same I could be a good and bad person at the exact same moment, at the exact same time, exact same situation because it's how others can perceive me. Like just because he's saying all this outrageous crap doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. It just
yeah,
doesn't make him the best person to us. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
like
will personally,
if
right?
we never had this conversation and we met him in the street and he was nice and polite, we would probably tell somebody else like, yeah, that guy Flacco, he's a really nice guy, not
It
knowing
makes
that
him
he has
destructive.
all these
You
thoughts
feel
in
me?
his head.
I personally would love for my daughter to date a guy like me who's willing to love
I
her
knew
and
you was going
cherish
to
her
say
for
that.
life and take care of her. You feel me? I guess I don't
And
see,
there we
you know.
go against Flacco. You, in all of your examples and scenarios, you're never talking about what the woman wants. You said I want my son to be this. I want my son to be successful, be a provider. I want him to be all of this. But when it comes to your daughter, quote unquote daughter, you say I want her to marry someone like me. You never said what you want your daughter to be. What do you want your daughter to be like?
Yeah, I
What do
would.
you, without
Yeah,
without including a man? What do you want your daughter to be like?
sure, sure, sure. So I would hope that I raise and again, sorry, not me raise, right? But I would hope that my household, and produces a daughter who is
Without including a man, what do you
yeah,
want your daughter to be
yeah,
like?
yeah, yeah, right, yeah. So I will hope that my household produces a daughter
Without
who is
including a
No, let him
man,
finish.
what
I
do
really
you
want
want
to
your
hear it.
daughter to?
Let
No,
him
because
finish. Let him.
he's
who
including
said a
his.
man though.
I said
I said,
without.
said my
Okay, go
household
ahead.
is her parents, right? Like me and and her mom, right? Right? Like, which is again, like, and I hope that when my daughter is of age, you feel me? Like, she comes out to be the human being that we expected, which is nurturing, feminine, submissive, resilient, God fearing, you feel me? Virtuous, wholesome, right? That's who I expect any female who comes out of, our household to be. You feel me? I wouldn't want to raise no
Resilient.
city girl, thought box,
You
hurrah.
said you said submissive and
Yeah,
resilient, right?
yeah, yeah, of course.
Okay, so resilient means being able to pick yourself up after being harmed or being put down, right?
Yeah,
But you have a problem with single mothers. Single mothers are resilient. Single mothers who have jobs are resilient. Single mothers who are on welfare are resilient because they're caring and they're nurturing and they're picking them and their children up out of a situation that they were put in from the leader not doing their job. So so that means that you would be okay with your daughter being a single mother.
No, absolutely.
That's resilient. That single mothers are caring, nurturing, and resilient. Those are the three
Now you
qualities you said.
And
But
they're
you're
now
missing
you're
a
also
a
key
not
pretty
part.
flawed
virtuous.
person.
He doesn't see them as feminine though, because they're taking on a masculine
No, no,
role.
no, 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 right? And most of them have a promiscuous past, right? Or are not wholesome. You feel me? And are bad decision makers, right? So
Define wholesome.
Wow, I love this. Not
D-
wholesome, bad decision
to
makers.
me,
define wholesome.
yeah, yeah, right. So when I think about like like in wholesome, right? I'm thinking about somebody who's pure and who saves themselves for marriage, who is not just out here fucking men who makes them girlfriends. You
Is your
feel me? Like,
girlfriend a virgin?
yes.
Are you
Notice
a
how he
virgin?
completely ignored the
Me,
women
no.
that there are single mothers because they used to be married.
Oh yeah, right. You feel me? Right. But like again, though, we are speaking about like the norm, right? And the norm are they were never married, right? But I think personally though, like miss like the convo like earlier, right? You feel me?
Presley
Like
didn't miss anything.
no, right? Because right because I said earlier though, you feel me? Like at some point in like my personal life, I deviated from God's plan and I went array, right? So
Oh, here we go.
right,
So is that
right.
same
So
grace? So is that same
wait,
grace given to women who you deem to be unwholesome at a time in their lives?
wait though, right?
Do they
I'm
do they get to
just
say
speaking on.
I was unwholesome at a time in my life? Do they get to say that?
I was just speaking on, and
Do they answer? Do they get to say that? Do you give that same grace?
but you can't
You said that you deviated from God, right? And you
but
believe
you can't
wholesome is
stop me.
someone that's God fearing, right?
Yeah,
So do
but you can't
those
stop me midway
unwholesome
through me responding back
do
to the first thing
do those
and then follow on the
unwholesome
question.
women
Sure.
just answer, do those unwholesome women get that same grace?
I
Do they?
would definitely answer in your question once I'm done. All right, right. So again, like when I say like you must have missed it, we like spoke on this, I believe, an hour or two ago, right, where I stated that at some point I deviated and then I found Christ, and now I believe in no sex before marriage, and my girlfriend believes in the same thing because she's a Jehovah Witness. So that's why we haven't had sex yet.
So have you been celibate for 4 years?
Yes.
And also, you said you were going to answer my question. Do those
Sure.
unwholesome women get that same grace?
Um, I definitely think that everybody deserves grace. You feel me? Now, what I put
So,
in. Wait though.
wait, hold,
Now,
so hold on. You
sure.
believe that you, a person who has had sex before marriage, deserves a wholesome woman, but a wholesome woman who deviated and became unwholesome doesn't deserve a wholesome man. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that my value is who I have sex with, right? Why? Because again, like
That's not what I
that has no
asked.
bearing.
I
Wait though.
I
I'm
asked.
trying to answer your.
You're
But you
not
keep bro.
though.
You keep on interrupting. Okay, go ahead.
I said you believe that you, as a man who hasn't followed these rules that you have your whole life, deserve a woman who has. And I said, do you believe that a woman who hasn't followed the rules their whole life deserve a man who has followed these rules his whole life?
Each and every time I try to answer in that question directly, is you try to anticipate and where my answer is going, and then you interrupt and try to stop it, right? So at some point, bro, like we can't even have a conversation, right?
You're
Like
talking. Answer. It's a simple question, yes or no.
you keep on interrupting. So again, I believe that a man's value has no role. Wait, what's up? I believe that a man's value has no role. Sorry, and has no play on how many sexual partners and he had, because our role is to provide and protect. How many people we have sex with have no play in that, right? So yes, a man that's promiscuous deserves a wholesome woman because and his value has no purpose, right? You could call it in terms of how many people and he's fucked. But a female value is how feminine she is, how nurturing she is, how submissive to is, and then also too, man, how intact that womb is. So her having multiple sexual partner directly reduces her value, opposed to me having multiple sexual partners has no
Your
role in my
womb,
value.
your
Oh wait, give
womb
me a
is
second. Let
not
me.
affected when you
Uh,
have sex. Just to let
Reckless.
you know.
I'm gonna drop down. He hear me? I'm gonna drop down, guys. But have a good night, guys.
All right, have a good night.
Mm-hmm.
But Flacco, so all the things you listed has sex doesn't have any effect on any of that thing. Like, what does her having sex have to do with her femininity? What does it have to do with her womb? What does it have to do with her submissiveness? Like, none of that is affected by her having sex. Now, if you would have said the wholesomeness, then I could understand why you would feel like her having sex affects her wholesomeness. But that's not even one of the things that you
Oh
listed.
no. No, right, but I do feel like right, like some level of virtueness does have a play in how feminine she is, right? You feel me? Like for example, right? Especially like here, right? So look, if she fucks, let's say 300 men, right? She has fucked over 300 men.
Who
At
does
some point,
that? That's not a common thing. Why are you using
So
this extreme?
unrealistic. Right.
look,
Presley, you
look,
got to remember, this is the same dude that's only going
50
to
men, 50 men,
intervene
50
if
men.
his child is suicidal.
No, right. Look, right again, right? Like, you know, and females that I've interviewed and in the last, let's say like year or so, you feel me? Like that's very normal to them, right? But let's say this, right? The
Were they
average
prostitutes?
huh?
Were they prostitutes? That's
No,
a
no, no,
lot. Flocka,
no,
you
no,
gotta
no, no, no.
understand. 300 is a lot.
Just
Let's
regular
do a
304s.
realistic number.
I look, right. So look, like the average woman probably has like what 50 to 75 bodies, right? Cool.
That's
So
a lot too.
if you hell nah. These new girls nowadays, these 304s, 50 is on the low end. Like, be lucky if you find a girl like who's under 50 bodies.
I think that that's because of the industry you're in, and if you're looking for an industry woman to be with, then you should probably change your standards.
The
Right,
average
because
female
that's
right
so
now has
50 men is saying if I'm 50 years old, I didn't had sex with one man per year. I mean, that's still a lot.
one man
And you
per
know you're not having sex at
year
one,
is
two, three, four,
amazing.
five, six, seven, eight, nine. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then what if you're in a long term relationship? Even if you're not in a long term relationship, say you was in a 3 year relationship, you was having sex with one. Like, I don't think your numbers are realistic. I don't think but I mean, look who I'm talking to. You don't have a realistic view of women, period. Like, your first number was 300, dude. They have porn stars, prostitutes that don't have sex with 300 people in their lifetime. That's a lot of people.
No, right? Here. So look, so like 300 maybe and on the high end, but you can't convince me that it'll be difficult or right or a lot of females that like you may know got less than 50 bodies, right? Because again, like there's women who are again like there's like 12 months in the year, right? There are females and who are fucking like more than 5 to 10 dudes in a year. That's easy.
But you're getting this information. You just said all of these women I interviewed at No Jumper. A lot of these women who you interview at No
300
Jumper
bodies, yeah.
live different lives than many other people. But even if even if women in entertainment live the same lives as normal women, what does that have to do with any of the standards that you listed?
Yeah, right.
It
Definitely,
doesn't
right.
make any
Yeah.
sense.
No. Yeah, right. Definitely, right. So one is this, right? So one, if you were fucking, let's say 50 to 75 men, and let's say like 30, 35, right? You know, I just find it hard to believe that after fucking 50 to 75 men pair bonding, going through all that trauma, right? From being a whore, that
Wait, hold on. So you believe that women sleeping with men brings them trauma. So you admit that y'all ain't shit. Okay.
yeah, again, some men, right? Meaning like the ones that these chicks be choosing, they may bring them trauma, right? So after fucking 50 to 75 men, and on average, after all that pair bonding, all that trauma, it's hard for me to believe that now you're in your 30s, after withering away and giving up the pussy up to dinner, everybody, that you are now just intact mentally, that you are like just as feminine and willing to submit to men as you were at 18 years old. I just feel like
Okay.
that's impossible.
Okay, how do you feel? So you feel like it's possible for you to be all of these virtuous things and this virtuous man, no matter how many women you've slept with, but it's not. But women can't do the same. Is that what I'm hearing?
And
Yes.
you
Say yes.
ask for, do I deserve a wholesome woman if I'm promiscuous? And I'm telling you that females don't give a damn.
That's not what I just asked. You
Sure,
keep jumping to other things.
but you ask me if I'm virtuous if I fucked 1,000 women, right?
Yeah, that's what
Is
I
that the
asked.
question, right? Yeah,
That's
right.
part of the question. Yes.
Yes, sure thing. So I'm virtuous because I seen that I was on the wrong path and gave my life back to
And
Christ. You feel me?
that's not possible for women to do.
Uh, that's somewhat possible, right? But here, right? It's somewhat possible, but your value is still diminished, though, right?
Why is that? Because you said that value is nurturing and caring.
No, again, feminine, nurturing,
Okay.
womb intact, virtuous,
How does
wholesome.
having sex
And
destroy your womb?
no, right? And
I can't hear you.
yeah, wait, sorry. How about now? Right?
How does
Yeah,
having sex
yeah,
destroy your womb?
yeah, right, yeah, right. Short thing. So being promiscuous, being out here fucking men, having 10 to 12 abortions, having 4 to 5 babies. You
Why are you
feel me?
adding extra stuff? I simply asked the question,
Just have
how
to.
does having sex destroy
Just
your
one.
womb?
Because sex leads to pregnancy, and if you done had, right, a bunch of sex, right,
So
50.
you believe that any woman who has sex with multiple people also has abortions? That's the link that you have?
Yep. That's it.
I'm telling you, right, that is difficult for me to believe that a female who has had 50 to 75 partners before me has never had a slip up or right.
How many abortions have you paid for, Flocka?
Me, none, man.
Okay, so
Feel me?
obviously it's possible to have sex without a baby being
No,
made,
no, no, no,
right?
no, right? No, right. But again, if she has had
What do you mean? No, no,
50,
no, no, no. You just said that you've had multiple partners
yeah,
and you've never had a slip up with a woman, right? So why do you
me,
think that a
yeah,
woman
no.
doesn't have that same capacity?
I don't think that she can have 70, 50, 75 partners and after me, right? And there's not at least one slip up where she gets pregnant and have
But
to either have the
you,
baby or get an abortion.
but you can have a bunch of sex and never produce a baby because you're like
But
the
see,
smart leader who can't teach his kids from home.
Luckily for me, though,
but
right,
see,
right,
that's the
I
lack
found
of critical thinking and logic, though. because there's a plenty of ways for women to make sure that they're not having kids. Heck, there's certain things that a woman can eat that will make sure that her time of the month come on. So that whole idea of if just because she has a high numbers of partners, that means that you got to step up and have an abortion somewhere isn't logical at all because there are things that can be done to make sure that yeah, she can actually do that and not be an issue.
And there's definitely like a chance, right? So again, man, right? Like the
Yeah, but that's on a low probability.
what?
There's a lot of women who've had lots of partners that had hot girl summers that they don't pop up pregnant.
I personally just think, right, that the fuck that again after you have a certain amount of partners, that the chances are that there was no accidents and you've never been pregnant or had an abortion. I just personally believe that like those options are very slim, and maybe like there are some women who never had to go through that, right? But the exception don't make
Okay,
the rule.
so basically what you're saying is any woman that you get, it doesn't matter anything about them as long as they're caring, nurturing, and never had an abortion.
No, again
Submissive.
though,
Don't forget submissive now.
Oh,
and
and so
wholesome
caring.
and virtuous.
I have a
Okay,
question, Flago.
but
I have
you
so I have a
label
question for him.
yourself.
I have a
Hold
question
on,
for him. No,
real
no,
quick
no, no,
though.
no. I really need
He
to know this. Do you
let
care if you do
I
you care about giving a woman an orgasm?
Yeah, facts.
no, but he labeled himself virtuous, although he has slept with a bunch of other people. But he's saying that a woman can't be virtuous if she's done the same.
Presley, we could go around and around and around in this circle. Girl, he believes what he
Cause she cared
believes, and
about
that's
it.
just it.
She
But the
wholesome though.
reason why I asked you that question, Flacco, is because one, you seem not to really care about women and the inner workings of women. And then I also want to know if you want a virgin, and that's your right. Like, how is your sex life going to be, especially initially? Like, because she's never had sex. Like, you're gonna have to teach her, she's gonna have to learn her body. Like, and I don't know how old you are, but the older you are, so when you're younger you're more willing to have that patience, but the older you are, especially since you're an experienced man, are you going to have the patience to allow her to get to know her body, you get to know her body, to please her and not just please yourself? I feel like when you and your virgin wife starts to have sex, that shit, you don't give a shit if she has an orgasm or not. You're just trying to get yours.
Um, I love and care for my girl, right? So right. So like I just feel like that's just natural. You feel me, right? To want to like I please her. You feel me, right? So patience for her. You feel me? There's no question.
So basically, you don't want any comparison, is what you're saying. You don't want her to know that your dick ain't shit because she's had better in the past.
Nah, right? I just prefer a female who hasn't been touched. You feel me? Right? And who comes with no pair bonds in the past, no trauma. Um, right?
But you
But
can come with all that trauma because you got a lot of trauma, baby. You got a lot of trauma. So you
But
want to
just
bring
because
all of her trauma. Can I finish? You want to bring all of your trauma to her, and
oh,
you want her to just be your piece. You want her to be a teacher. You want her to bear your children. You want her to be your first and only experience and never having experienced anything else, which I'm sure there's better out there. You want all of this from her while you come and go to work and come home with all your trauma.
But just because she haven't had sex with anybody, that doesn't mean she hasn't been in love or had an emotional attachment to anyone else.
yeah, because trauma doesn't just come in one form.
Right.
Trauma can be in your household, it can be in the school, it can be on the freaking playground, it can be anywhere. Just because she's not having sex doesn't mean that she doesn't have trauma and baggage.
Or
Not to
that she
mention the
doesn't have
trauma that
some
gets
a
passed
bond.
down.
Because he keeps mentioning he doesn't want her to have sex because he doesn't want her to have that bond with anyone else. But there's other ways to bond with someone other than sexually. Like, and then honestly, sexually is on the lower end of the totem pole. Like, if she has a strong emotional or mental or psychological bond with someone else, like that far outweighs a sexual bond that she has had with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, listen, man. I would definitely take my chances, right? Like at her dating, you feel me? Like a guy and never fucking him. You feel me? Like I would take my chances in terms of like she's probably gonna move on faster, right? You feel me? Right. But luckily for me though, you feel me? Like, and I've only heard about one guy she's dated, and that was like I think like junior year of high school, and then she graduated and came to college. You feel me? And didn't date nobody, this and that, right? So right, so so luckily for me, I found somebody who is who is probably trauma free.
Okay, but you have trauma, my guy. So why is it
For
fair
me,
for her that not only you're bringing her trauma, you're bringing her all of, because like you said, if you have sex with somebody, you have like a spiritual thing. You're
fair
bringing
bond, yeah.
all of those spirits over to her, to a virgin who is working hard, and you want her to just do all of this work while all you do is just come and just tell your kids what to do and just bring money, and that's it, like that's it.
But I don't think the things that he's saying is coming from a place of trauma. I just think it's coming from a place of a strong belief system. Like, this is
No,
what
he
he
he he
believes a
said
man
he
should be.
said
Th-
he said he's had trauma.
Who, me? No, 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 no. I fucked other women.
We literally just spoke of your traumas. CTV just like ran down the whole thing of you running up and fighting the dude. How is that not trauma? That's trauma.
No, 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 no. But what I'm saying is the things that he's saying about women, I don't think is coming from a place of trauma, because he doesn't sound abusive in the things that he's saying. Now, is it
Are
mentally
you
and
kidding me?
psychologically abusive? Yes, but I'm saying, like, he's not talking about like beating up on women or them being punching bag. I just feel like this is his belief system. He believe like he's the part of the patriarchy that feels like he said, I'm a
I
good
never said
guy.
anything about physical abuse.
No, let's just
Why'd you
listen
bring
to what
that
I'm
in the
saying.
con?
Because you're saying like he's saying the things he's saying about women because of trauma. I just think he's saying it because he
That's not
feels
what I
like
said.
he's
I
okay. Personally, you hate when people cut you off, but you always cutting people off.
no,
What I'm
I'm only
saying,
cutting you off because you've been cutting me off. I don't cut anybody else off.
girl, stop it. So I'm saying he's saying what he's saying is because he feels like, as a patriarchal good guy, it's his job to take care of this lesser species, but she has to be wholesome and this and that and da 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 da. But he's gonna really treat her well as long as as long as she's the type of human being that is suitable to his patriarchal beliefs of what a woman is. I think that's different than a man who like hates his mother and it's like F these bees and blah blah blah. And I'm not saying that's who he is because I don't watch No Jumper. I don't know how he addresses women. I'm saying as
Oh
far as
no,
this
no.
conversation we've had on this panel tonight, it seems like the things he's saying is not coming from a place of trauma. And I'm not saying that it can't be. It just seemed like he really has this belief like, this is what a woman is. This is who I'm supposed to be as a man. This is how we're gonna get along, and this is what it is.
Okay, but that's not what I said. He said that he doesn't want his woman to have any trauma, and I said he has trauma. I didn't say that
I
his
don't have trauma
beliefs
though.
came. I didn't say that his beliefs came from a place of trauma. I said that he has trauma. And you're saying that you don't have trauma, but you were just going over your trauma about all of your fights.
Bro, no, 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 right, right here, right. So we talked about like two incidents. One was where, you feel me, a dude was getting disrespectful and on YouTube, and I personally stated was, I'm not doing no back and forth online, like do live streams and yell at a computer. You feel me? Because one, I hold myself to like a higher standard, and like it's super feminine to like scream at the computer and yell and just do the most, right? So when I was in that person's city, you know, and I asked for us to meet up like men and have a conversation in person about the extensive level of disrespect, right? And then the other part was with my coworker who trolls was able to convince him in believing a lie, and he made some heavy accusations. So I didn't go online and did the back and forth and the screaming. I waited until I could see him in person and checked him there, and then asked him to see me outside. You feel me? Right? So I've always, right? So like I wouldn't call those two things like trauma. It's just that people disrespected, and I personally felt like checking them or seeing them in person was the better route than doing the online back and forth.
And see, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, in one, first, I believe everyone has some form of trauma. Like, you're not about to get out of this life without experiencing some type of trauma. But I feel like, and only what he said on this panel, even with the way he addressed the two men, he is saying it as if I'm doing this because this is my belief system. Like, I believe a man is supposed to be this and behave this way. Therefore, that's why I did that. That's what it comes
Yeah,
off
sure.
as to me.
Okay, so just to respond to what you were saying, do you hold to the same belief system when it comes to women?
Hell no, girl, stop it. That look, but I can't. Here's the thing with him. One, I don't know him. Two, I feel like people have the right to believe what they believe. I can't tell this grown ass man what to believe or not believe. All I can do is have conversations like this and try to get him to some type of awakening. But it's his choice at the end of the day. Like, sounds like if this girl is real, he's found the perfect woman to suit his belief system. And if they go off and into the sunset and she gives up her doctorate and they walk off into the sunset,
She
who
a
am
damn
I to
fool.
who am I to tell them anything different? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't change this grown ass man's belief. His beliefs damn sure ain't my beliefs. I think they're ridiculous, but I'm going to feel that way because I'm a woman. Well, I can't say that because some mammies, like if Miss Barbara was on this panel, she'll be on his side for
Yo,
sure.
I
Welcome
love
back,
Miss
Crystal.
Barbara. Like I love Miss Barbara.
He
I
trolling.
bet you
I
do.
know you love Miss Barbara.
Girl, he trolling.
You know me?
Child,
No, no,
I just
nah, man.
started.
She be on your asses though.
I don't believe that I don't believe that he actually believes this, but I know that there are plenty of men that do. Just because of the circles he goes around, whenever you ask him
Mhm.
a direct question, he moves the goalpost and goes into different circles. I believe if he did have a girlfriend, he would be a quote unquote like he. I believe I don't even want to disrespect you like that, but I believe that what you're saying in public doesn't match what you would do in private. So that's why I'm not like all on your head because I know you're trolling, but I just like to just
Nah,
counteract points that don't make sense, and a lot of your points don't make sense. So yeah.
And
nah. Like
I don't even think he's trolling. I think he's being a typical heterosexual black male who, especially in public, he's going to keep up his mask because if not, then he's going to get labeled a simp and a lame. And especially, like I said, I don't watch their podcast, but it sounds like those are the type of gentlemen, or shit, I guess if I can call them gentlemen, if he goes around them with that, oh, let's respect women, they're human beings too type of mentality, they gonna clown the fuck out of him. He don't want to deal with
Dude.
that. So, you know, he not gonna deal with that. So he's gonna, you know, conform. Like we was talking about conformity earlier. He's gonna conform to, you know, the societal norms. And because I feel like that about a lot of guys. I feel like they see the truth, they know the truth, but in public they gonna get up and say the dumbest shit ever. And then when they have daughters, they gonna be trying to sit her down and talk to her about, hey man, you can't trust these niggas out here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Man, bro,
But
like
I
I
agree
agree
with
with you,
you.
cocaine. Yeah, I agree with you with when that's a lot of the times people dismiss it as trolling, but in this case, I do believe that because he moves the goalpost so much and doesn't make any sense. He backpedal like I'm just like I just think he just likes to like
I just watched
be
you though, and
a
here's the thing
professional
though.
opposer. You know those people who just like to just object just
A
because
contrarian.
All the
like
time with people who were
yeah,
genuinely not
I think
trolling that was doing the same thing.
Yeah, like if you like watch my podcast or like my channel, like you know that I've been preaching on these exact same things now for like since like 2020. You feel me? Right? Like I've been consistent. So
So
Plus,
how
you
do you
also
no,
feel
said you
you
were
about
working
women
on
haven't.
it.
like
You have not been consistent at all because when I
yeah,
brought up
right.
the previous things you said, you agreed to saying them.
But
And
you
then when I say, okay, well, if you agree to saying that, then what you're saying now makes no sense. Then you go, I don't, see, you're not getting my point. What I'm saying
not
is, that's just,
because you like here because you took things right, like for example, especially with the home school debate, right? Like you took the darling beauty girl making but the connection of if your wife is the stay-at-home parent and your kids are homeschooled, then your wife will automatically be responsible for teaching the kid. And I made the response of, yo, listen, if she's able to do so, right? For example, like my girl now, and she has a degree, right? She can be a like stay, you know, at home like tutor, right? But if my wife, like is not capable of that, right, due to her lack of education, then there's gonna be a tutor coming in, but that tutor is gonna be supervised, right, by one of us, right? So, right, like so you take like certain things and then you like pull it in out of context and then try to like you feel me shape it, right? Which is why I called you out for that, right? Right. So I I have not backtracked there. You feel me? I've still stayed consistent on exactly what I've been saying since I got up here.
so how do you feel about women like Pearly Pearl or Pearl, what's that white
Oh,
woman
just
name
pearly
that's in the
things.
room?
Pearly
Oh,
things.
just pearly things.
Well, you know
Oh
what, never
Lord,
mind.
she irks my
You just said you
spirit.
love Miss Barbara, so I'm sure you love Pearly Pearl too.
Pearly. Oh gosh, she irks my spirit.
Listen,
Who
no.
the heck is she?
Oh, listen.
It's a
A
She
white
white woman
woman
that's
that's
a leader of
using.
the Black Manosphere.
and she out everybody, right? Because I've seen a lot of women who were in the black manosphere before her, and they are upset that she came and passed everybody. But yo, she just outworked everybody, right? Man, I love Pearly Things' work ethic, how logical she is. Yo, man, like like she's dope.
Flacco, be quiet. You just.
No. Wait, why do you hate her though?
And see, personally, this is why I don't think he's trolling. Like he really believe the shit. You see the way he was just talking about that white girl? Like he
I met her.
really believes the
yeah.
shit that he's saying.
I was really
So her
like,
name is
because
Pearly
I need
Pearl. Is
for
that
you to
what it is?
understand.
because the
Yeah.
fact when I present
Yes, it's
facts,
called
he
just
just
Pearly Things.
backpedals. I'm like, he has to be trolling, but he
I don't.
not. Like, I'm just like, what? Like, I present you with facts and ask you a yes or no question, and he just
I never
backpedals,
backpedaled,
and
bro.
then he just says something super inflammatory out of nowhere. And I'm just like, those are the characteristics of trolls. Like when you present them with facts and ask them a direct question, they backpedal and then like say something like super inflammatory to like deflect the actual subject. I'm like, that's like, those are like characteristic of trolls. So I'm just like, I'm thinking that he's probably not.
But with Just Pearly thing, she's. I'll be honest with you. She's
25 years old. By
the way. Yeah, she's 25, but she's like she was saying like manosphere type of things, and they use her as the poster child.
Now, to be fair though,
oh, she's one of the good ones. In other words,
no.
But it's for me, it's the irony that they have a young white girl as one of the leaders of the Black Manosphere.
And that's the point. And they have the nerve. They have the nerve to look at queer people talking about y'all are out here with the pale people, bitch.
And you want to know why that is? Because they want to be the oppressor. Their future goal is to be just like the oppressor. True. So of course you're gonna want all the trinkets of what the oppressor has.
And she fits the narrative that white women are more submissive and blah 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 blah. So
men run the world. And oh hey F.
That's not true, right?
I've never watched this person, so I don't know.
Yeah. Oh no. Listen. Like,
so why do you love
so like there's
Just Pearly things? Because she works my spirit.
Yeah, right. So one, I do want to highlight another Black woman first, right before Just Pearly things. And there's a female creator called the Pink Book. She was a Black woman who was doing her thing before Just Pearly things, and she's still doing her thing. And she has over 200,000 subs. She's very logical. She's very intelligent. She's great at what she does.
She must be a
shout
man.
out to me, like here, look. So look. Here,
Reckless, I love how
oh my god. Yeah, she's a mammy, but I just went to her goddamn page. Girl,
what was the name of this chick? Who?
The Pink
What
Book
was the name of this chick?
It's called Pink Book Lessons. It's mammy down boots.
Should I screen real quick, Logicc? Here. Look.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Let me show y'all why, man. She's amazing. So look, let me know once my screen is shared, Logicc.
Your screen is up. Don't play nothing, but your screen is up.
No. Look, man, look at this, right? She calls out females for the malarkey they be on, right? Look
for the
this.
what?
For the malarkey, the bullshit, the foolery, right? Look at this right here, right? Nobody will call out these twins for their toxic traits.
Wait, Flacco, fix your mic. It's going in and out.
Yeah. Nobody has called out these twins for one killing a father. Sorry, for getting and their daddy killed and over a nigga, right? For doing toxic shit. Nobody is doing this. Not even Just Pearly things, right? Like, right. So, but and she's a Black woman, so I do want to highlight her for calling out women and on the bullshit, but also calling out men as well. You feel me? She's
if you're giving her a big, like, if you're really really giving her like a big ups, I highly doubt that she's calling out men.
Look,
I will look into her work and we're gonna see what she gives, but I can tell by some of these titles and stuff, it's not giving that. It's really not.
Look. You see? And she called out Skip Bayless. You see? Right?
The logic ain't logicking for you, baby.
Look. And this one right here, Gervonta Davis. How y'all drag this man's name through the mud, but when he was found to be innocent, ain't nobody made a second.
Who is Gervonta Davis?
Oh man, Tank. Oh man, and how they was out here. Oh man, so his ex posted a 911 call where she claims was her making a call while she.
Oh, Gervonta Davis. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I did a story on that. Okay.
Yeah, and and y'all dragged him, and nobody came back and clarified once his name got cleared.
But let's be clear about this. It's not like he was a Boy Scout. We also have seen video evidence of him physically abusing,
roughing.
It still don't matter.
Right, he putting his hands on this woman
Did
in
you just say
public,
roughing?
Come
and
on, Icona.
and we as women know how if a woman that's in an abusive relationship, and men know this too. Let's stop babying y'all like y'all don't know shit. Y'all know shit. Y'all see it. When women
Mm-hmm.
are in abusive relationships and they decide not to leave the man, they gonna start backpedaling and making an excuse. Well, I know my eye is black and I know I said he did it, but what really happened was I ran into his fist. Like, we don't know if that's what happened with this whole 911 call. Like, because you know what I'm saying, like, now
He went and
because she
ran
has
into his
decided to
fist.
stay with this man, she's probably backtracking because he's like, hey, clear up my image because my image is what pays these bills, so I need you to go out there and tell these people this ain't true. We don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but what we do know is that we have seen him put his hands on a woman before, so why would we not believe believe her story? One
Well,
plus one equal two all day, right?
and
Hmm.
and he did show proof of her spit on him, his shirt being ripped while she was walking away,
Mhm.
and then she also came out and said, that she apologized. He never touched her. She was emotional, et cetera, right? So if
Mhm.
this man showed y'all proof that he was actually the victim, he got spat on and attacked, his face was cut up, all type of shit, right?
Mhm.
Why was there not no follow-up video calling her out for being abusive?
Well, I never found that out. Well, did I? I don't know if I found that out.
Man, come on now.
So,
Hollywood and Locker
and
Shit were
look,
posted.
I understand that y'all pride yourself on being illogical for calling yourself logical, but let's think about this logically, right? So you telling me this grown man who has a reputation, a factual reputation of putting his hands on women, just stood there while this girl just swung and beat up on him, and he didn't touch her at all. She spit on him. He didn't do nothing at all. Like, come on now.
Now, like, and he did pull out his phone, right? And
Mhm.
recorded it. So like, dude, I think that he recorded it and then dropped the phone and like whooped her ass. I don't think so. Right? Like, I just felt like he knows that due to roughing up his girlfriend at the basketball game
Roughing up, girl.
and like pulling her and telling her to go into
But
the
he
back
has a
for the
history. It's not just that he has
So
a
y'all are
history.
talking about like the 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 one time that the broke clock was right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cause I
Yeah,
pretty much
but
times like
mhm.
somebody, a victimizer who happened to in one situation have actually been innocent,
Mhm.
come on now.
and then he was deserved
AKA
And
happy,
Cardi.
again, we
and
can't
then
say that he
and
was
then
innocent.
and then he was deserving of a Happy Luther King parade march as a result of being innocent.
But meanwhile, you have to ignore all the other cases of violence that he did before that. You got to
Right.
And
just
so and so
Magic Dragon
basically,
that went away.
now all of a sudden he deserves a march just because he messed up his own credibility beforehand. So now he got, oh, y'all should have believed me. Well, bitch, we did the first 20 times.
But that reminds me of the whole the baby and Danny Lee situation. Like, how many times do you think he antagonized her? Was mentally abusive, and the one time he felt like he wasn't right, he pulled out his phone. Like, see, she won't leave my house. She won't. Like, come on now. Like, let's
See,
stop acting like it's not a thousand ways this situation could have actually went just because he pulled out his phone. This one time, he didn't
You
pull out his
thought
Actually,
that's
no,
phone the
actually,
other
man,
20
nah.
times he whipped her ass. He pulled out
okay.
his
Light-skins
phone
wish you
I'm
one
not.
well.
time.
That Danny
I'm,
Lee?
I'm not. No. We're not gonna deflect. So, what about this pink lessons woman that you was talking about? And I asked you about Miss Pearly things.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Look, so what I love uh, about her, man, is one that she's accountable,
Who
and just probably things, right?
accountable for what?
Yeah, right. So, and she says, "Yo," and I myself is a modern woman. I have some toxic traits that I'm working on. So like she's accountable for her past 3 or 4 ways because like she also says that her body count like is less than 1 finger, right? Like so like it's either 5 or below, right? So like she has a body count on 1 finger, but she also
One finger.
apologizes for
Wait. You mean
oh
one
me on
hand?
one
yeah
hand.
your head
One finger.
yeah sorry head right so she's accountable for that, and she calls out females for their BS, and she just bodied
Are you
a
sure?
guy
Because I
called
literally just seen a clip of her getting her ass towed the fuck out the frame, and
who
I wish I
by
can't.
like Hafiz.
But yeah, by a woman. Yes.
Oh no sorry, a female, right? She just bodied and this guy called Hafiz. I'm talking about she ruined his career by bodying him as bad as she did, right?
But
Like
you
to
do
where
know, like, but here's the thing, and this is how I know that y'all are not meant to be leaders because y'all are not even doing no critical thinking. She does the hope, like she does literally talking points, and those talking points literally feeds Red Pill. And then that's how she gets her clout, and that's how she gets her money. She's not doing it because she wants this quote unquote Red Pill space to be. Oh, speaking of Red Pill, Marquez hit the link. But but she doesn't want this space to be better. She's basically using y'all for your money, no shade, and y'all attention. And it's the fact that y'all are dumb enough to give her all of those things. That's the annoying part. Because it was one time. Wait, 1 second. I'm sorry, but it was one time when she was literally on a panel. And the lady was actually getting up with her ass, putting her ass in check respectfully, and she couldn't really contend with the lady. She was like, "You're not gonna tell me how I need to talk, how I need to say things on my podcast." And the lady was like, "I thought we're here just bringing about different thoughts and opinions. Because the thing about it, are you really here to really make a change, or are you here for clout?" And then once she said that, Miss Pretty Thing stopped talking. So y'all need to be careful about who the hell y'all idolizing. Now, what happened on Purple Lover?
I was just going to ask a clarified question. Are you saying that she's red pilling for pay?
No, I don't know. I will say. I will say this. I think the red pilling is for it. Had the pay does have something to do with it. Now, whether she actually believes that shit or not, that I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't believe it and she's just using y'all dumbasses, like as in y'all dumbasses have a fucking red pill, or she actually believes the shit that she does.
Kevin Samuels was red pilling for pay.
They were opportunistic for pay.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels was red pilling for pay. Like Reckless just said, do I think he believes some of that? Yeah. But do I think he was like, you know what I'm saying, exaggerating for the cameras because he knew that this man went from, living in his mama's basement, not saying he really was, but he went from living in his mama's basement to driving Maseratis in a matter of like a year because these red pill guys would just super chat, donate, give him money. Like shit. Not me personally, like money ain't gonna control my morals and ethics, but a lot of people would just say and do anything to get in that position. Think about how many Kevin Samuels wannabes popped up after he died. And I think just probably popped up after he died.
And let's not forget, see Woody, that he actually owed child support, and then his baby mama actually came for his YouTube checks. So
yeah, I think just probably one of those people who popped up after Kevin Samuels died too. Like
Yeah.
they saw that, hey, well, it's a hole in that space, and now everybody trying to fill it because they want to get the money that he was getting.
Yeah. So Flocka, I will always say, just y'all need to be mindful about who y'all trying to idolize and put on this pedestal. No, what you
wait
about to
though,
say?
right? But wait though, like, but y'all loved her, but not you. But people who like share you feel similar views, y'all loved her when like she got her like I guess like her first right. So she got like her first like real like footing and success by doing videos calling out Fresh and Fit, and that like and just probably things, right?
And that right there proves my point.
Right, exactly.
It proves my point of she's using y'all for your money and the attention. And y'all are not even paying attention to it just because she's saying things that you guys like. And she's hitting you guys on an emotional level. And y'all are sitting up here, oh my gosh, she's saying everything, not realizing she's here for your dollar bill, and that's what colonizers do.
Yep. So she's definitely following the Kevin Samuels playbook because he once was calling out men doing perfume reviews and stuff like that, and he saw where the money was, and that's where he went. She doing the same thing. First, she calling out Fresh and Fit. She saw how that shit was only giving her so much attention. Now she like, oh, let me join these MFers, and she doing it on the black side. Man, you think white women don't know how black men feel about them because of the way y'all feel about your own women?
And I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's very disgusting when I actually do like go back and look at it. And a lot of black men will literally be on that platform and allow that white woman to degrade black women on that platform. That's fucking disgusting. And there we go with that fucking protection shit. Because I don't give a damn. Because one thing that most black women they're not gonna tolerate is a white man talking to a black man any type of way. No shade. And the fact that y'all let that shit happen, that's a problem.
And again, you think she don't know that? You think the world don't see how black men feel about black women? The collective of black women, the collective of black men feel about the collective of black women? Yes, and she monopolizing off of that shit.
Yeah, and I don't think that Kevin Samuels thinking was just like him trolling for strictly money because he lived that life. That's why I brought up his whole child support thing. He lived that life that he was preaching. Like he lived it. He meant that shit.
But personally, that was after he found out that he was not getting traction by supporting black women, because he made a video stating that as long as he was, windmilling for black women, that he wasn't going to get the traction that he would get if he was just saying derogatory stuff. And then later on, he switched sides to the derogatory because it was paying the bills.
But that's what I'm trying to say here. When that's the route a lot of men go, but I don't believe that was it for Kevin Samuels because there's also the opposite route that men go. There's ancient. Look at Derek Jackson. He's an ancient man who pretended to be for women to get the money. I think that Kevin Samuels was in that same lane, and when he tried to pretend to be for women to get the money, he just went to his natural self because his whole life is actually what he was preaching on the derogatory side. I think he was trying to pretend for a while.
But he wasn't pretending
women.
because President, he wasn't for women. His channel was about telling men what they need to do, like how to holding men accountable, telling them how to better take care of themselves. Like he never really was like champion for women. He was just holding men accountable. But I think he saw, and he even said in one of his videos, it's been played all over YouTube. He's like, I bet if I get on here and I start cussing out women, you know what I'm saying, I'll get more money. So that's what he switched over to. Like, I don't think he was ever champion for women. Just like with Derek Jackson, I feel like he like a lot of these guys, they know what's right and what's wrong because they know what they would and would not want to happen to them. So the things that Derek Jackson, I feel like he really believes it. He just lives differently in his own personal life. Like he knows that the things he's saying is true, and this is how women feel, and this is how women perceive life. So that's what he says in his videos for money. But him as a man in his own personal life, shit, he out here doing what these other Negroes doing, living the way they want to live, doing whatever he want to do.
That's
I think
why
both
I'm
things are
saying
true
that.
for both of them. Both things are true at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that that I'm gonna just go with what he said when he was being derogatory because his life matched it.
Well, Flacco.
Yo, bro.
So, okay, it's because earlier I meant to ask you this earlier, but I had got distracted with something, so I'm coming back. So, now you said that us as a people, you said women now want privilege, not equality, yada yada yada, and the women that actually do want equality, we call them mammies. Is that what you said? I want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But y'all call just other things, mammy. Right?
yeah, she is. So what? So what are some things that they fight for that we call them mammies for?
No. But I feel like them saying, yo, like things are already equal now. Like, what are we doing?
How are they equal?
Sure. And men have, for example, right, like there's no quote unquote rights or laws that men have access to that women don't.
But who gatekeeps those laws?
What? The Constitution, right?
No.
Who?
Men. That's the reason why abortion is not even legal.
I was about to say, you do have rights that we don't. You have the autonomy of your body.
Man, come on, bro. How,
You do. Whether you want to accept it or not, Flacco, that's the reality of it. Anytime the state can come in and tell a woman what to do with her body and decide medical treatment on her behalf, she does not have the same autonomy as you do. Call it what you will, but that's the reality of it.
And let's be clear, like now, because certain laws are in place, companies have to hire a certain number of women. They have to hire a certain number of black people. But what the government can't control is how someone personally feels. So yes, there are black people and women in the workplace that's getting treated like trash because this company has to hire them. As a woman in a male, and every industry I ever worked in a male dominated industry, the shit is so frustrating. And especially now, men are super passive aggressive about it. It's like women keep screaming to the top of their lungs. It's like, I can have an idea. I said nobody listens. This man literally says exactly the same shit I say, and everybody like, oh my god, that's the greatest idea ever. Or not being heard, or being passed up on promotions, or always having some male being, being your supervisor because men don't want to listen to women. Like, it's a lot of passive aggressive stuff you have to go through in the world and in the workplace. Men act like they don't see it, but you see that shit because you know that you wouldn't want to be treated a certain way. Man, look, I work for the state of Tennessee. I'm talking about we working underneath the fucking governor, and there was a group of men terrible, and this was an older lady too, terrorizing this lady, putting her shit on the floor, stealing her shit, stealing her stuff out of the lunchroom. It's like, why? And this lady was nice too. She didn't have she wasn't like one of the ones that had an attitude problem or nothing. Like, she minded her fucking business, came to work, everything. Like, why a grown ass person got to deal with this from other grown ass people in a workplace, and then everybody just act like they don't see the shit going on. And then as women, if we say something about it, it's like, oh, y'all complained it again. Oh, y'all got equal rights now. You can work like we can work. Like, come on now. Stop it. You see the shit that happened in society. So stop acting like you don't.
Not
So
right.
let me introduce to the panel.
See what he. Oh,
wait, so so let me introduce to the panel King Patriarchy. Woo!
Uh-oh.
You know what?
Finally got some backup,
huh? You don't have to do that. It's not that serious. I'm just naming myself King Patriarchy. That's crazy. That's tough.
Nah, man. Think is though, right? If I ask like, and what laws do men have that like y'all don't? And the first thing that y'all go to is, oh, like we don't have the right to abort our babies at 8 months old. All right, cool. You feel me? Like,
No one said you're using extreme examples to try to sway the public.
guess,
Please
right?
stop it.
Right? No.
And
No.
300 partners.
There is
men
no
and
but.
females got the same
Stop
law.
using extreme examples.
Right? Is that men and women in this country right now, there's nothing that y'all can do that we can't do, and there's nothing that like we can do that y'all can do, right? We are.
So I have a question, Flacco.
Like, so if you keep on pushing,
you what you do understand and do know that there's also a social equity that comes along with being in this world. Like, question. So do you ever go down the street and you're ever afraid of being sexually assaulted?
Me? Yeah.
You do?
So,
Boy,
so
stop.
wait. 'Cause
Nah,
Wait,
man.
wait.
No.
So you go down the street and you fear that you're going to be sexually
I'm
assaulted?
fucking with you. Nah, man. Nah.
He's trolling.
No.
But you went to abortion. I said medical procedures. That doesn't just include abortion.
Sure.
There's a
But
lot
that
of things that are being done where women who are in need of medical treatment, like getting a dead baby out of their body, can't even get that done because
that's
you
not
have doctors now afraid to do procedures because they don't want to be held accountable for an abortion when it's actually a medical procedure to save the woman's life.
but it's
Because
make
the
sure
thing about having let me finish speaking.
Sure.
The thing about having a dead baby in your body is that it will become toxic to the mother because the dead baby is sending off fumes, is sending off there's a lot of chemical reactions that happens when a body passes. That's occurring inside of her body. There's a lot of things that are not able to be done because they're worried now because the government is playing way too much of a role in a place that they really don't belong. And let's be clear, once you open this gateway, because that's what it is, there's now legal precedent for them to say what type of medical treatment you can get. Do you really want to go down that hole, especially as a black man with the history that they had with you?
Ooh.
but
But you know,
It's
it's
more
funny
at
that he
stake
don't.
than
I'm
just
sorry.
it's more at stake than just a political talking point. You of all people have been through the worst medical history that there has been. The whole reason we even have a gynecological situation was made off of the black backs of black women being tortured. It's way deeper than just a political ideology.
Yeah.
But you
This
know
has
what? They
been done
agree.
to
I'm sorry.
this has been done to minorities in this country, and you're willingly saying that somebody that has made it clear that they don't mind harming you, let me give you the right to decide what happens to me, and you don't see how illogical that is?
Hell no.
Girl, we already established that he
No.
is not logical at all. Because look, what he's saying is he's saying just because there's a law in place that fixes everything. That's like saying I made speeding illegal, therefore no one will ever speed again. Stop it. That doesn't even make sense.
that means
And you know
abortion
what's
is
so
still going to
crazy?
happen.
But look, this is the point I want to make about Pearly Pearl. Like it's crazy that you all. I know. I want to say this. So, for a group of men who have a disdain for women, who don't like women,
Wait,
I think
wait.
irks
I'm sorry.
y'all.
Wait.
Here we go.
Wait, I have a question. So, Marquez, so to make sure that you caught up on everything, do you know who Miss Pearly Things is, or just Pearly Things?
I'm
Who
very
that is?
aware who just Pearly Things is.
Of
Okay,
course he does.
It's all over.
before we proceed, how do you feel about her? You like her, dislike her? What's your thought process?
Me
Because Flacco
personally,
love her.
me personally, me personally, I think that she's using the same talking points as other people in the manosphere, but the only difference is the person who's saying it. For example, she's a more submissive woman saying it, but that's why it's getting more of a push out there into the manosphere. But let's be honest, if Fresh and Fit, as much as I hate those guys, they're still doing it. Andrew Tate, I don't want to talk about that guy either. I agree with certain points of the manosphere, but I know that Pearly certain points, but I agree that. But as of right now, Pearly Things is kind of like her, MTR. They're kind of like taking over the manosphere right now.
Can you tell us which points you agree with?
I agree that. I don't want to say those. I don't want to say them because I already been labeled King Patriarchy. I'm
Sweetie,
trying
if
to
you're
say
gonna agree
vague.
with it, you need to own what you're agreeing with. Put it out there
Fine,
for everyone to see.
fine, okay.
It's okay.
We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Pearly things talk about how single mothers are a problem. How the women have too much of high standards. How the abortion decision was actually a good thing, and how modern women are selfish. I mean, I could go on.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
I
hold
could
on.
go
please
on.
continue. I'm loving it so far. Please continue. I want to hear
But
this.
or one was being called can't turn a hoe to a housewife. That's another point. I mean, there's plenty of points that she's had.
She did say the female shouldn't vote.
Wait, hold on.
She said that Flacco. She did say. Well, she
Yep,
she said something towards it. She said something towards it. But if they don't
Logic
like
wasn't
the
bad
person,
though, right? Like I understood, it's still like her logic as to why she said females shouldn't vote, right? Now, do I agree? I won't. I personally will never express my thoughts on that particular thing. But
facts.
yeah,
No, I think you should. So how do you feel?
Nah, we're good.
So if that's the case,
Marquez?
then wait. But if that's the case, that means y'all agree. So why? So why
no,
doesn't she think that women should not agree? I mean, should not vote?
Because her whole like point of like the live streams and stuff, what she gets to is the fact that when women vote for stuff, it tends to be like of a more emotional based standpoint. It's more focused on trying to boost them up instead of boosting up the collective.
Oh, wait, you said right when you
also
said that?
Said that. Wait, though, right?
Wait.
And she also said
a white
you
woman
can't get
said
drafted,
that?
you shouldn't vote.
Right. I mean, but Flacco, I'm not. Tell me if I'm saying anything wrong here. But she
break it down though, right? Like, in its entirety, yeah.
In the entirety, just to make it simple.
No. Like,
if we're being honest, right? In every episode, like in every live stream, it's the more basis of the point is that there's three really big points. They have inflated self-worth, modern women. There's a big attack on masculinity, which is the truth.
Sure? Is it true that there's a big attack on masculinity?
Yes,
or
it's a very big attack
toxic
on masculinity. No, it's not. It can't be listen. People use that word toxic, or people use that word because it fits a narrative that they want to create.
Are you sure?
We gotta stop acting like reckless, but there's not people every day they're trying to create their own narratives. For all we know, that Pearly could be coming out here making her own narratives.
She is. That's the point that I'm proving to y'all.
Right. We can't sit here. That's what I'm saying. I can't sit here and agree with everything she say, but I also can acknowledge the fact that some of these stuff that she's saying is true.
No, it's not. Because the thing is, okay, I'm gonna tell you what she goes wrong. Well, I'm gonna tell you what a lot of y'all go wrong because y'all lack nuance, and that's what makes it dangerous because you're lacking nuance in said situations and stuff. But you can continue.
I mean, again, I understand lack of nuances. I get all of that. Now, what I think is wrong, is crazy, reckless, is to blame single mothers for these group of 5 black men to kill this person and beat him to death. That's asinine. That's bullcrap. I don't think you should blame them. You don't blame the mothers for the action of 5 people who are grown. You don't do that. You just simply don't. Would they be in a better situation? Would they be in a better situation if the father was in the house? Yes. But even if the father would be in the house, it's very possible if that person self-hates their own race, it's very possible they would go out there and do that anyway.
So question. So why do you guys think there's attack on masculinity? Give me some.
Simple. It's because people cannot. It's not only attack on masculinity. It's attack on free speech now. You can't really say what you want to say without affecting somebody's feelings. 10 years ago, you can say whatever you want to say. And if people had a problem with it, they would just have to be like, they have to just suck it up and deal with it. Now that everybody
Okay,
has a
so
platform and everybody wants to speak on it, now it's coming off as now that people can't even say what they want to say because they're afraid of what's going to happen. People
do
lose
you
their entire
But
careers,
understand.
livelihoods,
Life is about choices and
jobs.
consequences, right? With free speech, you're making a choice to say whatever you want to say. Like you said, everyone has the right to say whatever. You can scream it from the rooftop, anything you want to say, but you can't control the consequences that come after that. Like if you can say what you want to say, you still got your freedom of speech.
Wait,
But
hold
if
on. Say that
someone
again.
decides to feel a way, you can't control that. You could never
Exactly.
control what happens from freedom of speech. Like I don't understand how you feel like it's an attack on masculinity or it can't be toxic when
It's
a
very
man's
simple why it's an attack on
definition
masculinity.
of masculinity is toxic. Y'all
Yeah.
think being
Really, it's
bold,
toxic.
Yeah.
You
aggressive,
do know there's such thing as toxic
abrasive.
femininity, right? You do
Yes,
know
but
there's
we're
such
talking about
thing.
masculinity right now.
Oh, here we
That's what
go
we're
with
talking
Yeah,
this
about.
one.
look,
Here we
but
Toxic
look,
go. You do the
femininity.
exact same
Struggle.
shit.
Are they serious? Do they act like women can't be toxic?
We
yeah, of
understand
course.
women can be toxic, but what we're saying is that you guys are saying that there's an attack on masculinity, and we're saying no.
I can happily
What
explain
we're
that to you.
I'm not even saying no. I'm saying yes, there's an attack on masculinity
no.
because of the way that you all defined it. You all defined a masculinity as being aggressive, abrasive, obnoxious. Like this is the way y'all define masculinity. So if by that definition, that's everything bad. So why wouldn't we attack anything that's bad and try to make it good? Because I don't think that masculinity is toxic. I feel like the way you all perceive it is toxic. So that's the foot that
But
you put
see,
forward.
here's the issue. It's
In
not the men that are complaining about it the most.
Of
Who?
course, because you get to be you get to walk around the world as
I'm
assholes
just saying,
and
it's not the men complaining
Oh,
about
I'm
it
like
the most.
sorry.
ain't nothing
Us
wrong.
being
Actually,
unalived and
wait, hold
being
up.
harmed.
That's first off, that's two
How
things.
dare we?
Well, first things first. Like see what he just said. Of course, y'all are not going to be the ones complaining about it because you're the ones pushing all of your issues onto everybody else. Because
Really?
keep in mind, when it comes to this masculinity, you're typically not the ones receiving the backlash or the insults. That's typically
Yes,
queer
we,
people and women. But
come
the
on,
second
man.
thing I
Stop,
was going to
reckless.
say, huh?
Stop, reckless.
What?
Men get more I'm telling reckless, stop.
What?
Men, let's cut the crap here.
Let's cut.
Whenever a man do something in society, period,
Mm-hmm.
that is deemed as wrong and or toxic, the men always gets accountability for it.
Like what?
Whenever
Like what?
Exhibit A, these 5 guys just killed somebody for no reason. Now you can say again. Now on the outside looking in, it's the women and the community saying, "Oh, well, see, this is why we want to change it because of this situation." They're always going to make a simple outburst, a simple bleep,
Okay,
into the it's a
5
blip.
men
So
killing a
wait,
man is a bleep.
wait. So should they be held accountable or should they not? Because you just said earlier that you think they should be held accountable, but now you bring this a point as if they shouldn't. So should they or should they not be held accountable?
No, I'm saying they already been held accountable. They already been arrested. They already been charged. Their accountability has happened. My issue here is every single time the men is always getting accountability. As soon as we ever even say something about some of the community's flaws and or women's flaws, it's perceived with all this big hellhole outburst. Oh, you're a man, you don't know what you're talking about. But also, again, it's like this. If you don't want us to speak on it, if we're too toxic for you, if you're saying that we're all these, that, and the first, then you cannot get mad when the people that you're saying are the problem will not go out their way and protect you. You cannot have it both ways.
But the thing about it is that, like,
but here's the thing: you haven't been doing it, so
yeah, that's the thing. Y'all haven't been doing it.
You haven't been
Like,
doing it.
You haven't been
As a matter
doing
of fact, let's
So
talk
when
about
hold on.
the young
We
girl
haven't
that
been
just
doing
got
it.
unalived because
No.
she refused a guy's advances.
Wait,
And
hold
that
on.
happens a lot.
And also,
That's a common thing.
Don't
This
you
is why we
guys
can never. This is why we never get nowhere.
No.
Why?
Don't you guys complain about police not police not doing everything and police being toxic and complain when they don't protect you? Ain't that the same thing?
That the police system, number one, the police system was never designed to protect any group of our race anyway, whether it was black women or black men.
So why are you complaining about it if
it
you
doesn't
already know
matter.
that?
It doesn't
Right?
matter. We're not
Ain't
going to
that
win
what you said about
regardless.
women?
Wait, but
That's
no,
what you
my
said
question.
about women.
You're trying to equate. You're trying to equate. So okay, so the issue is that you guys still haven't been protecting. So I'm trying to understand, like, where was the comparison at? Like, I'm trying to understand that.
At this point, bro, at this point, to you, Reckless, and to every single woman who's ever been with a nigga who ain't shit, who's ever been with a nigga who hasn't been able to protect them, who's seen women, who's seen their mothers being apart, or seeing their dads not being ain't shit niggas, to all the people who experience ain't shit niggas in their lives, there's nothing that we can ever tell you that will make you ever think that black men will never protect black women. There's nothing that can change that, because from your anecdote, from your experience, every black man that's been in your life has always been pieces of shit.
But y'all proved it. With the Megan Thee
First of
Stallion
all,
case.
that's
Y'all
not a
proved it.
conversation in good faith, because that's not what
Come on,
I said. What I said was,
I'm not talking to you. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. I'm talking about in general. People
First
who
of
have
all-
experienced ain't shit niggas in their livelihood. Anybody who's experienced a nigga who can't protect, who can't provide. Again, I don't want to go into all those hellholes. I don't want to
First of
bring up
all,
people's mothers
you're not going to
who
talk to
pick
me
these ain't
crazy
shit
because I
niggas.
wasn't talking to you crazy.
I simply told you
show
it don't
the same
apply, let it
respect
fly.
that I
If
showed to
you're the one
you.
being affected on it, that's your fault.
First of all, sir,
I
you're
said a
yelling.
general.
I'm not yelling
I said a
at
general
you.
statement.
Okay, so
Like I
said a general statement.
I do want to move because I'm going to ease this up for this even get too cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Right. No, because it's not even that deep for me. Like I was saying, nobody is saying that every man out here is an ish. But when there's a huge problem in the community, people are going to actually address the problem because people actually want a solution to the problem.
Actually, I
We're
am.
not going to.
So you.
Huh?
I am. No shade. I'm sorry. I am. I'm saying all y'all niggas ain't shit because even in cases where you get see the obvious motherfuckers who ain't shit, the mass majority of men start to take up for them, and it's like you can obviously tell he ain't shit, but you just taking up for him. We've seen that during the Tory Lanez case, literally. But you continue, Purple Level.
Well,
go ahead.
My correction. But a lot of us are simply saying we want to deal with the problem at hand because this is a problem that is impacting us all, and it's making the community unsafe for us all. Because know and understand, when you allow one sector of your community to be harmed unchecked, it invites attacks in to the whole thing.
Interesting.
And this has been the history. That's why we've had this situations where the community has been constantly infiltrated. Because if you're not learning from your past, you're doomed to repeat it.
All right. Well, you're right. But to all the people out there who actually experience the good fathers, the men who can protect, the men who can provide, the men who do everything they do to what it is to exactly be a man. For all those people out there who actually experience that and actually know what it is, and actually know what you can't. I understand the majority of us, you're going to say we're not shit. You're going to say we haven't protected the last 50 years. You're going to say we haven't protected the last 50 years. You know, we've been the white man's footstool since 1950. It's 2023, and we're still the white man's footstool. So if the man is no longer doing it right, and we cannot protect you, here's a better example, a better solution. You come up with the solutions.
Do better. That's
No.
what we're trying to say.
No. Don't say do better and then not give up solutions.
Because
you can say do better.
There you go again. No, there you go again. Y'all go back to laying down. Do better.
Laying down what?
The solution The solution is y'all need to stop. Y'all need to quit with this toxic patriarchal system and stop
I
trying to
didn't say that.
reinforce it and thinking that your manhood is strictly on protected and provided and quote unquote being logical and not emotional. Not even realizing that a lot of times you guys negate even having emotions, and that's the reason. Okay, question. Okay, so how did you see that Blueface and Krishan Rock interview? Because we were talking about that earlier.
I've seen the Blueface Krishan Rock interview. I've seen Krishan getting kicked out. I've seen the whole situation unfold. It's literally been
Okay,
the end
so
where you can't listen.
so what's your thought process on that whole interview?
I mean, honestly, these two people don't deserve to be together. These two people, from the outside looking in and just seeing how they talk and interact with each other, this is a very toxic situation. And if either one of them don't leave before I go into it, one of them is going to wind up getting hurt. And that's just the downright fact of it. Blueface can say he love her all he want to, but you can't put your hands on the girl or talk to her a certain way. But again, he also said that he don't like his women acting like men.
But how is she acting like a man? Can you explain that to me?
For example,
you see, that's your definition of masculinity. She was being loud, aggressive.
Oh my God. He asked me a question. And before I answer the question, you as if you already knew what the hell the answer was.
Okay, my question.
I thought he asked me the question. I hate that. I thought he asked the question. He did not ask me the question. So he didn't ask me the question.
I did ask you the question.
You just gonna keep saying that. Oh, he getting on my nerves.
For sure. And hold on. And hold on, Reckless. This is the same group of women who say that us as black men don't have emotional intelligence. But what aren't you? If you have emotional intelligence, you wouldn't just pay me no mind. You would just allow me to answer the question. But it's okay though. Again, like I said, Blueface feels as though that she was acting more manly because of what he saw in his life growing up. And what society esteems, and I quote, as manly. Okay? If he's talking to somebody else, she hit this man with a bottle over his head because he said, and I quote, "Oh, you bitching."
Ooh.
And it wasn't even. He said he was bitching, and it wasn't even about her as the conversation. He was talking about he was bitching about somebody else. And
Marquez. Nope, Marquez. I'm saying nope because you didn't clock it. You didn't clock it, and this is what we mean. Okay, there was a lot of subtle nuances in that situation. And this okay, so this is the reason why when it comes down to men expressing, they're saying certain things of how they feel, a lot of times it's met with backlash because it's typically a lot of things that are missed in the process of, I guess, they're explaining. So the thing with Krishan is that she was saying, let's not speak about I'm already feeling a type of way because either I'm pregnant or my period is coming on. Let's not really do that because I'm gonna get triggered up. Blueface can continue to speak about it. Keep in mind, it was already kind of gaslighting the situation and doing little subtle things. Now, the issue with that situation is that Krishan is like, okay, we can have the conversation, but what you're not gonna do, you're not gonna speak for me, and because the thing about it, when you're speaking, you're purposely leaving out certain information. What Blueface also said, because he was talking so fast, is that he knew that Krishan had an injury on her hand, and so he knew that was a sensitive spot. So when they got into the conversation about the bitch, he squeezed her hand that he knew that was already healing. And that's the reason why she hit him over the head with the bottle or whatever. But y'all didn't clock it. That's why I was like, so everybody's going to ignore. And I was like, even if everybody's just going to ignore what he's doing and he's trying to play on this. Because the thing about it is that, for one, she was intoxicated. Two, she's not articulate enough to really drive for a point home. But the thing is like this. Okay. You want to talk about the situation? Cool, fine. But you're purposely leaving out certain information to only make it seem like I was the only person that was bad. If you paid attention, Krishan owned up to it. Yes, I hit him with a bottle. Yes, I called him a bitch. but it's the fact that Blueface was trying to purposely leave out that the part that he actually played in it. Yeah, and so that was the issue. It was the part that he was actually playing in it. And the thing about it is that, keep in mind, they're on a Zeus reality TV show. Each episode is roughly about an hour. You probably get like 10 to 12 episodes, which means that's probably like 12 hours in total. That's probably like actually 2 days of filming, but 12 hours is not like that doesn't even equal like a full day. A full day is 24 hours. So which means that there's going to be a lot of context taken out. And the thing about it that's going to be frustrating is that, okay, we're on a reality TV show. They don't hold context. They have to edit the show. You're purposely leaving out something that happened. And the reason why we know it happened, because, bitch, you squeezed my hand. Bitch, I was in pain. Bitch, you did it. So me and you both happened, but it just wasn't on camera. And now you're acting like it didn't happen at all. And it's like, okay, I can honor that I hit you with the bottle. I can honor that I called you a bitch, but you're purposely leaving out shit.
Should they say it together? No shade. Reckless, no shade. Should they say it together?
Can I say something to you, Marquez, that you may not have known?
If he's
really
pressing
quickly?
something, if he's go ahead.
Maybe
Go ahead,
not.
Mercy.
I was gonna say, I think that a part that also people may not know, so I don't want to just blame anybody for not knowing this, but the fact that Blueface blames Krishan for being masculine when he actually hates his mom for not being masculine enough. And I got something wrong with Jack, so I make sure I researched everything to make sure my memory is right before I even say this, so you can pull this up. But Blueface was actually had a scholarship full time to play football, a full scholarship to play college football, right? And do you want to know why he dropped out? Well, I'm gonna tell you, but I'm just asking.
I mean, if you know about Blueface, she already told you.
Can I finish? I was just let me finish, okay? Because many people may not know this part about Blueface while he's complaining that Krishan is masculine. He was in college on a full scholarship. While he was in college on a full scholarship, his mom actually moved states to move states with his sister to be with his stepfather. And he got mad at that. And so once he found out that his mom moved out of California to be with his new stepfather, he dropped out of school, moved to California, and demanded his mom choose between him and his stepfather and said, "You stay out there or you come out here." And when when his mama said, "I'm staying at where I'm at," he got mad at her because he slept in a car. And because his mom wouldn't move back after he dropped out of his full scholarship college, that's California, he slept in his car and blamed his mom because his mom didn't come back to provide him housing after he dropped out of school and he had to stay in his car. That's why him and his mom are at odds.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
She's done.
He's. We've heard about this story, so he said it out of his own mouth about this story, and I'm pretty sure
not everyone has. Okay, so that's why I wasn't mentioning it.
It is what it is. Still, even if he was mad at his mom, we're not going to get into it. I think Blueface being raised by his mother this way is also a part of the problem. You cannot get mad at a child. Hold on, it's the mother's job to raise a child.
He was 19.
I'm not finished. If you've been spoiling him his whole life from age 1 all the way up to 18, when you do something he does not like, and he does make a decision that never happens if he wasn't being spoiled his whole life.
So you're blaming it again on a woman that
I'm not blaming his mother, but the mom also needs to take accountability. Even though, and again, that's his decision. He's 19 years old. If he wanted to drop out of school, he dropped out of his school. He dropped out of school. He dropped out from a college football diploma. He dropped out.
His mama
Either
got
way, again, the average player to get a full ride football scholarship to actually make it to the NFL is actually lower than 5% anyway. If you're not playing at the big schools, Realistically, he was only going to school at that time anyway to get an education. And if you never want an education to begin with, I can see how it's very possible that he could go out and drop out of college, because college is not for everybody. And look
So
what
this
happened.
woman
He
raised
goes
a
out,
child to get a
got picked
full
records, and now
scholarship,
he's
and
making
you're
money.
still blaming her?
No, I'm blaming the mom, because listen, let me ask you a serious question here, right? I'm gonna give you a perfect example. If a son, right, goes into if a black dude goes into a store, right, robs a liquor store, gets arrested, they do the investigation, they go into his history. Single mother, father was never there. He never had no discipline. Right? Are you gonna who does the father take accountability for not being in the son's life?
Apparently they don't, because they ass don't get the same backlash, for real.
This
because the thing about it, we don't understand. We don't know who the hell the father is.
Mirroring movement. Just answer the question. Any other time, I'm giving you an opportunity to shit on black men. If you're gonna shit on black men, I'm literally putting it on the platter.
No, but you're not. You don't understand what I'm saying. This woman. Let me just say something, okay? Blueface and his mom were super close, super tight. She raised him. She raised him to get a full scholarship to a college, and then once he found out that she got a man and moved out of California, even though he wasn't in California anymore, he was in college. She raised him. She did all she could do. Right? He gonna drop out, move back to California, where she moved from, and said, "Pick him or me. You either stay out there or you come to California." And she was like, "What the fuck?" And then so he was staying in his car, started doing bad, blamed her, and then when that happened, she moved out to California because he said, "Please, mom, come back. I'll take care of you. I'll to do all this." So she left her husband in the other state and came back with him and his then underage sister to go to California because he said, "Mom, I'll take care of you. Just please, I need you. I need you as my mom." Da-da-da-da. And then she came back, and then he kicked her out and started having
I'm glad you brought
his
the big out
girlfriends
into it.
beat up on her. Like,
I'm glad you brought that up.
what are you even
Happy you brought
saying?
that up. I'm happy you brought up the kicked up house. I'm happy you brought that up.
What do you mean? He was Blueface was never kicked out of the house. He kicked his mother out of the house.
Right. I'm happy you brought that up
because
though.
he
He
was
said that he was
so
going to
mad.
take care of his mama. He said
He was
said,
getting
and I quote, and he cried and called his
revenge.
mom and said, and I quote, "I'm going to take care of you." Mind
He
you,
was getting revenge because his mama got a boyfriend. That is sick in the head.
Hold on. This is around the time when Blueface is making all this money in the world. Now, there are certain mothers who tend to live their lives through their sons. Keyword hence the term son husband. And it's very possible that while this was happening, she developed a dependency on Blueface to the point to where she felt she could be disrespectful in his own house that he pays his bills for. And let's be honest, if that was the mother in that situation and Blueface was disrespecting her, he would have been got kicked out the house.
She was with her husband. He begged her to take care of him, to come back out of state to take care of him. Are you missing that part? He dropped out of school because she got a husband and moved out of state. And then he moved back to California and said, "It's either me or him." Of course, a mother is going to choose her child. If her child is saying, "I'm sleeping in the car, I need you, mom." She came back to take. Like, what are you saying? You're not making any sense, bro.
I'm saying, Presley, you're taking the situation and you're using it as being a part of exceptions to the rules. Because all of this is, like you said, there are good mothers out there that will stop whatever they're doing and come to see about their child. But also, half of that are groups of groups of moms that never really wanted these kids to begin with and felt like they were always a burden. And those are also the same moms that as soon as those kids turn 18, God forbid even 17, they're already kicking them out the house. So realistically,
She didn't kick
For
him
every
out.
no, no,
He
no.
had a full
Wait,
scholarship to
Presley.
college.
Wait, Presley. Allow him to finish.
So
Because
realistically,
okay.
for every good mom out there that goes out and goes and stop what they're doing to come pick up and go see about their kid and choose their kids, there's another half of those moms that are out there choosing the men over their sons. There's another half of those moms that are out there letting their sons get beat on and not even saying nothing. There's plenty of women out there that are actually letting their sons getting abused, getting mistreated, and then when he grows up in society, and then people wonder why he's not good enough, or better yet, when they wonder why he wasn't taught the stuff he was taught, it's because of the mistreatment that can also be by the mother. Now, I'm not saying that Blueface father, why Blueface father wasn't in this, I'm not sure. But again, goes back to the mother.
Hold up. But
He was
Marquez,
18 in
how
college.
does wait. But Marquez,
right.
how does that equate to him leaving school once he finds out his mother was in a relationship and she was with the stepdad, and he tried to manipulatively put an ultimatum? It's either going to be me or the stepfather. Like, how can someone manipulatively put an ultimatum?
You'll never understand. Again, like I said, you know, when we bring up these arguments for certain men who be in this situation, it's no leeway, it's no fault, it's no nothing, realistically. But whenever it's really a double standard and a double-edged sword, that will never be in a man's favor. But I'm saying from people that have been in Blueface, I'm saying from people reckless that have been in Blueface's position, it's very possible.
But that's the thing. We're not talking about what y'all been through. We're talking about what the hell Blueface disclosed to us. So yes, in y'all situation,
so why you think he
that's probably was the case. But once he found out his okay, so to my understanding, it wasn't like he left, then he found out. No, he found out, which solidified his reason for leaving his said college, because he had found out about his mother in a relationship. And so he went there trying to break that up. So how is that the mother's fault?
It's not the mother's fault. He made a decision that he felt as though to keep his mother around. He made that decision. He made that decision. He dropped out of school. She stayed, but wanted to respect
but
my
now
treatment.
He hates her and gets his girlfriend to beat her up. Like,
listen, at the end, I'm sorry, when the mom goes out of her, when the mom physically puts her hand on Krishan, every person has every right to defend themselves.
But I'm gonna tell you what the issue lies.
Every person has every right to defend themselves. If
I agree.
Blueface mom wants to throw something at Krishan, or worse, if Blueface sister want to come with Krishan about that smoke, best believe when the bear starts hitting you back, you better start fighting back.
But Marquez, I'm gonna tell you where the issue lies in. I do agree. When it comes to disrespect, Krishan has the right to tear anybody up if they coming at her. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. The problem is, instead of Flacco, instead of Blueface being quote unquote the leader and stepping in and saying, Krishan, go outside, I'm gonna handle this real quick. He decided to put Krishan in the line of fire and say, bitch, fight. Instead of stepping in and using his masculinity to dominate and say, y'all chill the fuck out. Krishan, go upstairs real quick. Ain't nobody gonna touch you. Mom, sister, y'all chill. Y'all flipping out right now. Y'all
said his masculinity, right?
And putting his foot down.
You said his masculinity, right? Putting his foot down, right?
Well, I was using that triggering language. I'm polarized.
Right.
But to use that and be like, yo, y'all tripping right now.
Right. You saying like put his foot down, be a man, be the leader what your job is supposed to do, right?
Well, that's what he claimed, girl. So
That's what society wants him to do, whether Blueface wants to do it or not. So we can't control what a man decides he wants to do, let alone control whether or not this man wants to be a leader to his woman or not. We can't control that.
So you understand him throwing away his whole future, whether he was going to be in the NFL or not. He was going to get a full ride college education.
He didn't throw away his whole future because look what happened after he dropped out. He literally started to have money of his own regardless.
Where is
it still worked
now?
out for him.
But it's not a good situation. He threw away a full scholarship, a non-toxic future. Whether he was going to the NFL or not, whether he would have been drafted by the NFL or not, he had a full ride scholarship, educational and football, and he dropped out because his mama got a man and moved? Are you kidding me?
It doesn't matter how he dropped out. It doesn't matter. You saying that and saying that he left and dropped out because his mom was with another man, even if that's the case, even if he listen, Presley, even if that happened, Presley, when he brought her back down here, he still knew. He told her, and I quote, that I would take care of you. So when he said, and I quote, he knew that when he said, and I quote, that I would take care of you, right? He knew that when he got down here, he couldn't really realistically do the same thing they was doing because he really made a promise to his mother. Now the kicking out situation, since we're talking about it, and that, for being honest, it's a double-edged street. It's a double-edged sword. If you want to be disrespectful in my house, and I'm allowing you to stay here, regardless if your parents or not, regardless of if you're his parents or not, he's allowing you to stay in this house that's in his name that he's paying the bills for. I don't know what to tell you. Let me ask you a question. Would you have your kids who are 18, 19, 20 years old or older in your house disrespecting you? Asking who you can come in, asking you who can come into your house whenever you decide that you wanted to? Wouldn't you kick him out? Just answer that question. I don't want no soliloquies.
He begged. If I begged them to come, no.
So wait, hold on. You know you're capping, right? Because even a person begs them to come. A person can say, "I want you to come. I want you to come. I want you to be here with me. I want you to be in my. I want you to take care of me." But eventually, a person can get tired. A person can feel disrespected. The person still has feelings involved, and his feelings were involved. She was being disrespectful in his house, so he did accordingly, and he got her and his sister up out of there. Because that's exactly what she would have done if she was in that situation.
But that's not the right thing to do, though, especially in the parental.
But you don't say that when it's a man in this situation. It's only that when it's affecting the women. I bet you right here, President, right now. If it was Blueface,
actually no. Forget all that. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Forget all that. So what should we do when it comes down to men so you guys can feel supported? So allow us because I'm gonna do this because right now we're about to enter mammy land. So let's just all get into our mammy mode. No shade, because at this point I want to see what men. So what are y'all solutions that you think that we should do to support you guys?
You're not gonna listen to it, but I'll be happy to tell you. I think Flacco, I think other men on YouTube have explained this to you.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna say it again. Simply, we want somebody who is not gonna. Men we deal with a lot. Honestly, you might not think it's a lot, but we have to do a lot. You know, we have to protect our house. We have to provide for our house. We have to go out there and we have to be on the front line. We have to. It's not a lot, but when certain people have certain mental problems, and a man can't really afford to have mental problems or lack mental stability in his head because the world, he will fall beside the waistline.
Why? But why wouldn't he go get help?
I mean, he can go get help. And again,
But
help is always proven. He can go get help, yes. But once he gets the help, he can't just be mad at the world. You know, eventually, if a man doesn't self-improve, reckless, just to cut a long story short, he will cease to exist. He will be a
okay.
He had
loser.
a full scholarship,
Listen,
bro. Like,
Wait, no, no,
he'll
no,
be.
no, no, because I
I'm not.
want to give because I need all of us to go into Mammy Land right now. Okay, so continue letting us know what are the things that we need to do to support men.
I think that you guys need to personally. I think that this era of women need to be, I think, a little bit more courteous. I think we have to understand that also as men, and to all the men listening, we can tell them what they want, but again, they don't have to. They don't have to listen, and we should never force nobody in a situation to where they have to feel like they're a slave or they're being forced to do anything. So all we ask for you is to simply be generous, be kind, be courteous. Understand that us as men, understand that us as men, we have it hard. We go to work, we do these things to provide and protect for our family. And even though that's what a man is supposed to do, reckless, we don't get no brownie points for it. It got to get done. We do it anyway.
But it seems like it's more of a hassle for you guys.
No, it's not a hassle. It's not a
Okay,
hassle.
wait. So if it's not a hassle, then why are you complaining? If it's not a hassle,
the only thing that we are complaining about is if we're doing our job.
Yeah.
This is a corporate, it's not even a business or transaction agreement. If we're doing our job, if we're going to work, if we're protecting our wife and our kids, if we're going out and being the best man we can be and be successful and thrive, right? Why can't the partner that we pick, the partner that we choose, why can't the partner either A, we're not even asking you to build us up because most established men, they're already building up. We're asking to the women out there, we're just simply asking you to go out there and simply be a piece. I know it's going. I know women don't want to sound like pick-me's or mammies.
No, actually, no, because right now we're in Mammy Land, so we listening.
Right. I know women don't want to sound like pick-me's or mammies, and I know the women on this panel, their skin is crawling out of them right now because they cannot believe what I'm saying. After all these years with the toxic patriarchy, and we've been dominating, we've been hurting the community and the women for years. And I agree, there are some men that are just worth nothing.
Y'all in this song.
Facts.
You know? But when we talk about it, and we're simply being honest here.
Yes.
We just simply want you. If you're gonna be with us, if you're gonna ride for us, we don't care if you're black, white, Puerto Rican, Spanish, Asian. We don't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter to us. If we choose you, listen.
Yeah.
No, Flacco, I'm saying it doesn't matter, Flacco, because you can pick any woman in the world. If she's not submissive, if she's not being your piece, it doesn't matter what you'll do.
First
you'll find something that she don't like.
First off, those are two toxic things both of you guys disagreed to. For one, this whole
I'm going to
explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why. 9 times out of 10, you want something from somebody that you don't have in your damn self. For one, I'm not going to ask for someone to quote unquote be my piece because, bitch, that should be something that I'm going to always have. I shouldn't be like, I'm depending on someone else to be my piece. That's not even realistic because at the end of the day, like you should have peace within yourself. And I think that's the fucking issue because then people getting into relationships, marriages, etc., have this toxic codependency that they're depending upon their spouse for this peace when you should have it yourself.
So what's saying is the men, no shade, should have the peace already, right?
Yeah.
They should be already healthy and it should already be in a position to where if that woman or wife leaves you today or tomorrow, you'll be fine and good. right? But also, ladies, here's what I'm finna say. Y'all being our hypocrites. Here it is.
Here we go.
You can't sit here and say you don't need a man and then turn around and marry somebody and ask for everything and be dependent on that man. You cannot do that. It doesn't work both ways. If we have to sit here and be Flacco, if we have to sit here and I quote and be ready and pay for everything and do everything.
So my question to you guys is this:
you better be able, if we break up today or tomorrow, you better be able to go out and pay your own bills. Or you better
actually no, because
you better go out there and have more mental stability or mental
his girl. No, actually no, because Poetic Flacco just most definitely said that his girlfriend's wife, his girlfriend once she becomes a wife is to stay at home and do X, Y, and Z, and she bet not all of her dreams must be on the back burner. So I need to understand how are you going to pay for something if you put all your shit on the back burner because you're supposed to take care of children
again. Listen, but reckless again. This is why I say we're all human beings. We all make a choice, right?
But you just literally agreed and understood.
No, I'm gonna bring it back up.
Son making his mother choose between her new husband and to move out with him. You just said that. You just said you don't know. This man had a full scholarship, and you agreed with him dropping out of college to move back to a state his mom had moved from to be with her husband, and giving her a choice.
Presley, here's the difference. There's a difference in that situation because you keep knocking on the scholarship and saying it was a bad decision. In hindsight, in that moment, it was a bad decision. Now, while in your head and in your mind, you wouldn't have done that. Blueface didn't do that. Be able to he's able now to make money of his own. When the society where you always have to pay for everything and you're self-sufficient, you can create the buck that quickly without a college degree. I'm sorry, but now
but that's
sorry.
exactly
now you want him to go
exactly
to
what
hold on. Not to mention we have college.
that's
Not to
exactly what
mention we
I'm
have college
saying.
student debts.
That's
You want him to go to
exactly what
college,
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. He put his mother at a disadvantage so that he could be at an advantage. If he wanted to drop out of school, he didn't need, exactly. If he wanted to drop out of school, he could have did that without trying to guilt trip his mother and bring her into it. But the
She
thing
accepted the
is,
guilt
a
trip.
lot of y'all.
She accepted the guilt trip.
So wait.
He was 19. She could have left with her husband.
So once
She could've
again,
left with her
there's no
husband.
accountability for the person's actions that they're choosing to do. Because let's be mindful, this is a grown man we're talking about, choosing to make a decision because he wanted to intervene.
Oh my Lord, no accountability
for his mother.
This woman damn near 40 years old, and you're saying that her 19-year-old son forced her to do that, knowing that she could have made the logical decision to still be with her man anyway. Are we going to act like this woman is not intelligent?
Yes,
because she can't make her
and
own
are we
decision?
going to act like the grown man that's choosing to do actions don't have accountability as well? Like
he said he was living in his car, he needed her help.
Ma'am, in the grand scheme of things, ma'am, he already accepted his accountability. What do you not understand, Flacco? He already understood his accountability. He already knew his struggles when he dropped out of school.
And yet he chose to make a decision to drop out of school and not have a guarantee of where he was going to lay his head when he did it.
No shade.
But guess what? Ayo, no shade. But guess what? That mother is how old? She birthed him.
And yet he is still a grown man.
If you can say she's a grown man
for his actions.
He is a 19-year-old man. She is damn near in her 40s with a man. She don't have to do nothing for that kid no more. See, that's the difference.
As an adult.
But you literally just said
that's not his fault that she decided to come behind and say.
When I first said that, you said that men need their mothers no matter how old they are.
I'm a little confused. So are you saying that okay, so what did she do? She went after Blueface after he dropped out?
No. By Presley's story, because
Not
Presley
my
said,
story, because
listen,
you heard the
listen,
story too, because you
my
told me to shut
Presley's
up because
listening.
you knew the story and you
We
added
know
to
the
it because
story.
you knew
Listen,
the story. Stop
again,
acting like you
my
dumb and don't know
Presley's
the story, nigga.
Well, hold
again.
on,
Are
wait.
you? He asked me a question. You want to answer the question? Do you
Sure.
want to answer the question, Presley? Go ahead and
Sure.
reckless.
Okay,
And
so what
let
happened with the
Presley
mother?
give you the woman perspective on that
I kind of
answer.
need it short and sweet so I can know what the hell going on. So what happened
Okay.
with the mother? I understand the whole thing about the ultimatum, either you or me, but what happened after the fact? Did she choose the father, the stepfather? Did she choose Blueface?
She choose Blueface on her own reconnaissance.
I thought you said that you was gonna let me answer. Anyway, yeah, but
Okay,
that's
so
she did choose Blueface, and that was after he sent her a picture saying that he was living in his car.
so my question to you, Marquez, because I want to make sure I had this right. So if
Yes.
we're already talking about it's really hard for men out here in these streets and
Mhm.
why are we shaming a mother for actually thinking about her son that was sleeping in a car?
I'm not shaming her.
You
I'm
are.
not shaming her. I'm just simply saying this. Y'all keep edging on about the fact that Blueface made the logical decision to leave a football scholarship, which was wrong, and forced his mom to be in a situation, which was also wrong on his part.
Yeah.
But again, if he's going to get his accountability, this is how we start towards getting to the right direction. If we start giving both sides the equal right amount of accountability, then we're getting somewhere. If Blueface is going to sit here and get his accountability for making that decision, making the ultimatum, then his mom needs to have the accountability of the choice.
Of the
Yes,
choice
she
of
did.
choosing her son?
Yes, she
But
did the right. Listen, yes,
but what
yes, she
happened if she
chose
left
her
her son out on
son.
the street? Then what?
What'd you say, Reckless?
But what happens if she would have left her son out on the street? Then what? Because that's the gag of it all. Because even when mothers do that, they still get the same shit. So what happens if she would have left her son out on the street and didn't choose her son, or think about it?
Realistically, what would happen? Blueface could end up in one or two ways. He could say, "Man, I'm grown. I got to go out there and make this money. Regardless if my mom want to pick her man over me, regardless how I feel, I still got to get up every day. I still got to get up and find a check. I still got to get up and find me a place to live. I got to find me a place to pay my car note. I got to do all these things to make sure I'm healthy and I'm good." Or B, he can be a part of the gang, get into the system, be in and out of jail, and not amount to nothing in his life. Those are the only two things he could do. And blame his
And with
mom
those
for
two
everything.
things, either way, you would have still blamed the mama.
And that's kind of like that, and that's basically
How?
what's happening.
Flacco, let me ask you, Flacco. Let me ask you. I'm gonna ask because I'm gonna ask you, Flacco. I'm gonna ask you a serious question, right? Yo, mom, you're 19 years old. You leave. You decide that college isn't for you, right? Your mom said, "I'm gonna choose my husband. I love you, but I'm gonna choose my husband. You're grown. You're 19. You need to figure it out, but I'm gonna still love you because you're my son and I love you, right?" But as a man, you're 19. You got to get up and get out on your own, get out the mud. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
When you get money and you start making that money and you start making that money all the time, when you're making that money, Flacco, realistically, all the rich people you know that you see on Instagram that actually have it and don't have to flex or flaunt, they're not going to blame their mom for that situation. They're going to say, "Thank you, mom, for making me get up off my ass and get this money."
Yeah.
They're not going to blame them. They're not going to blame them. Hey, listen.
If he was living in his car,
listen,
I don't know
all the
about
good. Listen,
Nah, come on,
all
bro.
the good. Listen, come on, Flacco. Listen, most men have slept in their car. Most men have slept in their car. Most men had to get out the mud and wash themselves in a Circle K bathroom. Most men got to do a lot of things
Let me find
to
that
get up
clip.
out the mud and do it themselves.
But my question is this: if you guys are, I'm okay. So I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm confused, and I know right now I'm like I'm breaking the matrix. I'm supposed to be in mammy land, being in mammy mode right now. But
no, I like
I'm gonna tell you the reason. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm gonna make a better banner, but I'm confused because if you guys are already complaining, saying that the world is so against the men and the men are under attack, their masculinity, then why do you guys are supporting that the mom choose her husband and leave her child out on the street?
He's a grown man.
Because that goes against your plight.
He's a grown
of people treating. No, wait. It goes
Reckless,
against your plight of people treating men like shit.
Reckless, no, that's not it. We're not trying to say that to prove a narrative. We're trying to say that because guess what, Reckless? The same women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who would sat there and look at Blueface sleep in his car and say he's not ready. He's not ready to be in a relationship. He's not ready to do all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those same women.
He's still not. No shade.
Those same wrong. I mean, hey, you can say what you want to say. I mean, women are still fucking with Blueface. They consider Blueface a high value man. I don't mean, at the end of the day, the women choose who they want to be with. That's not his fault or that's not anybody's situation. If they want to be with that toxic, if they want to be with him being toxic, let them be with him being toxic. They got to open up and they got to realize they're in a toxic situation. Not us. We're the popcorn people looking in.
But you know what? I agree with them on this. I agree with them. Yeah, now you're gonna let me go ahead because I agree with you, right?
No, I mean you can go ahead though.
I agree with you. I agree with them on this point. I've always felt like, especially Black women, we coddle Black men. We don't allow them to fall flat on their face, learn manhood, learn adulthood, learn how to be resilient. Because even when he was describing, what we can do for them and their plight and stuff, is the exact same thing that women go, literally the exact same thing that women go through. But the only thing, us as women, shit, we have to fall flat on our face. We gotta figure shit out. We gotta be resilient because we are the backbone of the community, and we coddle them. We don't allow them to be men, and then they end up resenting us for it because you know what I'm saying, we are trying to. We're not letting them
you're resenting, because I want to make sure I understand this right. So you're resenting somebody for helping you and being by your side, and you're allowing the person that wasn't by your side and don't resent them. What kind of ass backwards shit is this?
Again, we're not resenting you. Okay.
But you just blamed the mother. That's resentment. You're blaming.
That's not okay. Then I guess the mother deserves no accountability. And
accountability for being there for her child.
Every point of the argument, they can never accept the fact. Because Flaco, here's what would have happened, right? If now imagine this. Now picture this scenario, panel. Picture this scenario, right? Blueface is 17 years old, right? He accepts the college. Hold on. He's 19 years old, correct? He accepts the football scholarship, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The mother goes and picks the husband. The husband becomes what you like to call an ain't shit nigga. He ain't protecting her. He beating up on her. He doing all these things.
But that wasn't the case. Like, you're doing a whole bunch of hypotheticals.
But no. I'm using this hypothetical because I'm trying to show you how the narrative will switch just like that.
Okay.
Because guess what? The narrative will switch just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? As soon as Blueface, who spent in college, God forbid, hey, you never know, he makes the NFL, right? Mm-hmm. Hypothetical. His mom's over there having problems, right? Now, she picked that man. She decided to pick that man, right?
Mm-hmm, okay.
Blueface, in your exact same situation, could still be resentful, right? And say, I don't owe you nothing. You picked him, you deal with him. That same situation, right?
Okay.
You'll still say he's wrong. Because guess what? As a Black man, more importantly, as a son of a Black woman,
mm-hmm.
when he made it, he should have got her out of that situation no matter what. And here's the issue here. No matter how you slice it, dice it, throw it in a ball, grill it on a grill.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I have to call Cat, because that's a false equivalency. Because first of all, he chose to drop out of college
because
his mother chose to get married and move on with her life because he was in college.
Right, he was in college. And guess what? What did
So
she do?
There's
She went.
that's not
What did
even
she do? What
equivalent.
did she do?
what?
Did she do?
Okay.
She went back down there. She helped. They essentially got up. They essentially got up together. They got out the mud, did what they had to do. Next thing you know, Blueface starts making music. Next thing you know, the music starts to be viral. Next thing you know, Bleeding comes out, and it's everywhere. It's going crazy.
Okay.
Now he goes from him being a college dropout, with maybe in a realistic world, right? Doesn't know what he's going to do because he made the decision to leave, right?
Okay.
Now he's in a position to protect his mama. Now he's in a position to make sure his mama is straight. Now he's in a position to make sure his sister's straight.
Okay.
And then here's what's another part. Here's to add on to that situation with Blueface being kicking out his mom.
Okay.
Blueface, while he's becoming a high value man, making his money, decides that he wants to have two girlfriends at the same time. And guess what's the problem with that? His mom. Mind you, Blueface is on top of the world right now, making all the money he wants in the world. Doing exactly what he said he wanted to do. That he got the money to do what he said he wanted to do, which is to give his mama the life, help his mom and his sister out. He did that. And the fact that his mom could realistically be upset and he's bringing these two women in the house that realistically was his, that were realistically in his name, I can see how Blueface or any man realistically who is potentially at that point, Blueface was the breadwinner in that house. He was making more money than his mama and his sister combined.
So what? Okay, so I'm telling you why I'm like glitching up and my mammification is not really going through.
Like you said, it's mammification. It's the fact
because it's like you once again, none of that happened. The mom chose Blueface. On one end, it's your mom need to take responsibility for the choices of picking Blueface. It's her fault. But on the other end, you're saying, oh, it's hard out here for men, and the narrative always switch. So if you guys' plight is when it comes down to men, no one's actually there for men, but when it comes down to a mom actually being there for her son instead of quote unquote her husband, but she chose her son, but you're shaming her. I'm trying to understand the plight. I'm not understanding the plight. The plight's not making sense to me.
Let's not forget the manipulative action of actually dropping out of college because he didn't want his mother moving on with her life.
Yes.
Oh, so that's okay. That's manipulative?
Yes. Like manipulative. Take a gander at the definition any day now.
I swear, Flacco, they'll never admit that Blueface mom. They never admit that Blueface made the money.
Because it goes back to
we understand he made the money. My question is like completely. I don't know if you're or subconsciously going over your head. He purposely, he intentionally left school just because he found out his mom was in a relationship and getting married, or etc. Whatever the fuck was going on. It wasn't like he was like, okay, you know what, school is too hard, then I'm gonna leave. And then he found out I found out, then I did those things because I found out.
And
that's manipulation.
Typical behavior of an abuser. Let's not forget that.
Did it work out for him? Did it work out for Blueface and their mom at the end?
Of course not, because karma is a real thing. He got what he put into it. He sold all this distress and he got the same distress back. He sold it, so he got it back.
Oh, so because he was manipulative to his mother, and because he was doing wrong to his mother, now Krishan is in a karmic sense doing what
Krishan got her own shit she going on because that's not even my plight. But I'm still trying to understand the plight of men. If you and Flacco are saying it's so hard out here for us, oh, rah, woe is me, the society's so hard. because we have to be providers and protectors, even though that's us as men, that's what we want to do and be leaders. But when it comes down to a mother being at her son's side, you're shaming the mother for being at the said son's side who's already having a hard time, who's living in their car.
And those don't work. I'm gonna just cut it simple. The plight or the reason why we're upset as men is because not the fact that we're doing our job. Our plight is this. You do your job.
What's that job?
Oh, really? So who's in the home right now with the kids?
And listen, our plight is this.
Who's constantly being held accountable by actually having to live with the consequences of their actions? It has not been you, because other men don't respect you because you're not even building in your community.
Why should I have to sit here and build for a whole community? With every single person in that community?
When you choose to hold up the patriarchy, that means you have to read the fine print, because that's part of it.
Fuck, am I lying? Tell me anybody in here if I'm lying. Any person in the Black community that's ever made it, that go back into their community, have done one or two things. Died, been arrested for something, or three, throw their whole career away.
I have a question. By the hands of who? By the hands of who?
Of other niggas.
Of other. You said other who?
Of other black folks.
Bam!
And
right
why?
there. Other men. And that's the reason why we talk about the toxicity.
Other Black people, and more importantly,
other men.
And the majority of them are Black men who can't go out and get a job and go out there and get their own money. So they're gonna kill somebody they see with a Cuban link because it's easy access for them. But let's not fit.
Why is that?
And Flacco.
Black men are not doing their
And I already know what you're about to say, Marquez. Women are also involved. Okay, cool. I can accept that.
Because it's single mother households.
It's not even Flacco. It's not even that. It's not even the fact that the single mother's fault. It's not even the fact. That's not even the issue here.
But why are y'all still trying to blame single? Well, not you, Flacco. Why are you trying to blame single mothers? Like, I need for y'all to really make this make sense. And I gave this this example earlier. So let me come up for this. So let me just.
Oh Lord!
The same reason Reckless said a lawyer had to tell this man that his mother did not keep his father from him. That his father made the choice not to see him.
That's not true. There's plenty of women that get that they go on child support. Plenty.
How you gonna tell me about a situation that I literally watched him do?
So it's the man's fault again. Oh, I'm sorry. That specific situation. You're talking about a situation, not the majority.
You don't even know the majority. How can you? If we're not living in your face and telling you that this is not the kid.
But Marquez, understand, nobody can keep someone's child from them. Like I was explaining earlier, if someone takes your child for you, bro, that's kidnapping. I will be at the police station every day. I will be on the news every day, putting up flyers. Like nobody can keep your child for you, especially if you're on child support. You can use that same court system that's making you pay to get visitation rights to your child.
I have a question though. You did mention and say that well, we do our job, so do your job. What's that job? Because right now I'm trying to understand the ramification of it all.
Oh, it's very simple. I can't say pick better partners because that would be too toxic and that would involve too much work. Because then you'll go back and flip it on us and say, well, the man need to have better dick discipline. Even though the women still pick around the niggas that still want to smash.
I'm gonna tell you the reason why I always flip it is because it's used as a deflective measure. Not because I will say that conversation does hold truth and it does actually holds a time and a place. And knowing the consistency of this conversation, you guys use it as a deflective measure. Keep in mind, I've cussed out women as well too for the stuff that they do. But what's that job?
Simple. All right. So I don't want to use that point. You should be womanly. You should be submissive to your man. You should.
Okay. So what's submissive? Like what's submissive and why? And why should a woman be submissive to a man?
Okay, submissive. We're not talking about submissive being a slave, cooking and cleaning, all that. Not being argumentative. Making sure you don't have to cook. Most men want you to cook, but some men say you don't have to cook. You don't have to cook. Simply just don't be argumentative. Respect me as a man. Don't sit here and undermine me in front of other people. And if you simply just cannot respect me, then I don't think we need to be together. Period. Because you have to respect the person you're with. If you don't respect the person you're with, the relationship will never get anywhere.
Well, Marquez, I need for you to read this.
We can read it. Let me read it.
Okay.
I can't read. Hold on.
I can read it for
ready?
you.
Okay, yep. Ready to conform to the authority or will of others, meekly obedient and or passive.
So, why should someone be submissive? A woman should be submissive?
Well, I think submissive, I think because the manosphere and because of like the talking point, I think submissive is the wrong word. When you hear the word submissive, people assume the word slave, having to like and how that definition is it's like almost slave like. I think if you can be very cooperative, respect each other, and more importantly, never call nobody. No, don't put your hands on each other. I think when you start putting your hands on each other, it's not only affecting you and him, it could be potentially affecting your child because your child is watching each other, watching you two fight each other. And when he grows up, they assume that that's okay because that's how they saw their parents get their feelings out. Again, all we ask women is to be cooperative.
Cooperative with what?
Cooperative, meaning that if a man makes a certain decision, right? And you don't agree with it, right? The aggressive masculine way is to have a big argument when you're around people, making a way bigger scene. The cooperative way is we'll wait till everybody is gone and we'll have this conversation, me and you. I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that we won't have this conversation. But when it comes to you just being aggressive and you come out your way calling me out my name because you simply don't like the fact that I want this thing done a certain way, it's again goes back to, like you said, it's tone for how women should speak to how men should speak to women. It's also a tone of how women should speak to men.
So, okay, so with this submissive and all this other stuff, I want you to also keep in mind you also connected masculine with the aggressive and all the other things. So I want you to keep in mind, I want you to check your subconscious because these are the connections that you're making. So you said that it's all about if you disagree with something, go behind closed doors and address it, right?
Right.
So what happens when you have somebody like a Poetic Flacco, even after you address it, it completely goes over their head or they're completely dismissive on these situations? And I think
I know. Well, if you're a woman in that situation, and if you're with Poetic Flacco, and Poetic Flacco is again just going over it, not taking enough as seriously, every woman at that point has the right to leave and find somebody else. Just how if a man is telling you something and you're not listening to it, it's going over your head, and you're deliberately not listening to it, or you're just being clueless to it, every man has a right to leave, and every woman has a right to leave. So Poetic Flacco is not doing his job, and that girl decides to leave, she will leave, and there'll be a guy out there that will maybe fit the standard that she wants. But it doesn't mean, but also Poetic Flacco will eventually, growing up and evolving into a better man, he will realize that he can't have certain things, or with his woman, he can't realize, with his woman, he'll understand his next woman, he shouldn't be able to be dismissive and it goes over his head. But this is if the person decides they want to change their actions. This is if both people decide that they want to evolve and or change. It takes a person, it takes two people to change in a relationship. it also takes the person to want to change in his mind. So if Poetic Flacco doesn't want to change, and the woman decides that he's never going to change, and it's just like, I don't want to deal with it, and there's somebody else out there, then by all means leave. We're not asking you to stay.
Ooh, keep in mind, ladies, y'all take heed. You remember. So basically, what I
Y'all
learned
heard
from
that,
this.
didn't you? He's not asking you to stay. So that's why women agreed with you and they chose to leave men alone. And now this is the loneliest generation of men.
And they keep saying, which is why I'm not understanding the plight at times, because it's like you guys will say something like that, and then you guys will say something else, as in, people don't care about men. I'm like, okay, but then y'all say that y'all didn't ask them to stay. So which one is it? Is it you want them to stay and work things out, etc., give you chance at the chance, and it's their fault, or you want them to leave and not deal with the BS?
Okay.
What they want, Reckless, is they want a human dog.
No,
They
he
want them.
literally clowns.
They want them to be able to come home, and then they jump on them like a happy little lapdog. And a lot of them don't even want that, so they can't even agree on what they want when it comes to that aspect. But they want her to be like a good little obedient dog. Here, boy, here, fetch, catch, do a trick, and now go sit down and lay in your cage.
And earlier, when I asked him of this lady, I haven't watched her, so I'm not sure of her politics or what she says. But he said that I agree on some of what she said, and I asked him what did he agree on, and he said that I agree that women these days have too high of standards. So I'm not sure what she said about that, but I know that he said that I agree with her on women having too high of standards.
Okay.
Absolutely. I can explain that. I can absolutely explain that.
Okay, well, let me finish. But then he says, but then he goes around and clowns a mother for coming to rescue her son after he made himself homeless after having a full scholarship. Then he goes and clowns every other woman for choosing wrong. So it's like, how do you agree that women these days have too high of standards, but then when those standards are put in place, you say that they have too high standards? Like, how does that go together?
Well, I can explain that to you. If you allow me to, I can explain that to you. Number one, when you were asking me about that Pearly thing situation, I assumed that was two completely separate entities of the conversation. But I can see how it can be confusing considering we were jumping on multiple tangents. So I can happily explain that over to you. The reason why I say modern women today, majority of them are selfish because they want a guy that fits all their standards, right? But the women that the guy gets back after he meets those standards are not the same standards that she wanted of the guy. Hence why it kind of makes them almost a contradiction, which is why you as women would say sometimes the things that we men say are contradictions.
Wait, how do you
For that part.
say, how do you clown women for being grown and not choosing well, but then also say that they have too high of standards?
Ma'am,
How
I
does
can
that
explain
go
that.
together?
I can explain that. I can absolutely explain that to you. So I'm gonna explain it to you. Number one, it is not clowning. I'm just simply, it might be clowning to some people who don't understand when lawyers or when other people talk or the governments talk. This is how the governments talk around. I understand it might be like patriarchal, like Reckless is saying, it's a big patriarchy and this stuff, but it's also a part of our reality, and it's going to take everybody in the world to eventually break mold of that patriarchy before we can do anything. But to
How
answer
is
to
that
your point,
answering my question? Yeah.
again, I'm going to answer your question to answer your point. To answer your point, it's not clowning between those two because, again, I don't know if you know this, Presley, but how society has been run. The men we pick the relationships, but the women chose who they want to sleep with.
How is that
And
answering my question, bro?
again, Presley, it's not again. It's answering your question because You're asking how the two and the two come together. It's not clowning. It's simply asking them to take accountability. If you're gonna sleep with a man that you know before sleeping with that man, he ain't the guy for you. Or more importantly, when you see that he faked or he lied to you about being that guy, and you notice it, and he hasn't changed, and you're still there trying to change him, that becomes an L on your part, man.
Okay, so if you feel that way, then how do you agree with someone about women these days having too high a standards? In response to that, women have high standards. So how do you disagree with women having high standards? If you believe that they should take accountability for choosing shitty men, how do you say that women have too high of standards? How does
Women
that go together?
because you have to take accountability in the men, right? You have to take accountability in the men that you choose to sleep with. You also have accountability to build yourself up as a better woman. And in that regard, you can't ask a man if he's 6'3", in shape, he's doing all this stuff.
You're
He's
not
being a
talking
protector.
anything
Hold
about
on.
what I
He's
said.
being a
I said,
protector
how
and
do
being a
you
provider.
feel that women have too high of a standard, but then turn around and tell women to higher their standard? You're saying, women, you need to higher your standards. That's why you're in the position you're in. But then turn around and say, I
My
agree
God.
that women have too high of a standard. How does that go together, sir? It does not.
I'm all right because I'm trying to make it like more eloquent, and maybe I should just get to the point so you can understand me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because me, it's like I'm trying to make it wider than what it is. I'm trying to make it a better, wider, grand scheme answer. But we're just gonna cut the crap and get straight to the point. The fact of the matter is that I'm asking you to better up your standards. I'm asking you to better your standards as a whole. So if I'm asking you as a woman to pick better men, I'm also asking you while building up your standards to make sure that you fit the standards that you create. Do not create standards for other people that you simply cannot create or let alone live up to yourself.
But
That
women
is the
have been doing
issue.
that all the
That's
time. The
the
problem
issue.
That's the issue with men because the issues because the standards that you have for women, you can't meet yourself.
Oh, so okay.
That's the issue.
That's the issue.
Women have
Okay,
exceeded standards.
Welcome to
okay.
Miami
Men
Land.
can't ever live up to
You
standards. You were
haven't.
just complaining
Okay,
about
you
money,
haven't seen
this,
standards.
this, 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 and
You
this and
haven't
that.
seen standards, right? You say that if you want a man to make six figures, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
If every other man can't make those six figures, by your logic, you're saying, and I quote, that all those men can't fit those standards. So because they can't fit those standards, we're saying that you should lower your standards. That's why I see where you're getting confused here. Number one, and I'm saying this again, I'm gonna keep saying it. Whether you get it, you like it or not, it doesn't bother me. It's a
You
very
literally just said to women, if you can't meet those standards, don't ask for those standards. Right? So I'm
simple.
saying that
It's
most
very
women
simple. Okay,
Exactly. So I'm saying most women that ask for those standards actually meet those standards. So what are you talking
and
about? But most
I say about
men,
okay, I say realistically, those women who have the six-figure guys, which is actually rare. Those women who actually have it's actually rare for women at any point to get a six-figure guy.
even if
Majority
they
of
meet those
guys
standards,
make again. If they meet those
Okay,
standards,
so
of course. If it don't apply, if it applies to you, then of course you can do that. Be with the
exactly.
man.
So what
Listen,
you're
be with
saying
the
is
man
that
that you
most
want to
men
be.
can't
But what
fit
I'm
the
saying to
standard.
you is, man, what I'm saying to you is, man, the guy,
Okay.
listen, if you believe that a man that's 6'5", who makes six figures a year, who's in perfect shape, wants to be with a woman who's bigger than he is, when there's plenty of women he see out on the grand scheme every single night, that's not going to work.
How tall
remember,
are you?
y'all, but
How
Presley,
tall are you,
remember,
Gray?
they don't care
I'm fine. I'm
about your
5'10".
degrees, your success, or
I'm
whatever.
5'10".
They only care about your vagina, your bodies. No shade.
Again,
And
again,
y'all being able to be submissive
again,
to
I'm
their
5'10".
authority and will.
I can explain the answer to you. I'm 5'10".
Okay, so
What?
what? So
What?
why?
What?
Why?
5'4"?
Why
No,
are you
Father,
talking
you stupid.
about?
Petty about
Father, you
5'4".
stupid. I'm actually 5'10". I'm
Why
5'10".
are you talking about 6'5" men when you don't fit that standard? Why are you telling women to not ask for standards or even talk about standards if they don't fit them, but yet
Listen,
you don't
again, Father,
meet the
this is what I'm saying.
standards
They're not
that you're
listening.
talking about? No, I
Right.
am
I
listening.
feel
You
like
said
Presley is an attractive girl,
y-
right?
Wait, hold up. Your mic.
Oh shit.
you
Right.
said
You're right.
women
And I
who
want to
don't
answer that
fit the
question.
Wait, hold
standards
up.
shouldn't ask for
Wait.
certain standards or even speak about them. Yet you're speaking on 6'5" men and you ain't even cleared the 6 foot
I'll be
height.
right back.
Hey, yo,
So
and
what are
guess
you
what?
talking
I
about?
can answer that perfectly. Guess what?
Okay,
It's
and
not
after
my
you answer that, I want to get conscious in here.
okay. It's not my place, President, to talk about that. If you
But
want your
you
6
just
foot,
were. You were just
again,
talking about
hey,
six
yo,
five
hey, yo,
men.
again, it's not my place to talk about that because, like you said, I don't fit that. I can't change the height that I was born to be. I can't change that. So, like you said, we can't discuss guys
So
being
why are you
6'5"
talking
and
about
above.
them?
We can't discuss guys. We can't discuss guys that are also again. We can't discuss guys. Again, I'm fine being 5'10". I know that was
That's fine. There's nothing wrong
listen,
with being 5'10". All
Marco.
I'm
I
saying
know.
is if you're
Listen,
going to tell women if they don't fit standards that they should not be talking about standards of guys that they don't fit, but yet you just did it in the same breath.
I mean, don't you women want a 6 foot guy that makes 6 figures or above in perfect shape? And
Again,
some
all
bitches
women are
make
not
money.
monolithic, sir.
And then being completely honest, I don't think
Sounds
a
like
lot of black women
insecurity,
really
my
care.
guy. It sounds like insecurity.
Insecurity.
I'm gonna
I
be
get
Because you're
honest.
talking
insecure.
about
I'm
six
gonna
I
say
five
this,
listen,
and
men.
then
listen
wait,
me
hold up,
down.
wait, hold up. I'm
I'm
gonna say this, and
all
I'm gonna
right.
let Constance come jump in. But I'm gonna be honest. From my personal experience of me talking to a lot of women and and I know it's probably gonna be different because I don't date them. A lot of black women really don't care about the money. Like they prefer for you not to be broke, but they don't really care about having quote unquote 6 figures. At least that's what I've seen, heard, etc. Conscious, let's get you up in here.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say when Marquez said that it's rare that black women can obtain a 6 figure man, it's because black men who make 6 figures are barely in existence, for one, statistically, and that under 5 out of 10 black men will even be middle class, yet alone upper class.
Right.
So black men, to Presley's point in some way, aren't even like transcending or kicking the glass ceiling and even living and operating in any level of exceptionalism
Right.
for black women to even have a exceptional black man.
Right. And
in his character or in his pockets.
Right.
He's not exceptional.
So if he's not exceptional in his pockets, he's not the standard that fits for you to get in married. If these guys or these men that you say again don't fit your narratives, they never fit they never fit anything for you to fit for you, then everybody has a choice to go outside their race and find whoever makes you happy.
That's literally not what I said, though. I
No,
was
but I'm
talking,
answering the
and then
conscious
you.
point. But to conscious point, what he just said, if you guys, again, if you women feel like we're never going to evolve as black men, or feel like we will never protect you, don't keep crying, complaining. Don't do that. Just leave.
What the? So you
I'm
want
just
women
asking,
to just
just
throw in a
leave.
towel?
No, it's nothing wrong with just saying, you know what? I can't fix the community. I can't worry about the community. I can't worry about other people. I just need to worry about me, myself, and mine.
What? Okay, so why does it seem like when it comes down to melanated communities, especially in these type of topics, why it seem like it's black women and queer people are the only ones willing to fight for it? Y'all are always trying to throw in a damn towel.
Because they're in a learned state of helplessness and they're happy to live there reckless.
Now I'm king. I guess you must go. I'm king patriarchy. I'm king. I'm Mr. Divestment now. I'm just simply
Let me
like
add that to
reckless,
the list.
like reckless king divestment. Like, come on, man. Maybe hey, listen. I'm gonna add that to my name. So every time I come in, just call me King Patriarchy and King Divestment. I actually starting to fit a little bit now. I'm actually starting to like it. But other than that,
Oh,
reckless.
Come on, D-Pat.
you're also not making any sense because I was responding to what you said. I do not I do not believe in just dating outside of your race because all black men ain't shit. I believe in finding love wherever you find it, whatever
Oh,
race
that's
that may
cooning.
be. But that is not cooning, you dumb
Oh, that's
fuck.
cooning. Oh, that's coon behavior.
You see, and this is why
I can
reckless.
smell the butter
Nerve with
crispy
that.
on your
This
breath.
when it came to Flacco.
Reckless, and this is why reckless now I starting to see what you mean. Because there's me trying to be eloquent. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. It might
No,
not be
you.
how you like it,
And I'm
and it's
literally
probably
trying
like
to
we
tell
doing it.
you.
You can't win, reckless.
Yeah,
You can't win,
He
reckless. And
said,
one
date the
time
white
trying to
man.
open this
that's
gun.
not what I said. You hoes just ain't listening. Calm the fuck
Oh, now we
down.
know now. But we told
Yes,
you about
right
the
now.
situation. It's a bad
Yes.
situation. Come on, reckless. Come on. Come,
Yes,
throw the flag, bro.
you
Throw the
call us
flag,
hoes
bro.
and
I
get
haven't called
millions of
nobody out
dollars.
name. Throw the flag, bro.
Calm down. It's cool right now. It's all
Throw the
right.
flag, bro.
It's all
No, she can
right.
call me a hoe, reckless. If I would have said that to her, reckless, I'm banned. Throw the flag.
Okay,
Throw
I
the
saw the flag.
flag.
Okay,
You
Red
just
so
flag.
listen
Throw the
to. I'm
flag.
pretty sure you listened to a rap
okay,
song
but
today
I'm
that
still
called us
trying
all
to.
kind of hoes and bitches. Let me finish. Anyways, what I was saying was I don't care about where you find love. It's the reason behind it. And I was responding to you because you said that women these days have too high of a standard, right? But then and you said that the women who have too high of a standard, if they don't meet those standards,
Yeah.
then they should not talk about those standards or have those standards. But then you talked about 6'5" men, and then I asked you your height, which there's nothing wrong with your height, but according to your logic, because of your height, you should not be talking about the height of these men. You should not be talking about the money of those men because you do not meet those standards as you told women to do. You
I
understand
don't
that
need.
part?
I understand, but again, I understand how it could be looking as like, oh, I got understand how it could look like almost hypocritical, like I'm trying to be on both sides of the coin. So I
You
understand
are
that.
hypocritical. That's the point I'm trying to make. Just admit it. It's okay. Take
I would
accountability or
take
responsibility for
accountability.
something.
That was
Gee,
great.
How can they make? How can
if
they put words in my
anything,
mouth?
at least take
I
at
haven't even
least
answered
take
the question.
responsibility for being hypocritical. Can you at
Come on,
least
bro.
just do
I'm
that part?
hypocritical. Come
Just
on.
that part.
President, you come
Jeez.
on multiple streams of reckless and conscience, and you make up and you bring up facts that are not even a part of the equation, and then to fit your narrative.
How was
You're the
it
biggest
not? I
hypocrite
literally repeated what
You're the
you
biggest
said
hypocrite
and
when you
applied
come to
it
these
to
vegan
you.
streets. Don't call nobody a hypocrite, bro. When you're the biggest
You're
hypocrite, you
Euro
come to
step.
these vegan streets.
You're literally
And,
Euro
and
stepping. Like
guess
I'm
what? Guess what,
surprised your
President?
thighs
I'm
don't
Euro
hurt.
stepping. I'm doing a layup and I'm doing a finger roll at the
Yeah,
goal. Because guess
Presley,
what?
how
I'm
dare
still
you
going
use
everywhere.
his
Because
logic
guess what,
against him?
President?
How dare
Because
you
guess
listen
what?
to what he's saying and then use his logic?
Hey, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I'm just
So I'm
saying.
still trying to understand.
It's a double
Okay,
standard,
so
and everything we do.
let's change gears a bit. Let's go back
Please.
to us trying to be We're going back to Mammy Land, okay? So we're in Mammy Land. We're here to
It's not
get
like being
mammified
lonely.
by the
No,
Pappas.
sure.
Okay. so,
Can we have
Because then you don't like being
have
a
some
man.
volume in Mammy Land, please?
yeah, we're in Mammy Land. So what is so continue letting us know the things that us as since you guys are the leaders to let us know how we can support you. Now you did say it's very hard out there for men, but then you also criticized a mother for being by the side of her son. But I digress. Let us
And I
know
just
how
bring
we support you and serve you.
Thank you. Well, serving is not slavery here because that's serving
Okay,
some
we're here.
slavery. I
We're here
just
for you
simply
guys.
want you. I just simply want you to be cooperative. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want you to act like a fool and embarrass me in front of people because you want to be proven right. If you want to cuss me out and say I'm not stuff and say I'm not this, I'm not that, cuss me out behind closed doors.
Shit.
But when you cuss me out in front of everybody, it makes us as men look like we're not being respected because men look at these things. Okay.
Oh, so it's the criticism of other people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
because listen, as men, we're always underneath a microscope. You know what I'm saying? So if a man see that my girl is disrespecting me, they can say, "Oh, he a simp," or they can say, "Oh, he's not really that guy."
Oh, so you looking for other men's approval?
Because
Well, luckily I'm not your girl, so I'll cuss you out in front of everybody.
Because it goes back to what CTV said. They're same gender loving. They're just not same gender attracted.
What? So basically, you're okay. So homoerotic. You guys are homoerotic, but okay. So you guys do everything for men. You guys just like sleeping with women, but everything else you like for men.
We don't.
That's a lie. You just said it. You just said you have an issue. No, but you just said that you specifically said that other men are going to look at you as if you have a reputation. Well, the reputation part you didn't say, but that was the undertone. Going to look at you and then say, "Oh, he's a simp." Oh, yada yada. So, listen, I'm still trying to get mammified, or at least understand the mammification of it all.
Okay.
How can we cooperative as in what? My thing is, if you want people to respect you in public, don't do no dumbass shit in public.
Okay. But okay, and you're absolutely right about this. If we're not doing no dumb shit in public, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't are if we're again, it goes back to what me and every man has said on YouTube. If we're simply doing our job, simply do yours. If we're not acting like idiots, if we're doing our job, we don't want our girls acting like idiots.
But how? Okay, so let's get into that. How are women acting like idiots? Okay, so how are they acting like idiots and acting like they have no home training?
Gabrielle Union and Jada Pinkett Smith. Look at those two.
What that mean? What that mean?
Oh my god!
Wait. But what does that mean?
Gabrielle Union just went on a
Gabrielle.
It's like every single time your phone. What to say?
Look. So look. Gabrielle Union just went on a talk show and called another man attractive and sexy as fuck while having a fucking husband. You feel me, man? Right? Like,
y'all do know people have open marriages, right?
Yeah, because men don't do that all the time, constantly. We can't pull hundreds of guys in interviews talking about how sexy another woman is while married. Really? You really want to go down that road?
Men say we're looked at. How dare you disrespect your wife and call another woman attractive? How dare you disrespect your husband and call another man attractive?
She's obsessing over Jalen Hurts, who hasn't even done 1% of what her husband Dwayne Wade has done in his professional career.
Man,
right?
Jalen Hurts just
come on now.
Today.
Well, I have a question.
So, like I said,
it's not. But we don't get to establish the boundaries or the personality of any of these people's marriages. Like, these are their marriages. So if Will Smith and or Dwayne Wade are comfortable with their wives doing whatever is being criticized in public, just like their wives are comfortable with whatever these husbands are doing publicly, etc., then that is what it is. Like, we don't get to decide.
Actually, I think it's very hypocritical, no shade, Flacco, because Leah just brought it to my attention. You called one of the jurors on Megan Tory's case fine, but you got a girlfriend, and don't say y'all just got together because you said y'all been together for 4 years.
I remember the light-skinned girl with the picked up a print.
You most definitely said, he's like, oh, she's a hottie, she's fine.
Yeah, of course.
I am right.
Said the same thing about Kelsey.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Reckless, didn't he go on and on about it?
He did. So how can you say that?
I had to wave a fan over your penis when you were talking about these women. Just to cool your genitalia down.
Oh, you even had to tell him stop, didn't you? CTV? Because he went on about it so long, you were like, okay, we get it.
Now, I don't remember that part, right? Well, I pretty much
Your mic.
They never do.
You talked about them pink leopard print pants for so long that it's ingrained in my head. I remember.
See, that's the difference between him
Look, man.
and King Patriarchy. The King Patriarchy
I was
never said anything.
Wait though, right? So look, I was wrong for that, but I didn't do
It's
it
always
on
a
a
wrong, but
national
then it's a
stage.
but. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And it's,
No, right.
It's always the aftermath. It's always a reactive, but never proactive.
And you know what's funny too is because if we didn't actually bring it up, he never would have said anything. And that's why we don't trust y'all. But continue.
Because he's only sorry now for the sake of wanting to drag these two women.
Look.
And how it's not working out for you.
Right? So look, I was wrong for doing that, right? But I didn't do it on a national stage to where like my girl's family and friends would have undoubtedly seen it. You feel me? Right? So like
that still doesn't make it any better.
We can't even go there with that because actually YouTube is being viewed more than TV right now.
And you're talking about a couple who was raising a whole trans daughter before the world. You're talking about another whole couple that's raising two very highly progressive children in front of the world. You think that
and Will Smith's entire career and legacy has been ruined because Jada Pinkett Smith wanted to have a hot pocket.
How has it been?
Come on, man.
How has this?
Wait, hold on.
Hey, he's
hold
a
on.
laughing stock right now.
Do you not know he still got that award?
He was
able to sit back down.
But did you actually listen to the interview? In the interview, Jada says, "You got me back with other women," and he says, "Yes, I did." Other people always skip over that part where he admitted that he got with other women too. They just want to harp on Jada because August came out and told the business, but he was sleeping with other women too. He admitted it in that same interview, bro.
Wait. But
Because
question,
it
right?
doesn't fit the patriarchy narrative. Person.
But question,
Do they
right?
not understand the
What's the excuse for her then, right?
They said, wait.
Excuse for her? She didn't come out and say it.
After
August
that
did.
interview, though, after that interview, though, she even piled on by going on IG Live and reading a love poem on like Tupac's death anniversary that Tupac wrote her. Come on,
What
right?
that got to do with August?
Did you not hear anything we just said? You're talking about two progressive people who are married and also who are swingers at that. So for people who aren't progressive, for people who aren't swingers, and only God knows what their rules and regulations are. Only God knows. Like,
and on top of that, like these are two couples who also practice like a real attempt at dismantling their egos. They try to not have egoic ownership of each other. They try to practice not having an ego so that they both have autonomy and freedom to be emotionally, intellectually, etc. So their relationship is going to look very unconventional to the average persons.
So, Conscious, let me ask you a question. Since you said that this is a couple and that don't care about egos,
I said who makes a concerted effort to dismantle their egos.
Right.
And before, and that is why Willow came out and said that she wants a three-way relationship with a man and a woman because she doesn't believe in that because she got it from her parents who instilled non-ego with her. Same with Jaden. Just saying.
She ruined that man's daughter. That's crazy.
Again, I'm gonna say
fear-mongering again.
I'm gonna say it again, Conscious, because Conscious made a very good point. Made just a very good, valid point. You said an attempt to dismantle their ego. How good enough is an attempt of dismantling your ego when you slap a man on stage for disrespecting your wife when it's an open relationship? In reality, if you were cheating and you had an open relationship, it wouldn't matter if Chris Rock talked about your wife or not. So why?
That's when you guys get it wrong.
What you just said, like that don't even go together. Those are two. What in the hell does they're having an open relationship as it relates to their romantic life have to do with his protectiveness over his
I'm trying to get this
wife?
all back to the ego, the ego conscious, because you could say that Will Smith when he slapped Chris Rock
Neither
was
one,
because
but I just want to be clear that neither
his
one of those
ego was being
things have
deflated
anything to do.
because Jada
Neither
looked
one of
at
those
him
things
in
have
a
anything to do.
disrespectful way because she didn't respect
Neither
the
one of
fact
those
that
things have. I understand, but neither one of those things, for one, have anything to do with each other. But for two, yeah, it was an egoic moment, and that's why Will Smith went on a goddamn a apology tour afterwards, and he dug into his reaction and was able to relate it back to being raised up by an abusive father, something that I mentioned hours and hours and hours on back. He contemplated killing or unaliving his father at 9 years old because his father beat his mother unconscious, and oftentimes when he witnessed these brutal beatings on his mom, he felt hopeless and he was never able to insert himself. So whatever variables led to Will Smith in that moment, the stress of his life, whatever he's going through in his marriage, etc., it all culminated that night, and it led to Chris Rock getting his teeth shaved down. And as a result of his practice of dismantling his ego, he's been able to apologize to Chris Rock rather than justify his violence like a nigga with an ego would have done. He's been able to get himself in therapy and to evaluate his reaction, unlike something that a nigga with an ego would have done, because they just would have, once again, lean into making an excuse for why they did what they did and justify why they did what they did. He has been remorseful. He's been emotional. He's reached out to Chris Rock behind the scenes and apologized to him. All these things are the virtues and attributes of non-ego existence. So he's still living up to having a practice of egolessness. And this is something that the people who practice Buddhism also practice. I have a Buddhist intersection within my own spirituality, and so I say attempt because you never ultimately conquer your ego, you just have a practice of management over it. So it's not to say that you won't have egoic moments and that you won't lose your shits, because that's all a part of your inherent humanity, but you make an intent to stay ahead of your ego to the best of your ability.
And also to add on to what CTV and also Moesha in the chat is saying, first of all, when it comes to what CTV is saying, ego and protecting the person you love do not go together. When they speak about ego, they speak about not owning the person when they want to, seek satisfaction outside of the relationship. That's when they talk about ego. So when someone's attacking the person who you consider your life partner, you might want to attack them back. Into what Moesha in the chat was saying, Chris Rock has been terrorizing Jada since before she even got with Will Smith. Okay, like so all of that. So all of that together is something. And also the fact that he compared her to Demi Moore. I'm not sure if you guys got the nuance of the joke. I know that the G.I. Jane movie. I'm not sure if you guys got the nuance of the joke, but during the G.I. Jane movie, Demi Moore was married to Bruce Willis, and and they got divorced during the release and the I guess publicity of G.I. Jane, because Bruce Willis left her because she was cheating on him with a much younger man, Ashton Kutcher. So he was comparing that. So not only was he coming after her bald head, but he was coming after the situation because Jada was with the much younger man, August Alsina, and Demi Moore was with the much younger man. Uh, what's his
And
name?
that's very
Ashton
much so
Kutcher.
a egoic.
So that was like a
That's very much so
double
a egoic a response
entendre.
because she
So
wasn't even physically in danger. That was a total egoic and trauma reaction to what happened. He's a
Yeah,
comedian. He's
yeah,
allowed to gag her. He's a comedian. Will Smith is a comedian himself. He's allowed to gag back.
And Chris Rock.
He completely overreacted because of whatever the fuck was going on.
Yeah, because he said that he regretted not being able to, in his book, I read the book, he said that he regretted not being able to uh, protect his mom when someone was disrespecting her. And so I'm not sure if this situation was that, but I'm guessing that based on his book, that maybe that was him being like,
Yeah.
I couldn't protect my mom when she was
said that in
being
the interview.
disrespected.
He said in the interview.
I'm protect my wife when she's being disrespected, you know?
He said it in the interview. That's why I said everything that I said about it being a trauma response.
Right.
Yeah.
That would mean that he wasn't healed. That means that Will Smith wasn't healing properly. Because if you heal properly, and tell me if I'm wrong, conscious, if you heal properly, you develop yourself and you get the help that you need. That would never happen.
Yeah,
If Will Smith is healthy.
But that's why, and that's how sometimes we find out that we're wounded because of our responses to things. Is how we find out that we have unresolved issues around certain things in our life that maybe we thought we healed or that we knew intentionally we suppressed intentionally, that get aroused and stimulated in the moment for whatever reason. So he was able to find out that he still had unresolved childhood trauma that made him insecure as a man, as it relates to not being able to protect his mom from a man. And here it was in his life at this time in his life, and all the things that are going on behind the scenes that none of us have any idea about are culminating. More than likely, he's under stress. I believe that night too. There was something going on astrologically that night as well. And they had ironically given a caption to their photo that said something about being on demon time that night, etc. So it was a lot of synchronistic metaphysical things that culminated and that were kind of like fluffing up and stimulating this whole scenario that gave way for Will Smith to eventually allow those variables to influence him. But as a result, he's been able to transmute, which is what we should do when we do things and we experience things. A part of repentance is awareness. Repentance is supposed to raise awareness. It's not just merely about saying I'm sorry, but it's about evaluating why I said or did the things that I did in this moment and in this situation and going down the rabbit hole so that you can get to the rooty tooty and transcend and heal and become enlightened. And then as a result, actually have a genuine sense of freedom and resolve so that when those situations arrive again, that you can have a different experience or so that you don't even attract or manifest said scenario again because what's external to you has been actually cleared internally. So it was a big lesson for him. Of course, Chris Rock paid the price for that life lesson, but for all we know as well, if Chris Rock was to stop being a goofball and actually evaluate the situation on his end, he may also find that there is a reason why he thinks it's cute to disrespect people to their face, why he thinks it's cute to go there. I know he also experienced a lot of rejection in his life. I know everybody hated Chris in real life at some point. And his own defensiveness probably has been his mouth as a weapon against his bullies, against his own childhood trauma. There's a reason why him and Will Smith attracted each other that night. And just because Chris is the victim also doesn't mean that there's not wisdom and also not that there's it doesn't mean that there's not a beyond like a deepening reason for why he also was in that situation.
And also, conscious, I wanted to say that Chris Rock attacked Jada because in the 90s, Jada was a big participant and a leader of the Million Woman March, and Chris Rock did jokes about that. Also, with the Oscars So White thing, he made a joke about that, and so I think that those were also times that added on to the.
But also, he's a comedian. Also, Chris Rock, Presley, and Will Smith are in the same areas. They're in the same spaces. You
But
know,
he only
Will.
attacks the women stuff. That's the thing. He attacks he's anti-black and misogynistic. And so he
So
attacked
he's anti-black and misogynistic.
he
You keep
attacked
saying that.
the Million Woman March, and he attacked the Oscar So White thing that she did. Every like
I will
That's
why
say
those
this. I will say this is that a lot of times people have always talked about Chris Rock and his coonery. I've never liked Chris Rock after some point because I felt like when he gets in front of a pale audience, he gets the tap dancing and it was very I like I've actually went out of my way to give him a chance to try to look at some of his content that's actually online and stuff. I was not here for it. I was like, you over here tap dancing. I just can't get it. I can't get with that. So the anti-black, I can get with. Like I can understand that.
Anti-black.
And
Wow. I mean, again, I'm not gonna go, with the whole anti-black, like, like the
you don't
label of
believe he's anti-black?
misogynistic, anti-black. I mean, he said certain things in the past to where you can't really say that, especially in this climate, especially now where now it's like you can say it, but there's going to be consequences. So, I mean, he's not really affected by what the
Con-
media thinks and what
wait,
the,
but consequences of what?
I mean, the consequences,
Like
I mean,
not
again,
saying what?
I mean, there's video evidence of Chris Rock allowing somebody to say the N word in front of him, which I think in that standard, in that setting, I think that was very wrong and ill of him to do, and I think most people in that situation, most black folks, whether or not your coworkers or not, you're just gonna walk out the interview because a line of disrespect has been drawn. Regardless if he is anti-black or not, at that point you are black, and at that point that is a sign of disrespect, and at that point you should have felt offended enough to walk about the door and not stay there. So on that part, I feel as though that Chris could have done better in that aspect. I feel like he could have. Again, I feel like he could have learned, but again, there's not really much you can do. A person's going to do what they want to do. And the same with Conscious was saying. There are a lot of people in our communities that have trauma that they don't know either they don't know what their trauma responses are, or Conscious they just don't know how to heal from those trauma responses.
and also let's
Mhm.
not forget that Chris Rock said that he married his first wife.
Mhm.
I believe her name is Malak.
Yeah,
Because like she was like the first quote unquote what he said before and after his you know she was the first quote unquote light skinned woman to pay attention to him, and then
yeah.
after and then after he got divorced, he said that, oh, I have a lot more money now, I can go after Rihanna, and he admitted it. He said, I thought I can go after Rihanna, and Rihanna dissed me, and I thought that I have enough money to get Rihanna now. So he has very anti-black uh thoughts.
Again, I don't go into like coloristic, like I don't go like the coloristic talk. You know,
I know you
I
don't
mean,
like it, but it's true. It's a thing.
I mean, sure, colorist is a
y'all love
thing,
coming at each other.
but again, personally, colorist is a thing, but we could chose not to agree with it. It's still real, like you said. But if I'm not a colorist, or I'm not a misogynist, or if I'm not a self-hate
I
black
wasn't
person,
talking about you. I was talking
I'm
about
not.
Chris Rock. That's why I said
I'm talking about.
anti-black and
I'm talking about in
anti-misogynist,
general.
misogynistic.
You're putting titles on people that behind closed doors might not give a damn if they're like being called black, self-hate, or misogynist, or all these things or not. What
Don't
I mean
care. It
by that
applies.
is especially you're giving too much energy and you're giving them titles but that even though the next day or tomorrow they're gonna look at you and they're gonna see this, or whoever they might not even ever see this. You call somebody misogynist, they don't give a shit.
Does not
You know
matter.
how
We're all
you
using pop
you ever
culture
heard you know how
references
many
of
times Adrian
people
Tate
who
has been
will
called
not see
you know how
this.
many
What are you
times
talking
Demetrius
about?
Haley has been called a misogynist,
Well,
Desmond Samuels being a woman
yeah.
hater, this, that, and
Well,
the
is
fourth.
he?
You
Wait,
think
but
you think they care?
but
But isn't it wonderful how he wants to control what's coming out of her mouth like she's not a full-grown adult woman?
I mean,
but okay. So wait. So Kevin Samuels, he wasn't misogynistic.
to y'all he was misogynistic. I think the people it's a feeling. As long as you
And
feel they are misogynistic, as long as you feel that they are self-hate black people, as long as you feel as though they are a misogynist and their actions deemed as a misogynist, it doesn't matter if they're a misogynist or not. You've deemed them a misogynist already.
but if they shown us those things that proves that they are misogynistic, then what seems to be the issue with telling them or making it clear and known that you're
You can tell them
misogynistic?
they're misogynist, but
Mm-hmm.
you ever heard of the whole old saying, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink? You can call him a misogynist. That doesn't mean he's going to change. You can
Oh,
tell
we
women,
have seen an
hey, hold on.
example of
You
that
can tell
all
women to
day.
change.
We've
You can
been trying
tell
to lead
women to
Flacco
change
to the water
themselves.
all damn day. He ain't drank shit.
Again, a woman, you can ask a woman to change, but if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to. It all comes down to the
Nobody
choice.
said
Listen,
that she was trying to make anybody change, but calling a thing is such a
like
thing
you
as
said,
well.
like y'all said, we don't protect you. We don't
What
fit your
the hell?
standards. Again, we're Regis. We don't fit
What did you
your
just say,
standards.
Reckless?
Black
What did you
people are
just
not
say?
fitting their standards, right? So I'm not even worrying about anyone. I'm saying a new ideology. If it don't
Basically, he's
fine,
saying that we're
fine.
complaining about men not protected. We're complaining about men are misogynist. We're complaining about all these things that are that there's that
If they
the
don't care
standards
or
are
they won't
too
change,
high
then
and
they
yada
don't
yada
need it.
yada.
They don't
So
care.
so
They
what?
won't
So
change, and you
wait, but
still
who?
don't leave.
But y'all don't care.
Right. So you
And
don't
that's been the problem all along. And other men
why do
are
we
on
constantly
notice
have
that you
this
don't care.
conversation? If
You
you
said
don't
what?
care, why do we constantly have this conversation? If you deem that we don't care, if you deem that we're not
Because
listening,
people like you
if
join the
you deem we're
discussion.
doing all of these
Because we're
things,
not going to ignore the fact that you don't care.
divert and leave. Leave us here.
And guess what?
But
We get
why?
to,
But
as
what?
a community, we get to hold you accountable for your lack of action.
And let us diverse. Let the black community diverse, and maybe that be better.
Marquez, don't be a simp, Marquez. The reason why these conversations are don't be don't be a supernatural incel. The reason why these conversations are going to continue to go on is because the toxic ass niggas who black women have not divested from are still being sexually assaulted, beat, and indoctrinated into the sunken place. So
You're right.
there's
You're right.
there's always going to be concerted effort to bring it in to that terror.
Right. You're right, Conscious. That's crazy.
It's literally like being the smartest person.
I can't win. You can't win with this conversation. You can't win.
You're not supposed to win. You're supposed to add to the conversation. It's not a
I'm
conversation.
adding to the conversation, but it's not.
You don't.
No, you're not.
Coming into the discussion saying, making an excuse, coming into the discussion making an excuse for toxic ass niggas, and then telling everybody to just go on about their damn life and weren't resourceful at all.
Yeah,
let me ask you a question.
Get my personal when you said that choose better, and well, y'all just need to choose better, and y'all can lead the community. Like,
and then when we finally talk
we
about
know
men,
because you've already left it, and that's the issue.
Leave. There's men out there right now going to do their passports.
We can't leave because you did.
Oh yeah. Oh, your passport.
Can you leave? Can you leave? Can you leave the panel?
Oh, please go get the passport because now other countries are on notice, and they're responding to you going with your passport.
Just leave,
So please
Marquez.
do.
You ain't gotta tune into these discussions. Just leave. You ain't gotta be here for hours, Marquez. Just leave. Just leave.
Because Reckless, did you hear about the passport board that's about to go in front of a firing squad?
Yeah, I heard about
Firing
that.
squad. I didn't hear about the firing
Yes.
squad part.
You can't. You're right.
Because he chose to do what they've been doing in our community. He unalived a Chinese woman, and because he did that, now the government wants to unalive him.
Oh wow.
So why are
I
you
don't know.
swinging and banging on this patriarchy that you said that you're not a part of?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're conscious, and then you're exactly right.
Come
You're
on,
right.
come on. Look at you being
No,
condescending.
right,
Yes.
y'all are right. Y'all are right. If
Because
there's not improvement,
want to
we
go
can
into other
we can
communities
leave.
that actually
I don't.
play
We can
their
leave.
part.
But as a black man, I feel like I should be able to defend my own group of people if I feel like what people are saying is not the truth.
You're weird if your group is the type to hold power and your power over black women and children. You're weird if your type and your group is the men who unalive each other as a result of toxic masculinity. Your group is weird if that's who's included in your group.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And other men who are actually doing their part
there's
in the
good guys out
patriarchy.
there, bad
Because,
guys.
like CTV and Reckless, I pointed out to you, if you're going to uphold the patriarchy, you got to uphold the fine print too. And you haven't been doing that.
Well,
Do you
it
know
is what
how
it is.
frustrating it
What are you
is
gonna do
to
about it?
love yourself
How are
and
you gonna
love the
change?
skin that you're in, but in order for your love of yourself and loving the skin that you're in, the only way that that can continue for generations is to mate with people who suck. Like, you know how frustrating that is to where you're like, I love me, I love being black. Oh, this is awesome. And then I'm ready to fight for us. We can do this. We got all the tools now. Let's go ahead and do
But
this.
like you said,
And then you got some mouth breathing nigga on your team fucking up the grade. Like, you
Talking
know how
about Flock.
frustrating that is?
hey,
She
you
talking
must
about
be talking
Flocka.
about soccer. I mean,
But okay, so
I'm
Leah,
assuming.
no, so Leah says, who are these passport people? I'm not up on that. So the passport bros are black men who basically say they're gonna leave the United States, go overseas, and go with the women overseas because they're most submissive, obedient, etc. And I use all of those words intentionally.
They want to go overseas to find love. I don't see what's.
And guess what happened when they went overseas? One of them went overseas and got banned. And you know what happened? They put him on notice. The men in that community put him on notice that it would not be advisable. He said he didn't even feel comfortable mentioning that community's women because of the response that the men came out and gave when one woman in their community sounded the alarm that, hey, this look like they're just coming here to violate us and leave.
Interesting. Okay.
Hey,
So
you can go look it up yourself. There's a dude right now, one of the passport boys that's banned from a country.
I'm still trying to.
He got banned, but if he's banned from that country, he goes to another country.
King patriarchy. Ooh, you earning your name.
Mhm.
Ooh, you earning your
Just
name.
love to live in that state of denial.
And you know what it is with the passport bros, though, you guys?
It's me accepting the truth, but I'm already at a disadvantage.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why
I'm already at a disadvantage. When we have conversations like this, we have to accept the fact that the good guys have to deal with the fact that there's guys up there that are pieces of
Here we go with the proverbial good guys that seem to never be around.
We have to accept the fact because they treated you wrong. We have to accept the L's and lump.
But Marquez, do you consider yourself a good guy?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
That's been his
that's
mantra all night.
But
reckless. I've never been arrested. I've never been in a situation. I've never hurt nobody. I've simply just been me and moved accordingly. I've never hurt nobody. I've never hurt no woman. If anything, I'd rather be by myself. And if I ever gets to that point where I'm mad at a woman, I would again just either leave the situation or just wouldn't be dealt up with it. I've never been in that situation. I've never been in a situation where I put my life in the hands of police. I've never been in a situation to where every situation I've been in, I've made my own choices.
Okay, but what I wanted to get on
I'm a
was
good guy.
the
And you
passport
can
bros.
and you can see
Because the
that's in my
passport
record.
bros, it's not just about like, oh, these women submit to us. I think what it's about is about a lot of the standards in the US and how and the white supremacy in the US and how black men see exotic women as women that they need to go out of their way for, as women as they need to pay a lot of money for. So the passport bros, it's not just about, oh, these women submit to me and black women in the US don't. It's about in the US, these exotic women only bow to rich men, and I'll never have enough money in the US to be these rich men to get these exotic women. So I'm gonna go down to the DR to get these exotic women, and that's what I think it because I think that it's a mixture of that. I
That's
don't
not
think
what
it's just that one
passport.
component.
That's not what the passport bros are doing, but I can see
Yes,
how
they are.
I can see how women who again I can see again how women are who again it doesn't make sense to me where and I might be showing my king patriarchy again. I don't give a shit. But if I'm living at the end before as I talk anyway. So you're not mad that they're leaving because like you said, they feel as though they can't afford you. So they go leave and fall in love with somebody that they can actually afford. Then what is the issue of you as in black women being upset that the passport bros
You keep taking it back to money.
are leaving?
That's what that listen, that's what I'm saying. Here in the US, a lot of black men, especially black men of dark complexion, see I said I'm taking it back to the US so that I can explain this passport bro situation, okay? Because in the US, black men, especially black men of dark complexion, see light skinned women and women of other races who are lighter than black skinned women or who are lighter than black women as prizes as some kind of uh, as some kind of version of success and they see black women, especially darker skinned black women, as a reminder of poverty. So that's why when they get richer, the lighter their women get. And then the black men out here who believe in that and who buy into that, who believe that they can't get lighter skinned black women or women of other races because they don't have the money to get it out here, are going out in other countries because they can get it for cheap. And they're like, I got the exoticals for free over here. I feel like a king.
Let me get Yellow Pill up in here. Hey, Yellow Pill, what's going on? Welcome to Mammy Land.
Yes, I seen Mammy Land was open, so I bought me a ticket and slid in. You know what I'm
We're here to
saying?
get we're here to be mammified by the pappies. So jump right in.
All right. Shout out to Reckless. I see you recognize. Shout out to the panel. CTV, what's
Hey,
good?
Yellow.
Person, what's good? I
Hey.
don't know the name of the other two. I'm sorry, my bad. But what's good, y'all? All right. Okay. So I gotta say this because it's something that I done recently came across, and it gave a lot of perspective. Right. Um, there's no such thing as a good guy to people who deal with men on that level. You know what I'm saying? For better or worse, it's just no man is really safe enough for them to feel like they're a good guy. You know what I'm saying? Because just as men, we possess this certain element of danger to most people we around, whether it's physically, whether it's whatever other power dynamic, socially, you know what I mean, just influence, however you want to look at it. So that's kind of it. That's kind of why we as men get that response to when we be like, yeah, we the good guy, because that don't exist. Not to people who deal with us. Like as men, we understand our intent on the world, but we have to also register our impact on the world as well. Just being in, I kind of get that because I understand how the room responds to me when I walk in the room. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? When I walk in the room, I'm 6'2", 300 something pounds. You know what I'm saying? I walk in the room, motherfuckers see me. You know what I'm saying? But I have to understand that I can't come in that room and make people uncomfortable because I'm not gonna get the response I need. So it's a certain way you got to move. It's a certain way you do have to move as a man and understand that no way about it are you going to feel safe. I mean, you know what I'm saying? No way about it are you going to feel safe to the people around you.
So, so in other words, no matter what we do, we're labeled as a danger to everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that. I think Moesha said it best. There is a such thing as a good guy, but the ones that say that they are usually aren't.
Or not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that part is 50-50 because that's why I said you also can't tell a man his intention either, right? You know what I'm saying? You also can't be like the ones who say, because if
But that's all the
he's
more reason
not,
why actions are so important. Yeah.
right, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was also trying to get at that. Like telling people you a good guy really don't mean shit. Also,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So it's a 50-50 thing. Like if he say it and he mean it, that's one thing, but you can't use it as a reason why women or people who deal with men should let their guard down to you. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is just keep doing it. Like basically, that's what you were saying, CTV. Like you just got to keep doing it. You just got to do it. Basically, that's one of them things where saying it really don't mean a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not gonna impact the. Because you could be a good guy, and then the other 1,000 men that these people have to deal with can be shitty. So you're really not gonna move the needle on it.
Absolutely.
Y'all,
And
hey,
unfortunately,
you're absolutely
as
right.
women, we have had a lot of cases where us being polite and just saying no has been met with aggression to the point where we felt unsafe in the moment. And that's the real thing. A lot of times, a lot of women have felt like that you don't really know for certain when you walk out the door what type of danger you're going to face as a woman that day. Especially when you're dealing with men who feel entitled to women, just like that girl that was unalived. She was actually with her boyfriend and she rejected the guy and said, no, I'm actually have a partner. And he killed her. She had no way of knowing that this dude was going to do that. But the reality is, we really don't have a way of knowing what we're going to encounter. Because how many other interactions did she have that was okay versus that one interaction that wound up costing her existence? And that's what you're not understanding. There's a lot of things that women and people who date men deal with that unless you're in that role, you cannot appreciate the dangers that we're facing because you don't have to face those dangers. So we move a lot differently. And yeah, we may have high standards, especially if you're a young woman who, if I choose to lay down with you and I get pregnant, as a black woman, do you know my daughter is in more danger now as a black woman having a baby of not surviving it than I was when I had her? We're literally regressing. Anytime in 2000, I was safer having her than she is having my grandson that she recently had.
Mm-hmm.
These are all the type of things that we have to deal with that we're constantly thinking about in the back of our heads. Because it can be just a sexual playtime for you, but the long-term consequences for us can be far greater. So we move differently. We have to. Because it can be our literal life on the line, be it from the interaction with you or from the result of an interaction with you, aka potentially trying to bring your baby into the world and not surviving bringing it into the world.
Yeah, and you know what though? Can I just say something really quick about what you just said, Purple? Because of all of the mammies in the world, um, not just because of them, but also due to racism, because of all the mammies in the world, there have literally been reports of doctors not prescribing women medicine when they're in pain because all the mammies then went up to the hospital and faked pain to get these medicines to give to these men to go sell out on the street for the and that's why there's this whole like opioid crisis, even though it was a crack epidemic, but we're not gonna go there right now. We're just gonna talk about the mammies right now. But yeah, there was a whole thing of men sending their women to the hospital to pretend to be hurt so that they can get these opioids so that they can sell it, or men going after nurses, which a lot of women go into the field of, so that they could freaking get opioids from them. There have been numerous thousands of nurses arrested for giving their men opioids to sell out on the street.
It's
That I
something
just
about
wanted to.
it's something about that word mammy that cracks me the hell up. Oh my gosh.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
'cause I didn't
I have a
notice until
question.
she put that comment in the chat just now. I was like, "She right. You do laugh every time somebody say
Ooh,
mammy."
because it sounds so country. I'm here for it.
I
Oh,
have a
what happened,
question
Marquez?
I have a question for y'all, people. To say
Mm-hmm.
you're an older man. You know, I'm gonna be 20, gonna be 21 soon. So,
Man, don't say it like that, bro. Don't say it like that, man. Don't say it like that.
bro.
I'm
No
36.
disrespect to you. No disrespect to you.
21. Oh,
I'm gonna be 21 years old.
that's why you 20. Child.
I'm just messing with you,
And
bro. Go ahead.
personally, and Purple Lover, forgive me if I don't understand. I'm simply just a product of my environment. I'm simply a product. I'm simply just preparing myself mentally what I'm prepared to go through and trying to find me a wife and trying to find me a lady. That's
You're
what I'm mentally prepared.
21. Why are you
I'm,
looking for a wife? That's so fucking
I'm not.
weird,
I'm not.
bro.
I'm eventually listen.
Like I.
Eventually, see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't discuss my age because it tends to downplay what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to open up,
I
trying
can
to
dig
learn
that.
more, and it's like, so I'm asking you, how should a 21-year-old supposed to move when you're absolutely doing everything right in the book, but
I
the world
mean,
always constantly
okay.
telling you as yourself that no matter what you do, you're toxic, you
Yeah.
are dangerous, you are a problem, you are emotionally unintelligent,
This makes so much
you,
more sense.
Mhm.
I'm older than you, but I'm not like that
And I'm
much
not talking
older
about
than
me as
you.
a
But I
person,
think
Me,
that
yellow
Precious. Stop,
pill.
stop, stop.
I'm not talking about me as a person, yellow pill, but I'm talking about when people see me. Like you
Right.
said,
I dig
it's
it.
already a danger. It's already a danger factor. But not to mention how other dudes that share my skin tone go out here and treat people like this. She just said a woman got killed by being with her boyfriend because a guy simply got rejected.
Yeah.
Now that makes that bad for me, yellow pill, because now I'm actually using my actions and actually doing and showing people I'm a good person. But it's idiots like that that screw it up for me. And now when I'm actually trying to evolve and still do the right thing, I'm still being labeled misogynic, toxic, and everything else because of what the majority of people are doing.
No, it's not what they did. It's
Um,
what you said on this goddamn panel for about
Yeah.
goddamn fucking 9 hours.
But Reckless,
um,
Reckless,
one of the
but
things I
understand,
would
Reckless,
just
understand. I'm a 21-year-old kid, Reckless. I'm not gonna come in and I'm not gonna come in and sugarcoat and try to help people with my tone of voice. Like I've never been told to watch my tone. And then when I have been told to watch my tone, and I've never been disrespectful enough to people. Just people don't simply like what I have to say because I'm simply not agreeing with the narrative because I simply just want to know.
Marquez,
Not
I have to
everything.
call Cap. I have to call Cap. So get your baseball cap because I'm most definitely gonna call Cap.
The
Reason I'm
cap
gonna
is
call
already
Cap because
taken
you
ready
sat
to
on
go.
this goddamn panel and you said this.
It
You
says
know, it's so
no.
hard out here for men. You know, it just gets so tough. And then some time went on, and then you said on this panel here, trying to criticize Blueface's mother for quote unquote choosing him when he was homeless. So how on one end you say it's so hard for men and no one gives a fuck about men, and then you criticize it, then on the other end you criticize a mom for being there for her child that was
I'm going
homeless
to explain it to you
and
again,
did those
Reckless.
things manipulatively.
Reckless. Just listen to Reckless.
I'm listening. I'm right now. I'm strapped in. I'm gonna get memified.
Reckless. I'm trying. I know it's hard for you to be a mammy. It's hard for me to you trying to pump fake to be a mammy, knowing you don't know, knowing you hate mammy to begin with. That's
Like
what's
a
pump fake to
motherfucker.
me at you. But again, I'm saying this to say this. It was two separate conversations. I was trying to give Blueface mom accountability because let's be honest, she could have left and been with her man and would have been fine. And if Blueface made it, and if Blueface said, no, I don't want to be dealt up with you, then we're back in the same effing rabbit hole that started this entire conversation. That's what I'm saying.
But you
What
can't
are you
even.
saying? You didn't say anything.
No,
Let me
but
understand how are we so toxic? Like, because no matter what, we're always going to be toxic to you. So just explain
because
to
you
me
just set up
how
on
we
here and blame. You just set up here because every single time we have a conversation amongst us men, you literally set up here and blame women and single mothers. It was like, what the fuck?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just listening. I'm just simply trying to give accountability. It's just not just the man's fault. It's simply it
But my
can't
thing is
always be
this.
reckless. It can't always be the man's fault, bro.
No, but
It's
I
something
understand the whole
made in
accountability
every
part. I get
situation
that.
is the man's fault.
But I'm gonna tell you where you go wrong. I'm gonna tell you where you go wrong. You go wrong because on this exact same panel here, you were so quick to try to give accountability to the man, but yet when it was time for you to give accountability to Poetic Flacco on this panel, you said, "Well, there's nothing we could do. He's a grown ass man." And you nothing you can do. That's a grown ass woman. So why are you trying to give accountability to somebody that you already deem
You know
as
what?
grown as fuck?
You're reckless. You're absolutely right. So I'm gonna listen to my OG. I'm gonna listen to my OG yellow pill in the corner and simply just follow by my actions and let these crazy, ungrateful N-words do whatever the hell they want.
And that's
I'm not
exactly
Superman.
what we were saying. It does
No,
not
like
matter.
no.
Wait, hold on, hold on. It
I'm not
does not
Superman.
matter how your parents raise you. He literally said, I'm gonna listen to my OG Flack. No, we didn't said all of the right things. We didn't counterpointed all of his points. We didn't said
Mhm.
everything that he's had an issue with. We didn't told him why that issue um is
And
is is
I understand
incorrect
every
based
single
on
one of
facts,
them.
and he still ended up saying, "I'ma listen to Yellow Pill," and
No,
that's
I'm
how these
listening to
men get
all of them.
indoctrinated.
But listen, I'm gonna listen. I'm
I
listening to all
mean,
of
I,
them.
I mean, to that point though, I will say this, right? Sometimes it takes a different presentation, right? You can't just bang somebody over the head and tell them they toxic, and expect them to just. If you're telling them they're toxic, then you can't. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be kind of hard for them to filter that through,
That's not
right? You know what I'm
submission.
saying? It's the same. It's the same way. Like it's the to be fair, it's the same way where if a man is telling his woman something and she don't hear it unless her friend say it or somebody down the street say it. So we all respond to messages differently the way they deliver. You know what I'm saying? But but in saying that, I'll tell the brother this. What I hear from you, bro, is you 21. And I don't know nothing about because I don't like getting people personal shit. Like I don't know nothing about your
It's
family, nothing
hard
like
being a
that.
21-year-old out here with this day and
But
age.
and that's what and that's why I'm gonna say this. Most of what you know about how like relationships work and shit is like secondhand shit that you hear right now. Like I don't think you've experienced enough nuance in relationships and life experience to really pin down what you're trying to say, right? Because I keep hearing you say accountability, and all that really shows me is a lot of what you know about relationships and relationship dynamics you've learned in the last 3 years, which is probably the worst time ever for men to have had learned advice about relationships. So I get what you say. I'm 35.
My father taught me this.
Yeah, but I'm talking about other influences as well. We take a little. You don't take as much from your father as you think. Trust me. Not in this age, not being 21. Trust me. I know you don't take as much as from your father as you know it, because most of the time, you yourself, when you want to go seek some shit, you probably influenced by the same damn social media that everybody else is. So when you talking about single mothers and all that other shit, bro, a lot of that shit is why you get the response you get back, because it sounds like that fuck shit. And those niggas, like what you saying, lacks the nuance that makes anybody want to respond to that, right? Because you don't understand, you really don't understand what you saying when you saying a mother chose her child over him being homeless. That's what she gonna do. That's what she gonna do. It don't matter. You want to know why you don't understand the nuance of that? Because I don't know if you a parent or you've seen parents, but you not finna tell a parent what they can and can't do with their kid. So you can't hold a mother accountable for a damn thing she do with her kid. The
So
same,
why doesn't she hold me accountable?
because
That's
she
the whole.
can.
Why, as a
Because you
21-year-old
allow.
male in
Wait, hold
society,
on,
why
Paul.
do you
Because you
find
allow
certain
it.
right to hold me accountable
Here's
for what I
why.
do?
Here's why. Because you allow it. Can't nobody hold you accountable for shit you ain't doing.
There you go.
As long as you
But
doing shit,
hold us
you allow.
accountable.
Wait a minute, hold on, check me out. As long as you doing shit that people gotta quote unquote hold you accountable for, then that's what's gonna happen. As long as you doing what you supposed to be doing, it don't matter the reaction that you get from people. It don't matter how much you get called toxic. It don't matter how much you get laughed at when you say you the good guy. As long as you doing what you doing, and as long as you secure what you doing, nobody can hold you accountable for shit. That's why niggas been beating their head up against the wall trying to talk to these women and hold them accountable. Are you fucking serious, bro? Women don't give a fuck
So in
about
other
what we talking
words,
about. Women, they don't.
what you're saying is, in other words, you already just explained everything. It don't got nothing got to be said no more. That accountability shit don't work. I can't say nothing. They can't say nothing to me. If I'm living by what I speak on and how I move on my own principles, I don't have to listen to what the fuck anybody else say.
But you're missing the important part.
That's
We're
not what
not even
people are saying,
addressing you. We're
bro.
addressing the ones that aren't doing it.
That's not what people look, bro. That's not what people are saying. What they're saying is everyone, maybe the accountability, because when people say accountability, like Reckless said, it usually goes one way. So I'm gonna try to use the word responsibility, because responsibility goes both ways, right? So there's everybody responsible in this thing, and the thing is, women get held women hold responsibility. That's they they do. You can't deny that. That's a fact. I'm pretty sure you see it in your everyday life, and you also see in your everyday life men not holding responsibility. So that's all we're saying.
I'm gonna tell you.
I
I'm
also see me being on this planet for as long. It might have not been as long to what other people have said, and other people can look in and say I haven't had enough life experiences. But growing up, I've been in certain situations that we're not going to go into. But I've been in I've been y'all. I've been in situations.
You've been
Where I
me.
sit here. Listen, I've been in
You're
situations.
21.
Wait, but Presley, allow him to speak. Allow him to speak.
Presley, what I'm saying is, I've been in that situation. I've seen people in my family do those things. I've seen people act the way that they act. I've seen people do that. God rest his soul. Pops is no longer here. He made his decision. He made his choice. Okay. I'm a 21-year-old here. I'm a 21-year-old trying to break already generational curses in my own family. Not to mention, I'm coming out here every day just trying to work, just trying to just to show that I'm not a screw up. Just trying to show that I'm not the type of person. I'm not the type of person to do that.
Bro. Hold
I'm not.
on. I gotta interrupt you. Hold on, bro. I gotta interrupt you. I need to say something to you, bro, and this is direct, and I don't care what nobody say. This is me being as honest as I can with you, bro. Unload that burden, my brother. Unload that motherfucking burden, bro. I'm so glad I hit the fucking link, bro. Unload that burden, my G. You ain't got to prove nothing to nobody, dog.
Yeah.
Nothing. You as a man don't have nothing to prove to nobody, bro. Nobody. You know what I mean? You know how many men struggling out here to fit into a certain category so they can pass the I'm a good man test? You're not going to do that. And no matter what, it's going to eat at you, bro. Because you want that acceptance. You want that to be like, man, I'm out here trying to break generational curses, and you know what I'm saying? I'm out here trying to stop this from it, bro. Is it you putting yourself in a position that's gonna break you down, my dude? And that is not what we need. This is why I say if I'm not saying disconnect yourself with your community and your feeling of being black. But dude, as black men, let's not try to achieve this quote unquote standard, bro. Just do you. Play your game, bro. Did you play sports?
I did, yeah.
What did you play?
I played football.
You played football. What was your position?
I played running back.
You played running back.
Actually, and then stopped playing.
Bet.
So
just all you gotta do, bro, is get the ball and read the hole, bro. You got that same reaction. That's all you can do. Your lineman can block. That's all. The most well-designed play is still gonna have its flaws, right?
Right.
All you can do is do you. Running backs that didn't kill with zero line. You can't try to live up to some standard, bro. I know we talking football, y'all. I know a lot of y'all might not get it. But like when you get the ball and you running towards the line, and what you expect to do and what you're told to do is go run through this certain gap so you can make the run. But sometimes you got to decide for yourself that, man, you know what? The better option for me to score and for me to be successful is to go right. While everybody telling me go left, go right. And guess what's going to happen? I'm going to get the desired results I want. And everybody's still going to be happy. Because the world going to go on, bro. The world going to keep spinning. Do not try, man, please don't live with that burden on you, bro. That's why it's so many men struggling with that right now, bro. I had to come up out of that. It took me to have my son to realize, man, you know what? I ain't worried about nobody but me and mine. That's the only people that count.
It's hard. It's hard because when you do that, that's when the world started. That's when in the sense of the football, that's when all the defensive linemen tried to come at you. Boom, you're misogynist. Boom, you're this and that. Boom, you're not protecting nobody. And this is where I'm saying, if I do that, and I start doing it and being me, I don't want nobody else to say or say words like, oh, self-hate, oh, misogynist. Because
it don't matter. It don't matter though. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter at the end of the day. And that's why I tell you, don't try to the part that comes off as misogyny and patriarchy is when you try to explain it, right? When you try to make a difference in a comparison. I know it's all good for like in conversation, but when that dynamic comes is when we don't understand. That's why I'm saying you got to understand your impact as well as your intent, right? So don't try to sit because for all that good you want to put out, you got to understand where the negative is going to come from with that, right? Like CTV was just talking about that yesterday. No matter what you do, it's going to be a I hate this dude category. They're not going to like you. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to keep rolling with it, bro. That's why you get a lot of people who think different from you, who are unbothered by the conditions, because it's okay to just be unbothered. That's why okay, let me give a good example, and then I guess we can just move on. When it comes to like women and us trying to hold women accountable and force them to live up to this standard, the reason we get pushback is because at the end of the day, somebody gonna choose that woman. And that is the ace in the hole that women always will be able to have. Because no matter how these people who don't like them look at them, it's going to be somebody that's going to be with them. And rightfully so, because somebody for everybody.
Sure.
But to sit up here, so they don't have to take accountability, because it's not necessary. No, hold on. Listen, no. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying this is why I'm saying nobody has to. This is why I'm saying nobody has to. Because at the end of the day, a woman can just do her. She don't have to live up to no standard. That is the entire. To me, I listen to Logicc, I listen to CTV, and this is where this is why I'm listening. Women don't have to live up to no standard. There is no standard. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to live up to any standard. They don't have to, because all of these standards are under the patriarchy that's being forced on them. Most of the standards that they buck up against are the standards that's set in front of them. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they don't have to take accountability. At this point in time, they've been through enough accountability.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't, bro, we can't keep telling women where you can have your disagreement with how you feel like certain relationship dynamics go, and that's cool. But accountability is something different, because
instead of telling dudes, so basically, because it's just not just me, it's just, because it's eventually us as men, us young men, us 20-year-old men, who at this point we're getting all this flack, and you're telling us now that, you know what, it's best to just do you, keep in your lane. If you're doing everything right, you doing everything right, then it don't apply to you, so it shouldn't affect you.
And this is exactly how. No, seriously, I'm not even joking. This is exact. Can I finish? You guys were talking, and this is exactly how the mother's teachings get thrown out the window. We were sitting up here being all happy, like, oh my God, Yellow is being like great to this young black man. He's being great to him, and then he teaches him some bullshit, which is exactly what happens in our community.
Okay, let me just wait. I'm gonna come in and then I'm gonna end this soon, because after 12 hours, all this starts to get cut out. So here's the thing. When it in term of the conversation or whatever, I will agree that when it comes down to women and stuff, what they're saying is that we're not gonna live by a said standard of this said patriarchy. And so you trying to live by the standard in a patriarchy, it's dehumanizing, and it's gonna do nothing but lead you down to your detriment. That's the reason why even men now are saying no one cares about men, no one, because even when everybody was actually obeying or going by the guise of said patriarchy, the men, for their perspective, everything was fine. But yet women and queer people, we weren't fine. So now that queer people and women are saying, okay, we're not going to go by that, now it's allowing us to have a more deeper conversation. So yes, earlier you did say something along the lines, I'm about to paraphrase, and I'm not going to quote you directly, but you did say, you know, it's hard for us men on here because, you know, we have to be protected, provided, we got all these standards and stuff. And then throughout the conversation, you happily grabbed on or held on to those said gender roles. But in my head, I'm like, but those are the same gender roles that you are complaining about, and how dehumanizing it is. So you also have to keep in mind that your existence is more than you protecting and providing, because even in nature, this idea of anything being feminine or anything being a woman or female is weak and docile. That's not true, because even in nature, anything feminine or quote unquote female is very aggressive, because they have to protect the children and protect, you know, their territory as well. So I think it's all of these misconceptions. No shade.
Right, but again, you know, Reckless, I get you, and this is why I'm trying to understand and learn these things.
Okay.
But again, it's like, I understand that now, you know, I'm a 21-year-old, like I said. I'm just trying to survive at this point. But again, I understand that the standards that I have for myself and the standards that society have for me is the same reason why I'm saying the things that I'm saying. It's for me to live the life I want to live. I can't simply live by the rules that I was taught, that I was raised by.
Exactly.
That's the issue. You get these men.
I simply just cannot.
And I'm gonna make the point. And I'm gonna make the point so I can make it as clear to you, right? See how we was talking, and me and you was having a conversation, and we was drawing off what we were saying. No matter what, people ain't gonna like. You see how Presley immediately dismissed everything I said to you? I want to take this as a teaching moment, because nothing I said was wrong. Nothing I said had any intent to be wrong. I was trying to make a point of exactly what Reckless said. But no matter what you do, there's always going to be somebody that dislikes your presentation. So as long as you're doing you and the results show that you're not doing as much damage as humanly possible, then continue to do you, bro.
I'm gonna.
Here's the name to the patriarchy.
No, but I'm gonna tell you, because I think. Well, I'm not gonna say I think. I'm gonna tell you where you lost some of the women at Yellow Pill is when you say, because they was in the chat going off when you said, so Moesha said this: these men can't live in the real world. Women are held accountable and have no standards. You must have missed Flacco's soliloquy.
So when you go ahead.
Yeah, so when you talking about, you know, women, they're never going to be held accountable. I'm not quoting you directly, but it was something along the lines about accountability and women. But however, if you look through a historic lens, women have always been the ones, for the most part, being held accountable for things like when it comes down to, of course, having the child. Of course, when it comes down to something like infidelity, where through biblical text, both men and women were supposed to be stoned for quote unquote cheating and engaging in adultery. But however, only the woman was present, and the man, who also was supposed to be prosecuted, and also stoned at the stake and burnt at the stake, he was nowhere to be found. Right. So it's a historical context, but I will say that I do like the attempt, and I do like the core of what your message is. Just tune it up a bit, and then
check it out though. Reckless, if you go back and listen, this is what I said, and maybe the brother can attest to it. I said that women are not going to be held accountable because they've had to already deal with accountability. Yeah. Go back and listen to that. I said they've already experienced accountability. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when I'm saying that women ain't going to be held accountable, or women don't have to be held accountable, is because they don't have to live up to any precise standard of what's required of us, because it's not required anymore. It's not them being held down to where they have to do what men have to say. You know what I'm saying?
How is that a good message? Because what you're saying is that
Because he
women
keeps having.
have
Hold on, wait,
already.
no. Leave the
Let
question at
me.
that, Presley. Leave the question at that because that would be better for me to explain it to you. How is that a good thing, right?
It's not because
How
I didn't get it
it is.
out.
Hold on. But you can't overlap the question because you're gonna lose what you want to know. You want to know how that's a good thing, right? Let me explain to you. Because for him, it doesn't set a standard on what type of woman he should expect to get. This is what I'm trying to say. Because to him, he has a certain standard on how women should move. He has this idea that single mothers are this. You know what I'm saying? This is how women are. The world is against men, and this, that, and the other. But it's to the point to where that's because the only reason he thinks that way is because of how he was taught to be.
By
He's
people
taught to
like
hold himself to
you.
this certain standard. And okay. So let me turn the question on you, Presley. What did I say wrong?
Let me tell you, I was literally just trying to get into that. Uh, what I was saying is that you said, oh, women are already held to accountability, so they don't expect anything from you. And you said, so go ahead and do what you're going to do because it doesn't matter what you do. They're going to think of you the same way. They're already held to accountability. Don't hold your own self to accountability. Don't put that pressure on yourself. Even
Presley, is
though
that what
there's
I
women
said?
that's
What's
literally
wrong?
what you said.
Presley, is that what I
That's what
said?
you Yes, it is.
Okay, well, hold up. I do. Let me get one more extra person in here. I'm gonna just because y'all finna, and I don't need this going on 45 other extra minutes. Purple
No, I
lover.
don't. I really just want to. I only got like a couple seconds,
And this is
like
why,
maybe
and this
Okay,
three
is why,
minutes.
hold
couple
on, hold on, but
seconds.
this is the chunk, this is the chunk of where the conversation, this is the chunk why the conversation gets skewed because your expectations on what I was supposed to say to him is why he's in the position of him thinking he's supposed to live up to this standard. Presley, nobody told him not to hold accountability for himself. I told him not to live up to the standard of accountability of him having
But
to change, generational curses, carry this burden on himself because that is a standard for him.
but
That is
yet
going.
women are
Reckless
expected to do
just
that
said it
every
though,
single day,
and I
bro.
said that, Presley. So what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and I
This
know
is
that
my point exactly.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You
So
know
where's
that
the
women
problem?
you know that women are expected to do things every single day and to hold you up. And you said, hey, I know women are held to these extremely high standards that they have to meet, but you, you don't have to do that. You just go ahead and do
When did I
what
say
you
that,
feel,
Presley?
bro.
When did
That's
I
what
say
you
that,
Okay,
Presley?
literally.
so let me add purple
I'm
lover
just
in here to kind of decipher what's going on. Purple lover, is she with me? She probably went to the restroom.
Oh, okay, there
Oh
we
no, she
go.
right here. Oh,
Look, I was talking, I didn't realize I was on mute.
okay.
But thank you, Reckless, because that's
hmm
not what I heard at all. What he was saying to him, just like we would tell other women that you can't live your life for other people, that's what he was saying to him. Because a lot of what was going on with Marquez is that he's trying to still figure out his identity as a man. And a lot of stuff that's being said, he's internalizing that. And he was telling him, you make sure you do your part, you hold yourself accountable, and you make sure that your actions are where they need to be. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, there's always going to be somebody to say something about you. As women, we have experienced this. And we have given each other the exact same advice that he's giving him right now. Because at the end of the day, we're we're really not addressing people who are really like Marquez that's attempting to figure out his way into responsibility. We're really addressing the ones that have been MIA from it, period, that doesn't care. He still is in the process of caring. So he's telling him, hey, I know being a black man isn't easy, but this will help you navigate that road. The same way when we're talking to younger black women, we tell them, hey, we done been down this road. I understand it's not easy. This is how you navigate. That's all he was doing. Granted, at some points, I appreciate what you were doing, yo, but at some points I was like, I didn't hear everything you said, and honey, you had lost me for a second. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, you
But,
understand? Understand? That's why I went into talking to the man part. You know what I'm saying? The same way, like
uh-huh.
the
That's how
same
you
way,
notice
like
I was completely quiet while you were talking.
that's where most men get lost in translation when women is talking. You know what I'm saying? It's fair. Like it ain't me coming across like because that's what you know what I'm saying. That was men talking. You don't understand, man. No, it's the same thing. Like because I've sat up and heard conversation. Like I sit up and hear women talking. I just sit back and be like, I don't know I don't know the process, but it seemed like they agreeing, and it seemed like it's something happening. So I'm just gonna sit back and wait and see. You know what I'm saying? And not really hold anything against anybody. So that's what I'm.
Yeah. Yeah, because part of the thing is we have to be able to hold space for one another because as much as we have in common with our black male counterparts, there are things that are just going to be intrinsically different for us. They have their own separate experiences and stuff. And one of the things that I like about one of my mentors on here, she had actually created a space like CTV had done where black men were allowed to come into the space. She will hold the space and give them an opportunity to speak and share what was on their mind. And that may be something that may be helpful to you. Um, Everybody is not out here on this, well, black women ain't shit, black men ain't shit. There's there's a lot of stuff that's more neutral, that's in the in between space. Because like I was saying to you, when I was discussing the things that I was saying, I wasn't saying it to you personally, Marquez. I'm speaking to the men who have decided to derelict their duties. Because as a community, we all have to be in this together. The only way we're going to thrive as a community is everybody is doing their part to make the community better. So when you see opportunities, like just recently on my feed, I was watching men in Detroit protect black women. They were actually out in parking lots making sure that they were escorting them to their vehicles. They were loading groceries for them. They were doing different things to actually do what black women were asking for, which was to feel protected and provided for, and doing the protection aspect of that. So everything is not bad, but what we were what we're really trying to do, and unfortunately, a lot of times on these panels, the solution part gets lost because people get so emotional about the problem that honestly, unfortunately, a lot of times we don't get to the solution aspect of okay, we discussed the problem, so let's focus on how we can get this ball rolling and get a good solution where everybody feel included and heard. Because a lot of this has to do with just communicating with each other and actually listening to one another. Because hearing people and actually listening is a different thing. Because, like I said, I was definitely listening to Yellow Pill when he was talking to you. I missed certain points, but those things were clarified, now it's like, okay, that makes sense because he was telling you the reason why that women are complaining about being held accountable is because we've been being held accountable, but our male counterparts have derelicted their responsibility. They dropped it and left it in our lap, and then periodically will come back to complain about the fact that something that was supposed to be a two-person job is now a one-person job, and the person who's choosing to walk away from their responsibility is the same person that's having the nerve to complain about the job that the person who's doing two people job is now doing all by themselves.
It's not like it. It's not like it. Maybe that's like it.
So
maybe because I haven't lived, like I said, I didn't have life experiences, so I can understand. But moving forward, all I can do is, like you said, realistically, is just do me, and just do what I've been doing.
it's a
Go to school,
it,
do what I gotta do.
it's
Like,
it's truly a learning process. And certain things you're just gonna get as you get older and you get different experiences. So I totally get it. Because even now, I'm 45 and honey, there are still things I'm learning. Because just like he was talking to you about impact, there's been things I've done out of love, but my impact wasn't what I intended it to be. So I had to go back and tell my daughter, my family, because you're gonna make mistakes.
all right.
Hey, my intention was this, but I recognize my impact was this, and I'm sorry that I impacted you that way because that was not my intention.
Well, I can be a man and say my intent coming into this was trying to understand how could we. I was trying to understand how could we, as us black men, can do the right thing. But also, I can understand my intent showed that I was a nothing but a king, patriarchal.
Come on, King Patriarchy.
That simply just stay in the standards that I've been born and raised, and it's going to be very hard for me, Reckless, and to the people on the channel. It's going to be very hard for me to break because I've been used to this my entire life. But I will say this, right, Reckless? I will say this. Okay, give me some time. I don't. Every time I come in on a panel, I don't want to be called King Patriarch. Okay, I want to be called my name again. I don't like being called King Patriarch. I don't
Well,
want. I
make
don't
sure
want to be
you.
a pappy or a man. Okay.
Well, but well, here's the thing. Well, I'll do this one for you. The same way you earn King Patriarchy, you have to earn to get it removed. We'll do that.
Oh, that's tough.
No, because you worked hard for King Patriarchy during that Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion thing, so you got to work hard to get it removed.
Because
look, Marcus, conversation. I didn't think you were gonna name me King Patriarchy for it.
But I will say this though. I do want to host a show on my platform to where it's only men, and we come up and we really talk about talk about breaking down the patriarchal system, as in the philosophy and the way that we think, the way that we view things. And I really want to get into that because I do remember one time, Yellow Pill, that I was on your panel, and you said one of the things that really helped. I guess one time that me and IG was talking to you guys, it was slightly different because it seemed like we kind of got much further in the conversation compared to us just cussing each other the fuck out. So you said that one of the things that helped was being more practical. So I'm gonna construct some talking points, some things I want to go over, and some examples so we can really get into that conversation and try to break it into many different languages so it can make it digestible to where people can all understand. But I do want to end it right here because I know the stream stops at 12, and I don't want to, especially the end, I don't want any of this to get cut out. So I do want to start with Purple Lover. You have 15 seconds. Let the people know how you feel, what's going on.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate you, Yellow Pill, and you, Marquez, coming up and showing your vulnerability. There's habits that I'm having to break right now, Marquez, that ain't so freaking fun. And honey, it's been a journey. And I'm still like, child, some of them inner conversations where I'm beating myself up, like, what on earth are you doing, girl? So we all go through that process. Even now, as a 45-year-old woman, I'm still having to pull myself and check myself. So just be patient with yourself, and you'll get through it. And I definitely will be trying to check you out on Yellow Pill because you made me realize how I need to change my communication style and approach a little bit more to get to what I'm trying to get to. So I appreciate all of you guys.
Period. All right, Purple Lover. Alrighty. Bam. Alrighty. Presley.
Hey. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was saying. I'm not gonna be long, but I just wanted to basically clarify what I was saying. I did not mean that that he didn't um that he wasn't taking any responsibility. I said that he's too young to be thinking about marriage, as am I, even though I'm engaged. But he's too young. 21 is way too young to be thinking about marriage, but it's not too young to be thinking about responsibility. And I felt like Yellow Pill was trying to dissolve him of all responsibility that he has. I understand, taking the weight off and not bearing the responsibility of the world on yourself, but learning to understand how the other sex thinks, if that's who you want to be with, is a big part of the deal. So that is what I wanted to say. And
Alrighty.
also one more thing quickly, 3 seconds.
One.
Flacco, sorry, Flacco, Yellow, and Marquez make Otto look like a fucking saint. Okay, that's it.
Girl, get your. She always gets into it with them. Okay. I wanted to make sure I get you guys last because I want to actually. Yellow Pill. Do you follow me on Instagram?
I should. If I'm not, I'm saying.
Well, it's probably my old one. Follow my Instagram. I actually need both of you guys to follow my Instagram. Let's see. It's my name, recklesslogicc, but the instead of the L, instead of the logic being having an O, it's gonna have an X. You guys see the same profile. That's my new one. That's my new Instagram because the other one got hacked.
But instead of having an O, it's gonna have
an X. So it's gonna be LXGICC.
Okay.
But reckless is spelled the same. Because I really do want to have an all male panel and stuff, and we can really have like in deep conversations and stuff. And I will not be dropping the link for that panel because I feel like a lot of times we do insert a lot of women into these conversations, and it kind of gets to the, allowing men to actually fully speak. So I was actually thinking about doing that type of panel. So I just wanted to make sure you guys follow me.
Got you.
Okay. Actually, do me a favor. Put you guys Instagram or whatever in the back chat.
All right.
I'll do that as well, because just to make sure. So I want to make sure I do that before I actually leave.
I'm looking reckless. I put in reckless, and he was the first one came up, y'all.
Right.
I came
I
up.
just send it. It's in the back chat.
Okay.
My account's private, so I'm gonna accept it as soon as I get the.
Okay, I got you. Because I do want to make sure, because I do have this segment that's called the Reckless Bureau, and I really do want to have a panel that's all men, cis, trans, etc., and we can really have a really in-depth conversation about the things that we deal with as emotions, etc. So I really do want to make sure I add you guys to the group chat so I can stay connected with you guys. I want to make sure. Well, alrighty. Yellow Pill. Let us know.
Right, thank you. Yeah, if y'all want to find me, it's Yellow Pill Coffee Co. on all platforms. Y'all come check me out on YouTube. That's pretty much my channel. Y'all come check me out on Twitch too, man. We do a little different on Twitch too. We get a lot more in depth. We actually got videos that we show and all that. And man, just thank y'all for giving me the time.
Period. And I really do appreciate that you came up. Period. Alrighty. Oop, girl, a little bit too quick. Sorry. Marquez, King Patriot. Actually, I'm gonna let you live at the end. Marquez, let the people know. Let the people know.
No, this is underscore. I don't really have no like YouTube or whatnot, so I'm just kind of just a regular guy. You know what I'm saying? But Leah did like a reform. I'm trying to be reform King Patriarchy. It just put the reform in front of it. Make it
okay.
sound
I'll put an attempt reform.
You know what? That would work. That's good.
Okay.
Because normally you've been hard with that patriarchy. But no, that's right.
But it's all right though, because just so you know, to allow you to understand about your journey and stuff. Keep in mind, the person that you see today as in me being reckless, this was not always me. I was completely different. But just be patient with yourself. Continue to try. I know you may feel like, dang, everybody just against me. But however, once you actually get to that point of when you actually get it, you'll really appreciate it because you understood the time and the effort it took for you to understand something. So just keep trusting yourself. That's all that happened. But all right, take care, man.
All right, stay safe.
Stay safe.